So that gets pretty complicated. And really, flat Earth isn't that complicated, but for some, they like to talk about it. Mm-hmm.
Fair.
The black swan isn't really that complicated.
Okay.
But when you talk about operating a sextant, I personally don't know anything about it. I mean, I'm learning a little bit from these guys talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
So I do believe the idea behind the sextant, and somebody in here can correct me, is using the sky to determine where you are on the land. Is that right, you guys? Or how is sextant?
Precisely.
Straight line of sight.
Yeah, that's a correct statement. What I look at is just you have to have a flat surface as the bottom line of your triangle, and it does not work on a globe. You have to have a 90 degree angle for that.
Exactly. So you have a right triangle. That means one angle is perpendicular, right? So you have to have a horizontal to use as your baseline for your bottom of the triangle,
I posted
or else it's
the
not. So listen, the thing that I've been thinking about on the sextant is how, ask the Globers, how do you make sure, or how do you ensure your horizontal datum is horizontal on a sphere?
That's true.
Yeah, it's over right there. They're done.
I know.
No straight lines on a sphere, right, Sonny?
If you presuppose flat Earth,
listen,
you can do it.
Hold on. Because you wouldn't have equal altitude, a circle of equal altitude is not possible on a sphere.
Of course.
Yep.
You have a drop. It's different everywhere.
Yeah, thanks for those images, Jenny. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I like the ones
This
that
is
Geppy
it.
get is posting. That's really getting technical.
Yes, I like those. So listen, folks, if you ever need to pull out these things that other people have posted, you can just go into the little search bar, put from : space, and then the first couple letters of the person's name, and everything they posted will pop up, including text. So then you can go has : space image, and it'll pull up only the images. So there's useful tools here in Discord.
Yes.
I like seeing pictures more than being explained to personally, because I can visualize them.
Right.
Like, I'm not saying that, like, you guys aren't helping. It's just like, you know what I mean?
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if this will be helpful for you, but I have this little web page I created, and it's kind of like, I call it the FE starter pack.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you could look this over and see if anything jumps out at you.
All right.
So there it is. So the first one is really simple, the Flat Earth in 5 minutes, done by ODD.
Mm-hmm.
And then he also does one that's a little bit longer than that, 21 questions. So varying amount of different things. There's one about emergency airplane flights.
Yeah.
There's one that's pretty simple and it's kind of jaw-dropping is I think it's Louisiana State University did a 2-scale mock-up of the Mississippi River, like from I forgot what the project was, but that's a video in there as well, and it's not curved.
Fair.
So, yeah. So yeah, it's just like a stuff that I've come across over the years, and it's just simple points. But
Yeah.
if you're into different sciences like physics, or there's a lot of people that get really technical in here. So depending on,
Yeah.
there's something in here for everybody, really.
Yeah,
Are
yeah.
you good at debating? Did you say you were not good at debating or didn't care to debate?
I didn't care to debate.
Okay.
That's just personally me. I like listening, but I don't like doing it myself.
But yeah, definitely if you can come for ladies' night.
Of course.
I don't think I'll be able to be here. Let me see. Yeah, I work. I don't. I'll probably be like 2 hours late if you guys are still going.
Yeah, yeah.
Also, I might not be able to come because I think there's a karaoke thing, and I really wanted to go to that.
Oh, I'm doing karaoke today.
Sweet.
Cam, do you want the ladies' night roll so you get a ping when it starts?
Totally.
Okay.
Thanks, Roger. Totally spaced it on that. But yeah, there's always usually a handful of ladies that are here. So if there's any kind of topic that you want to discuss, feel free to bring up those topics.
Of course.
That changing arrow thing is just so mind blowing. Like how can that be real?
It's weird.
I just think it's a really good example for like when you don't know what's between you and what you're looking at, you can't be going around making assumptions on what it's actually doing.
True.
Oh. Like, geez, I guess I don't know how my eyes work. What does anybody have like a video like where they talk about the whole process and everything? I mean, I wouldn't even know how to search that. What would you call that?
Of what?
Of the picture that Get posted with the changing arrows. Does somebody have a video of them doing that process? Oh, Drace posted one too. I wouldn't even know what to call that to look it up.
I believe it falls under refraction.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I wasn't sure, so I didn't speak up.
Okay, the first video I looked up in the thumbnail, science, and it was an exclamation point.
Science! Yeah!
Okay, light refraction science experiment. Okay, I'll have to watch that one. Okay, that's only 2.5 minutes. Oh, okay. I don't know if I can or not. It's got that stereotypical YouTube background like song. I don't know if I can do it or not. Oop, that's not the one. That's not it.
So, Cam, I missed it. How long have you been involved in this topic?
Like, honestly, 2 days now.
2 days?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So I'm very new to
Well,
this.
well, my suggestion would be is not to believe anything we say, and to go out and test it yourself. I don't know where you live, but I'm sure you could find a sufficiently large body of water to do your own test, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, Science works by a principle called falsification, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that is? So, well, I can explain it to you. If you don't know, I mean, most people don't know because most
Yeah, I
people
don't.
have just poor science education. So that they barely teach it in university. So, falsification is you actually try to prove your scientific theory wrong. Common misconception is that you try to prove scientific hypothesis is correct. You actually try to prove them wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So, and there's a reason for this, and I'll explain it. So, an analogy is this isn't the black swan, Huey's black swan. This is a different black swan. I'll say my scientific theory was that all swans were white, right? So how would I test this? Would I try and run around looking for all the white swans and just keep looking for white swans and looking for white swans? Or would I look for a black swan?
Look for a black one.
Exactly. And how many black swans do I got to find to prove my scientific theory wrong?
One.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. That's falsification. You can prove a scientific theory wrong with a single observation. You don't need to, it doesn't matter. I can find a trillion white swans. I find one black swan, it's done. So oftentimes you'll have Goldbergers come in here and say, there's so much evidence for it. It's most likely a sphere. Doesn't matter. It only takes one piece of evidence to have the whole house of cards collapse.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it takes is one. So the globe model makes predictions, geometric predictions, right? They say it's a ball of radius 3,959 miles. So we can make predictions based upon that geometry. And then we test that prediction. And if that prediction doesn't conform to the globe model within measurement accuracy, then it's done. It's all over.
Mm-hmm.
So my suggestion is to do your own observations. I don't know if you live near water, the ocean, whatever. But the easiest way to convince yourself the Earth is flat is to actually go test it yourself. Because the only way to actually prove something to somebody is to demonstrate it, not to talk about it. Talk is
Yeah.
cheap, right? Anybody can say anything. But it's hard to deny a practical demonstration performed in front of your face.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's how you should approach it. Is just and maybe you don't know this. Most Cobras don't know this. The radius has to be 3,959 miles. It has to be
Yeah.
because the entire cosmic distance ladder, orbits, the International Space Station, Apollo, all those things are based upon the radius. Distance to the sun, radius. Size of the planet's radius. Distance to the planet's radius. Distance to the stars, radius, black holes, radius, everything. It all comes back to the radius. If the radius is wrong, all that other stuff is wrong. So we only have to prove one thing, that there is no radius. Literally, you prove one thing and it all falls apart. In the black swan that is often presented here, just proves the radius because the only way for that image to match, it would only match a radius of, I think it's 365,000 miles with a circumference of Earth's circumference of 1.6 million miles. Yeah, that's right. If the horizon is 10 miles away, that's the size of the ball. And the horizon in the black swan image and the other videos that, repeat it, show that the horizon is at least 10 miles.
Okay.
Hey, Indio.
Yeah.
Oh, if someone was trying to speak, go ahead. Oh, I
You
thought
can
I
go
heard
ahead.
someone.
No, I was done.
Oh, okay. What is the best, in your opinion, for an online Earth curvature calculator?
I use one called Flat Earth Insanity. I'll
Oh,
post it in the live
okay.
stream.
Okay.
It's a Glober. A Glober made it. Well, anti-flat earther, not a Glober. Here, I'll just post it.
Is that the one from Mick West, Indio?
No, it's not from Mick West, but it's from some clown that is in his forums.
I'll be back, but yeah.
Hey, sure.
Like, I just have to ask my mom a quick question. I'll be back.
Okay, let's see if Indio go back to looking at the Okay, thanks, Indio.
I use this because you can change everything. You can change the radius. If you want like the precise model radius, you can put in latitude and longitude, and it'll give you the radius at that spot based upon the oblate spheroid. So it's
Nice.
super accurate. Whatever way you want to go, you can change. It has a lot of customization. Let's put it that way.
So you know how I made that FE starter pack? I kind of am doing one like that for the Black Swan.
I didn't even know you had a website.
No, it's not a website. It's a app called Buplup. Here, I'll show you my page. The starter pack. I don't know if you've seen it. Okay, I just posted it. It makes it super easy.
All right.
So yeah, it's kind of like I'm almost done with like I guess rough draft. I was gonna show it to a few people and see what they think about the Black Swan one. But yeah, instead of giving somebody a bunch of images, just have it all on one damn webpage. All images or videos or citations or what have you. It does it all.
I think that's going to be really. I think that's going to be really useful for when you're like on the fly, you have your phone out and you want to show someone like the Black Swan. Instead of having 1,000 images on your phone, you can just go to the website.
I know that really irks me to no end that I have all these memes and some of them are, for education, well, example purposes or whatever, and I can't find them. It's like, wow, no, this is not effective. So, yeah, this makes it super easy. But yeah, I've been using Buplup for my own memes for a while to keep them organized so I know where to find them when I want. I mean, I know we have like the bot thing in here, but I probably use that if I was on a computer, but it's just
Yeah, but that bot
small.
needs to be cleaned out. I'm sure Indio agrees. It's kind of a mess in there.
That's been a talk for a long time. Nobody wants to do it.
I know. That's why I started using the search because I usually remember what people post in here. But the website, like as far as the websites,
Okay,
I
so
never
I'll
ever.
share what I got for the rough draft. I just have to change the calculator, that's all. So let me show you what I got so far. And I don't mind comments or whatever. Okay. Is Indio still in here? Guess not.
Oof.
Okay, so that's not, this is like I might change this, but. Yep, you just put stuff in a folder and you click a button to roll it into a web page. That's all you got to do. I mean,
Somebody must be.
if you ever use something like back in MySpace and did your own profile and custom yourself, this is so easy.
I didn't think I had a cat.
That was my cat then.
I know, but it sounded so real. I'm like,
She's
cat in
loud.
here.
Oh, I'm gonna
What was the name
change
of that
it.
app? What was the name of that app, Jenny? I'm sorry I missed it.
BUBLUP. Buplup. And I'm gonna change the 2 images on the top and the captions with it, but that's what I got for the web page so far. It's not done yet.
BUPUP or
Oh
LUP?
wait, I'll post it, you guys. Hold up.
Okay. I'm already confused.
No problem. I got you guys.
Bubble up.
It's so cool though, you guys. Wait till you see it.
Hey, Cam, do you live near a coast?
I do not.
Oh, okay.
I
Do you live
actually
near a
live.
large... sorry, go ahead.
I actually live like in the southern area.
Of the U.S.?
Yeah.
You got any big
Okay.
lakes nearby?
Yeah, I do too. I live in the southern area too.
Um.
Southwest.
Big what?
Go to Google Maps and zoom out and look for some lakes, big bodies of water.
We do have a lot of lakes near me.
There you go.
Are
That's where you do your
There you
test.
go. Are they large lakes? Like how large? Do you know?
One is pretty large.
Would that be like 10 miles long or 10 miles wide or something like that? Or 5
It's
miles?
a lot bigger than that.
Okay, well, there you go.
Yeah, just to give you an example, I'm in Kentucky, and I went back in 2015. I went out to the lake with a buddy, and we did a sunlight flash across the lake with a mirror observation over 8.5 miles. So it's that easy. It's very inexpensive.
Yep. So you get one person at a known location, and you have the other person go with the mirror at the other location.
Hey,
The
Dave.
person with the person with the camera just will point to your location. You flash the mirror, and that's it. You get it on recording
All right.
with the known heights of like how high is the mirror off the surface of the water, how high is the camera off the water. Once you have those things, and you know the distance between observers, then you have an actual measurement.
Okay.
So, you're showing that flash of light. Can't be possible if there's a bulge of earth in between you.
True.
The hump.
The hump.
So Dave, I posted that app on the Livestream voice text. It's so easy to make a simple web page. You can put any type of media into a folder. It could be a note, it could be a link, a video, anything. I think you can do Word documents,
Okay,
anything,
thanks.
and
I'll
then
check it out
slap it
later. I'm
all.
driving right
Yeah.
now, but I'll check it out later.
Oh, I'll DM it to you.
That's okay. I know how to look up your posts. I'll find it
Oh,
later.
yeah. Oh, of course.
Yes.
Almost sounds like buckle up, buckle up.
Reporting from the lobby, we've got Professor Angie saying, "Get a ruler, and you can look at the horizon and see curvature."
Oh no.
She's so funny.
I want some of whatever they're consuming. And that's
She's
what I.
serious. She's trying to be funny today, huh? Why don't we just look like out, like maybe like out at the oil rigs off Santa Barbara? Why don't we just like take a video of that 1 foot off the surface?
I'm going to test Creation Bear again one time real quick. Hey, Neil deGrasse Tyson, what is the shape of
Chubbier. A little chubbier. Yeah, chubby's a good word. It's like pear-shaped. Yeah.
Thank you, Neil.
Okay, good. Where does the pear shape begin? Could you point me to that location?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Good old Neil.
Like what it is? I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
Do that again. I'll ask Neil. Neil, what is the horizon?
Like what it is? I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Our conversation.
You know the thing. Just for context, for everybody listening, that's when he was asked what is gravity, and he didn't know what it is. So there you go.
Yeah.
It's me. I'm gravity.
Next question. Next.
That would actually be a great username for Lulu, Gravity. Because then when they appeal to gravity, they're just appealing to her.
Nice. Those are some great shots. Is that Sasha? Great. Look at the size of the sun in that one picture. Wow. That's what I noticed. I've seen the sun look absolutely huge and low to the horizon like that.
Hmm.
And it doesn't look like a ball either.
No,
I've
none
never
of
looked at
mine
the
look
sun
like a
that way.
ball. Yeah, like look at the contrast here. I have some sun photos that I took.
Those are some crazy photos from Sasha. Ooh.
I know. Here, look at this sun photo. No, I have a lot of glare because of the cheap camera. But look at the difference between. Oh no, it's too far away. Let's see if I can get Sasha's picture. Copy. Post that too. See if they'll go together. No. It's taking too long.
Lord, the lobby's going wild.
I did that like 10 years ago.
Upload failed. So look at the contrast between Sasha's picture and then mine, and then I have some more that look different. This one looks different. Different times of day. Look how big it looks there.
Okay, so Sunny, what are you
Yeah.
trying to
Just how different the sun looks from different apertures, different cameras, different. But I'm just noticing, like, I've taken pictures where it looks like this huge ball, and others where it looks like more like a pinpoint, almost of light. Like we're the one at 44 minutes, the first one, and then you go to the second one, it looks huge.
and you're not that much closer.
No, yeah,
Not
because
near
you see
your.
that it's about the same because you see the ships on the first picture. It's a dock actually, but there's a ship there too. But that is about the same distance away as the ships in the second photo.
So we tried today to talk to the end of mankind. Anybody?
Say that again.
Have we tried to address the end of mankind?
There's no doubt that is what's on our mind.
It's the username that's in here, end of mankind.
Oh.
Do you actually think I was asking your opinion on the end of mankind?
Yeah, I didn't see the name. I wasn't even looking. I'm all hypnotized by the pictures.
We just did a little comedy routine. It wasn't funny, but anyway.
I'm laughing. That's not hard to do, though. Make me laugh. Talk about the globe. Anyway, yeah, end of mankind. Your mic is open on
I
this
never
end.
talked when I've been here, but we can try.
Hey,
Hello,
end of mankind. Yeah. Can you speak up and let us know your mic works? Otherwise, I might have to put you. Let me see. Are you VC verified? Well, you're VC verified. Okay. Maybe you're just listening. Fine. I'll leave you as I found you.
This silence that everyone is enjoying is brought to you by all your fellow humans that cannot come in here and give us any evidence of the fantasy globe. If that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because if there was globe evidence, they would be in here telling us about it, wouldn't they? You would think.
Mm-hmm. We would have shut down the server years ago. Well,
server would not exist. Exactly.
If you guys had, yeah, if anybody had brought proof, you would have shut it down before the second server started.
Pick on him one more time, see if Creation Bird's on his toes. Hey, Michelle Thaler, how do you feel about rocks?
There's no such thing in my world as life, really. That we're very complicated rocks.
Thank you, Michelle.
There's no such thing as
complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
lady, I pray you get help for yourself.
I think her brain is a rock.
Mm-hmm. There's no such thing as life. What a statement.
I remember her first video I saw her in. She's like, it's not okay to think the earth is flat. It's just not okay.
You see those rocks right there laying on the ground? Those are your cousins.
Yeah, we don't want you to step on the rock. So we're going to cordon off all of this nature area so you can't get in there and step on all your relatives.
That's your family. Those rocks right there.
I think Creation Bear has this down to an art. I challenge anybody to stump him with anything. Has to be something pretty common that he would have on the soundboard. You know what I mean?
My nigga.
Hey, Elon Musk, how can you tell that your Tesla in space was real?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible.
Thank you, Elon.
And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Amazing.
Reporting from the lobby, we've got Kroll saying that, you can see curvature. So I said, you went on to reality and saw this. And he says, can you stop using reality?
Too bad you didn't get that recording for your soundboard. Oh, he just typed it. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, more garbage from the lobby.
Mm-hmm. That's like the slime pit. Throw him in the slime pit. Let him wallow in the slime pit for a little while.
You pesky flat earthers, quit using reality.
Well, if you think about it, Disney does a very good job of warping their minds to think that their imagination is reality, that they're a princess, that they're the characters in the story, right? They have a hard time breaking away from imagination.
Yep, sad but true.
Yeah, here it is, the exact words from Kroll. Can you stop using reality, ? Like you're a smartass with proof and decades of research. The planets are round, yet the Earth isn't. Weird, right? Derp. Sorry, I know that was... I used my creative license. I apologize. Actually, no apologies anymore. So, yeah, there it is.
It's so weird. Like, a lot of these new people, they're like, well, they hear flat earth and they go, step one. Picture space. smash the globe into a flat disc, and then I'm just gonna make this thing up in my head, and then start quote unquote debating that. It's a huge error. It's like stop making up flat Earth and then trying to come debate that. Right? If you're gonna fight up against a foe, you should know what you're up against.
Yeah, it
Study the case,
looks.
watch some film. Don't just make stuff up like a
Yeah,
space.
it looks. Yeah, it looks psychotic. It literally is like you're not attached to reality, just like you said, Kroll. Yeah, why are you? Well, yeah, Kroll. Here he is again. What's the point in using reality? Your point is this is reality. Whatever you say is invalid because I use what?
Yeah, he's spiraling now.
Spiral confirmed. Yeah, we know why you're not in the live stream, Kroll, because if you did, you would get completely demolished, and you know it also.
Am I demented? Welcome to the conversation, buddy. How are you? Try not to spiral beforehand. Does anyone want to pop him off mute?
You don't seem like you're demented, Creation Bear. I'm just saying.
Let me take a look. What are we looking at? I had to step away for a second.
Right above me.
Gotcha. Am I demented? You are unmuted. Demented, could you speak up? Let us know your mic is in order. Thanks. If you don't speak up in a couple
Your
of
first
seconds,
message
I'm
in the
going to have to.
server was,
Okay,
we
go
have
ahead.
members around the globe, so we got to straighten you out here.
Yeah, you want to talk about that? I am demented. I'll just leave with I'll just use your last name. Demented. Are you there? Okay. I'll just have to put you on server mute. If you want to be unmuted, you'll need to go to the VC. Wait a second. Let me check your status here.
Guess we'll never know the answer to that
he's
question if they're demented.
he's from detention.
We'll never know the answer to that question in their name, will they? They didn't talk.
Detented and demented.
Joined by Captain Jack.
Yeah, hey y'all. How's it going?
What's up? How are you?
Hello, Captain Jack. What's going on?
What up? I'm at work here, and like the supervisor has a question about the space station, how it stays in orbit per se, and we're trying to look for some answers on that. You guys got
How do you know it's in orbit? Number one.
Well,
What
well,
is an
supposedly
orbit?
that's what
We'll
they
start
say,
there.
right?
What is an
Okay.
orbit?
What is an orbit?
Well, they say, in regular Earth terms, they're saying that it's in orbit. But then we were
Okay,
checking
great.
out and seeing the distance our atmosphere goes, and according to everything we're finding, that should be in our atmosphere. If that's
Do
the
you
case,
realize that using atmosphere, using the word atmosphere, it's a dichotomous term. In other words, gases have no shape. You're claiming a gas that has a shape, which doesn't exist in reality. So atmo is gas, sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. So anyway, let me ask you about the ISS. How would you verify the ISS is in the place or the medium they tell you? How would you verify that for yourself?
What do you mean by that?
How would you can you verify that the ISS is in a place that they're telling you?
Oh, yeah, they got these websites where they tell you where it's at. Like they're
I didn't say a say so story. I said verify for yourself, not a website, not somebody telling you something. How could you
Jack, they also
verify
have
it?
Santa Claus trackers every year too, so
Yeah, and that's worldwide.
Well, isn't Santa Claus real, isn't he?
More
This
real
is
than
real.
the
This is not
ISS,
as
bro.
real as
There's more proof
reindeer.
of Santa Claus than there is of the ISS.
Correct.
No, it's not. We're here for. I'm here for my supervisor for him to gain some knowledge. I'm already a flat earther.
Okay, great. Oh, cool. Okay, so ask them when they directly measured the curvature of Earth, and we'll get started there because they need that for anything else afterwards. They can't go to space without the radius. When did
And
they
on top of
verify
that-
it? When did they measure the radius? When, where, and how did they measure the radius without presuppositions? Thanks.
This is a constant battle. I keep going with him.
See, I'm not 100% in on the whole thing, but I was questioning off of what they said was this is the distance of none of it makes sense. It kind of debunks it, their whole theory of where that's supposed to be and how's it floating or whatever it's doing if it's supposed to be where it's at. They're basically saying that it's out of where there's no gravity, but it is within supposed gravity, so it makes me question. So it kind of leans me more towards your guys' theory or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's starting to catch me.
But I think these guys
make
want
me
you.
Question, but
I think these guys want you to start at a certain point because, like, there's these three questions or three fundamentals of what got me into flat Earth, and it's about the gases in our atmosphere, how fast we're traveling, and the whole theory of gravity, right? Guys,
Yep.
Congratulations! Sound like you've been paying attention. Good job. Go
Down
ahead,
the ISS. Yeah, sorry, Dave. You're right there, Jack. And you can take down the ISS with just the gas pressure argument itself. Do you remember that question or the argument, Jack?
What holds in the gases?
Yeah. How can you have gas pressure without a container?
Next vacuum, yeah.
Correct.
Right. And that's what science says. That's what NASA. I don't know if it's so much science, but that's what NASA tells us.
So yeah, if gas pressure requires a container, then you don't have any space cars. You don't have any ISSs floating around in an empty sky vacuum. That's all been debunked. We're inside of a container.
It's everything I've been telling you.
No one's going out, and no one's come through that we know of. If someone could come through, it would be a supernatural event. to come through a solid barrier or a container.
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
And I've heard some astronauts say that himself, right? Was it Buzz?
Yeah, that was Bill Nye. Directly.
Yeah, that Bill Nye is one of the lead science, whatever it's not science, but
communicators.
Communicators, yeah.
The TV guy?
It's like the top priest, yeah.
Yeah, I feel you. Well, thank you guys so much. I'm gonna get back to work. I'll be popping in every time for time.
All right. Cool.
Take care.
I'm gonna
have your
to my friend here.
Have your boss make his own account and come in.
In fact, I think he already has one, but I don't think he's joined this Discord. But yeah, I'll have him.
Yeah.
Freaking ISS.
Probably a couple thousand presuppositions before you could get to the ISS, starting with the radius claim. How does that go when you're like waking up in the morning, you're presupposing what your wife is like thinking or doing and making shit up? See how that works at home.
Next thing you know, you end up with a sex robot neighbor or some shit.
Exactly, man. No objective reality. Wow. Yep, Pagus is a legend.
And not in a good way.
I was going to say, and not necessarily a legend that you want to look up to. Oh, there's some wires there. Uh-oh.
That's actually space debris. I'm hearing wires, and I'm thinking ISS wires.
They say this is a SpaceX wire. But
The ISS must be full of viruses and bacteria. There's no airflow, no grounding. Oh.
I'm sure, GMC, they have a meticulous cleaning program and repair schedule and everything. They keep everything up to date up there, so don't worry about them being healthy on the ISS.
Yeah, there's a Mexican lady cleaning the inside of the ISS.
There you go.
she's probably a part of the cleaning event.
How
Maybe
long
she
does
was hired. Maybe
how
she
long
was
does
hired by the cleaning event. I'm sorry.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Trust me, what I was gonna say is nothing intelligent. I was just gonna say I wonder how long a fart lingers in the ISS. Can you imagine?
Or the moisture, like on the bulkheads and stuff, with all those wires hanging all around.
What
Well,
if you have
supposedly they
explosive
have
diarrhea
dehumidifier.
while you're on ISS? That
Well,
would be bad.
sorry.
Go ahead, Trace. Mine was stupid anyway.
All good. I just wanted to add, supposedly they have dehumidifiers because they're so concerned about the water that they have to get all the water back because they're net negative on water because they use the water to get oxygen. So now they have like dirty water which they can't reuse after they've split it. So they're net negative on water and they don't have any methane scrubbers. They have CO2 scrubbers, and they vet that out supposedly. So they're constantly losing gas. It's a mess.
I couldn't help but think about when you said recycling the dirty water. I'm like, what? Are they recycling it into the coffee, toilet coffee? Or what are they doing with that?
I don't know. I never heard what they do with the leftovers from electrolysis.
They're making some special tea, coffee, and meals with it. Some tasty stuff. You never tried that before.
Sounds like you guys are kind of doubtful about the science that's being performed up there in the ISS.
Oh, come on. Every time you see an astronaut interview, they're doing all kinds of science. They're doing some science over here and science there. And they're always sciencing, man. They're too busy.
Yeah.
They never specifically say what they're doing, but they are doing science. They've assured us of that.
Just thinking about the ISS is doing science, probably.
They're doing sciences in the ISSs. They cannot be too specific about it because you're not a rocket scientist, so you wouldn't understand.
Mm-hmm. Look, I saw a one-man band in space. Look at that little gif. Look at that. Must be real. Uh-oh. That scuba tank looks real. Hmm. Right there.
I know everybody else already said it a lot, but I just saw Lulu's name. I just want to throw in my condolences and prayers to Rob Skiba. We lost a valiant truth warrior, in my opinion. R.I.P.
Yeah, I appreciated Rob's content even before he was a flat earther. He was always very, very well spoken and had a lot of good research. So it's a great loss for us and the world in general.
Agreed.
Yeah, he'll never be forgotten. Rob, if you're out there somewhere, oh no, I'm not supposed to ask for that. Never mind. He probably knows some answers that we don't now. Now
Yeah,
he knows the
possibly,
whole.
right?
He probably knows the whole truth now. Think about that.
Possibly that might be what happens. Who knows?
I like to think of it that way. That we pass through and we learn everything that we had only questioned before.
Yeah, I hear you, Sonny. I like to think of it as a better place, whatever that is. Something beyond this earthly realm, for sure.
Well, also, I think we may find out the truth about Earth at that point. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Hello, mic check.
Yep.
All right, cool. Just quiet, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
No
Just a
globers.
moment of silence for Rob.
Oh, what happened with Rob?
Rob Skiba passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ooh. Yeah, sorry.
But we can talk about some more happy things. How you doing, Master Chief?
I'm doing pretty good. I got a question for you guys. Actually, this is regarding with me and Sunny. Um, if you guys haven't already got on your phone the TikTok app, you should download that app and follow your Flat Earth band, uh, your boy Sunny and I over here, and support us, guys.
I can do that. I don't have TikTok.
Sweet, bro. That'd be awesome, man. Yeah, we got the Flat Earth band. We're called Universal Outbreak, man. We're gonna outbreak this Earth about this universe that they think is a universe. It's just funny, man. But we got a couple songs already been practicing that we've been putting down. And yeah, we got more songs practicing. And then we got some songs that we've written down too, and we're trying to exactly, Sonny. So like um yeah, man, support it, help support it, support us, bro. That would be awesome. Get a whole bunch of flat earthers supporting us. And then guess what? And then once we have 1,000 followers, like we get 1,000 followers, we can go on live, and then like we can
Do live streams. Yeah.
yeah, do live streams and stream live music and stuff, and do some flat earth smacking, bro. Oh yeah, you know what? Let me put it down. Yow. Hold up. I'll put the link down.
So Enoch, I started tuning. I found a chromatic tuner on Android at the Play Store rather, and I loaded a chromatic tuner called Universal Tuner, and you can change the A from 440 to 432. So I started tuning. It has a different sound. It's easier on the ear. So I suggest we start doing that.
No way, for real?
It's only slightly lower too. You would be surprised. But once you get a tuner, that's the one I saw. It says Universal Tuner because you can use it for ukulele, violin, like piano. You could use it for anything actually. But this one you'd use it for guitar and you put it on
Oh shit, I put it in the wrong one.
440 instead of 440 for A, you put 432 and then you just tune it regularly and it'll tune it to 432 hertz. Yeah. Sounds better, man. It has a more
Yeah, I'm gonna
natural
post it. My
ring
bad. I
to it.
posted in the wrong spot. Hold up, hold up. I don't know why I just sent that. Hold up.
Want me to erase it?
Yes, please. I'm trying to.
Just grab that link, Enoch. No problem.
There we go. I think that's it right there.
So, Sonny, can you explain the whole thing about what's the conspiracy behind changing the frequency on that anyway?
Well, apparently in the 30s, and I think it's the late 30s, they changed they changed the entire tuning scheme. They went to 440 for A, and it used to be 432.
What's
So
the end game
432 hertz is more aligned with the human frequency and also the Earth's resonation.
Okay, kind of throw us off kilter a little bit, maybe.
Mm-hmm. It's more 440 is more chaotic.
There you go. Okay. That's what I thought it was. I just wanted to hear musicians say that.
Well, it's interesting that 432, it backwards it's like 234, which is like a progression, which seems a little bit more harmonic. I don't know if that's weird to say, but
It might be related to 369 as well, which I've discussed with Truth Prevails.
yep, numbers.
Just another little piece to throw people off their natural harmony, generally speaking, right?
Probably so. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, come help your flat earthers out on TikTok, man, and spread awareness. Expose it.
I've never even once looked at TikTok. I can't even keep up with YouTube, but I'm an old fuddy-duddy.
Oh yeah, like I mean, so I'm like a creator on there. I had like 30.5, like I said, but anyway, the account was removed. They had so many they banned it because I had so many haters report my account, and they just, because of all the reports, they banned my account. But now that I'm starting up two new accounts, and one is on the ban, the Flat Earth ban called Universal Outbreak, and the other one is called the Flower Power Show. And yeah, I'm just trying to get all the flat earthers to come and help support us, and it, and I'm not asking you guys to make an account, and you guys have to make make videos as well. But whenever you want to post up things, if you got a business on there, if you need help trying to bring up your business on there, like I can also help with that too as well. Tell you, if you need help uh like setting up your account, you can talk to me, ask me if you got any questions, I can answer them. But it's definitely a good way to if you have a business, if you sell things, if you make things, or if you create things, you can go on there and share your business out there.
That sounds good, man. I got one question. They actually tell you that they banned you because of people complaining about what you were saying? They actually said that?
No, they banned my account because I got haters reporting my live streams when I do my live streams. And it was mostly people that I would go, because I knew it was haters, because I would go and I would talk like and send messages on their accounts because they were the Flower Power Show. It's called the Flower Power Show, Jim. Um, but I was messaging the haters like, you guys gotta stop like uh like they would like post up stupid stuff, man. And I was just talking bad about them, like bad about what they were doing. And then they were sending me messages back like, mind your own business, stop being negative. I'm like, bro, you're over there at Walmart making a mess out of things and getting in their face, doing stupid shit on TikTok, and you think it's like, and you're getting a lot of like follows for all that bullshit. That's man, I don't know, man. The people that see people that do stupid shit on there and then they get a million follows, bro, is so dumb to me, man. So dumb. I don't know why they get so many millions of follows and so many millions of likes for doing stupid shit. For being in somebody's face when they're supposed to be giving them, when they're supposed to have their distance. I'm sorry.
Let's just say it's good business for TikTok for that to happen.
It was
Yeah, man, I'm totally with you. And one of the things that I kind of think is cool about TikTok is that uh, everyone has a phone, and so it's kind of accessible to everyone.
Right.
So it seems more like grassroots. Like I see regular people more than you would see like on YouTube. So you do have a wider audience. Uh, but it is frustrating, definitely, to see all the comments and all the negativity there. So I guess I would say, do what you're doing. Like, just focus on the people that do care. I'm sure that you get some positive vibes there from some people. So at least something.
Yeah, no. Like I got some followers that stand by my side, man, that are with me all the way, bro. That's like this dude's talking some real stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I got some people that stand behind me, and I'm just
That's
trying to
sick.
get
That's
more.
awesome.
Yeah, so like now that the haters, dude, it was like 130.5 haters, bro, in that account, like following me, and they would spread my account and just they would like put laughing emojis on my videos when I was like being serious, and I'm like, oh my goodness, you're gonna laugh at a moment that a person's trying to express something that's serious, and I know they want me to like go like yeah, I know they want me to like make a video on their comment, but I only make a video on certain comments that are like I do find a little bit more disturbing than other comments. But now it's just like now that I got these two new accounts, and it's not like filled up with haters. I'm just trying to get more people that are actually on the same side as me, that actually like, you know what, this dude knows what he's talking about. Like these people come at me so foul, bro, and try to, how do you say it? They take their stupidity and they try to put it on you and make it look like you're stupid, but it's not you that's stupid, it's them.
Yep. That's our the thing about Flyer that's like we're looked at as dumb, but it's like if they were on this side and they could see our point of view, they'd understand that it actually takes a lot more to question stuff than just to accept everything. So I don't know, it's just weird the situation that we're in, and until we at least get more like people on our side, which it seems like it's happening little by little, right? Like they're only losing and we're only gaining people. So it's kind of a waiting game, but with all the roadblocks that they keep throwing with all of this stuff going on, I don't know. It just I don't even know what to think
Right.
about that. And I was gonna ask you, can you have more than one account? Like I have a personal account and I don't want to mix it with some like other stuff that I like activism that I'd want to do. Is it pretty easy to make an account or do you need like a phone number? Because I only have one. I haven't made another one.
Well, you can make multiple accounts. Like for me, I have 3 accounts because one is the Flower Power Show, which is based on like my thoughts and ideas of what I want to express about and talk about. And it's also because of the fact that I am powered by flower. I use cannabis. And it's called the Flower Power Show. And I don't have everything based on my Tourette's awareness, but like it's just my life, like how I'm growing up, like growing used to going, living my life with having Tourette's, you know. And And also, so the second account is Universal Outbreak, which is the band which me and Sunny that I've created for Sunny and I. So we got that going. And then my third account is for my Master Chief. This, of course, you see here, I'm Master Chief. So I live stream on Twitch. Uh, and I also have on Twitch the Flower Power Show as well. And I live stream Halo 5. So I'm a gamer and an entrepreneur. I sell my coffee on there.
Well, yeah, you can monetize all of that stuff, right? Like the playing games, like if that's something you enjoy to do, well, if you record yourself and other people enjoy watching you, then you can make some money. There's like different ways that people can monetize the stuff that they like. And I was even thinking I wanted to make because I do 3D printing and I have a bunch of like spare 3D prints that I would want to like sell online. So I was thinking just making a TikTok, showing myself playing with them, and then just making like a free website where you can have like a store and just sell them there. I don't know, just as a little
Dude,
side
that would
business
be
because I do that for fun
awesome.
anyway.
No,
Yeah,
dude,
that
that
kind of
would
stuff
be
would be
fucking
cool.
awesome. You
I even
make
want to
that
do like
account.
3D prints. Yeah, like 3D prints that are like flat Earth related, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Anything.
Dude, that would be fucking dope. You know, you make your account and you show them what you're doing, bro, and then send me your account and I'm gonna follow you and spread it to my friends.
For sure, dude. I got to make a new account. If it's just like all I need is like an email, then I'll just make a new site and play around with that. And even I need ideas from people because I can come up with some like basic ideas, but if I can show something to you or to anyone and they could be like, "Oh, add this or add something else," then we can like jump off of each other's ideas, and I can create some like 3D print emblem or something that could be like 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and I can send it to you guys or something. I don't know. Just thinking out
Yeah,
loud as
that
to
would,
what else we
dude.
can do to like unite and create more stuff. I don't know.
No, dude, that is dope, and that's how it all begins. That's how it starts. You know what I mean?
Exactly. We have a big community here, and I think we can all work off of each other's stuff. And yeah, I definitely want to do activism on TikTok for flat Earth stuff, even if it's just playing like Kai's and Austin's song in the background, just skateboarding. I don't even have to say anything; just play their like a good flat Earth song in the background and put it on TikTok. Like, I don't have to say anything.
Yeah, dude. And then you know what? And then also when we get more people on there, Sunny and I will be doing some traveling, bro, and play some music. You know what I mean? Some band travel, dude. And we're gonna write our we're gonna we already have a couple songs written down. We just gotta put some music to them, right, Sunny? Am I speaking too fast? Am I speaking too much, Sunny? Yeah.
No, no, it's all right. Yeah, I was just looking at some of my notes today, so there's some of my own lyrics that I think we can work on, and I've actually heard you. We've actually worked on some of Enoch's Flat Earth tunes, and yeah, we just need to develop those as well. But we probably have 30 songs or 40, maybe 30 or 4. Well, generally about 20 right now.
I mean, yeah. I mean, we gotta take it slow, Sonny. I mean,
I know, bro. I know we're going hardcore. Sometimes you gotta pull it back and go like, okay, only just these 3 songs, and that's it. Let's just work these
right,
3.
bro. Because and I don't want us to feel overwhelmed. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I was feeling that after the last 2 weekends. I'm going,
I know.
damn.
I felt.
I'm
I did
beat up,
too.
man. I'm not used to that kind of walking, playing, like standing for hours, but it's great. I mean, I'm not putting it down. It didn't hurt me, it's just I feel a little
Worn out.
sore from all the activity. Yeah.
I know, and I'm a young buck, so it's like I have all this energy.
Yeah.
I
And
have
I
one
know it.
question for Enoch and Sunny. Have you guys seen? There's a guy on YouTube called Dom Whitting, the guy that like rides on a bike in like England or something.
Hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
what he does is really cool. He's like a DJ guy, but he goes on his bike and he DJs while he rides his bike, and he gets a crew of people behind him while he's riding his bike. Dude, it's badass. Please type it in on YouTube when you get a chance and you have a little bit of time. Dom Whitting, and you'll see like yeah.
How do you spell that? How do you spell that?
DON, I think.
Dom.
WHITTING. And so something like that would be cool if we can get a crew of like people that are, you know, flat earthers. We can throw on some really cool flat earth tracks and have someone on a microphone and just pass it around with people that are on the bikes and just go through like a boardwalk, and we don't have to be static so they can't get us. Just thinking out loud, because I'm also here in California, so, and I ride bikes, so I'd be down to do stuff like that.
Yeah, we ride bikes too. Easy.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like something like this would be hilarious just to do, even if it's just one ride, just to get it in tape. I think it'd be an interesting project to work on or to think about.
Yeah, check this out. Like, I have an electric bike. I even have a trailer. I could put all the guitars and everything in the trailer and go right and do a mobile show. Enoch, what do you say on that? We could record a live show while traveling, go on the bikes and stop and then play.
Dude, I'm totally down to do that.
Yep. That'd be fun.
Yo, what's up, flatties? So, Enoch and Sonny, you guys should do it by the Staples Center in Los Angeles. I would
By the
totally
what?
go, man.
By the what?
Well, we need to get a vehicle first to go there.
What?
We need to get a car first to get there, bro.
Well,
Right.
I don't know. Not necessarily. I mean, it would be difficult, but you could put the bikes. The bikes can go on the Amtrak too, but I don't know about the trailer. That's a little more difficult. We would need a place to like hold up once we got there overnight. You know, for a couple nights probably. It's a long ways away from home, LA.
Yeah, be right back.
I have relatives. I have relatives in LA, but I wouldn't want to stay with them.
I'm sure you wouldn't want to stay in LA in general, bro, because the traffic here is ass, bro.
Well, I know I grew up there. I learned how to drive. I learned how to drive in LA, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well,
Are you
I
a
drove
crazy
in
driver?
Missouri. No, I drove in Missouri too when I was since I was like 11 or 12, but that's different.
I see. All right.
No, I'm a good driver. I used to drive a 10,000 gallon fuel truck at LAX.
That's what's up, bro. He's like, LA drivers, bro, they're fucking crazy.
Yeah, I couldn't handle it now. I don't know if I could deal with it now. It's been so many years. I'm sure it's just incrementally worse than it was.
Oh, it is, bro. Way worse than it was.
So I'd almost rather be on a bicycle taking side streets than the freeway. Especially once you get there, you could be 4 hours stuck in traffic for 4 hours just trying to get across town.
This is true. Because I've been in that traffic, man, where it's so fucking bad. Like, the cars wouldn't even move, bro.
Check it out. Check it out in that 4 hours. I could ride from Santa Monica all the way to downtown LA in probably an hour on a bicycle.
Yeah, man, I think the bicycle is the way to go for sure. Plus, it's healthy for you.
Yeah.
Sonny, have you heard of Critical Mass in San Diego?
No. Is that a bike riding group or something?
No, it was a few years back. There was a group of people that would, I think it was the last Friday for every month, all the bike riders would go down and get together. I don't know if they do that still, but when I was going to school over there, I would go with my friends and go do the Critical Mass, and in Halloween it was actually crazy because everyone had all the Christmas lights and everything.
Lights
it was pretty wild.
Yeah, I've actually seen that here. Yeah, I do remember seeing it. Not lately though. That's true. I used to see it a lot.
Yeah, I when I moved away, I just stopped going to that, and I wonder if they ever did it again. It was so much fun.
These people in the audience don't know what we're talking about. Okay, critical mass is when you have 200 or 300 bike riders, and they all go in the same route, and you literally take over the entire streets, all the streets, like.
Yep, you start
in
in San Diego. You start right at the Balboa Park, which is actually a historical place for the Panama Exposition of the 1914 or something like that. So
1915, yeah, and in
1915, yeah.
1930. I think there was one in 1930 also there.
Yeah, right there. You start the bike ride right there. You go across the bridge, and then whoever's first is actually who takes the lead, and whoever's behind is just riding along. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Isn't critical mass got to do with how much atmosphere we need for it to be its own container? Like once it reaches the critical mass, you know?
I initially thought of critical mass as they talk about a black hole. Like critical mass, it reaches critical mass, and then they tell us that story that they told us about how a teaspoon would weigh 10 tons or something like that.
Yeah, retarded.
Like critical mass is when a sun gets to the point where it's so dense and so compact that it starts turning into a black hole.
Because of magic.
And other cartoons.
Or it's just the mass of the Earth, or the mass of the atmosphere, as they always say. It's just the weight of the atmosphere holding it down. It's like the critical amount of mass needed for the atmosphere to hold itself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could see them using
have anything to do with the gentleman earlier was talking about with the black sun and how you can't measure it with radio waves because it would absorb it?
Yeah, Indio yesterday was talking about that. Mm-hmm.
So basically, the sun turns into a black, just getting cold.
I don't know. You'd have to ask Indio about what. We were actually talking about something slightly different, but yeah.
Okay.
And the sun could actually be cold, and we could just be at a focal point where heat is a byproduct of that focal point. So the way that you put your hand in front of a magnifying glass, you don't feel the heat, but focus that light into a point, and suddenly you're burning paper.
Right. You'll burn your hand if you move it to that focal point. Exactly.
Right.
But you could touch the lens, and it would be cold.
Yeah, most times it's like ice cold, but yet it's burning paper on the other end.
Yeah. Very good point.
Has anybody done that with moonlight yet? Frozen anything? I remember it being talked about a few years ago, but I didn't hear anything of it.
Moonlight is different from sunlight.
The moonlight is colder, but it's not ice cold. So it's several degrees lower than what we'd anticipate to actually see. When you magnify it, it does get cooler, but I don't think that they've been able to get it to like freezing point.
Okay. Because I remember somebody talking about doing that in an experiment. And I remember watching some videos on people building these magnifying objects, and it's just this massive thing, and you could stick a board in the middle of it, and it would just, light up.
It's really peculiar that they haven't identified that they are different lights. In concentrated solar, where you use a parabolic mirror to reflect all the sunlight into one central location, you can generate up to 2,500 degrees Celsius from general sunlight that we experience as maybe 90 degrees Fahrenheit. So the amplification or the magnitude that we can increase the temperature by using sunlight should be proportional with moonlight, in that if we were to focus it by the same amount, we should be able to actually get it really, really low. But even if it was sunlight and you focused it, if it was 5% of the temperature of daytime sunlight, and then you did that same parabolic mirror curve, you should still be at 5% of that 2,000 degrees Celsius. And there's no evidence that the moon ever can be magnified or concentrated to generate heat. And the people out there that are being paid to study this shit aren't peculiar.
Well, I remember listening to a recording, like, I don't know, sometime in 2018. The guy was talking about how he had went and worked for the government on some project, and they had a couple of experiments where they were trying to get photon to pass through a wave, and the guy was like, well, if you just make the photon wave, you can get it to go through. And he actually made the experiment work, and then the supervisor called him into his office and was like, look, we're here to get money, we're not here to answer questions. And the guy was like, well, I don't know if I can do this anymore. And so he ended up quitting that job. But I don't remember what it was about. I don't remember where it was, so I can't cite it. I wish I could. You know, I've thought about the sun and the moon being opposite of each other. And they got me thinking on plants, because during the nighttime, plants make carbon dioxide from oxygen, and during the day, they make oxygen from carbon dioxide. Like, I'm wondering if all that's happening is the sun and the moon are changing the polarity in the air, and the plants are changing their current flow, like alternating current. And then breathing is just alternating current. When you're using CPR, you're using direct current.
Wow, that's a nice thought. I was chatting to someone about something similar the other day, about how everything in this realm is duality by nature, or dualistic by nature. So you've got high tide that comes in and low tide that goes out. You breathe in, you breathe out. You've got day and you've got night. You've got hot and you've got cold. Everything is about these opposites, the positive and negative terminal in a battery, the high pressure to low pressure. It's very dualistic, even to the point where there's pain and suffering and happiness, and you almost can't have the happiness without the pain and the suffering. It is, some people see it as quite a like a mean creation. Like, why do we have to have the bad things? Why can't it only be daylight, and we only have happiness, and we only have warm temperatures? But in this realm, I started doing a bit of research about this whole dualistic, or this idea of these opposites, and it actually, from a philosophical standpoint, goes back centuries. And they were always looking for a way to unify the opposites through the middle path. And they described that when you figure out how to unify the opposites in yourself, so when you can tame the monster and also not be a pushover, and you're unifying it into a central blend of both the strength and weaknesses in yourself, that like real progress is achieved. But it's like one of those philosophical questions like squaring the circle. They ask and pose the question a lot: how do you unify the opposites of this duality? How do you unify the day and the night? How do you unify the tide? Now you're talking about it as current flow. I've never thought of it like that. But in terms of plants, they've got things underneath their leaves called stomata, the little gaps in the cells. During daytime, when the sun is effectively harsh, the plant closes those stomata to prevent loss of moisture. Then at nighttime, when the sun's gone, it opens up those to then breathe and expel all the built up carbon dioxide. So they say that it's a photo sensitive effect, that due to the light and the heat, it either contracts or constricts or opens those little stomata holes on the underside of the leaf. And why they say you shouldn't put plants and stuff inside of a hospital room, because like you say, at nighttime it is going to release some of that carbon dioxide which it was converting. But I'm not sure how that can be potentially current flow, unless when the one current is flowing, those holes are open, and when another current's flowing, those holes are closed.
I don't know any fancy words to get out what I was thinking.
Maybe it's changes in the ether, like some kind of directional thing that activates this change in potential. Could be something in the ether or up. Yeah, I don't know how else you'd describe it. That activates these plants to do the things they're doing. But I believe there is something electrostatic or electromagnetic in nature about them. Obviously, they're attached to a electromagnetic plane, or whatever you want to call, grounded.
Hey, sorry, can I add on that, please? So so I do agree with you, Sonny, that the plants do have some sort of electromagnetic thing in them, right? Because you could grow.
Well, I'm kind of I am kind of speculating.
No, but that is a fact, Sonny.
It is.
When they grow plants under electromagnetic influences, they can grow like they're receiving light.
Right.
So just by growing a plant next to a speaker that's got a electromagnetic influence, the plant will start to grow towards the speaker, even though it's not emitting light.
There you go.
You could. It works for my. All right, go ahead. Here you go, sir.
That's where I get my. We
All right,
are
have a good day, man.
We're living in a in fluid, right? Like the properties of air, you got a whole bunch of fluid dynamics going on. Turbulence in the air under smoke looks the same as turbulence in the water in dye. The change in the polarity in the air would just be like changing the polarity in a car battery, causing the current flow to go in a different direction, which is making the plants open and close, like he was describing, from night and day. Then it would be sound related. Like whenever they still had that map generator where you could look at like air water jet streams for the undersea currents, and you got your air jet streams. and it takes it from the Mercator map or whatever map, and you can change it into the azimuthal equidistant projection map. Before they shut that down, I looked at the tidal nodes, and the tidal nodes looked like one of those plates people pour sand on, and they change the hertz to 430 hertz, and the sand settles in certain areas where it's not vibrating from the motion.
You're talking about cymatics.
Yeah. The if the plant is growing towards a speaker as if it was growing towards light, then light is more like a sound, or it's
Electromagnetic by nature, correct.
right.
And it even gets weirder. Like, there was a documentary from that British guy who does all the documentaries, Richard Attenborough. And they developed technology to try and measure the frequency of flowers. And what they found is that a flower that's already had its pollen removed from it stopped emitting a sound. Then they started to watch the behavior of bees. So when a bee's flying over a flower and there's no pollen, the flower doesn't send a communication to the bee. But the bee knows exactly which flower to land on, which does have pollen, because of this electromagnetic handshake. Once that flower has now had its pollen depleted, it instantly stops giving off that a frequency. They were using an oscilloscope to try and figure out what frequencies they were generating, and then to try and sort of fool the bees by mimicking that same sound and getting the bees to come all land on their equipment. So that documentary showed almost as though the plants are singing to the animals and the animals can hear it. And we're just completely outside of that spectrum.
Yeah, there's
So we've
they
got,
see some of the plants and flower petals they've got on the UV spectrum where they can literally they stick out like sore thumbs from other flowers.
exactly. It's almost like landing runways, directing
Yeah.
the insect towards the pollen.
Plus, they come back and they explain exactly where, when, and how much stuff is in these flowers when they come back and they do their little dance. The entire language of bees is supposedly being worked out, where they can, and they actually done this experiment, well, in air quotes experiment, but they gave the bees in the colony different substances, and when they gave them cocaine, the bee would come back and exaggerate how much stuff was in the flowers. It would come back and say, "Oh man, there's like all this shit," and the bee would come back and overrate the actual amount of stuff that is found, and just because they were on cocaine, which I found quite hilarious.
Yeah, and then their honeycomb patterns were really crazy when they were on different drugs. They would either
The
create long
alcohol,
straight lines or not create hexagonal patterns at all.
supposedly on the alcohol, the webs, like the patterns, were like all over the place. Like there was no like synergy between any of it. None of it linked into the rest. They're just all over the place, man.
Yeah, that was the spider experiments, a little bit different to the bee ones.
All right,
But
spiders. Sorry. Yeah,
it
man,
makes sense. But it makes sense. Like, you wouldn't want insects to all be landing on the same flower that's already depleted of its pollen. Think
Yeah.
about how much wasted energy that would be. And
But then again, could plants possibly deliberately give off false positives? So like the bees are still coming and pollinating, but the flowers are really bullshitting just to get pollinated.
yeah, especially the carnivorous species of plants.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
give off signals to attract animals that then die inside the plant, and then they dissolve the nitrogen to actually get their fertilizer from the protein.
I know the Venus flytrap secretes like a sort of sugary type substance and beside its little trigger hairs. I've had Venus flytraps quite a few times, but they don't seem to live in Scotland. Even in a house, a warm house, they just die off quickly.
Yeah. Also, with those fly traps, we like to think of them as toys, so we just go and trigger them. Generally, what happens with the fly trap is that each trap can only trigger 2 to 3 times. So if you go and play with it and trigger all the traps, it's got like one more chance to actually get nitrogen to grow. So what I found is that when you get a Venus flytrap and leave it, like completely leave it alone, you give it water from time to time, but you don't interact with it, it multiplies and grows vigorous. But like when you go and watch it every day, but
Well,
also
bro,
over.
I used to actually physically feed them. Like I would deliberately, like I'd catch a fly or even a spider in the house, and I would trigger the little hairs like 3 or 4 times, however many it takes to shut, and then I would be so I was making sure the Venus flytraps were getting fed, but they still just died off, man.
Do you make sure the fly traps release the I forgot what's called, like the acid or something that dissolves the insect that allows it to be digested? You make sure you did that or not?
I don't know, man. I just because every time I bought one from the same shop, they were always in good health. They looked really nice and green, and the red was all like it was vibrant colours. But like literally within a week or two, it started deteriorating, and the same thing happened every time. So after like a couple of them failed, I managed to start feeding them, like just physically feeding them and trapping the insect inside. But still, they just died off. So I wasn't sure what to do after that, man. This was in the
Yeah,
days before smartphones and internet. Somebody's making a hell of a lot of noise.
Move it.
Carl, that's you, bro.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Carl.
Is this Pencil speaking?
Carl, you're making a hell of a lot of noise, bro.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm at work, but Pencil, but you can hear me?
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was just like crackling.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But
All right, bro.
I wanted to add that. Yeah, I think your plant's probably not digesting the food properly because because when the fly moves inside the plant, right, and it
Right.
struggles against the Venus flytrap, the Venus
Right, and
flytrap
that secretes
releases
the
more.
stuff.
Yeah,
Right,
it
I get
releases
you.
more of it.
Right,
Yeah,
mate.
yeah.
Yeah,
So it
well,
could be
no,
that.
I wasn't killing the bug before I put it in. I was just capturing it, like you know how flies like to like headbutt the window constantly. So I'd just catch it, and then I would trigger hold the insect, the fly in my hand, and trigger the hairs using my fingers. Wait till it clasped down, and then I'd let go of it. So it was still buzzing around inside. I wasn't killing it. I
Okay.
wasn't giving it dead. It wasn't like I was giving it dead food.
Huh. I don't know. This might sound stupid, but maybe like certain regions of this Earth releases like different frequencies, right? And maybe
Yeah,
some plants can only survive in these certain frequencies. If it doesn't, the plant will
possibly.
die. Yeah,
Depending
that's
on
something.
the because
What?
obviously they're within the human resonance, but obviously there's different parts, highs and lows. I used to have a site that told you how high the human resonance like fluctuated all over the world. That tell you the differences, and that supposedly, can you remember Marlena when she was a moderator here? She used to say that it was her that actually gave me the website, and when you check it, she used to tell me that people would come in to VC check-in more often from areas that the human resonance is at its peak. So that sort of corroborated where people would come from depending on their. Bro, you're going to have to stop that noise, man.
Sorry, what?
Carl, you're making fucking
California,
hefty
just go on
noise,
mute.
bro.
Sorry. Go
Just go on
ahead.
mute
Sorry.
if you're not speaking.
He knows the crack, bro. He's been here longer than me.
California, just mute yourself. It sounds like your mic is scratching on something.
Wait, still? I literally muted myself. What the hell? Sorry. Hold on. Can
You're
somebody
all right,
server
man.
mute me, please? Because I'm at work.
Bro.
I can't touch my phone.
One
So
sec. Just give me a shout when you want unmuted, bro.
sure. Thank you.
Cool, bro. One sec. Shit.
Someone got that? I can mute him.
Yeah, I've got it, man.
Oh, sorry.
It just took me a bit of time to get into my iPad, tablet.
No worries.
But I've also had many Venus flytraps, and the story that you've described is, I'm sure, very similar to most of us that have had it. That the little pads get
Yeah,
smaller and smaller, and then eventually it just dies
yeah,
out. The way that I understood it, or the way that I got one to stay alive for about 3 years, was,
yeah.
like I say, with each trap triggering, you've got to think of it as energy lost, and that
Right,
energy return to it needs to always be equivalent.
right. Yeah,
Secondly, the fly trap cannot absorb anything from its roots, can only absorb from those pads. And like the other
what
guy
about
said,
water?
if a dead animal fell onto one of the pads and it did trigger, it would tend to notice that there's no more movement and then reopen, but you've already
Right, right.
wasted all that energy.
Get you,
So
man.
with some of my first ones, I would catch dead insects, any insect. I thought, well, I'll just trigger it a few times, get it to shut, and it's obviously going to work.
Yeah, man.
And then what you find is that pad starts to rot because it wasn't producing the enzyme to dissolve the bacteria. But yeah, it's a fascinating plant. If you like carnivorous plants, then look at
Yeah.
like a trumpet flower. That's a lot easier to keep alive, and you just drop something into the trumpet. The insect
Yeah, all right, I've
dissolves
seen them, man.
regardless.
Yeah. There's ones that catch fucking mice and spiders and like huge tarantulas and everything, man.
Correct. It's an amazing family of
Yeah,
plants.
man. That always used to make me think back when I was a globehead that was just another part of the evolution that we could see all around us. And then like horseshoe crabs, because I believed literally every single bullshit story of the globe and everything encompassing it. I believed every single bit of it, man. Like if somebody said scientists say or scientists have proven, that was it for me. I was happy to accept it and basically talk about it to people like I knew what the fuck I was talking about. I used to go, it takes 8.5 minutes for the photons to leave the sun's surface to reach your eye. Because so when we're looking at the sun in the daytime, we're actually looking back in time. And people would be like, wow, you're so fucking intelligent. No, you're not, man. You're a complete fucking imbecile. Yeah.
You know, what's incredible about those pitcher plants? I can't remember the species of it, but there's like a small bush rat. I don't know if it's a rat or like a lemur or something like that, but it uses those as a bathroom, as a
Oh
toilet.
no,
Yeah,
I've seen that,
correct.
bro. Yeah, I've seen that as well,
It
man.
produces
And I
a
think the
sticky.
the plant
Yeah, it produces
gets the
like a
goodness
honey
out of it
for
as
it.
well, eh? The plant
Yeah,
gets some benefit from the urine.
yeah.
Yeah, I dropped a
Probably.
picture of one of my pitcher plants in the voice text. You can see
Oh
a
wow.
wasp feeding off there's sweet nectar around the rim. And usually the bugs
Yeah.
will get up on that rim and they'll fall down into the
Then they
pitcher
slip
and they
in.
can't get
Yeah.
back out. Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's cool as fuck. Look at that wasp, mate. See if I seen that wasp flying towards me, bro, I would be fucking back flipping away. Jesus
It's
Christ.
a paper wasp, not a mud dauber, right?
Right, yeah, it makes a like a
Man,
paper.
see the wasps that we get in Scotland, bro, honestly, they're tiny little fuckers, but they're evil little bastards, man. When it comes close to the end of the season, they'll just attack you for no reason at all, man.
Yeah,
Well, these things are about
wasps
as
don't mess
long
around.
as, like, take your finger and like you have the knuckle where your hand is, then you have the first knuckle and second knuckle, right? So you have two knuckles, the short distance, then a little bit longer distance, which would be called an inch. Um, so that's about how big those things are, is about an inch long.
Well, we get these other things as well. Like up north's the only place I've seen them, but we get hornets, and they don't look like the hornets that I've seen on like the Discovery Channel or shit. These things look like the wasps that we get, but on steroids. They look like they've got fucking horns, and they're pure. They look butch, man. They look like they're killing machines. Swear, man, terrifying. I would jump out a moving car and drop and roll. I swear if I seen one. Yeah, fuck wasps, man.
When I was growing up in Missouri, my dad would take me to one of his friends out in the country. He had hundreds of acres out there. And anyway, so I would see around his buildings in the summer, these wasps were 3 inches long, 4 inches long. They were freaking giant. To me, as a little
Oh
kid,
man.
they looked like they were a half a foot long, but they were
Yeah,
probably
man.
3 and 4 inches. They were, I would say, at least 6 times larger than any other wasp I've ever seen.
Do you guys think these
Yeah,
have been
man.
like genetically modified? Because you know about like
Yeah, probably.
Palm Island, right?
No, this was also spiders. Like when I was a kid, I saw
Oh,
these spiders coming out from underneath this crack in one of the buildings. Like, oh my God, this thing like jumped out and it was as big as it was bigger than my hand as I was a child. It was bigger than my
oh,
hand.
I would absolutely hate to live in a country that's got all these exotic, murderous
I don't
fucking
know where these
insects.
things came from. Man, literally, check it out. So in the same place, me and my little sister, we would get up in the morning and get a chair so we could get up and get to the food in the morning, like the cereal. So we were coming down the hall one morning, and there's this giant ant coming down the hall right towards us. A giant ant. We both got up on the chair, and it came up to the chair and was like climbed up part of the way on the chair, just on its hind legs, and like was all looking at us and the feelers moving. It was a giant, and it started going back down, started making noises, started running back down the hall, and I took the broom and I slid it like a missile at this thing. I still remember that to this day. It scared the daylights out of us. So I don't know what that
Yeah,
actually was. Some kind of grub? I don't know. I don't know what that was.
Huge. Yeah, fuck that shit, man. Terrible.
So I
Like
just ran
Australia,
across
man.
something. Apparently, Walmart filed for a patent for artificial bees to pollinate because there's a problem with bees. So they're coming up with tiny robotic bees.
Oh my
It'll
God,
be all
they're gonna
I
screw
think it'll be
everything
all
up.
the
Yeah.
electromagnetic frequencies that's everywhere that's messing with the bees, I think. And then
Yeah, I
you've got
wouldn't
the
be surprised.
Africanized honeybee. They're obviously messing with them at the genetic level as well, man.
Yeah, there's articles from 2018, so they probably already have the patent out there.
Oh, of course. And they would have been experimenting before they even brought it to the public's eye. Like they've been obsessed with messing with genetics and prolonging genetics back since
Yeah.
the Egyptians, man. They've been basically trying to like keep DNA since the Egyptians' time. So God knows what they're actually up to, man.
Mm-hmm. You're right. Remember,
You could
wasn't that in the
imagine what they've got.
wasn't it in the
Man, imagine what they've
2000s?
got underground.
I'm sorry, Speak. I'm sorry,
No,
Speak.
you're all right, bro. No, I was just saying, imagine what they
I was
like.
gonna
Look
say
at the
about the
shit we know.
birds. Yeah, remember
All right,
about the
yeah.
birds started falling out of the sky? When was that? Like in the 2000s? I remember all that, and I think that was going
I
from
never
2 to
believed that, bro.
3G, 2 to 3G. I think they
I
were
never
switching
believed that
from.
shit,
T1
bro.
to G2 or whatever. It was going from
Yeah.
the first like text only to where data
Uh-huh.
was starting to be delivered.
Right.
Well,
And the same.
supposedly,
Sorry.
oh, I was just gonna say I had a video. It was on my other YouTube channel that got deleted. But all these main parts in history where there's been dreadful diseases that have killed like swathes of people, they've all been when there's been another increase in electromagnetic frequencies being sent around, like obviously back over 100 years ago before Tesla even.
You talking about the broadcast television signal and
Yeah, everything.
coincidence with the Hong
Every
Kong
time
flu?
they've sort of went up a grade, like once they've like the stuff we get bathed in daily, every time they've went up a different sort of generation of electromagnetic like stuff being projected into the atmosphere, that's been supposedly similar to the same times where there's been outbreaks of
Yeah.
whatever we've been told.
Makes you wonder about the Black Plague too. Then the Black Plague comes into question. What caused that? Could
Yeah.
that have been some form of antiquitech that they were just starting to experiment with?
All I can really guarantee is that these people, whoever they are, have technology that's way, way beyond with what we have today.
Of course, man, definitely. Like we get drip fed they know that the average person, they know the average wages that what basically the population are going to have. They know how much disposable income they've got. So each year, say, just for instance, I'm just guessing, but say average workers' wages, they've got like a few grand, maybe $5 they could spend each year. So they've worked it all out so they can drip feed us like the PS1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They were probably, when they released the first one, they probably already had 3, 4, 5, 6 even. They've probably got a PlayStation 10 already waiting to go. Where you're literally linking your brain waves to the fucking computer. You don't even have to go to work. You just connect to your PlayStation and do your work from in your house. They're already doing it with Bitcoin, where you can earn Bitcoin for your motion when you're connected to these devices.
That's just the new social credit score if you haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah, definitely, man. It's gonna be
Only a matter of
China.
time, man.
It's gonna. I think China is the model for like the rest of the world. I think we're gonna be following China's footsteps and like with social credits, all that nonsense. But then like, especially when looking to like the MK Ultra projects from like the 50s, 60s, you'll discover that these people have been experimenting with like cybernetic technology since all the way back then. So it's definitely it definitely makes me question like what technology these people have today. Is been working on it for decades prior. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
There's a bit of noise in the background. That sounds like a plane.
Yeah. There's a plane flying above me right now.
Chemtrails, bro.
My only
Hold your breath.
objection is that this idea that humans are like flawless in certain aspects. In my general sort of experience with even just building a computer database, it can take a team of sometimes 40 to 50 people, and it can take them 3 or 4 years, and the database is still riddled with errors. One of the biggest ones that was done here in South Africa was for it's part of the Walmart group. And they built this monstrous database for hundreds of millions of rands. I knew the guy who was involved as the lead dev, and he basically said, like, after 3 years and that many people and that many hours, it was still a fuck up. Now, NASA claimed that within a year, they built, tested, and launched what they needed perfectly, and it worked without a hitch.
I know. And they never even knew the distance to the moon in the first place.
But so what happens now is like a lot of people then claim we've got all this technology that's so superior. That's how we have the black space programs where they're actually traveling to Uranus, but we just don't know because the tech's so advanced. And it's once again, we get stuck in our imagination of what sci-fi has fed us in terms of that everything's achievable. So they say we can't live in space at the moment, but within a few years, probably 5 years, scientists will have discovered how to live in space. It's just in the imagination. Then we as individuals, we start filling the gaps. Oh, well, maybe they've got like an oxygen machine, or maybe they've got a this, or maybe they've got a that. But when you actually go to the ground, you get some of the most highly skilled programmers from the entire country, put them together for 3 years, and they still fuck up. I look at it and say, I don't believe that we're as intelligent as they want us to believe we are. It's part of the whole pride thing, so that we don't have to question it because we know we're just so great. We landed on the moon. We did all these great accomplishments, But in terms of tech, like, can they make a Foster PlayStation? Of course, yes. We've had those transistors available. Are they using nanotech? Yeah, absolutely. But how they think they're using the nanotech perfectly may only be like a 60% utilization because we're human and we're flawed and we're actually a lot more stupid than we would like to believe.
No, I think they've got extreme, like severely more like engineering abilities and technology abilities. Like I think the Industrial Revolution was just like given to us. Like they already know how high the technology is going to get to probably before they pull the plug or before there's a reset or before something's going to happen. Surely, because we're in this new age now, the age of Aquarius. They've got all those deep underground bunkers, dumbs, so they know something's going to happen. So I think they're going to sort of push as much as they can technology wise and then disease wise and whatever else they can up until the point where whatever it is that's going to happen, because there is something going to fucking happen, man. There's got to be.
Man, I can't believe you mentioned dumbs. I was looking into dumbs yesterday. It's like we were watching the same
Yeah.
videos or something.
Nah, I mean, I looked into all this stuff years ago when I found Flat Earth, bro. It made me stop looking into everything. Literally, since I found Flat Earth, maybe that's the plan. Like, get people into Flat Earth. It's all consuming. There's globe believers that are complete assholes calling us retards and shit like that. So it keeps you involved in the back and forth, the argument, the division yet again.
I don't know about like South Africa or anything like that, but at least here in the United States, if you have a location of known dumbs and you overlay it with the constellations of the zodiac, it matches up. California is where the Gemini is, and so on and so forth. And it starts in California and it spreads across the rest of the states. Each one of those dumbs is one of the stars in one of those constellations.
Yeah.
Could you
Hey,
say
can
Stargate is the gate to those underground cities?
can I ask you guys if you guys have researched Tartaria?
No, not too much, bro.
Did you say
Yeah, I have.
bacteria?
No,
Okay.
Tartaria.
Oh,
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah, Tartaria, bro. I think with Tartaria, I think it's a big possibility that our past civilization was way more advanced than today with that civilization that
Yeah,
possibly existed in the
most
past, right?
definitely, bro. Yeah, I agree
exactly.
with you.
And they knew it was a flat realm, right? They knew that
Yeah,
this
of
is a
course.
system that we cannot leave. So that's more advanced, and we're a step backwards, and we think we're so smart because we think we come from monkeys. What the hell is wrong with this? We
It's so
people, you know?
ridiculous. Yeah. I watched a movie last night, Lucy. I never saw it. Well, I think I did, but not a very good quality. But anyway, yeah, more
Still not a
space
movie, yeah.
programming. More space programming. Yeah.
Do you know
See, it
that?
was mainly evolution too.
Evolution. Yes, exactly.
Not only that,
The AI.
evolution assisted with nanotechnology. Huh? Did you guys
Yeah.
see that?
Yeah. AI. So AI, evolution, and space programming.
Yeah, they have everything, bro. Transhumanism, they have everything, bro.
Now,
In that movie.
is it evolution or is it just gene manipulation?
I think it's gene manipulation, bro. That's what I think. I don't believe in this so-called evolution, but I definitely believe that you could change the genetics of living beings.
Should explain those giant dragon type creatures, right?
Right? What happened to them, bro?
Mhm.
That's what I
The
want to
mountains,
know.
the hills and
Have,
mountains, I think.
what did you say, Panto?
I was saying when like there was a guy in here and he was actually on acid at the time, but had all these maps. He'd taken them, a lot of them from Google Maps, but he was showing us all these hills and mountains. They look like men that have like laid down, as well as like sort of dragon type, sort of winged fucking reptile type looking type birds and just like crazy, all this crazy shit that appeared that that's what these, all the hills and mountains that are all around us. That's quite, I'm right next to Arthur's Seat in Edinburgh. And when I, literally everywhere I go, I can see Arthur's Seat. And it looks literally like a big tree stump, like on its side, like they've knocked it fucking down. Well, that's like silica. These things are made of almost pure silica, supposedly. So these could be silicon-based life forms back then.
I've heard that. I bet you have a whole bunch of, in Edinburgh, you have a lot of buildings that have 1, 2, and maybe more than that floors underneath ground level of these old buildings. That's a very old city. Yeah, bet they're everywhere.
We have the same thing here in California too, and
Yes.
all over North America too, man. There's clear evidence that there was some sort of advanced civilization in the past, especially in America.
Yeah, these buildings. There's some that are still left. I did a video on what I think is a mud flood church. Okay, there's a couple of them here in my city, though.
Can I see it? The video?
Yeah, let me post it.
Thank you.
What about
I'm
that
a-
one church that's in
looking-
Riverside, Old Town Riverside? It's all like Gothic buildings and shit made of stone.
I don't think I've ever been there. It's not
Well,
far, but here's my channel. First off, that's my channel. I just posted, and let me find that video.
I think they've shut down my YouTube channel again, man. That literally that new one I made. It was called 7 Planned Accounts, and they fucking deleted it.
That's you, the Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness?
Yes, that's
You've been
my
coming
channel.
across on my YouTube feed. I didn't know that was you.
Yeah.
I
I've
was
had
like,
it.
this sounds like Sunny.
It is. Yeah, it truly is. It's me. Tis I. So here's the video. I'm just being funny.
Have you guys also seen those old photographs of like those cities from like the early 1800s, like San Francisco? And it shows like these beautiful cities and buildings, but there's nobody in the street.
Yes, all over, and almost every city. Yeah.
Yeah, what's up with that, man? Like a lot of these buildings appear to be flooded.
It is very odd. It is very odd because a city that big shouldn't be at noontime be completely empty.
And dude, what's
Look,
also
there
That
is
guy,
certain
you
evidence.
Arnon, his videos show quite a lot of big, huge cities that have literally got not a single person anywhere at all.
But there's also photos that they claim are showing no people, and if you actually zoom in, you can find people. So
It's because
as
they were on
always,
quarantine lockdown,
no, but
man.
just as always,
Not
go
in the ones
check
I've
it
seen.
yourself. Go check it yourself, and just make sure that you're repeating credible information.
Man,
Yeah, we got to be
they
careful how we
fucking-
look at these things. That's true. But it does look like there's a period of time where all the earliest photos showed not like no human beings or very, very little. And then all of a sudden, in certain years, everywhere, there's people in every city.
Yeah,
That's loud. California, that's really loud.
I'm sorry.
3 p.m. It's 3 p.m. right now. I'm driving near the city. There's a street right here. I don't see anyone. It's like an empty street.
No
but I know
people. I know. That's what I meant about being careful about how we look at that.
Oh man, it's still there.
So seeing a photo without people is evidence of a photo without people. It's the speculation that you draw thereafter that is going into the belief system or the theology of why. But what is interesting is that a city of that size, generally your building population is about 10 to 20%. So if you consider how many people would have been needed to build a city that size, probably populations of close to 500,000 or 1 million people.
That's what they're saying
We're
about
still-
St.
but We're
Peter's.
thinking, see the technology they use to build these like magnificent buildings. That's probably hidden from us as well. Like the work that we think that's going to take to make those things and shift all that stuff without heavy machinery. They could have all been working on frequency and like vibration to lift these things. I think anyway, like the pyramids and all these like megalithic structures all over the world where they kind of look at it with the same standard as what we would think people would be building if they never had like hydraulic like lifting capabilities. So obviously these people had a lot further like technology than we think they do, for sure.
And even if they had some way of making advanced types of concretes, which, you know, if you talk to Mimas, you know, he owns a concrete business. but they find it as some kind of thing that where it's showing that it is some kind of conglomerate, like a concrete mix, because of the way it's lining up the same exact direction. And so, but even with that said, those things are so huge that still takes advanced technology. So where's the tech? That's what keeps, I keep getting confused about.
Well, you not remember if you've seen the Lost History of Flat Earth, the guy Uarnon, him that made that, it's like a 6.5 hour video. I've got a link for it if you need it. But he was showing you like these differences in buildings that were made. Now, they make out that they were made for aesthetic purposes, but they look like transistors and like conduits for electricity.
Right,
So like
exactly. I know.
like towers and all these like these medieval looking churches and stuff, they look like they were the banks, like the battery banks for the towns. And they've just stripped some of the outside facade so we don't get the ideas like presented to us. So, but everybody thinks it was just for aesthetic purposes, and they never had any intelligence to build like flat tarmacked roads. Like there's all these dirt roads, but like spectacular buildings all around them. It doesn't make sense, man.
Yeah, that's true. Absolutely.
Not only that, a lot of those buildings are like under the level, under the ground level, right?
Yeah, like up to the first or second floor, buried.
Right.
Hey, man, fucked up. But I don't think we'll ever know,
Did
man.
anyone in those videos where they start uncovering those larger buildings, has anyone ever seen them hit a street level in relation to the building?
I don't think so. No, good question.
A lot of them. Depends on what you're talking about exactly.
And I'm saying the road in front. So they exactly like the guy said. Now you see these dirt roads between the most grand, magnificent buildings that you can imagine, and people are being pulled by horse and cart on dirt road, but they next to a 7-story statue. That like how would you erect that with your horse and cart? But as you dig down, even on the Capitol building and various buildings around the world, you find that there's that 1 or 2 floors missing below the building. So they've created new entrances higher up in the building, meaning there's floors below that have been taken out of commission. But when we get down to the street level, has anyone ever seen a road besides cobbling? Because your cobblestone, like the roads in Europe, virtually need no maintenance. Once they go and select the right stones, hard-wearing stones, and take the tedious effort of putting stones in the road, you can ride on that thing for the next 200 years, 500 years.
Yeah.
But we created something stupid called tar that always breaks and is water porous. So it's always
donkey.
Wow.
Hey, you guys, these donkeys are going ape shit right now. They're fucking attacking each other, dude. I wish I could turn the camera on.
Donkey shit.
Whoa.
Yeah, but see that guy, John McAdam, that invented the tar, he was probably involved in the sort of Mason elite sort of people anyway, I would imagine. They need industries and it has to be able to fall apart like your mobile phone. Quite easy to break your glass. If you've got like a £600-700 mobile phone, the fucking glass replacement's like £200 or £300. So it's all planned obsolescence, man.
But there's that whole, I don't know if you can call it like a theory, but they sort of show how that growth in the tar and wanting to tar the roads and basically cover up the Earth's surface. The Earth's surface is life. It's where the insects live. It's where plants grow. And the more things that we place on top of it, rendering the ground below it no longer productive, we are effectively chasing up the Earth so that there's very select spots where you can still use ground, but otherwise it's covered in tar or buildings or, and the way that certain cities grow, you very quickly lose all nature for square kilometers unless they dedicate parks to it. So there's almost like a sinister Freemasonry. They know that a man with a square of land can grow his own food. So there's an element of wanting to minimize that potential and just cover the shit. The more ground that's covered, the less amazing this place really is. And the more grand we think it is because it looks all developed. But you've lost maybe 10 generations worth of farming potential by just pouring that road. Whereas like working with rocks and dirt and stuff, nature can still grow there. It can still reclaim those areas. New growth can happen between the rock cobblings but as soon as you lay tar down, it's like the earth's growing potential that wants to fight back is severely restricted. Yes, if a section of road is left completely untended for decades, the grass will start to grow to try and cover it, but it can't really get through the tar. So it's a very peculiar substance to choose to cover something as magnificent as the earth.
I've seen the Pacific Northwest on the freeways, grass growing through the cracks. That's cement, not asphalt. So yeah.
Can I ask something here? So like, have you guys seen those thematic studies, right? Where these people go into old churches and they would read the frequencies of those old churches, right? And they discover that these old churches release a certain frequency just by standing in the room. Even if there's nobody in the room making noise, this church is still making a certain frequency, right? That could possibly have some sort of like regenerative I forgot the word. Regenerative possibilities. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, everything has a resonant frequency. So even the cup on your counter, if you match its frequency, it will shatter. So effectively, static objects have frequency, shapes have frequency. So drawing a pentagram has a specific frequency. That's why it's used when doing spellcasting. The same way that certain religious images have frequencies attached to them. And we've forgotten that link. We just think it's a pretty symbol. But exactly like you were saying, in the large cathedrals, I think it was that Iwa movie or the Iwa documentary about the lost history of flat Earth, where he was talking about the cathode and the cathedral, that there could be some energy over, but it's very sketchy. It's not concrete enough. It's not linked well enough that you can actually hang your hat on it. But in terms of the sound amplification of those rooms and the pure geometric patterns and shapes that they use, and each geometric shape has a frequency.
Sorry about that, bro. Sorry about that, man. Here you go. Excuse me, miss? Thank you.
You must be at work.
Yeah. It's like the way that these frequencies overlap and amplify or negate one another is the serious part that's not being looked at. Like in the way that it's never studied, how does a human body behave when you're taking aspirin and sleeping tablets and waking tablets and antidepressants and anxiety medication, and when you're taking a list of chemicals daily. They've never been tested together. So the same thing with these frequencies. We've got so many frequencies being posited on us, but it's never been tested what happens when you overlay all these frequencies. And it's remarkable how many cathedrals got torn down last year in Europe, all around the world, when lockdown happened and people stopped going to gather in those places. They went in and just started to demolish, bought up the area to now use it for other purposes because, it's no longer needed. So once again, they're destroying the history, renaming all the statues, changing all the timelines. Some people consider it a Mandela effect, but it's a deliberate thing that they've been doing right from the start.
And if you speak out against it, well, then you're ostracized and you're campaigned against by all the social justice warriors on the internet and all that other shit.
Yeah. One thing that they really have studied remarkably well is what frequencies cause damage. And their philosophy in that is that they need to know this stuff in case an enemy chooses to do this against you. So they posit that this is going to be entirely self-defense. So what we need to do is research how would an enemy destroy our population by testing what frequencies destroy a population, purely for self-defense.
Well, they are the enemy. That's the funny thing. They say they're the crowned and conquering heroes. However, they are the enemy.
They are the enemy that they fear. Correct.
Well, it's more like they are the enemy, so they create a puppet to act as the enemy, so that when that enemy that they created is completely looked down upon and a revolution is mounted against it, those that are the true enemy will come in and conquer the one that they had set up and say, hey, look, I saved everything by ending this tyrant. It's Hegel, right? It's that Hegelian dialectic all over again.
Yeah, they're going to be like, see, you need me to strike down the tyrant, so I'm going to protect you.
Well, it was Fauci's argument for the whole gain of function study was, what if our enemy used biological warfare and they used gain of function to attack our population? So we better research it and learn how to do it first.
Oh, gosh.
So it's always against a potential enemy, and then it turns out, as you rightfully said, that they're the enemy that they're positing that we need to prepare for. Like there was an official, I think it was in either in the UK or the US. I must go back and double check that. But he actually said, between the two that you can choose of these injectables, he's like, you can select your poison. Choose your poison. So blatant at times. And it's often been a colloquial saying, choose your poison. Some choose alcohol, some choose drugs. What's your poison of choice? Ha ha ha.
For some, it's the
Intro.
globe.
How about we not choose poison and just choose the truth?
That's a better option. Hey, have you guys seen the old Renaissance art where it shows like different humanoid races? Hello?
Yeah, I've also seen atlases and other things where they claim there were dragons and all sorts of stuff. So yeah.
I mean, it's definitely it's definitely a thing that the giants used to exist. That's for sure. So like, I wouldn't be surprised if like these other races could have existed, right? Like, I'll post a picture here of some of the artwork I'm talking about that shows some of these supposed humanoid races that could have existed during the Tartarian civilization era. I just want to know what you guys think about these kind of things.
Yeah, I've seen this image before. And other ones like the Cyclops, the Minoans or the Minotaur race. There were giant races, there were troll races, there were, it's kind of like the Lord of the Rings where they talk about the elves and the humans and
the
it
face.
Wouldn't,
sorry.
It wouldn't surprise me. Go ahead, Trace.
I just wanted to add that it's a funny thing. I've never seen that picture of the face in the torso and no head, but I have read a bunch of Chinese myths about that exact type of person, and those were like demonic beings back in ancient China, basically. And it was generally a specific guy they thought it was with a legend attached to it.
What was it called, Drace?
I forget the name of it, but I'll look it up. I should be able to find it eventually.
Okay, because I have way more of those images. Here, I'll post a few more for the other people in this chat. Okay, check out the VC check-in. It's there. Or not the VC check-in, the live stream voice text. Oh, and Solar, here's the picture you were talking about. I just posted it, the one that shows Cyclopses and all these other different races.
Is that the one with the world map where it shows the individual island? Oh.
Do you have that actually? Because I want to know what it looks like.
I do, but shit, man, I can't remember where I put that.
All right, it's fine.
But I'll start looking, and who knows? Modern scholars describe this as very philosophical, like a headless person, meaning like someone who doesn't really know themselves, or they attach all these metaphorical meanings to the headless body. But that one that you've got there, that's got the dog race, so the dog head on a man body. You've got the Cyclops. You've got two-headed pygmy. You've got the Bigfoot. It's really peculiar. Either either our imaginations have just always been like, because you would need to find a skeleton or something to suggest that this is even remotely possible. What evidence? Like, this is a picture. A picture of a ball doesn't prove you live on a ball. A picture of a torso with a head in it doesn't prove that they were real. Now we need to go find the next piece.
Right. Wait, can you guys hear me? Or am I muted?
Just
Hello?
Yeah, but just your background static.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Was
still at
that
work, guys.
is that chemtrail? I don't know.
I don't even know if he's in here, but yeah, I definitely agree, man. We definitely do have to find some sort of like fossil skeleton evidence to be sure, right? But as we know, right, with like organizations like the Smithsonian Institute, how they'll cover up these kind of like discoveries, right? Like how they covered up the giant skeletons that were found, how they covered up Isis temple in the Grand Canyon, and all like the Egyptian artifacts over there. So I wouldn't be surprised if like these things were found already. It's just that it's just being hidden by the Smithsonian Institute or by another organization like them. Did somebody server mute me? Or am I?
No, you're coming through. You're coming through.
Good. All right, cool.
Another posit that I've also heard is that the pre-Diluvian age, or before the flood, effectively, the Bible describes that man was mixing all kinds of genetics, and that God was actually saddened that his creation had been so warped, and decided to kill all of those abominations and restart the entire thing with just one of each kind, a male and a female of each kind. I wonder if potentially some of these dog humans, minotaur, bullmen, cyclops, if those were the perversion of his creation to which he was so sad about.
It's a possibility, but when you read the book of Genesis, right? The book of Genesis states that that man was created in our image. It doesn't say my image. So like I think the Bible is also like hinting that there's multiple creators, right? When you take that into account, or unless that's a translation error. What do you think about that, Solar? Because maybe that could explain like all these different sort of races that were depicted in these images and on those maps that Drace has sent.
What do you call a vegan with diarrhea?
What?
What do you call a vegan with diarrhea?
I don't know. What do you call it?
Salad shooter.
Salad shooter. All right. Thank you for that.
Can I ask one question? Does we have any instrument in aeroplane accounting on curvature?
No, we don't need to. Gravity does that for us, remember?
No, I'm asking really serious. No, really, because I find it
pendulous
one video.
vein.
I believe there's a artificial horizon gimbal, but nothing for curvature.
Okay.
And their claim of the pendulous vein used to correct that gyro once they've drifted around the curve, supposedly, air quotes.
Yeah, it's in line with the onboard compass. They work in tandem.
Okay, because I find it one video very, very interesting. It's a video about drone plane, like delivery plane, small one, like I don't know. I will post the video, but I want to explain first. And in that video, that plane will go 200 kilometers from one point to another point across the sea. And they will show everything, and they will show equipment what they use. Even they will say that they use some satellites for follow to how to say to to track the aeroplane. Doesn't matter, but for me it was important that they started from some one elevation, and it was like a 120, this like 70 meters to 120 meters, and all that flight was like only changing a little bit elevation, like going down to 100 meters, and it was till the end something like going 70 meters. It was changed about 50 meters in elevation in 200 kilometers. And for me, it was interesting if that airplane was flying, only changing 50 meters elevation. I made calculation 200 kilometers. That airplane should to be 200 meters above the sea. Because that plane changed only 50 meters of elevation in 200 kilometers distance, nothing else.
But the gravity of the air, Sasha, did you count for that?
Gravity of what?
The gravity of air, man, you have to account for that.
I will post now video. Interesting, really.
Hey, real quick question. Can O sometimes be substituted with U? Because if that's the case, then it's goys, not guys. Ah, see? The Phoenician plot runs deep.
I never thought of it like that, man. Okay. So anyway, how are you guys feeling, boys? Oh shit.
Yeah, how are you goys doing?
I'm doing goyish. How about you?
Beautiful day.
Has anybody here ever called anybody a goy unironically?
Yes. There was this John Galishna. He was one of these Hasidic types. So I asked him, what's your Hebrew name? And he goes, whoa, we're not Hebrew. And I go, then you're Goy. He got real mad at me.
Yeah, well, you're right. He is a goy if he's not Hebrew.
You know?
Right. Which means I guess I'm also a goy too, unfortunately.
Well, I think you're living in the city of demons, the city of fallen angels.
Yeah, bro. LA.
Yeah.
Straight up City of Fallen Angels, man.
Like that Avenged Sevenfold song, City of Evil.
What did you say?
Ever heard that song "City of Evil"?
By who?
Avenged Sevenfold.
Events. I think I've heard it once. I know the band you're talking about, but I'm not really that familiar with the song.
They're kind of emo.
Yeah, I know. I've listened to a few of their songs. Like I've listened to "Shepherd of Fire," a few others I have.
Oh yeah, that's a newer one. This is like
Yeah.
older, back in the '90s.
Oh, the '90s shit. Shit, man.
Set like early 2000s, maybe.
Okay. George 2002.
But it's an album, "The City of Evil," right? And the whole thing, like, it starts off, Beast and the Harlot burn it down, bind it in chains, backcountry, trashed and scattered, seize the day, sidewinder, the wicked end, strength to the world, and betrayed.
I'll check them out later when I get off work.
There you go. I'll drop the link to the video for Beast and the Harlot. This one's about LA.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, bro. Straight up City of Fallen Angels. Where I'm at.
You got to get your ass out of there with the amount of money that you pay for your place. You could get a nice house in
Thank you.
Arizona.
I know it's cheaper in Arizona, but bro, I can't handle the heat there, dog.
Dude,
No
it's not that
shit.
bad if you go to, like, okay, how do you like the mountainy areas?
I love mountain areas, bro.
Prescott, man. It's a college
Prescott?
town. Yeah, Prescott, Arizona. It's up in the mountains. It gets snow there up in the Bradshaws. You got Flagstaff. You got Show Low, Snowflake, but there ain't nothing in Show Low. So
Hello.
Prescott is one of the best areas because it's got a lot of history there too. It's the original courthouse for the Arizona Territory, and Yuma was the prison. But Yuma, it gets hot, so.
Well, hopefully I could escape the city, bro, because this city's ass. Especially the traffic, bro. It's
Yeah.
terrible. I don't know if you guys ever experienced LA traffic, but it's like one of a kind, man. It's something else.
Sometimes I got to drive all the way to Ontario, and that traffic drives me nuts because I'm sitting there pulling a gooseneck trailer full of like cans and shit, and you got assholes in Hondas trying to like cut you off and shit. And it's like, do you realize how much weight I'm pulling?
Right. These are stupid drivers, bro. They put with that shit.
Do you happen to be in New Jersey? Like, is that like a personal thing that just happened to you? Because I'm an asshole in a piece of shit Honda.
Well then, fuck you, chemtrail.
Yeah, but would you cut somebody off pulling something
Yeah,
in
that's what I'm saying. It might have been
Ford
me.
Dually?
Are you in New Jersey? Like, did that just
No,
happen to
I
you?
said Ontario, and this was like a couple
Oh,
years
okay.
ago. This is like 2.5
All right,
years ago.
yeah. Yeah, I cut people off all the time.
Yeah, don't be surprised if your brake line's ice picked one of these days. Especially if you cut somebody off just to pull in, just to beat them to like a parking spot, and then you go into the store. That's never a good idea. Oh, so something else I heard that was mandated throughout all of California, and LA has a special flavor of it.
The jab, bro.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can't buy or sell anything.
And they're making it mandatory to work too. That I need to have a jab, bro. Work? Fuck no.
That's when it's time for your ass to move out to fucking Lake Havasu City or some shit.
Honestly, but honestly, how long would that last? Cause like, with the way things
Because
going, bro, it's like Mark of the Beast type shit that's going
oh,
on
I
right
know,
now, bro.
but check it out. Like out there in Lake Havasu City, you have the lake, right? And it's on the Colorado River. And if you want to go back to California, you just hop on a boat and drive to the other side of the lake.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you type it out in the text
California
chat?
Nightmare, you're hot, Micah.
I know, bro. I'm at
I'm
work,
talking to her.
and yeah, we're talking. So no, hot mic really.
Like Havasu City.
Can you type it because I can't really.
Yeah, I typed it.
Okay,
It's
I'll check it out. Thank you, because I'm really trying to get out of the city, bro. Especially like when the 5G towers are being built now.
Yeah.
I want to get out of here, bro. Before that shit hurts my body too much.
Yeah, it's off the I-40, man.
Right, bro.
So like you're gonna pass Needles. And they named it Needles because they couldn't spell hypodermic.
Really? Is that really why?
Yeah, but now it went from intravenous drugs to dispensaries. Like that's all there is in that town. There's no shopping, no nothing, just lots of weed shops.
Well, alright, well, if that's the case, I wouldn't mind because I get my shit from a weed shop, so I wouldn't mind.
Oh yeah, not only can you open carry in Arizona, but they legalized recreational here too.
That's good. I think recreational is still illegal in California, right?
No, recreation's still legal. It's still legit.
Oh, okay, never mind. But I don't think we could open and carry here in California. I'm not really sure about the
If you
gun
want to
laws of my.
get, only
Go
if you
ahead.
want more holes in you.
Well, most likely done by the cops. Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's U.S. Bank in there. Yeah, no problem, man. So, anyway, right? Yeah, I'm not really familiar with the gun laws in California, so I can't really say. But but yeah, bro, like those holes that you mentioned, most likely they'll be done by the cops because cops here, they're not good, bro.
Oh, I
I
know.
don't know. Yeah, they're fucking
Especially
assholes.
San Bernardino.
Oh my gosh, bro. Thank God I don't live over there because if I did, I'd be dead by now, bro.
Dude, I
With
was
the shit
locked
that
up
I've
in
done.
San Bernardino, man.
Oh, you were?
Fuck yeah. I've been to every single one of those facilities.
Oh shit. No idea, bro.
Believe it or not, CDC is one of the best. One of the oldest, but it's one of the best because there's no cameras.
The CDC one or what?
Yeah,
There's no cameras there.
I know. Well, there is
Oh
like in
shit.
the halls, but there's not in the living quarters. But it's all
Really?
like even the cops don't even walk through. They have like a gangway that they walk through to look through the cages. It's like crazy, man.
Is it what kind of a security level prison is that? Is this?
It's not a prison. That's just holding.
Oh.
But I was sentenced to do some time there and be in the blues and be a worker. So they put me in the property room. I was like, shit, I'm able to leave the jail every day. Hell yeah.
Not bad.
Like no supervision, just walk outside with, the rolling dumpster and dump the trash. There's cameras on you there at the gate.
Right.
Always check behind the dumpster for cigarettes or packages.
Have you ever been to San Quentin prison?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that one. I've been there before as a guest. That one right there is just it's a crazy prison, bro. There's a lot to say about that place. Crazy as fuck. Oh shit. There's fucking bullshit too that these prisons are just a way for like the system to make money off us, off our suffering and shit.
Yeah.
Like where everything is, from like the medical industry, especially the medical industry, right? That's that profits off our suffering.
Dude, that's all they do, man. Like that's what
Yeah.
okay, see, I challenge you to find any physician, any doctor, in their practice, and ask them, like, try to get them to say the word cure.
Dude. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to pass on that because I damn well know the answer I'm gonna get. I already know, bro. There's no cure because cure is bad for business, right?
Yep. Like,
Yeah.
I'll even get them to the point. It's like, okay, you know how you're making bacon, and you're taking the pork, and before you smoke it, you gotta do a bath where it's like a saline and sugar bath
¿Mande?
to get it
10,
ready.
señor. 10, sí, 10 de la noche. Sí, de nada,
Ask
señor.
them what that's called. They were like, brining? No, what's that act of brining called though? Marinating? No, not marinating. Come on. Starts with the C, and it's a ewer. So come on. It's called curing the meat. No, it's called brining. Okay, whatever. You're just treating the meat, right? It's just a treatment. You're not actually curing it. Just shut up, doctor.
I guess I'm not treating my weed, bro. I guess I'm not curing my weed. I'm just treating it, right? I like that. I like that.
Yeah, you're treating it for long-term storage.
Yeah, bro. Fucking these fucking physicians, man. Like fucking hell. And I think they're so smart too, especially when it comes to the jab. Like they think they know everything about the jab, bro, but they don't know shit about it, right? Fucking clown world, bro.
I always like it when you educate a doctor on something, and then they go, "That's interesting. Do you have any medical training? Like this? I need to like talk to you more. Do you have any medical training?" It's like, nope. Then how do you know so much? Because I read
Real shit, bro. Like yeah,
Latin,
real
man.
shit. Like these colleges, medical school, all that's bullshit.
Like
There you
we call it a bruise. You call it a
Thank you.
hematoma.
Wait, can you repeat that?
We call it a bruise. They call it a hematoma. We call it a nerve ending. They call it a ganglia.
What? Uh, yeah, I'm not well versed in like medical terms, bro.
Call it a jaw. They call it a mandible.
Yeah, I'm completely lost, bro. I'm lost,
A
bro.
mandible is what an ant has, right? They're like pincers, like the predator.
Yeah.
We don't have mandibles. We have jaws. So why do they say mandibles?
Huh. Never thought of
Because
it like
mandibles
that.
are used for mastication.
They're used for what?
Mastication?
What's that?
Chewing?
Oh,
Turning food into smaller and smaller pieces?
right.
Mastication.
All right. Thank you for telling me.
So
Yeah,
when you
'cause
go to clock out for lunch, it's like, okay, I'm gonna go masticate. It's like, what?
dude, we go to the restroom. When you look at the bathroom, there should be a handle on the door, and it has a code right there. No problem, man. All right. I hope you guys are liking my customer service. So, do you have any glove tarts in here? Any evolution tarts? Or is it just us? Hey, so who was the guy I was speaking to earlier?
I don't know.
Okay, who's the guy that said, I don't know, say your name?
Your name?
You asshole.
It's Joshua.
Alright, there you go. That's what Josh is. Okay. I don't know why, but to me, he kind of sounds like a little bit like Radwin. Has anybody told you that before? Or am I
No.
the first guy? Oh, okay. But yeah, to me, you sound like Radwin, bro, and I was kind of confused who was talking to me.
Did you just take a nose blaster?
Did I what?
Oh, you're pushing carts. I was like, what'd you do? Take a nose blaster?
Yeah, I'm pushing carts. That's what they got me doing for like 30 more minutes.
At least the weather's nice.
Yeah, it's not bad. Thank God it's not summer, because if it was summer, I would not fucking do this. Because it gets hot as fuck over here in the summer.
No, it don't. Fuck you talking about, man? You're in LA, man. It don't get hot there.
I mean, it's not at the same level as like in Las Vegas or like it's not the same level as in Nevada or in Arizona, but it still gets hot over here, bro. Sometimes like the hundreds, depending on the day.
Sorry about that.
What happened, bro?
Oh, I had to mic out because I had an IRL dilemma.
Oh, I see.
And now these damn grackles are here. But yeah, dude, it don't get hot there, man. Fuck, the hell are you talking about? Has it ever gotten 120 on the asphalt?
Oh no, never. Oh no. Does it really get that hot over there in Arizona?
Where I am, yeah.
Holy
The
shit.
in town, there's a clock for a Citizen Bank that's no longer there, but the clock's still there, and it's broken, and the thermometer's broken at 125.
Holy shit. Well, you
And
should
that
take a
was
picture.
and that was the day that a lot of stuff broke down. There was a couple of deaths because even the air conditioning couldn't really keep up.
Damn, bro.
When the power failed, it like really hurt the old people.
Honestly, I bet, bro, because like being old in that weather, yeah, not a good situation to be in.
Dude, could you imagine what the old timers were like without air conditioning? Holy fuck, we're weak today, man.
Oh man, right. But then like, actually, no, never mind. But fuck, I was gonna say something, but kind of fucking forgot already.
But see, the problem with Lake Havasu is I'm like an hour from Lake Havasu, so it's hot as fuck. But dude, if you have to, you just go down to the marina and jump in the river or jump in the lake. Dude, you can go down to Kokomo's where like it's a dance club and then they have a pool section. Dude, it's pretty cool.
Lucky. Doesn't sound bad, huh? I would love to go to Arizona one day, man. I just gotta get the fuck out of LA first.
Escape LA, Snake Plissken.
Come to New Jersey.
Escape New York, go to New Jersey. You should change your name to Snake Plissken.
I can't wait to get off fucking work, man. Well, it's hard and shit. Hey, so is it true that Rob Skiba died? I just read Lulu's name and it said
Yeah,
RP
if
Skiba.
you look up on YouTube his name and change the filter to today, there's a lot of really good videos, dude. I suggest that you look up on it right now because there's like all of his information is being like compiled, and the videos are like really really good, like in memory. It's like a memoriam today. Really really good stuff. But I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll check it out when I'm off work. Though, if he really died, man, that's unfortunate because I started off my journey, bro, with Rob Skiba, so
Yeah,
it
he
kind of
passed
stinks.
away. Passed away last night at around 7 o'clock.
Wow, he really did pass away.
Yeah, complications and heart failure.
Huh?
Complications and heart failure. They had him on a ventilator.
Really? Damn, bro. But are we sure? Are we sure it's that because they tried pulling the same thing with Ted Gunderson? If you guys know who Ted Gunderson is, how they killed him with cyanide poisoning, but they tried passing it off that he died from cancer. So like it could be the same situation with Rob Skiba. Hello?
Yeah, I'm talking to my grandmother. She keeps asking me questions. I'm sorry.
Oh, I hope they're about the Earth, bro. You have to ask one of the cashiers. Yeah. Have you guys also heard that Rob Skiba is like a CIA agent? I've
Yeah,
heard.
that's doubtful.
Okay, because I've heard some people on here say that he was like some sort of CIA agent that he admitted it supposedly. Although, of course, I couldn't find any information
He was
related to that.
military at one time,
Yeah,
so he
I
did
know.
have security clearance at one time.
Right, right. Although somebody was saying that he admitted to being like some sort of CIA agent. I was just trying to, see if anybody has anything on that, or if it's just, hearsay.
I like how if I do shit for a split second, I get muted like immediately. Can you please stop hot micing, homie?
No. Yo, are there any fellow flatties in here? Damn, am I the only flat earther in this room?
No, I'm here.
No, there's just
Mostly
another
just
conversation
listening.
going on in the background.
I see.
Am I the only flat earther in here?
Yeah, you gotta make sure, man. And plus, it made people start talking, so it worked.
We're looking for some topic of conversation. There is something about the um, parallel versus divergent sun rays that bothers me with respect to perspective. I don't feel like it's a super strong argument for flat Earth unless you have a divergent sun ray picture that can show that it's not just diverging because of the laws of perspective, but because it's actually going sideways. Like there's got to be a minimum angle of divergence that you would have to measure to be able to say that it's distinctly one versus the other. I don't know if anybody has any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I do. I asked the same question myself. And the most satisfying answer I got was even the rays that point downward diverge. So if it's an optical phenomenon based on an observer experiencing perspective, then the sun rays that travel toward you would diverge, but then the rays that point straight down toward the earth would all be parallel. And
That's a great point.
You'd be able to determine which one is a perspective thing, but the ones that are even traveling vertical toward the earth, they diverge.
And if parallax was a real thing, then wouldn't you see a bunch of those perpendicular rays going down through every single gap in the clouds, not just the one in between you and the sun?
Absolutely. And it would span from horizon to horizon always, because even just locally, your horizon is only a few thousand miles or a few hundred miles even. So,
But instead we observe more of a specular highlight type of phenomenon, where it's only linear with the observer and the sun and everything in between it, not a non-local experience, like you said, horizon to horizon.
yeah, because the ballers, they always use this GIF where it shows sort of rays of light going toward you in this divergent nature. And then they kind of look at the lines from the side and you see that the lines are all parallel, but they appear like they're diverging toward you the same way train tracks appear to diverge or converge.
And isn't that the whole crux of the divergent sun rays argument, is that regardless of the light beam that's going directly towards you, of course there will be some perspective angular change in that, but it's not about any one particular sun ray or beam. It's a relative nature between it and all the others. That's what the correlation is.
And
They're
then
not
I would
uniform.
I would even entertain their fantasy for a little bit, and I would say, okay, well, what shape is the sun? And they would say circular or spherical. And you would say, how would a spherical light emit? It can only be radially. If I draw from the center point of the light outwards, even at 5-degree intervals, those light rays will always diverge. So the light source, if it is round or circular, just by that simple nature, they would be divergent rays.
Isn't that why they needed to settle on 93 million miles for the sun, so that the 0.01 degrees of the sun that actually point towards the Earth are more or less parallel, even if they're not in actuality parallel? Didn't the distance to the sun get claimed and adjusted 14 times simply to match what their presumed R value was that they had already in hand?
Yeah, because there's 360 degrees to a circle, and their argument is that that 0.1 of a degree is where the Earth lies in that 360. So the rest of the radial light is going off into black space, and then this beam of light, which would have to be parallel, would be hitting the entire hemisphere of that sphere equally. So you would almost equivalent brightness
At near
down an
equal
entire
angles, not near equal
down.
power, right?
Yeah, well, that's if we give them the whole. If there's a slight angle, then suddenly the light is infinitely less. The angle or the tilt of the Earth is thereby affecting how the light is dispersed. If it's
No,
traveled 93 million miles and
I
then it has
mean,
to travel another 400 feet, I don't see how that can cause the temperature variations which they say it causes.
right, but I meant more in a specular highlight type of sense, where the perpendicular face of a presupposed sphere to the sun, it would have the brightest
Brightening.
reflection,
Yeah.
right? So the power or the potency of the light that would be hitting near the terminator line would be far weaker than at the azimuth, or perpendicularly beneath the light source.
But you'd still always be talking about, at least 1,000 miles to 2,000 or 3,000 miles. If you think about the distance where that specular highlight would occur, it would cover the whole top portion of Africa, or it would cover the whole top portion of South America. It's not like one county in one state, in one part of the states. It's
With
like
a pinpoint reflection off of a body of water.
But then again, to me, I also see that as reflection. So if I stand and look at my swimming pool, or I stand and look at anything that can reflect light, I can make that little reflection be anywhere based on my observer position. So if I walk further left, that reflection moves with me. It doesn't mean that the light is above now where that reflection is.
Right, but it also
I
means
think that's a weak. From flat earthers claiming that the hot spot proves that the sun's directly above that spot. That's like what I'm saying about a reflection. It doesn't prove that the object is directly above. You can walk around a reflection, and you can make the reflection appear in many different places.
And this is why I brought it up in the first place, is because it's one of the weaker but more commonly used arguments that never really gets to the bottom of anything before it just erodes into shouting.
Yeah, it would be more appropriate to say that you can see that the light source is locally illuminated. So you can see that the bounds or the ends of where there's illumination is far less than it should be, rather than, oh, look, there's a reflection on that piece of water, therefore the sun's directly above that water. That's a bit of a logical inconsistency. But I used to say it was proof that the sun is close and local, and it's directly above that spot. That's why it's causing that hot spot. The only reason that it would cause that hot spot, until I started thinking about it just deeper and looking at how reflections work. Like when I took off in an aeroplane last week, as we rose, that location of that reflection on the sun changed to different bodies of water, flying near the coast, and that reflection moved as I moved.
Did it change size?
No, always the same size. But if we went over like a dam or a lake, then the reflection was on that lake, and then suddenly it was on the land between two lakes, and then it was onto the second lake. So that reflection was moving as we moved.
I haven't really thought through it all the way yet, obviously, because you just brought it up. But I do think that its lack of change in size is a relevant detail to your observations that needs to be explored.
Its lack of change of size.
Right, the highlight spot, the reflected spot on the different bodies of water as you changed altitude. If it didn't change in its relative size to your eye, then I think that's an interesting detail that can't be overlooked. It may lead to nothing, but it just seems important.
As we gained significant altitude, that specular highlight seemed to go away. But the sun was also directly above us. So it may have just been the angle as we took off. And then as you get up above the clouds, you can no longer see the land. But technically, a shadow or a reflection should get smaller just based on perspective. As you get further away, shit shrinks. So it should do. And they always claim that you need a solar filter to be able to take away the glare from the sun.
I feel this is the mystery of the pyramid, is what I just posted. So,
correct me if I'm wrong, but we've never been able to bounce any type of radar or any signal off of the sun because it's known as a black body object. Zero reflectivity, totally absorbs every spectrum.
yeah, all wavelengths shot at it, it absorbs it, just like any object that is black, like even the Vanta black. It absorbs all wavelengths of light, giving a true black image.
Very interesting for something that's supposedly a physical object that also is the brightest thing known to humanity. Well, maybe they've created something brighter but smaller, but by and large, the single brightest thing that we've ever experienced.
Look into
Kind of reminds me of the whatever it is. There's a saying, those that are the children of darkness will say that true light comes from the darkness. So if the sun is a black body, that means it is darkness, and light is not coming from the sun.
Nirvana, black sun.
Can I ask something here?
Check the pictures that I posted in the live stream of the sunset. And you'll see it's either a glare that's causing the first one to be ginormous, but the sun was occupying a huge portion of sky. And then as it disappeared into the distance over water, it was like shrinking into a tiny little dot that then got obscured.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
No.
Cool. So, all right, thank you. So I wanted to ask something, right? About you guys. We guys talk about. So, have you guys seen those videos where people will look at the sun and there will be like a giant, or not giant, but there will be like a black dot in the middle of the sun, and the sun will look like a donut. Have you guys seen that?
I don't think you should stare at the sun.
It's called a halo effect, isn't it?
No, he's talking about like certain images you can find about the sun. I don't know what kind of camera it is, but there's a certain camera out there that will give an image of the sun where in the very center is a black hole, a black dot.
And this is different than when they're trying to take coronal photography, where they put a black circle.
Yeah, this
in
is
the
just
center.
normal camera. No, this is just a normal camera.
Yeah, I was wondering. Yeah, I was wondering what you guys think about that, because I heard Solar say. I think it was Solar. He said something about like how these people, the evil people, say that like light comes out of darkness, and you know how that could be true with the sun, if the sun is a black body, something like that.
Yeah.
So I was wondering.
That's
I
what I'm
was wondering
thinking.
like. Right. And I was wondering like what you guys think about that, because I've seen those observations, right, where it shows like this black thing in the middle of the sun.
Apparently, if you stargaze for a long time, or sun gaze for a long time,
What?
sorry.
Manager?
There's a
Max,
way.
you might have to ask the security. He might.
I'm posting images of what he's talking about.
Yes,
I've heard
please.
tell of sun gazers that once they've really committed a long time to adjusting their eyes to it and everything, they see like a vortex or a portal in the center of the sun.
I mean, it could be that, but I've also heard things like that the sun we have in the sky isn't even the real sun anymore. It's just some sort of like simulation, right? And when we read like the NASA documents, they have like patents and stuff where they could create like an artificial sun. You guys seen that, right?
Yeah, artificial sun balloons and shit. Little
Right.
cells that have like 1 million lumens per square inch.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So who knows? Maybe that black thing could be some sort of like technology up there, right? Because I was looking into a little bit of like the sun simulator theory, and there's like and there's some observations, right? There's some photographs where people take photos of the sun, and they would go into Photoshop, and I forgot what they did exactly, but they changed the contrast and whatnot, and in those photos of the sun, it appears that there's some sort of 3D object inside of the sun when you put it through Photoshop. It's kind of hard to explain it because like it's been kind of a long time since I've seen that video. I'm wondering if anybody else has seen that.
That video is offline. I just tried to look at it. There is another image that I just posted at 50 past the hour. It's kind of sideways, so it didn't like upload correctly, but it shows the sun on the horizon, and then it shows this other sun simulator like object with a black dot in the middle.
So how do we know that's not photoshopped?
Because this is taken from a video, man.
Okay,
These are all taken from
video?
videos. Yeah. So I don't know if it's a problem with the compression or what it is, but it tends to show this. And that right there is not a flare because you don't see any blooming.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if it might be a more modern digital camera that doesn't have everything fleshed out yet, and that's just an artifact from it trying to, like, maybe in between adjusting to different
These are
bright,
from like 2012, 2011.
So the same theory still stands. If they're still in their immature state that time, there's a lot more likelihood that might just be a little glitch of where the camera itself blocks out the brightest thing to try to bring everything else into better contrast and brightness.
The video I saw was from 2019. It was quite recent.
I'm just trying to do due diligence and make sure it's not potentially an artifact from some kind of digital processing.
Right.
Hey, do you work at Costco? If you do, say, welcome to Costco. I love you.
I love you.
No, I don't work at Costco.
That'd be great. Just be like, welcome to Costco. I love you.
It's one of my favorite clips from one of my favorite movies.
Dude, yeah. So you have the perfect opportunity. If you have a printer, get some labels, right? And then print out the Flat Earth Discord link and all that stuff on the QR code and just start sticking it all over the boxes, like all over the place on the carts and all that stuff.
Dude,
that's
genius.
Paid $2. Put that on it, and people scan it.
Bro, I should do that, bro. That's genius. It links you to this server.
Just, you're just sitting there with labels, like cut them in half. That way it'll have, join here, and then you'll have a little bit of text explaining this, so you could just stick them on things.
Right.
And then your boss goes through the footage and he thinks that you're tampering with every product in the store and
At
fires
least
your
that's how
ass
they pass
there.
it.
No, he just puts it on the carts.
Yeah.
Vandalism.
Like, I could go in there and put stuff on all the products, just like get a bunch of stuff, and as they're in my cart, walk around and stick it on things and put them back on the shelf. No, I want this thing instead. And, yeah.
I don't know. There is a huge
be
motion
discreet.
going on right now in the public of people starting to be disillusioned with white coats and trust the science. All this stuff. They're waking up to that for their alternative reasons. But I think there's a good chance they might come around to be like, you know what? I think they all might be liars.
Yeah, what else are they lying about, you know?
I learned how to do my due diligence and research for myself, and now, oops, I'm a flat earther.
Now I'm a dangerous individual. What the fuck?
Well, the FBI
Because
is investigating
that
parents.
means we're powerful, because knowledge is power. Remember that. Do not let them take that shit away from you. We know something to be true, and they want to make everybody think that it's not true and give them some fantasy, right? Knowledge is power. Remember that. They fear
Exactly.
us. They
Dude,
fear the hive mind.
unless you're in California, there's not a lot of people waking up here, as far as I know. Like the other day, bro, some dude told me to ask me why I didn't have my mask over my mouth, and I was like, bro, none of your business. He got triggered. He got triggered, bro.
I talk about them like they're not even there. I say, look at this person. They're wearing a mask when they don't have to.
Real shit.
And they cower and they won't say anything or respond at all because they're just like, I just got served hard.
However,
Bro.
the thing is here, in Arizona, at least at the Walmart, mask is required unless you have a card saying you have the current issue.
Dude, in my workplace, they won't even let you in without the mask, bro. That's how bad it is over here. And even if you show them even if you show them proof that you can't wear a mask due to medical reasons, then like they just say, oh, you still need to wear a mask. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
I was in California about 6 weeks ago, and walking around the stores, and you see old people in like those carts on oxygen with a mask on. I said,
Yeah,
dude,
Are you
I
retarded?
said, stop
Yeah.
shopping here.
Yes, I've seen that too, bro. Especially here, I've seen people wear like what do you call those face masks with like the oxygen tanks in it and a
Yep.
face shield at the same time.
Yep. I'm like, stop
Fucking hell.
shopping here. If you're that scared, stop shopping here. There's too many people. Instead, go to a small grocer, a local grocer.
Use
Right.
Instacart or some kind of app that does your grocery shopping for you and drops it
Yeah.
off 10 feet pole at your door.
This is true. And we do that here at my workplace too.
DoorDash or whatever it is, where like a third party will go into a store, do all the shopping for you, and deliver the groceries.
It's just mental retardation, bro. What's going on here?
I did that
Kroger
for
has that.
when my truck was broken
Mental.
down. It was great. Saved so much on gas.
I bet, bro.
Yeah, but is the fee worth it? Because the fee is paying for the gas.
Right. I did the math and it was. Especially if you consider the time that I saved not having to do it. Yeah.
Mm.
It was
Yeah.
like an hour and a half out of my day. Like I could just spend 10 minutes taking it from the driveway into the house and spend $12. Save good $5 on gas and then an hour and a half of my time. Fucking great. I'll paint a picture.
And I miss the good old days. It's perfect weather to be out there shooting.
Thanks for the free advertisement. That's what I'm doing right now is Instacart and DoorDash.
Hey, make them
You
like.
know what we're talking about.
Is that Dave? Is that Dave Hinkle? I heard.
Yeah, that was me.
All right, that's what's up. I knew I recognized that voice.
Can't forget this voice.
Damn right. All right. All right, guys. Gotta go. Had to go back to work. I'll see you guys later.
That sounds like fun.
Have a good one.
Adios, muchachos. But yeah, I miss the good old days where days like this, I'd be out there shooting. Can't afford the ammunition now. It's a good thing I did it when I had the opportunity to do so. That way I have the training down.
You already know how to ride a bike. You're okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but you have to remember how to ride the bike, otherwise you tend to fall off a couple of times.
Yeah, one or two. But you know how to adjust.
Yeah, but that's the thing. When that adrenaline hits, you're hitting that bicycle barrier, you know.
On the half pipe.
That's why, like, I would always like going hiking and doing extraneous activities to get blood pumping and then go out and target practice. So you're fatigued and all that, so it's more realistic.
Adrenaline, that's not Asian there. Adrenaline control is very important.
First of all, those are not operator gloves. Those gloves are way too big for that kid.
You're gonna get that jammed in the urine, and that's not how you put it in. What the hell?
That's not even
That's what I was
that's not even where the bullets go. What is wrong with him?
They go in the top, but
they go in the
not
top,
like
but
that.
not like that.
No, they don't go in the top. They go in the bottom. That's sleep.
Yes,
where
they
it's put
do.
them. That's the chamber
Then
that pushes them in.
No,
How's it
that's
going
an
to push
M1
them in when
Garand.
they're in the
That's
way?
an M1. It's got a clip. That's a clip that he's got. He's supposed
The
to put that
Bangalore.
clip in next to the
Bandolier.
breech and push it all the way down, and then the breech will close. And
It's a
then
bandolier.
when
not
you're
a
done, it'll cling.
He's putting it in the
And you
wrong
gotta
way.
watch your thumb when it closes, or you might get it caught in there.
Yeah.
Here, let's show everybody this is how you do it so you can go out and ruin your gun.
It'll probably be fine. A couple of those rounds might be screwed up, though.
Yeah, you remember that firearm was meant for 18-year-olds fresh out of high school, farm boys.
Yeah, well, I'd trust a farm boy with a weapon sooner than I would a city boy.
That's why the 1911 is so simple to disassemble.
Farm boys probably got 5 rifles in their bedroom they've had since they were 10.
22s, gopher rifles, deer hunted.
Regardless, it's a gun.
308.
They're familiar with how to use one, regardless what it is.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up, guys? I'm on break.
Oh, they fired you?
Nope, not yet. But I'm on break, bro. So what's the conversation about now?
M1 Garands.
M1 Grands. Oh shit! All right. What's up? What about an M1 Grand?
Look in the chat text, or live stream voice text.
All right.
So you're gonna smoke your lunch or have lunch?
No, I'm not. I'm not on lunch right now. I don't have lunch today actually. So I'm just on break. I'm just here chilling.
That's a good one, dude. I've never heard of that one. Are you gonna smoke your lunch or eat?
I mean, I wish I could smoke my lunch, bro. But if I'll be smelling like weed if that's the case.
Crackheads smoke their breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
What?
Nothing.
Kids smoke their breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The government came in and took my baby. It's because you're on crack.
Just a little bit. Come on, man.
They were on crack. They'd be in the house looking out the window, all paranoid, looking under the carpet for cops. That's not what.
Well, you know why? You know why
Joe
tweakers like?
Biden's son and smoking Parmesan cheese.
You know why tweakers like Venetian blinds? So when they're having sex, they can both look out the window.
Oh man, I honestly I don't think tweakers eat much, bro. Cause meth doesn't let you eat.
That's why I said smoke the breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Oh, I see. Okay, I get it now.
Is this the 5 o'clock free crack giveaway?
Yeah, but see, meth is
Yeah,
different than crack, right?
yeah, I say so on like at a molecular level. Cause like when I've seen crack and when I've seen meth, they kind of look the same to me. Like they don't look different for me at least.
Do they affect you the same?
I've never done it, so I wouldn't know.
See, how are you talking about something as an expert when you have no personal experience?
I never said I was an expert. Now, did I?
Oh, I must have assumed you were a crackhead. Sorry.
No, I don't fuck with that.
That's
I'm just
fucked up.
playing with you. I'm just playing.
No, I was just saying, I can tell you when it comes to doing other things, like making wax.
Know how to make
But
wax?
yeah, that's what I got busted for.
Oh, really? Damn, bro.
Welcome
Like,
to New York.
you don't always have to use like cured stuff. You can use fresh frozen, but you have to make sure it's frozen hard.
Hey,
Otherwise, the water
Joshua.
will ruin it. Huh?
Okay, can I send you a DM? I want to make sure if you're this guy that was in the voice chat a little while ago, then I don't want to burn you out. So I'm gonna text you right now.
I made wax without freezing it. I did have
There you
to
go.
soak some water out of it with a paper towel, though. Are you saying I should freeze it?
Yeah. Like even when you're making hash, you freeze the product. You can use fresh frozen. Like you don't have to cure it. You could just cut it and then freeze it, and then do your extraction. You don't have to have it cured because you're going to cure it anyways, and it's just the trichromes that are being cured, so you don't have to worry about the water.
I trimmed a bunch away sacrificially because I had some vitriosis, and
Shit.
I put that straight into isopropyl. I didn't freeze it first,
Oh yeah.
but
See, when you do it into
got
isopropyl,
good oil out of it.
what happens is it also takes the chloroform and everything else out of it, right?
Right. A little plant matter
So,
makes more like ash than oil.
well, yeah, but that's why I don't like to use
Water always
like,
screws anything up like that. It doesn't,
yeah,
but it makes the extraction messy and ugly, and any kind of water is stupid.
like see if you're gonna do like an alcohol wash,
Did you use grain
freeze like
alcohol?
you stick the isopropyl. You can use isopropyl. You stick the isopropyl in the freezer, right? Like overnight, and you do the same thing with your product. You could use fresh product, just freeze it, and then you do fast washes. Like do one wash,
Couple minutes.
and then it'll drain away completely. Do another wash, drain away completely, and always use fresh alcohol.
Okay.
And it'll come out more golden than blackish green because that chloroform really fucks everything up.
Well, it's the first year in New York State where it's legal, so I've come a good long way this year, but it's still my first year. So I appreciate all the information. Definitely will help me fix some mistakes I've made.
Now, are you using hydro or soil?
Soil, outdoor.
Okay. Are you using the old family recipe?
What's that?
Should I tell you the secret?
Nutrient.
Should I tell you the secret?
Yeah.
Blackstrap molasses. 5
Hmm.
mils per gallon.
In the water?
Yeah.
Interesting.
And what that does is that feeds the microbes that's living in the soil, so it'll break down the organic matter that's in the soil. Whenever you do it in straight soil, if you didn't amend it, you might not get that great of a yield. The soil can go sour. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to till it up and then mix in a bunch of organic straw or something like that, some kind of wood pulp or some kind of organic matter, and then let it rest. And there'll be this mycelium that starts growing inside of it, starts breaking it down.
It's
And
a
then,
fungus, isn't it?
yeah. But what the molasses does is it feeds the mycelium, so the myso starts breaking down the wood better because the organic matter absorbs the sugar substance, the sweetener, and it just helps for more oil production. And this even happens with like other plants too. Like there's mycorrhizomes and myso dependent species. Like some plants depend on certain bacteria in the soil, certain fungus
Corn's
in the
one, I
soil.
believe.
So it's all like one of these things to where it's a symbiotic relationship, right? In nature, it
It's
wouldn't
like
get like,
culture.
yeah, in nature, it wouldn't get like all of these different nutrients on the fly. So it would have to be like forest floor. So if you're around upstate New York or pretty close, take a trip to upstate New York, go to the forest and get a 5-gallon bucket and get about 2 gallons of that forest hume. That soil underneath the canopy of the forest. That's
And that will
extremely
spread
rich.
into the soil.
And then you amend that in with your soil. You till that in with your soil, your plot, if you're doing it straight in the ground. Or you can get Fox Farm, which is the same thing. It's forest humes mixed with a highly specialized pot and soil specifically for growing pot. And then what you would do is you just take a bag of it, since it's already perforated, dig a hole, stick the bag in the hole, cut the top off of it, water it, and then stick your plant inside of that. And then cover it with dirt and whatnot. That way you have that body, and the
I've been wanting
plastic
to
keeps
ask
the moisture.
somebody who knows. Can you use neem oil? And
Yes.
does it affect
Not when
the
it's
smoking of it?
not when it's flowering though.
Oh, pre-flowering?
Yeah.
Just don't put too much. I'm just gonna kill your plant.
And do I want to put it on the bottom or the top of the leaves?
Both.
Wait, are you trying to kill spider mites, or like what are you trying to do
No.
exactly? I haven't been following.
No,
He's
I
trying
just
to prevent
in general
ants and
for
shit.
future knowledge.
Oh,
Like, I
okay.
haven't had a problem with it. It just occurred to me that of the few things like vinegar and hydrogen peroxide and neem oil that I have on standby for the rest of my garden and stuff, I was concerned that maybe spraying neem oil on it would ruin buds.
You're gonna need to get a good soap, because the oil, the soap, and the water, right? So you're gonna need to get a good organic soap to go along with the neem oil, and then the water, and then you just spray it, and you have to do the proper proportions. And if you're going to treat the whole leaf, the whole plant, the best thing to do, especially when they're clones, is just cup the plant with your hand, spray your hand with it, and then spray the plant as you're moving up, and it'll get both the bottom and the top side of the leaves. And you don't have to do that all the time. You only have to do that like
So like drag your hand
every 3
upwards,
weeks.
like fluff it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
That only
you
works
can
when they're small, though, right?
right, and you can also take the neem oil and add that, like take the neem oil spray and add your foliar feed to it if you're going to do the foliar feed, but that's usually for indoor gardens.
You know, I grew indoors for 8 years, grew outdoors for just about as many. Indoors, I never had a bug problem ever once, because
I never
I took
had
my
mine
soil and I
either.
baked it at 500 degrees, and it kills every fucking bug, every fucking every fucking egg, everything that could possibly endanger your plant is dead.
Yeah.
It's the best way to go.
But then you have to re-inoculate it with some kind of a fungus, though, don't you?
No, just nutrients. You don't need fungus to
Some
grow.
people say you do, but you can use sterile soil to grow, yes. It has all the nutrient in the soil. Personally, I just buy tomato blend, topsoil, you know,
Yeah.
fertilizer. Just buy a bag of the tomato bin, the big 30-pound bag.
I always use fish emulsion, natural.
And that's what I started
Well,
with.
Works
I
very
was
well.
telling him to head to a forest and take some of that soil from underneath the canopy of the
Depending
forest.
Yeah, well, you
on
have to bake it because you'll get
weather.
bugs if you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've never had
But he's
bugs.
just going to have it outdoor anyways, so.
I've never had bugs. Only outdoors have I had mites, and it wasn't a big problem. They ate some holes through my leaves. Ooh, biggie. I didn't get white downy mold. But I've never got mites inside. And I run a continuous cycle. So every other thing I'll do seed or clone, seed or clone, seed or clone. And I maintain a mother in another room, you know? So all my clones come off a mother that I keep in continuous pre-flower.
Do you
So
use
it's
anything to
Interesting.
help?
Do you use metal halide for
yeah,
pre-flower?
yes, I use metal haloids. I use some coil lights for extra lumens, and I use a blue light.
I'm going to need to learn your recipe then.
Do you
I
use
get
any
nice
CO2 injection?
CO2. No, but I smoke in my grow room. I smoke cigarettes in there at least once a day while I talk to my plants. And I breathe out CO2. That's why talking to your plants is good for them. But no, I don't put CO2 in my grow room. I do have canisters though, because I use it I have outdoor houses. You know, greenhouses. I've got greenhouses I I put plastic greenhouses over my berry patches every year. I don't let them get below a certain temperature. So I've grown plants in the winter and that shit, dude. I've let plants flower. I've let a plant flower one time for like 2 months, 3 months after it should have been pulled in October right now. October to November 14th. I let them grow in an outdoor greenhouse until December and January before. And they were multiple colors and grungy as hell. You know, they say when the triclones are just starting to get cloudy is the best time because then they turn golden as they cure. But the triclones recycle if you go long enough. I waited till the ones that were on there turned golden, crystallized, and the new ones grew. And when the new ones were cloudy after 2 months, then I started it. And I
It
don't.
can go in and out of flowering multiple times depending on the weather and the season.
Oh, not in the indoor. I don't. Not my indoor.
I meant outdoor. Sorry.
Indoor, all flowering is
I
determined
go
by
from
hours of light.
yeah. So indoor, I go from pre-veg from veg to pre-flower to flower, full bloom. 12-12 full bloom.
Correct,
See,
Madelmon. Correct.
yeah, and I've even went 12 and a half dark, 11:30 because buds are known to tighten up and compress over the darkness. So if you want more compressed buds, you give it a little bit more darkness, and
Anything over 9 hours of
be
darkness will cause flowering.
yeah, and it'll give them. You can shock them right in the flower. You instead of doing a pre-veg, you can go from a constant badge, constant. You can clone it, give it 24-hour light, and then stop the light for like 24 hours, and then go to a 12-12. But that's not too smart. But
well, actually,
I know.
There's a hormone that gets built up. So the phototropic aspect, the amount of hours of light, in the time of darkness, the plant starts to build a hormone that wants to send it into flower.
Yeah.
Once 12 hours have elapsed, there's sufficient hormone for the plant to start working with. There's a method that I've used for many years now where I'm going to put mine into flower. I normally leave it in darkness for up to 36 hours before I start the flowering cycle.
It does
At that point, the entire plant is saturated and I start to get white hairs, like proper
Yeah,
decent white
I
hairs in
used to
about
go.
7 days,
Yeah,
5 to 7 days.
listen, bro. I used to go from 16 to 14 to 12, but now I go from 18 to 14 to a 12 and a half, 12 and a half. I make it a 25-hour day because I want that 12 and a half hours of darkness. I want that extra half hour. And they turn out, my buds are nice. They're not airy. I don't newt the shit out of my plants. Like I said, I give it the same shit I give to my tomatoes. I don't give it extra food, but I water less than other people because if if I have a 6-foot plant, I want 8 gallons of roots. Your plant has, I'm sure you know, your plant, the biggest mistake most people make is overwatering. Then their roots are get lazy and they don't have to grow because the water comes to them. And then when it's flower, your roots aren't big enough to eat enough nutrient to give the whole plant flower.
And the plant knows that the root system is small and weak, so the buds don't grow as big because it can't support the weight.
Yes, I finally, my brother-in-law
That's
fucked a
why they
crop
tip
up.
over.
Listen, my brother-in-law
Also,
fucked a crop up 3 years in a row, and he kept telling me he knows how to do it. I'm like, you got 36 plants in an outdoor dog cage. It's a runway for a dog, big square one. Got 36 plants cracked in there with crappy ass soil. I said, look, let me show you. Just once, just do it my way. And I went
So
in
run
and
a
rototilled his outdoor grow, threw in my tomato blend, grew just 12 plants, and told him, don't water these bitches more than 1 ounce a week. If it rains, don't water them at all because you want the roots to grow. Healthy roots, healthy plant, big buds, period. Outdoor grow. You just let nature take over, but you won't let the shit go out without water long enough to die. You guys know.
Again,
I'm
Battle
sure.
Mod nails it.
So, but why I raised the point that I did is that, like, being quite, I like to do tests myself. Run a control.
Yeah, I
Do
got
one
buddies.
flower your way in the same room,
Yup.
in the same environment. Do it like you do the
The new
transition into
guy's way.
flowering.
Yeah, that's what I told him. You do yours
But
outside of it and do mine inside of it. And
like I
just
say,
see.
when I ran the test myself,
You
I
do
shaved off
chemical
3.
tests
No, I shaved off 3 days. So normally the plant starts
off
to
a
show the white
cycle
hairs about at day 10, day 11. You start to see
of flower.
prominent
Yeah.
white hairs of
Nice
flower.
hairs. Yeah, nice
Yeah,
hairs of flower. You
but
absolutely know you're in flower now.
but if you do this 36-hour cycle of darkness or
Yeah,
24-hour, effectively
I
you've
do at
allowed
least a
so much
24-hour.
hormone.
My buddy said something about Mike. You build up a bunch of hormone when you start 12 hours. If you go from this to just 12, 12, you're only building up so many hormones. But he's told me you can do darkness for 2 days straight and it'll have so much hormones that you can go to 12, 12 and you're bomb. But
Yeah,
I did it
and that
24 hours and it comes out nice when I go 12, 12 or
yeah,
also
12
if
and
you
a
because
half,
harvest
there's
if
12.
you
2
harvest during a
hormones.
full moon
So
outside, if you're
there's
doing an outdoor grow and you harvest during a full moon, the buds are going to be denser, and when it cures, it's going to be heavier.
Oh, on my outdoor grow, I have 3 different crop times. I always leave a certain amount to just go, like nature would, until you can pick it off the plant in November and smoke it right off the plant. And I've got some bomb ass outdoor weed that way. Just let nature cure it right on the plant. And then you just go out there and pull it up and go trim it. But I do that. My buddy told me about those hormones. I don't know much about that. You know what I mean?
So
I got
yeah,
I, I
there's
got
2 hormones and they work against each other. One is produced in light and one is produced in darkness.
yeah,
And then
that
that
I've noticed.
transition period,
It,
if you go to a 12-hour cycle, sometimes the
um
plant can take 3 days for it to register
have
that it's
you
now going into flower.
have you ever tried the blue lights during darkness cycle?
It
You know,
is Phenomenal.
You know what I'm?
A reptile
Yeah, like
bulb producing UVA and
yes.
UVB.
It's because it replicates moonlight, so you're getting both spectrums, all the spectrums.
At least a 20 to 30% increase on yield by adding
Yeah,
that little.
my buddy talks like you. I'm just a farmer who's grown weed on this property since I was 13 years old. I went to the Corps. I came home. One of the first things I done was plant some seeds I got from from Afghanistan and Iraq and Iran. I invested in some homegrown marijuana seeds there, and I brought them home. And I do my own seeds. I pollinate my males. I grow a male indoor in a closet in a control. I'll take a female in, and I'll pollinate her, and I get my own seeds. It's a Ed Hardy or a Ed Harry super cropping thing from the big book of marijuana. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Some Pakistani Valley.
Yeah, so this guy was growing centimillion bud when other people were selling seedy red-haired sensi. You know what I mean? He was growing seedless real sensi when other people didn't know what to do. And before there were orgoponics and hydroponics, there was just sensi. And sensi, when it came in orgoponics, we were just growing centimillion in a shed. You know what I'm saying? And then we started getting seeds from around the world with high times and shit. And that's where your hydroponics come in. And it was always growing feminized centimillion. People who don't know to poll their males, they're never going to get nothing. The guy that knows to poll his males, run the consistent, you got a good yield, run your same process every year, but always do test shit. Always be playing. You know what I mean? Grow 6 plants that you're playing around with and test new shit. If you can get it better, change your whole process. Because you don't want to fuck the whole crop up.
I was just going to say that, and especially, like, think about it from a genetic perspective. You can have 10 children and each of them can be different.
Yes. Each one of my children, one can have blue eyes, one can have green eyes, one can have red hair, one can have blonde hair, and the other one can be straight Hawaiian pineapple that came from a Sensi Kush, and you're like, how the fuck did this happen?
Yeah.
But there it is, fruity tooty, tasting like lemon and skunky as shit.
And one of the seeds suddenly registers purple leaves, and you think, now how did that occur? Or you start to get immense coloring in the bud that's very different to the rest of them.
My buddy started, Northern Lights. That started right here in Chelsea, Michigan, before it was called Northern Lights in the late 80s, early 90s. It was just called Michiganus Skunkacanus. And then when it became orgoponics, then in hydroponics, then they started calling it Northern Centimillion and Northern Light Centimillion, because that's basically all it is.
But
It's
battle
northern.
mode, you've got to introduce magnets to your grow.
Oh, I do. I use magnets on my seeds when I supercrop.
Wonderful.
Magnetized table, because I germinate my apple trees. I sell apple trees, and I germinate them the same way. My grandfather taught me that. Had nothing to do with marijuana, just farming. Magnetism is awesome for your seeds.
It increases everything. Speed of growth, yield, everything.
It's like
anti-pest species
dude,
to have on your crops is
I got a 12-volt
praying
magnetized
mantises.
table that you just plug in, and you just leave your seeds on all winter long. And it's like fucking germination. Pre-germination, that bitch is growing inside the seed. The minute you hit it with water, it says BAM! My grandpa showed me this as a kid, and it works on anything you grow that has a seed. I don't care if it's a berry bush. And I'm the guy that I got 15 berry bushes starting right now in my house. I grow berries.
I use just plain neodymiums.
I got a cider mill, so yeah, neodymiums, do them work real well? I use a normal magnetized table. I've been wondering about them. They're more intense.
Much more intense, and the south side of the magnet generates the greatest effect on the seed. I'm not sure what pole or polarity your table puts out.
I don't know what polarity my table is. It was just something my grandfather made, and all I know is you plug it in at the end of the year, and you make separate areas for each of your seeds, and you leave them out on the table all year long, and just let them germinate and cure. You know, dry out, germinate. The drier, the more magnetized, the better they jump when they hit water. You want the driest. You know what I mean? You
And it's
want
all
the
about
driest.
shaving time off. And it's the same thing why I grow with low stress techniques. I don't do a lot of cropping or trimming of my plant because it slows down. It's a day or two that the plant needs to recover. So
I don't stress them.
But I bend my plants because stressing does produce higher levels of THC.
I know these. Yeah, stressing them do.
But mild stress, so flattening out your bush. So like
in
going
the
in
indoor,
and just pressing, even in indoor.
3 weeks.
Just, they call it like the actual art of super cropping when you bend the branch almost at 90 degrees. And then
you put a nook in it. That's what I was gonna say. It's a pinch nook. Yeah, it creates stages of bigger buds. If you nook it at the bottom, and you got 4 tops at the bottom, those 4 tops below that nook are gonna be the biggest motherfuckers on the tree. If you nook it four ways up out of say 16 tops, you end up with a mini pine tree, dude. Big fucking buds.
But so like a certain amount of controlled stress to the plant is very good.
You know where they learn that? Honestly.
But what most guys do is that they don't understand. They just go in there with
prize competition strawberries, bro. That's what we do to strawberries. We'll grow one big strawberry on a notch and we'll notch it all the way down. It'll be bent all the way down that feeds that strawberry because it sets stages of storage. It's like it stores it, it doubles up. It moves on, it stores it, it doubles up. And by the time it gets to the strawberry, every feeding cycle, it's like a feeding cycle. It becomes a feeding cycle. And every time you can watch it in one day double in size. Strawberries, I've grown strawberries almost as big as a fucking peach. And I win contests with them. I enter them in the fair. And people want to buy these high-priced berries to make the best strawberry pie you ever got. You know what I'm saying? My grandma was a astute, real hyper fastidious note taker. Everything she did notes. And I got to take care of the strawberry patch. When I was a kid, my grandmother sold out of our cider mill prize-winning pie. She tried to win the fair prize every year for her strawberry rhubarb, her strawberry, her blueberry, her peach, and prize-winning pies go for double. People come from fucking New York to buy these pies. You know what I mean? They call my grandma up. They tell her, hey, make me 10, freeze them, half cook them, freeze them, and I'm going to come get them. And you're talking about a $40 pie made from prize-winning berries, and it's a prize-winning pie. My grandma made that literally like that was a branch of income from the farm, where the berry patch would bring you 15 to 25 grand a year, depending on how big the berry patch is. My grandma would double that with her pies. She makes strawberry rhubarb that motherfuckers would fight for if it was a prize. They'd get in a cage and fight to see who gets that fucking pie. Since my grandma passed, I ain't had a real strawberry rhubarb pie. I don't know if it's the way I grow my rhubarb or the way my grandma cooked the pie. I read that she was really intricate about her instructions in her cookbooks, and I know I'm reading the instructions right. I literally think it's my grow process with rhubarb, because I'm kind of a natural process for rhubarb. I just let it grow naturally. I think my grandma actually did, when I was younger, she did stuff to the rhubarb that I never known, because I was busy baling hay, weeding gardens, working for other farmers, and then just being specific on the berry bush, because I get a portion of my grandma's money if I'd keep it up to her standards. And I had to literally spend 5 hours in the berry patch every day, and then go and tell my grandma every freaking little thing I did. And if I did what she told me to do, like notch the branches, so you grow and trim off berries, that stresses the plant too, so that you only got one berry per plant. It's literally like a bonsai fucking berry bush with one big fucking berry on it, you know. And my grandma would start them in the damn farm over the winter and say, "Here, plant this," and then we treat it like a bonsai plant. Get one big ass strawberry from it, and the next year let it grow naturally. So I got naturally big strawberries from bushes that were manicured as they were started, to produce one big strawberry, and then we just let it grow after that. That's why I literally start berry bushes every year. I love them fist-sized strawberries. Some people ain't never seen them. Me, I do everything from memory. I literally I don't keep records like my grandma does no more. I just know the way I did it since I was 12 years old, and I do it that way, and I get the same strawberries I get big fucking blueberries. I mean, if I get high enough, I'll go out and trim the fucking mulberry tree until I get mulberries as big as your thumb.
Never seen a mulberry. I've like worked on a lot of mulberry trees, but they were the non-fruiting mulberries.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
mulberry's good. You can mix mulberry with strawberry rhubarb pie, and that's good than a motherfucker too. You can make mulberry wine. Mulberry wine, a lot of people like that. I like mulberry.
All the mulberries out here are suffering from a disease called
Yeah, I got three different kinds.
Black City canker.
Oh, yeah. You
And
don't
it
eat
just
them.
devastates them. No, it just devastates the tree. They're non-fruiting.
I know. But if it does produce, don't eat the shit. It's tainted. You don't want that shit in your body.
Yeah.
Mike, can I ask you something about those strawberries that I've never seen, fist-sized ones? Do you do much work on the leaves of the strawberry? In that,
Yes,
in bonsai, we pull off the big leaves to promote smaller leaf growth.
Yeah,
do you pull off the small leaves to promote big leaf growth, or
no? You always trim the bigger leaves, and the plant will send more stuff up to save the plant because you cut it off the largest portion of it, so it think it's dying, and it sends more stuff up there. The bigger leaves you want, if you only got two big leaves, cut them, because that's enough to make the plant think it's dying and says, "Oh shit, send all that shit," and your strawberry gets bigger than a motherfucker over 3 days. That's part of it. You keep stressing it.
So, like when in bonsai, you only cut off about 2/3 of the leaf, all the way to about the stalk of the leaf, so that the nutrients that's left in the stalk can bleed back into the plant, and then that little stalk end falls off naturally.
Yeah,
and try and
pretty much
retain
the
as much
same
as
way.
you can.
And but we'll on a bonsai tree, you might you keep one branch going, right? And you'll twist it and form it and shape it. And we kind of do the same thing. We cut off the secondary and third and fourth lead branches that would lead into more a fruit producing branch, just like a top on a weed plant. You trim them off so they can't grow. And then they'll grow another branch and they'll try to do it again. And you trim it off, but you trim them off. You prune it at the same time you cut off the largest leaves. Because it all works together to tell the plant, "Oh shit, it's dying," but it's not. Because when you prune, you got to cover the pruned areas. But then the plant tries to save itself. and you've left only the largest berry there that's just going to keep sucking it all, you know? Sometimes you can get the biggest, most beautiful strawberry, but when you actually eat it after winning the prize, it's not the best tasting motherfucker.
It's just like watery. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You understand. Yeah, it's oversaturated. So I like them literally. They're, you know, it's maybe 3 fingers of the fist. I like the medium. They're bigger, but they're medium sized because they're more sweeter. You know, sometimes, maybe once a week, I'll feed the plant sugar water. It sweetens it, and it's already a plant product, so it breaks down soluble, and it becomes, you know, just plant food. But it's sweetened plant food, so it adds flavor to your strawberries.
It's sweetened with what? Molasses.
We use molasses and sugar. You can use real maple syrup. You know what's up. You can use that molasses, real maple syrup, honey. You can use all that for cloning and pruning too if you want. So you're making your pruning and cloning products right there on the farm. There are better products out there, but it introduces more chemicals and it's no longer a natural process. I prefer my marijuana be natural, other than the soil that I bought was a perfect mixture for tomatoes. I found that marijuanas and tomato plants pretty much work on the exact same mixture.
Yeah, same
So
chemicals.
what have you heard
same...
about or not cloning, but grafting cannabis onto tomato?
I don't even play with that. I've heard about it, but I don't try that shit. It's too much. The outdoor process that I have, it's too easy, and the weed's too fucking good. You know what I mean? And when I was a kid, we used to stagger it. We'd grow an extra cornfield, and that wasn't really a cornfield; it was a cash crop. And every other plant was a pot plant, and we had to
graft
go in
cannabis onto it, but take a cannabis stalk, which is healthier
I'm with
than
you.
tomato, and then graft a tomato onto it so it grows tomatoes.
Yeah, I
Different
don't.
families, it
I
won't
don't
go.
play with all that.
Hops is the only one where marijuana can be grafted to.
But listen, in the 80s, dude, we had to twine our marijuana to the corn just to get away with growing it. But I'm a lucky guy. I don't get the helicopters over my property because I live by the world's largest walled prison, and I live in restricted airspace. So I've never got caught twining weed to the corn. We used to grow Northern Lights, Michiganus, Skunk right in the corn. And my uncle, the dude Ed that wrote the Marijuana Big Book, is my uncle's buddy. They kind of developed that together. So
There was a kind that I got from this guy up in Colorado. He brought it down. He said his buddy is the only one that has the clone. I don't know where it came from, right? But this thing was just covered in it. He said it's cocaine, right? But it wasn't coke. But that was what his buddy named it, right? This thing was just covered in trichromes.
I smoked green crack.
I mean, this shit was just white like snow. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, like white widow.
Yeah.
But like a grafting.
The trichomes look like extra hairs. Is that what you're on about? I've seen weed like that.
Yeah, like trichromes on the trichromes.
So yeah, so healthy they look like extra hairs. And you're like, oh my god, is that a trichrome? And because I got the little blue light with the magnifying glass, you know, to look and see what they're at. And
dude, like you would break a piece off and there'd be keef like all over your fingers and all over the table. You're like,
yeah, you really don't. You're talking about trichlomes so healthy, you really don't even need the light to see them.
Yeah.
But you still need the light in the magnifying glass to see the color.
At night with a candle, it sparkles.
Yeah.
But Joshua, to your grafting question, grafting is used as a technique to overcome some inadequacy in the plant. So for example, a white pine has a very weak root structure and a black pine has a very strong root structure. and a tree that's going to grow for 30 years, it would then make sense to graft a black pine onto the root structure of a white pine. So, or I mean vice versa, the white pine grafted onto the top of a black pine root structure. But with cannabis being such a fast grower, and if you expose it to magnetism, I promise you, you'll never grow without magnets ever again. So something that's so vigorous and within a couple of weeks can be put into flower. To graft something requires sometimes 2 to 3 weeks
Hey, Solar. I was going to say,
time to heal.
we're on the weed, but on the flat earth topic, me and Cyrus and Roger and Martooth, we're working with another partner. We're partnering with another server. It's called the House of Wisdom. These guys really want to get into the flat earth debate, but they're really not prepared for our level. They start with the basic shit. But we can demonstrate this, we can quantify that. Gravity is proven through correlation, you know. But they want us to go over there and debate, and they're really friendly. And I'm gonna keep sharing the invite. The invite. Firehawk is the mod that's working with us. If people treat you bad, you can talk to Firehawk, and as long as you stay civil, he'll tell them shut the fuck up. So, but it's fun for debate because they're at they're entry level. They're young kids. They call their server the House of Wisdom. But flat earthers, when we go there, we're the ones with the fucking wisdom. And they get pissed off because they know it. It's obvious. So I want all my smartest guys. So
We
there's
don't
your
even
link.
have to pick a topic on the flat Earth.
Yeah.
We can pick any one of
Yeah.
their topics and destroy
You
them.
can just let them pick the topic and then destroy them. You're all well versed in it. I just want you to know, guys, to know there's easy pickings over there for anybody that gets bored and just wants to go crush some rudimentary Globers for practice. There it is. If you set up a 1v1 or something, me and Helio will live stream it. We'll put your name on the video and shit. Get you out there. Like, this is how we got out there. And this
To
is how
blow their mind by saying what is up is not really down.
Listen, Helio would live stream them, and it'd be Battle Mod versus Xanic. This is how it started. I crushed Xanic over and over and over and over again. You know, I pointed out the obvious. Till finally he knew he couldn't get anything by me, and there wasn't anything, and he conceded it. I have no empirical evidence for my globe. And people would come in here and say, "Where's that battle mod that beat Sanix and thinks he's the shit? I want to beat him down." So they come here like that. So all our best guys, we want to do you the same way. This is how we got 30, 40, 50,000 people on our last server. It can be flat earth solar versus sunglasses, and you crush them, and people might come in here and call you out by name because they came just to take you out, dog. And that shuts the rest of the lobby up, and it makes it easier for you to get a 1v1 without 20 people trying to co-sign you. But it's old school, and we want to get it back there.
House of Wisdom. I go to House of Wisdom, and I go to many
all
other
right.
chats, and I go there exactly like you say. Listen
yeah.
what they're talking about, and then join their conversation.
Then, yeah.
But because of my name, everyone always gets to a point, and they go, "Come on, you can't really think the Earth is flat, right?" And then it's beautiful.
Is
and then
the
they
sun
ask me
flat?
questions.
You're flat or solar? Is the sun flat too? Yeah, I know. I know, brother. I want us all to have a name. At one time, we had like 20, 30 heavy hitters that all had their name on YouTube. And then now they've started their own channels like Citizen Z, QE, Annie Catherium, Mike Flatbird, Karen B. Now they're all out on their own. Jaron even started with us, Bob, you know, Jazzala. Now all these guys are out there, and they're not just drawing people to ours. They got their own thing going. So we need to redo it again and just
The struggle is
reassert
real,
ourselves.
brother.
They know out there 24/7 is the place to come to learn the most advanced arguments on the flat earth and take them back to your live stream. We set the precedent, as we've been doing for 6 years since we didn't have an argument for gravity. Me and Indio read for weeks and months on end to actually develop arguments and work together and shared everything. And me more and Jose and Annie Catherium. Annie helped us too. Me, Indio, Annie Catherium. We did so much reading and so much information pooling and sharing that we developed the arguments, and then people came in and listened to our arguments and took them further, like Flat Earth Data.
I'd just like to say I feel North Star's pain. He went to take his shit break, and it was too busy, so he had to continue on the road. So I feel his pain.
Oh, he's driving in a constipated level. Ain't that a bitch? I hate when I got to do that. You got to do that in asphalt.
He's not constipated. He's got a turtle head, but there's too many shitters on the.
Well, you hold that
already.
motherfucker too long, bro, and it's gonna be constipation. Especially if you're sitting in a
pull the
fucking
rig
truck.
over and pop a couple flares and go take a
Sitting
dump
in a
behind a
truck
bush.
with an air ride seat, your butt setting in at an angle so much that your knees are pointed up in the air in a 45-degree angle. You know what I'm saying, brother?
Little squishy.
When that turtle pulls its head back in, it's hard to get that turtle head back out.
yeah, it's like a snapper that poked his eye out. He's staying in there for a long time to protect the other eye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel his pain too.
Yeah, I'm just saying these guys are easy prey for anybody that I was waiting for Flat Earth Data to come because I want to give him that because he loves to talk and he has a lot to say that's really intelligent. We bumped heads, but I hope he's listening because I like Flat Earth Data. I like him. He's a really intelligent guy and he's got the eyesight converted into mathematics that quantify a globe model at the rate we see through our curved eyes. He's got that shit down to a science. Anybody ever stated some shit he didn't know about? He wrote that shit down as it applied to that argument and he researched it. Me and Indio was talking about, angler resolution and all that. I think we felt like we were doing it before anybody else because it was, one of the biggest thoughts on me and Indio's mind. Well, the model we see, the model we know is based on observation, and observation is based on the curved aperture of our eye, And that's such a complex argument that 60 years ago when we started, these Clovers don't want to accept it because the guys we were arguing with, the best guys, they're still high schoolers or first year college, and they didn't have the in-depth contemplation. You know what I mean? I mean, an astrophysicist wouldn't argue with you, An engineer wouldn't argue with you because he's capable of understanding your complex argument that requires listening skills as much as talking skills. That's the worst part about debating with the younger kids. They don't pay attention. You can lay out the most specific paragraph. You can rehearse it and repeat it 1,000 times, and you can have it down so tight, and they'll still go at the end of it totally opposite of what you've said. So what you're saying is, or by that logic, you think this is true, and they'll never address what you actually added specificity to and hyperfastidiously with specificity place your argument as we can be hyper specificity, whatever, hyper specific,
bro.
And these motherfuckers will go, so what you're saying is, and then drop a bunch of vague general statements that doesn't focus on anything. They try to, when we get it on specificity, they try to take it back to a general argument about the corpus of physics or the corpus of quantifications or the corpus of the amount of people who believe in a model, correlation equals causation, which we know is fallacious reasoning. It doesn't. Assertions aren't. aren't facts. Correlation will never equal causation.
Hey, bro, how many ospreys do we have?
How many what?
Ospreys? The VTOL?
Ospreys?
The vertical takeoff vehicle, twin rotor?
Oh, fuck, I don't know.
And which branch uses them?
Ospreys, the vertical takeoff.
Because there's one that keeps flying around, and now it's going over to on the backside of Mount P, Black Butte Mountain, and it's landing. See, there's been it's like Area 51 out there too.
Yeah.
I mean, I got stories to tell you about that place, but let me see if I can find the thing.
Like the VTOL warships. I'm with you. Okay.
Yeah, the Boeing V-22 Osprey.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't. That's last I knew those were still experimental, but it seems now they're not. They're in use and application, huh?
Air Force, it says.
Yep.
The 400th of the 400th V-22 Osprey. So 400 of them. That's not very many.
No. It's a VTOL warship, though.
Uh-huh. They're slow-moving motherfuckers, too.
I thought you meant the VTOL. Fuck, I never knew it was an Osprey. Weasel. Yeah, as a Marine, I've always referenced it as a VTOL warship, and it was referenced the same way in COD. So
assault support. Yeah.
Yep. Call it in.
Unit replacement cost, FY05.
Hey, who doesn't love that? So what you're saying, brother, is that
71.3
you
million.
agree gravity was proven through correlation. That's what you're saying then, right? By that logic? VTOL equals gravity proven through correlation, demonstration, and observation?
I don't know.
No, you got to break that down to is observation is only one step of the process of natural science. So can it be considered verification for causation on one sentence with observation equals verification of causation without demonstration? Now I'm trying to wrap it with specificity, you know? But really,
they all have them.
I'm gonna teach everybody the argument and then send them all over there to kill that server. I want them to be calling our names and calling us Big Daddy by the end of the week. Seriously.
Get super rich so you can fly around in a V-22.
Man, this fucking...
Oh, they're talking about the AW69, 609. It's a civilian one. Anyway. Funny thing is, too, it's not a free fall that they feel, but when they hit the apogee is when they experience the weightlessness. Like they're still going up while they're starting to experience weightlessness because of the slowing down.
On the vomit comment?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew exactly what you was talking about. I'm taking that ride.
Kind of like when you're on a roller coaster and you're going up to the top of a turn. As you're getting up to it, you're still moving up, but you start feeling like a lift up in the seat, and then as you're going down, you start like feeling the downward force again. It's crazy.
Have you guys?
What's that, North?
Yeah, I've been trying to get in for a little while, man. I was driving. I pulled over. Has anybody heard anything about the William Shatner? And I was just curious, did he say anything about a ball or anything about a globe, or was he just in tears and just happy seeing what he's seen? What was going on? Is there any more to the story? Am I missing something? I don't want to miss anything. I've been working, been pretty busy.
I don't know. I didn't see it.
Is this recent? Or is this an old video?
It's recent. Bezos, I guess William Shatner. He came down. I seen it briefly on the news. When he came back, he was in tears and he just thanked everybody for what he's seen. He didn't say anything about a globe, and I was so expecting something to come up about flat Earth or just something, anything. And yeah, this was fairly recent, probably a couple days ago or so.
Well, William Shatner had a nice video where he said, science fiction is what we think science is. And he sat there saying how he was on, on various films and various space programs and stuff. And he always said, the science fiction is what everyone, it was like a damning video. I don't know if someone else has seen it in here. But he
Yeah, I
was
remember
basically saying all of space is science fiction.
Yeah, science and science fiction are basically the same as what he said. That's pretty old. I'm speaking about like yesterday or the day before. Has no one else has heard it in here, or?
No, it's new to me. Sorry, bud.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's what, 90? How old is he now? It's pretty old. I just wanted to see what he said in the interview because I didn't catch the entire interview. I just seen it briefly on the news. He was just crying in tears, thankful for what he saw.
You say it's Bezos and
yeah, Jeff Bezos.
Shatner.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
The little rocket looks like a. Well, I'm not gonna say it.
Something phallic.
Yeah. Yeah, so just look it up. Most recent, I guess he got no.
Seems like he boldly went where many men have went before.
Yeah, and proof that actors can act.
In the video, I just seen him, basically weightless and just saying, "Wow, wow." I mean, a lot of times he was looking inside the cabin. He wasn't even looking outside, and he was saying, "Wow, wow." And I don't know, man. It's just kind of weird.
Wow. Oh wow, I pooped my pants. Wow. Oh wow. I never dreamed of this. I'm in Star Trek coming to reality. Wow.
Man, this looks so shilly. It says William Shatner travels to space on Jeff Bezos intergalactic Wienermobile. Quote, the most profound experience I can imagine. The most profound experience, William Shatner speaks. And then it shows,
Wienermobile?
yeah,
Weenie mobile.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Go ahead.
I think it's the appendage that Bezos always wished he had. So just, it's they're doing the same sort of thing. There's footage there of him inside the spacecraft while it takes off. And the amount of G-forces at 9 G-force or a G-force of 9, most people are completely blacked out. And if that rocket was taking off and accelerating up to 17,000 miles per hour, it would be experiencing something on the scale of about 36 Gs. And then they show these people who could be reading a newspaper, like kind of how they do it in filming, where they pretend like you're in one place, but you're actually not. This just shows me that William Shatner is a happy puppet. And probably because he's old, so he doesn't have to keep the secret long. So what was your question originally? You said he came back and he cried, and you wanted to know if there was more.
Yeah, sorry, man. I stepped away from the phone, but yeah, I just briefly caught it, and I know they didn't show the full interview, and I haven't seen it. I've been pretty busy, but yeah, I just saw him in tears, and saying thank you and all these type of things, and wow, and I didn't hear anything about a ball. I was expecting something,
They
even
normally
something
love
from the
to
media.
drop the curvature or something,
Yeah, even something from the media, but I haven't heard the full video. I thought somebody in here might have, so that's why I brought it up.
So I've posted the YouTube link that's like a 2-hour video showing the launch and everything if you want to go watch the entire one.
I
All right, man.
listened to a
Thanks. You did the live stream, right?
I listened to a small interview that he had. He seemed more excited about the G-forces than anything, to be honest with you. He did mention blue orb one time, but that was right at the very beginning. Never really mentioned anything about what he saw.
Yeah, why wouldn't you come back and be like, this is what I saw. This is how it looked. And I mean, what's the deal, man?
That's because he didn't go. He was in another filming room, and then he sat there, and then they shook. It's like this little simulator, and it vibrates a bit, while on the other screen, they're showing you something that if a human body was inside there, the heart would not be able to pump blood to the brain. And while it was experiencing 36 Gs, you would be virtually in a state of coma, and the lack of blood to the brain would cause severe retardation by the time it stopped accelerating. It's ludicrous that people think humans can be, like I say, pilots, well-trained pilots, black out at 9 Gs. And an average human, they say, can withstand up to 6 Gs. And that there's certain techniques that need to be learned to be able to withstand up to 9 Gs. And 9 Gs is experienced with a plane doing maybe 1,000, maybe 1,300 miles per hour, and then doing certain maneuvers. That's 1,300 miles per hour. Now they say that this rocket's doing 17,000, And then also banking and arcing, increasing the G-forces that would be experienced. And when they show the pictures of the guys inside, they could be playing a chess match for what it looks like. It doesn't look like there's any kind of distress or any kind of actual pressure being exerted on them. And a pilot experiencing 9Gs, their entire face is starting to distort. So the cheeks are being sucked down, their eye sockets are being exposed because the skin looks like it's peeling off the body at 9Gs. Their entire chins get sucked into their necks, like they're like melting into their chair because they're 9 times heavier than they would normally be. So at 36 Gs, no, you wouldn't see an astronaut smiling at you and giving you a high five or a thumbs up like they do.
So Shatner only talked about 5 Gs in this experience, and I don't know. I don't know the extent of the speed of the rocket that they go on. But just think of 5 Gs for a 90-year-old man. He's 90.
Wouldn't you also have to bite down on something just in case you bite your own tongue off? Yeah, I was wondering about these exact things. Thanks for explaining it so nicely.
He also said when he was going through the training, he was referring to it as rehearsal. He's like, they call it training. I call it rehearsal.
Okay. So he's left us some little Easter eggs.
Possibly. I mean, I think it's plausible that they could go high up, right? Because all of these launches aren't necessarily claiming to be that much higher than high altitude flight, right?
So this one's not escaping Earth's atmosphere, so it's not reaching quote unquote escape velocity. So it's probably not as fast as quote unquote the Saturn rocket achieves. But doing a parabolic maneuver with something like this that, like you say, is only achieving really low Earth orbit or low Earth altitude, it's kind of like Mad Mike shooting himself in a steam rocket. It's like, hey, we're 70 years from when we flew to the moon and then took off again and flew all the way back. How about we just throw something 60 kilometers in the air?
Right. So how high are they claiming that they're going in these things? Is it even any higher than Augustus Piccard went initially in a balloon? I mean, it's got to be a little bit higher than that, right?
I'm not sure of the exact altitude that Piccard reached, but if it was, say, 100,000 feet, that would be 30 kilometers. If it was 200,000 feet, it would be 60 kilometers. But what's interesting is that they've got these little displays that always show on the screen, and it shows that their acceleration is astronomical, even though visually you can see the object is pretty much cruising at the same speed. And it also shows that it's gaining altitude by hundreds of meters per second. And when you look at the object, it's flying horizontally. So those little things that they use as quantifications for their altitude achieved and their speed is very questionable, because if you've ever seen a plane flying at the speed of sound, it goes from the left horizon, you see it as a dot, to being in front of you in a couple of seconds, to being on the right-hand horizon disappearing into a dot in a matter of seconds. And no matter how good you film, you can't track that thing for the next 15 minutes. And that's going at the speed of sound. Now, these rockets are said to be going at 10 times that speed. And much more. Sometimes even 20 times that speed. But yet we can pan and watch this rocket disappear for 20 minutes for the sake of television. And then we just put this little dial in the corner saying 7,000 miles per hour, 8,000 miles per hour, 9,000 miles per hour. But I'm tracking the same object that's now technically 10 times going faster, 10 times faster than the speed of sound. Where's the sound barrier breaking? Where's this intense shock wave that follows from this thing breaking every physical law? Because we know that aircraft typically maxed out at about 3,000 miles. At 3,000 miles per hour, the SR-71 became so hot that it started melting all the components. It had to do all kinds of adaptations, but every single plastic valve melted just because of the friction of this aircraft running at 3,000 miles. And that aircraft could travel at really high altitude. So it could travel through the quote-unquote thinner air. But it was still heating up so much that it was leaking fuel. And eventually they scrapped the project because exceeding 3,000 miles per hour due to friction would start melting the object. But we just go 4 times faster because this little dial in the corner of the screen says so. And that's what we would need to do mathematically to escape the Earth's gravitational attraction. It's just ludicrous. Like a sniper's bullet is going at about 1,600 miles per hour. So go take your camera and follow that bullet for me. Oh, you can't. All right, now just follow something going 4 times faster, 5 times faster than a sniper bullet. Easy peasy. I'll pan on it for 10 minutes. No stress. Biranism said, it gets to a point where you could literally say any number. Once you get past a certain number of ludicrousness, then it can be anything. Not 17,000, it could be 20,000 miles per hour. Or it could be 25 or 30. Matters not. Because you're not thinking about it logically. What's the land speed record? Like 700 kilometers per hour. What's the air speed record? 3,000 and something. But this rocket does 17,000. So why doesn't it hold the airspeed record? No, the airspeed record is 3,000 miles set by this aircraft. So why not the rocket that's doing 4 times that? These are not the droids you're looking for. Literally, like anywhere you touch, anywhere you scratch, it's flawed everywhere. Hi, Morvis.
What's up, guys? Yeah, break the room.
See, they can just write whatever the hell they want. For a moment it appeared Mr. Bezos, dressed in a flight suit like the one he wore in July, would join them in flying to space, but he closed the hatch door before leaving the pad, sending the crew on their journey. The rocket lifted off at 9:49 Central Time, sending nearly as fast as a speeding bullet at 2,235 miles per hour. What bullet flies at 2,200 miles per hour? And they say nearly as fast as. Most bullets are about 800 miles to 1,200 miles. Nearly as fast as a speeding bullet per hour, sending the crew some 65.8 miles away. Whole trip lasted 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Or really it looked much quicker to me on what they were showing the public. And as usual, you get no camera view of the Earth receding as they go up. They show the people in the space rocket ship looking out the window, but they won't show you what's out there. And there's no sound. Like, you can't hear the reaction of the people. It's like, no, we can't have no sound in here. And then the landing module, or whatever they call it, when it's supposed to hit the ground, it has to have thrusters that makes it not hit the ground so hard. That's what Shatner himself said. But they don't show you when that happens.
And not just thrusters. Think about the force. Like, the weight of that rocket is something like 100 to 150 vehicles stacked on top of one another. Now drop that just off the Empire State Building and think about the amount of thrust force you'd need to prevent that thing from smashing into the ground. Completely obliterated. The amount of force, even if you got the thing to become stationary near the ground, you would be blasting holes into the earth. Like, the rocks would be flying away. All the dirt and sand would be flying away. And if they were blasting over a barge in the ocean, there would no longer be a barge. There would be a bonfire. So it's, like I say, this is so flawed.
Yeah, I just seen like the windows, and you could see a little bit of light, a little bit of darkness, and you could hear him speaking. You could hear him speaking, saying, "Wow, wow," But apparently, it was just like a little capsule they came down in. I guess parachuted down.
And Bezos very pointedly cut him off while he was like just out, and he was trying to talk about, whatever he saw or whatever happened, by telling someone to bring over some champagne. I mean,
So let me get this straight.
Yeah.
Let me get this straight. 10 minutes to go from the ground to 65 miles high, then back to the ground. So that's 3 minutes up, 4 minutes in the air. Not even. Isn't it 3-4-3? So 3 up, 4 minutes in, doing parabolic maneuver. In being in space, and then another 3 minutes down. 10 minutes to travel that distance. Do we believe it?
Ariel, I thought what you said about Bezos was interesting. His body language, especially what he did with the champagne. Like, he said, "Hey, can I have some champagne over here?" Then he shakes it up, and then he just tosses it away. And I imagine that's not like cheap champagne. He just throws it on the ground. I was like, well, that's.
I don't care about money.
That's what happens when you have $1 billion or however much it has.
That's why those motherfuckers need to be charged out the wazoo for taxes on space flight, because there's no science behind it.
Well, they just need to be drawn and quartered. I don't really care about money with them. They need to have the ultimate price paid. Sorry.
But glad, take that distance exactly like you said. Could you travel 65 in 10 minutes? Put that horizontally on the earth. So you're standing at the starting line and you accelerate. And after 10 minutes, you've done 65 miles.
Not even that. Listen, okay, so they say the trip took 10 minutes, right? Listen, they say the whole trip took 10 minutes, okay? So that's a maximum of 3 minutes from the ground to 65 miles in the air, okay? Then a maximum of 4 minutes weightless, and then a maximum of 3 minutes back down and a landing, okay?
Something's not adding up here.
Exactly.
He did look kind of worried what Shatner was going to say.
Of course he did, because Shatner knows the truth, and he's doing it just for a publicity stunt to do it for fun, but everybody knows he might slip up with his words. You know, shit, did he have one too many drinks at breakfast this morning? What's Shatner going to fucking say? You know what I mean?
Yeah, when he was in tears saying thank you, what I just seen, I mean, you can see this other guy's eyes like, oh no, please don't say it.
Yep.
He's like, I know exactly what's going on. Wouldn't it be cool if Captain Kirk joined us? I mean, just think about it. What if William Shatner all of a sudden was just like, you know what? When I went up, it was completely flat, and then just started just join the flat.
If it paid well, he'd join us.
He's old enough not to care.
He's a whore, huh?
He's a puppet for hire.
Oh, yeah.
He's a whore.
I did not see the curvature of Earth, but I will next time I go.
But there was nothing on the wing. There was no wing.
The curvature of time and space was everywhere.
So glad, think about that. Go horizontally on the earth. What you said even made it worse. You've got to go 65 miles in under 3 minutes.
3 minutes, yep.
That's like 20 miles per minute.
Yeah, but then they'll be like, well, they were going at like 8,000 miles an hour. Derp, smurp. Yeah, and when was the last time a human survived that kind of G-force? I want to know.
They say they were doing 2,235 miles per hour. So 2,235 divided by 60 to get it back to minutes. 37 miles per minute.
That's Mach 3.
Times by 10 minutes.
Paracord made of diamond?
They could have done 370 miles in those 10 minutes, but they only traveled 60 up and 60 down. And obviously, if they didn't use parachutes, so they would have come down and landed. So they would have been basically almost at free fall for much of the descent and then slowed just at the bottom. It's like this story just doesn't make sense. 2,200 miles per hour.
Yep. So we're going to go up at Mach 3 and then all of a sudden not be anywhere near Mach 3, do a little maneuver for weightlessness, and then all of a sudden get back right in to Mach 3 and go to the ground.
Okay, so 2 minutes at 37 miles per minute gives you 74 miles in 2 minutes. So if they ascended in 2 minutes at 37 miles.
Can I ask what we're talking about, please?
Jeff
Talking
Bezos.
about Jeff Bezos and William Shatner going to second law of thermodynamics violation.
And what would the velocity be of that capsule that they were in if it was in free fall back down? And how much resistance would they need from those 3 little parachutes? I mean, nothing adds up. Nothing.
None of this, dude. Nobody could survive the trip that they allegedly took. Nobody.
And the cameras didn't actually pick up the moment when the thrusters went on to prevent them from being obliterated as they hit the ground.
Right, exactly.
I want to say William Shatner is a ball player, so he's going to say whatever they want him to say, and so does Elon Musk.
Right.
Yeah, as long as they can keep him in whiskey until he buys the farm.
Exactly. Give him
As long
enough
as they
cocaine
can
and
give
whiskey,
him-
he'll be fine.
As long as they can give him girls or boys, whatever he wants.
Hey, let's just stick with cocaine and whiskey, okay? We don't have to go down that rabbit hole. Jeez, Godric.
Real Scotch, not that American.
Just fucking with you, Godrockin. Or, sorry, Godric, not Godrockin. So many similar names around here. Yeah, exactly. Shatner's got to drink like the nicest single malt all day, every day.
Definitely nice and smooth.
I think there's some health benefits to drinking whiskey in moderation.
They would have to be going Mach 21, wouldn't they? If they were coming back down from 65 miles to 0. If not faster because of the rocket firing thing.
No, so the descent would be governed by terminal velocity as well. So they would reach a limit, but somehow we can exceed that limit upwards. Easy.
That limit is what, 32 feet per second per second? Terminal velocity?
I'm not sure.
9.8 meters per second per second.
Did you watch that clip where they have the odometer reading flat Earth solar? And then they show you how the velocity starts decreasing. They've got all the meters on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, those things are awesome. Like I say, they show that the plane or the object is accelerating upwards, and you can see it's traveling horizontally. It's no longer gaining altitude, but the little dial says 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 400. And it's like consistent, like those little world clocks that they put on. It's how many people are dying every day, every minute, every second. It's just a pre-programmed GIF, basically.
Actually, somebody should fake the same thing, and just to show how easy it would be to fake the whole lot. Or start a petition to defund NASA. Considering the state of humanity at the moment, it's like a frivolous thing. And they're going to be there in the House of Senate getting their, reading the reason why they should get billions and billions more of funding for the next year, of chasing their vanity. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Yeah, bringing this old geriatric in is just a marketing ploy. Totally disgusted. And that Jeff Bezos,
But again,
he's on a 24/7 ego trip.
Yeah, you would figure a humanitarian such as Jeff Bezos, right, would make an Amazon apartment complex or something like that and house the homeless and then give the homeless a job by packing the material in the Amazon shop,
But metaphorically, everyone knows Shatner was an actor and played a part in space. And then they're bringing him into the quote-unquote science part, proving how they go to space. Like they're putting them together like they are the same thing.
Yeah, we all know that William Shatner is famous for saying that science fiction and science are the same thing, right?
Yeah, because he says on a TV show they came up with an idea of a wormhole. And then turns out later on, like 2 months later, he gets a phone call from some scientists saying wormholes actually exist. So science fiction is just science. That's what science has become, because the days of testing things are over. Now it's all thought process and theoretical shit. Theoretical physics. How can you think theoretically about something that's physical? If it's physical, then you can think logically about it. You know, yeah, anyway.
Yeah, sorry, Blue. What was it called? What was this stupid rocket called?
Blue Origin.
That was a piss poor effort. Can do
Blue
better.
penis.
F
Yeah, it
minus.
looks like a big old penis went to the sky. Listen, also, I just wanted to give a shout out to the YouTube chat cowards. Once again, I don't expect any of you to come in here and defend your beliefs. So, thank you for continuing to obviate the fact that Earth is not a globe by being unable to defend it. Thanks a lot.
Now,
As you were.
first, in 2020, right? The two eggs, hindsight, perfect vision, all that stuff. The twin eggs, cosmic egg, earthly egg, all that shit, symbolism. They supposedly launched the Dragon, right? And then in 2021, they launched a virgin and then a penis. Wake up, people. Can you not see the spiritual wickedness that is happening in the heavens? I mean, just think about it with the Apollo missions alone. Mercury, all that stuff, because Mercury is Hermes Trismegistus. Thoth. It's all occultic, man. Yes, it is. Exactly right, Glatflobe. That's like the mystery of the pyramid. I believe the mystery of the pyramid is exactly what you see, a localized sun by the sun rays emanating from the sun. You see it all over the place in like ancient murals with the sun rays, especially in Egypt. And then the Egyptians have the pyramid. And the pyramid is just the embodiment of the sun rays on Earth. And the capstone is missing because there never was a capstone, because that is simply the sun on solstice. The sun has always been the capstone, the all-seeing eye. It's a good thing Sirius isn't here, or Cyrus, because then he'd be like, ooh. But that's the secret of the pyramid. That's all it is. Represents the sun rays. Because a sun worshiper. A modern day obelisk is a rocket, if you think about it. No, Apollo is also known as Helios, the bringer of plagues, the destroyer. But I'm talking about the Mercury missions, right? Mercury, that preceded the Apollo missions. Mercury is the Greek form, and then the Latin form is Hermes. Or, excuse me, the Greek form is Hermes, but the Latin form is Mercury. It's the messenger of the gods. The one with the sandals with the wings. That's Hermes Trismegistus. Thoth.
I have a
Nothing new
question.
under the sun.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go for it,
I have
Guppy.
a question for a mod. Once you get banned from 24/7, how do you go about getting another chance to come back? A way to do that?
I've heard it depends on the person and it depends on the merits of why they were banned.
So the guy's name is Malkavian, and he was banned for having a tissy fit, and he wanted another chance to come back and just be on his best behavior. But when I invited him, it just says he's banned.
He's in the void.
So how does he even get unbanned if he can't even come in? You know what I mean?
Any mods here?
Probably should have washed his mouth at first, huh?
How much money does he have?
He's probably broke like most of us.
I know there's a dead soldier list or something like that, but
Can someone
I
talk
think
to him?
I don't know. You might want to talk to Michael.
You there, Battle?
Hey, we might want to put this
Probably
in the
out milking.
DMs just so
He's probably out
we can
milking
keep
the cows. Yeah.
we can maybe try to keep the live stream on Flat Earth. I love you, Godric. Maybe just DM Battlemont, see what's up.
Thanks.
You know, somebody should parody the shit out of that. Out of that whole thing.
What, the Shatner Shat?
Yes.
Is he still in space?
I wonder if Shatner shat himself up in the parabolic flight path.
I really want to see how that gets spun.
Somebody was sitting there saying that he feels sorry for him because of his name. Don't feel sorry for him. That dude's got more ass than a toilet seat.
I didn't know that being a sodomite was the cool thing.
That's the New World Agenda, man. You know that. Why do you think they're promoting bestiality and freaking pedophilia and fucking homosexuality so hard? Because it destroys the family. It's part of the plan.
Yeah, let's distract the peasants with our space rockets. And if they don't like it, just let them eat cake.
Who was that? Was that de Medici that said that?
No, it's not even a real quote, but it's supposed to be Marie Antoinette. While the
Oh,
peasants
Antoinette.
were at the gate of the Bastille.
Oh, let them have cake.
We have no bread, Your Majesty. Well, don't be so silly. We don't have bread. We freaking eat cake.
We don't have the wheat.
If you read one of Mao Zedong's physicians, he then, after he wrote unofficial autobiography of Mao Zedong, well, he'd already defected and he was in America at the time, but he writes at the sort of at the end of Mao Zedong's life, and that man was plagued by many things, physical ailments and stuff. He would spend like the most part of a year on his own personal train, just riding across China. And everybody on the train was like total wrecks because he would keep all these odd hours. And because
Riding that train.
yeah, and because
on cocaine.
because he couldn't sleep, like at 3 o'clock in the morning, suddenly all his servants had to like be standing there in like holding a perfect posture and, you know, catering to his every whim. And there was a famine in China. And just so that he wouldn't realize how badly the shit had already hit the fan, they made all the peasants like gather all the wheat in the area and stack them up next to where this train was going to pass. The poor buggers didn't even have food, you know, but they had to go and eke out every piece of grain that they could find to make him see that, oh no, there was abundance in the land. This is what these people are like. while there's homelessness, while there's malnutrition, while there's so many problems, they are literally like throwing champagne on the ground. They can piss off.
How's Australia doing? Any Australians in here?
Ariel, it sounds like you're ready for some cake. I'm just playing with you.
It grinds my gears. When is Dandelion going to do that?
Oh my god. It's cold. Oh.
Battle mode, wake up. It's time to go to bed.
Battlebot, good morning.
Morning.
Welcome to the Flat Earth.
I've been here, brother.
I sent you a message about possibly I'm banging a guy that was banned, but just check it out. Thanks.
There he is. What's his name?
Malkavian, I sent you a message to that effect.
Oh, Malkavian?
Yeah, dude.
I don't think he's still fucking banned.
When he comes in, it says he's banned.
Yeah, but I don't find him. I'm pretty sure this is the guy I couldn't find on the. I don't do. I don't do whatever accessor mode or whatever, so I don't use IDs. I just use their name. Programmer mode or whatever it is. Let me see. I'll look at it. Yeah. So how is he spelling Malkavian?
Malkavian. And then space feudalist. Feudalist.
Damn it. I nodded for a minute there. You gotta give me a minute to wake up.
Who's that?
Malkavian? Hell, I don't even know. I was just gonna ban him at his word. Yeah, he's not here no more. I spelled it that exact way and it doesn't even tag him.
Yo, what's cooking, people?
Yeah, he's not here no more. If he comes back, I'll unban him. But I'll
Who's
be
that?
right. I'll be back. Malkavian.
Don't think I know him, man. So what's happening? What are we talking about, folks? Don't everybody shout at once.
I got a small clip from JP, the comedian on YouTube, which kind of confirms that he's now on our side.
Yeah, he makes a lot of money and has a lot of followers, so he's sus. But even with those dudes, they're gonna spit a little truth every now and again. So yeah.
Yeah, did you listen to my little clip?
You gotta post it.
I can play it over. I did earlier, but I can play it over the bot if you want.
Whatever
Be
you want to do,
wary
man.
of the wealthy man. Idle hands are the playthings of the devil.
Who said?
JP has millions of followers, so
Most people don't have the medical training to understand how the male body gets impregnated. They're still stuck thinking
the
that
fuck?
Earth is
Well,
flat
what are you
and you need
talking about,
ovaries
man?
and a uterus to get pregnant.
Bro,
Give me a break. Seashell, could you
Give me a
please
conversation,
explain
man.
how men can get just as pregnant as women?
bro, do you serious?
Any more
Mate,
questions?
serious have to talk about that shit.
Wait, what?
Saying, can you stop talking about shit like that on the live stream, man? That's what it was like when we were sitting in the car as well, And we're talking
No,
about flat Earth, We're supposed to be discussing flat Earth. No, people's
somebody played that on the
sexuality.
bot.
That was a
What?
recording of a YouTube video.
That was on a bot.
We don't need that, man.
He was basically he acts as if he is the mouthpiece of the crazy people, and then he compared the sane people who actually understand gender and the difference between gender and sex.
Bro, this isn't
As
the
flat
server to
earthers.
be discussing people's gender. We're talking about flat Earth, bro. It's been constantly this kind of
When we were
discussion.
talking over the recording, he was actually comparing the sane people to flat
I'm
earthers.
just telling you, bro. Can you get off subjects like that, please? I even said please.
Yeah, we're not talking about that.
Man, well, why do people have to keep discussing gender? That
We're
and
not talking about it. Can you please stop talking about it?
Shut down, bro. Ken, medical misinformation as well.
He asked if he could play a clip, and he just wanted to play the clip to demonstrate something else. The clip
Is there a
started
possibility?
with him mentioning that the whole clip is not going to be about that.
Who
You
said?
got
Who
triggered.
cares? Who
And
cares?
jumped in.
Who cares?
Everyone in the room who agreed they wanted to hear JP
No, well, we
Sears.
don't, bro. We don't
who's-
need discussing these subjects in the live stream for a
It's
flat.
not the subject that
Mate,
the
I'm
video
just
is
telling
about.
you, bro. I work here, and I'm telling you, bro. It doesn't need to be discussed. It'll bring your server and the subject of flat Earth into disrepute. It's already bad enough as it is. People think we're batshit crazy. We don't need to be discussing shit like that on the live stream,
Yeah, you're misunderstanding what was happening.
I'm not.
Obviously.
I'm not. Another fellow gold moderator will agree. We were listening to the conversation in the car, and we were sitting smoking a joint. And I'm like, that I'm coming up to stop the gender discussion because it's constantly on the live stream. Loads of people are noticing it. It doesn't need to be spoke about ever. Let people think what they want or talk about those on other servers. There's plenty of servers you can go and have those discussions, man. And there's no need to be doing it on a flat Earth
No one
live.
wants to have that discussion here. So why are you trying to do that?
I came up to stop the conversation about gender, and it's still going on.
There is
There
no
was
conversation
about
except
the
You're
you.
speaking about it, no
It
me.
was a recording of a skit. And
Doesn't
in the
matter.
skit, he
Doesn't
equates...
matter. It doesn't matter, bro.
Yeah, it
It
does.
does matter
You're
because it
arguing with a
wasn't the
moderator,
topic
bro.
of
I'm
conversation.
telling you, man. We didn't need to be discussing gender and medical
We
disinformation.
weren't.
It's for the mod room, So just chill out and move on, change subject. Fuck's sake, I don't want to have an argument with you. I'm just informing you. So can talk about what? How the Earth doesn't spin through in multiple vectors at millions of miles an hour through a vacuum. That's a better discussion. Yeah. How can we be in motion if the constellations have remained the same for thousands of years? Even the Saros cycle predicts. Saros cycle shows you where and when eclipses happen. The astrolabe syncs up with everything in the night sky. So we're obviously not moving. Ring laser gyros, your vestibular system and your ear all confirm, as well as the constellations, direct observation, as well as measurements, that the Earth's not a spinning ball flying through space. It's
Haven't they been looking for the age of Aquarius to dawn for like 1,000 years or some shit?
Oh, well, the Gregorian calendar supposedly put the years out of date, so it should have been back when the Mayan calendar was coming to an end. They had it on the news. I remember it vividly. The fear porn in the news on the TV saying the Mayans predicted the end of the world. No, they never. They predicted and proved the age that moved from the age of Aquarius to the age of Aquarius, the age of Enlightenment, supposedly. So this is when everybody finds out where. But if the Gregorian calendar was wrong, that meant the age of Aquarius just happened when we had the three planetary alignment up last year with the moon and I think it was 4 planets. First time it had been in alignment for like 800 years or some shit like that.
Well, I'm saying if you look to the Vedics with the Kali Yuga, the downward Kali Yuga from the Iron Age going back to a Silver Age leading up to a Golden Age right after this little silver part, that this little 300 years after 2025. 2025 is the transition period. They say that there's going to be a lot of sorrow and suffering that happens because the new age, the new dawn is approaching.
I thought it was the opposite. I thought that was
that's what I mean. All we know is we're in this time frame. They say the Kali Yugas are different timelines. I don't have my phone with me, otherwise I'd share them. Right. But yeah, man,
I'd do it next time, man. I would look at that.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because I don't know if you're familiar with the Yuga ages, but each one has, like, it started with the Golden Age, which was the Zeptepi, when the gods walked with Earth, like prior to the flood when they fell and all that stuff, right? So it's like hang on, let me find the chart.
I'm ignorant of this subject.
The Yuga ages. Yuga means age, so Yuga is a cycle, right? In Hinduism, 4 yugas or ages. Let's see here. 4 seasons, Yuga cycles, ages, and are. This is explaining light. Oh, that's a PDF from like Luciferian site. Hang on. See if I can find a chart that's useful. Here we go. Here's one chart right here. So they say we're in the Kali Yuga.
All right, the Kali Yuga. I've heard of that. Just when you said it the first time, I think you just said Yuga. The Kali Yuga. I've heard of that one.
And these are like different ages. And then here's another one, which happens to be the Hindu cycle of civilization for some reason. But yeah. So Golden Age, Silver, Bronze, Iron, then Iron. So the Kali is the Iron phase. And it says we're here in the Bronze, but we're not really in the Bronze. We're still in the Iron. You see the 2 legs of iron? Kind of matches biblical in a way, right? Gold, silver, bronze, iron, and iron.
The biblical narratives all the way through it anyway, so it would be there, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, just based off of Daniel, you know.
Never read it.
Well, here's a good example. This is the statue that Daniel had seen. Head of gold, torso of silver, thigh of bronze, and legs of iron. And this represented the 4 kingdoms, which is also the 4 yugas, right? So the Golden Age was Babylon. Silver Age was Medes and Persians because it's 2 arms. The bronze was the Greeks, and the Romans are the legs, which still exist today. The Romans still control the world today. And there's two branches of the Romans, right? Which one was the administrative imperial branch, and the other one was the religious branch. So they're standing on one leg, but they're about ready to put the other foot down. And we're in the process now of the iron mixing with the clay, which are the toes and the feet. And it's called the Age of Darkness. So it's kind of funny, out of darkness and all that stuff.
The next stage is the Age of Darkness, or this stage.
Yeah, we are in the Age of Darkness. The Dark Ages is what started it.
So I got told that the Enlightenment, that was the Age of Aquarius dawning. That's what they were talking about when they were in the Enlightenment period, and art and statues and stuff like that.
How does being enlightened to the evil duties that are going on in today's world have anything to do with enlightenment? That's what I want to know.
It's a curse, the knowledge of it. I think, anyway.
Opposite of what we're being told, just like always.
Yep.
Would it just be better to be blindly believing you live on a spinning ball? And would your life, would your energy and the way you got through life, would it matter if you did that?
Well, yeah, individuals can have enlightenment and do, and anybody that wants to put out the effort and live a clean, enlightened life and, do things that would be on the other end of the spectrum, yeah. But as far as society as a whole, we're in total depravity, dude. I think makes it kind of hard for somebody that wants to come out of that, live a different type of life. I mean, I think it makes it tough. You're surrounded by nothing but depravity and just complete
horrible. The knowledge of the shit that, see the amount of shit we know about. Can you imagine the shit that we'd never even heard of before, man?
Right.
Yeah.
Like, mind-boggling shit.
And you speak out against it, and you're a racist, and you're everything else. So opposite of what should be taking place. It's so crazy.
The whole world is being led astray. They're deceived as to the nature of reality, as to where they exist, as to who they are. They think they are meaningless. They have no idea that they are special. Each and every single one of us that are alive today are special. You are one in a million. You are one sperm out of a million or more. Think about it.
Yep.
That's why I do. Why I put so much energy into sharing links and sharing invites and fucking Google Drive links all over YouTube and stuff. And Facebook when I use it.
Yeah. If the flat Earth didn't matter, then it wouldn't be censored so hard, right?
Yeah.
They invented, I think they allowed the release of it as well as got the controlled opposition in place. They've orchestrated it in their own way. Like that's not been an accident. It's been all planned. Their future's planned.
I think so. I agree with you.
We live in the land of confusion.
I think it's all the things that go wrong with the flat Earth. I mean, yeah, the flat Earth is a great enlightenment and all this and stuff, but you unravel so many lies along the way that it just branches out into,
scary.
Finally figure out that you've been lied to, not just about that, but about everything. And so, yeah, I think, the flat Earth is wonderful, but it's what all the other stuff that is are opened up to the, so you can figure out all these other bullshit lies and how we're being deceived and taken advantage of. And it's just, whew. So I think that's probably, in my opinion, why they want to put such a big
flat Earth's the key.
Control it, because
flat Earth is the key, bro. Honestly, like that, it's the easiest way. I flat smack people all the time when I speak to them on a bus or in the street or just wherever. I just have conversations constantly with people, and I've came in and checked people in on the street, like without, like before I got moderator, I was checking people in the park. I was just meeting them and having the check-in discussion with people in the park. You know what I mean? And bringing them onto the server and getting them roles. Hilarious, man. So that's, if people can share links, anybody that's listening, if you can drop the vanity link, if somebody could post it in the live stream for me if they've got it, because if you can drop that anywhere, if you're on YouTube, you're on Facebook, Twitter, any places that you're on, if you drop it every now and again, or loads of times if you've got the energy to do it, because we need to get more traffic here, get some more live streams and get more people and retain more members. But it has to be done right. If the conversations are not about flat earth and explaining it so simply like you're explaining to a child, because it's not very hard to grasp when you actually think about flat earth, man.
No,
As soon as you start thinking about it, that's when it falls apart. As soon as you critically think, it's like a trigger, and you start experiencing the world round about you, and you maybe already knew about the stars, and all you've got for space is NASA. They're obviously hanging on fucking wires, and they've got harnesses on. There's bubbles rising from their suits and spacewalks. There's blue screen, and they've got blocks of hairsprayed hair, and they turn round, and their entire block of hair turns round with them. They're not in free fall, and they're not falling at 17,000 miles per hour. And that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, at 17,000 miles an hour, as long as that thing is in the sky,
17.6.
It would be gone. It would disappear out of sight so fast. That's
Yeah.
just ridiculous if you do the math
It's
on
made
that.
of fucking aluminium, bro.
How many miles a minute? It's like they say it's 5 miles every. I can't remember what it is, but it's fast.
5 miles a second, faster than that.
17.6. Yeah.
That might be about right. I don't know.
17.6, supposedly, in imaginary land.
Oh, it'd be 17 seconds in view. Is that what you mean?
No, 17,600 miles per hour.
Right.
Supposedly the ISS falls at. So
Yeah.
basically, it's not because there's zero gravity, because they claim there's up to 90% of the Earth's gravity in the ISS. It's because they're supposedly falling sideways. It's ironic that they need to hang on wires for fucking health and safety, because they're falling at 17,000 miles an hour. So that's why they'll probably have to do it. It's a fucking joke.
Ridiculous.
Man, if people can, I'll just say it again, folks. If you can drop the invite link, anybody, man. Somebody's making some noise. Don't know who the fuck it is. So, is there any newcomers in the room that want to speak about flat Earth?
Yeah, what's up, guys? I just got back.
Who's that?
California Nightmare.
I was just asking, is there any newcomers, bro? What? Ask a question about flat Earth.
Is that a friend of yours? Yeah, man.
Yeah, 17,500 miles an hour is roughly 5 miles per second.
Insane.
That's just insane.
How many miles per second?
5.
5 miles per second.
Yeah. That's faster than that's faster than Superman.
Show me
the rocket, the original rockets.
That doesn't make sense. Like, how could you survive that speed without bursting into pieces?
That's faster than. Is it faster than the Apollo space program?
Sorry, what did you say? Fake face or concept?
I'm saying, is that no? Oh shit, man, that's that joint, mate. I can't remember what I said. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. It was something to do with fucking
rockets.
Aye, in fact, I've got a meme. I'll post it. I put it on the bot fucking about a year ago. So I'll post it in a live stream. 1 second. What's it under again, man? Oh shit. Railgun. Live stream text. There's one. It's what I think. There's 3 memes. One of them's that relates it to the space program. One sec, I'll find it. I think it's the third one. Anyway. That one there, man. That's insane. That slaps people right in the face. That meme.
Seriously, how can it go at that speed without bursting into pieces? And has anybody actually addressed that?
Nobody can.
Because like those speeds are ridiculous, bro. There's no way a human could survive that.
What is it about the speed makes you think it would break into pieces?
Oh fuck! What? It's made of aluminium almost entirely. That's like at 600 degrees, aluminium melts. And it's like the thermosphere is thousands of miles, thousands of degrees centigrade. So how can aluminium stand up to fucking 4 times its temperature exceedance?
The thermosphere is how many degrees centigrade?
Up to a few thousand. But they claim the particles are too far away from each other so they don't feel it. It doesn't conduct heat. Fucking absolute garbage. Thermodynamically impossible, man.
I have a video about that topic from my channel. I'll post it.
Post it, bro.
Yeah, but so who's claiming it reaches 2,500 degrees centigrade? The very same people you're refuting.
Yeah, exactly. Contradictory evidence.
But then
We're
why
using them as a hostile witness.
I'm just saying, if you don't believe what they're saying about the thermosphere at all, why believe that temperature up there?
We use their own rhetoric to demolish their narrative.
They demolished themselves. It's contradictory. The both eclipses, so the Selenian eclipse destroys the heliocentric model. You cannot have a lunar eclipse with the sun and moon above the horizon at the same time. But in the impossible eclipse, it's dubbed, or the Selenian, it's seen as well as the fact the shadow travels from the top to the bottom, no, the bottom to the top, as it should be geometrically. I'll post a couple of images after I add this meme.
Yeah, but I'm getting back to what we were saying.
That's what we're saying.
No, but what we're talking about was something travelling at 17,500 miles an hour, allegedly. What's to say what the temperature is where it's travelling that speed, if it can travel that speed? You can't assert that they've said that's the temperature, because if you don't believe what they say, then you can't assert that temperature, really, can you? Why would you take...
You don't need to.
They're the ones asserting it, not us, bro.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You just raised that.
We're saying what they say is contradictory in nature, going by direct observation and measurement of the Earth's surface, not what you see on the TV.
Yeah, but I think what they say is that the gas molecules...
The particles are too far away from each other. I already told you what they say is the answer, bro.
So what they're
just because they're giving us an explanation, it doesn't prove any of it even exists in reality until you can provide gas pressure maintained within a vacuum that envelops a pressurized system without some kind of containment. So if you can show me containment within an open system enveloped by the entire vacuum of space, an infinite vacuum, something,
yeah, fair enough.
So how the fuck's that possible, bro?
I get that, but in that case, then why bother having the meme about the speed? Because you don't believe the speed anyway, do you?
Oh, no, who gives a fuck? It's them that's saying it. We're saying it sounds ridiculous for these reasons, so we're laughing at you, Ken. No, but personally, but the argument.
Yeah.
Sure. So the speed isn't irrelevant. The temperatures are irrelevant. You just don't believe the
No, it's not irrelevant because they assert it. So we're bludgeoning them with their own thing. They destroy themselves, like was said before.
Exactly.
Well, what they're suggesting, is that
they're not suggesting it. They're asserting it as true. Yeah, I don't like. Listen, Paul. One thing I don't like about you is your sophist attitude, because you seem to wiggle out of everything into philosophy, man.
It's impolite to just point it out like that. That's exactly what he was doing, but it's a bit impolite to be like that. But anyway, man, we're not trying to convince you of anything that you can't find out yourself. Don't believe what we say. Don't believe what you've been told. Verify the stuff for yourself. See if you can try and find a geometric horizon or a direct observation of the Earth's surface that dictates to the heliocentric dimensions you've been given in your WGS84 model that you've got of your Earth. That specific dimension dictates you can see X amount of distance. We can see beyond it, sometimes 10 and 20 times beyond the geometric horizon. So there is no geometric horizon. The Earth's flat and it's stationary. There's topography, there's hills, valleys, mountains, then there's water where there's swells, there's tides, whatever. So it's a topographical plane, some kind of realm. I don't know if it's domed. I'm not a snow globe tard, so I don't claim a dome, even though people claim that you need containment for pressure. But if we've not got an infinite vacuum around me, why do we need a container? It could be electromagnetics that hold this place together. That seems to what it does with the physical matter. So maybe with the frequency and the energy fluctuating all around us.
As I've said in there countless times, you can't measure the curvature from personal observation on the ground. It's pointless trying to do so.
So how are you going to measure the ground?
Well, any observation I make of the ground, it appears like a flat plane.
Exactly. So what observation have you made that it's not like that? Like, unless you just see stuff on TV and you believe the animations and the CGI that they use for the blue marble, because you know that's not a photograph at all, is it? It's CGI.
It's a composite. It's a composite image. Yeah.
It is Photoshop, but it's
there you go. That's what you call timing. Now that's the guy that made it, Robert Simmons. And you can go on. In fact, I'm sure I can post a meme from Simmons. And he literally blatantly says it, that they had to use Photoshop because it had to be.
Yeah, because it's a composite image. You can't.
Right. So where is the actual real, the real photograph, unedited, raw data, proving anything that within the heliocentric model, or the gravity that supposedly holds it all together? And all you've got is things fall down, but not everything falls. Helium goes up because it's less dense. More dense things go down. Earth is the ground wire, because it's probably all electric, energy fluctuating, same as your own matter in your brain. It's fluctuating at a certain frequency, and it's going to link up with the toxic nonsense that's in the media about for the flat Earth, or the maniacs that are all the wars that have been caused. Like, if you believe that narrative, and that's just another story. It's his story, some people's story.
Most. That's an interesting take. I mean, if you're going to look at history, most wars have been conducted by people who lived in times when people thought the Earth was flat.
But everybody always knew the Earth was flat, though.
Well, yeah, but so what I'm saying is that the idea that the heliocentric model has polluted people's minds to go to war obviously can't be true if most people that have ever fought in a war believe the Earth is flat. I'm just saying that's not a valid point, is it really?
Bro, take a look at the last image that I just...
Wait, what? Well, you said what because I was in war? I don't believe in the flat Earth, or I do. I didn't keep up with it. I'm a combat veteran, though.
Yeah.
And it's not irrefutable. In over human history, most of the time, most people believe the Earth is flat.
No.
So what? Who caused the wars in the first place?
Over human
nobody believed the Earth was flat.
Wait.
Everybody knew.
For the longest period of time, yes, we accepted it as we observed it. Flat Earth is an observation, not a theory. So yes, I would agree with him. For the greater period of time. For the lesser period of time, it's been a heliocentric model.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree too.
That's just historical facts, isn't it, really?
It is, right. And the globe model isn't that old.
No.
It's only like 500 years old, and everything other than that was flat Earth. Or geocentric. It could have...
Oh, no, I was merely picking up on, I think it was a comment that someone made about the heliocentric model pollutes the mind of people to go to war. But, I mean, that's,
Making people an insignificant speck in the universe rather than a special person created at the center of it.
Of course.
Sure.
And the cosmic microwave background shows us that we're at the center, the axis of evil, and
it does. Yes.
And the universe is, or this, at least the galaxy is flat. We're at the center.
If it is background.
Yeah. And I used to believe that the static on your TV, because it said that a percentage of the static on a TV when you take the aerial out the back, saying that just a tiny portion of that was part of the Big Bang.
Background. Yep. Me too. And no, it's not background. It could just be the radiation from the sun that Geiger counters pick up.
Copernican theory.
You guys were talking about that Richard Simmons and how they faked the photographs and stuff a minute ago.
Hey man, I was unmuted when I woke up. You motherfuckers didn't let me snore in BC, did you?
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it,
oh, motherfucker.
Anyway, I just posted one of Witset's video or streams. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but about 1 minute, 4 seconds in, it's an interview with 2 NASA employees sitting at their CGI computers, talking about how all the images that NASA has are fake. They do it. Sometimes they spend 6 months doing them, and the scientists come and tell them what they expect them to look like, and they modify them for 6 months before they release them. Some of them. It's only short. Starts at about 1 minute in. If anybody wanted to see it, it's pretty. I don't know. Maybe most of you guys probably already seen it, but.
Folks, if you take a look at Livestream, you'll see how they managed to, if that's the correct projection, which I doubt it's 100% anyway, man. We've just been given all these globe projections, but that animation shows how easily they've done it. And then they say that all the globe projections, because the globe can never be mapped on a flat map, that's why they're all distorted. So nobody has a fucking clue what the correct projection and the dimensions and the land masses and it's all up for grabs, man, just like gravity.
Yeah, no one's made a personal observation of the whole thing, have they?
Maybe years ago, like centuries ago, before the corruption. I don't know how early the corruption of the heliocentric model started. Possibly within the past 100 years. They've had some nice wars to destroy loads of stuff. Book burnings and art and just wars so they could go on and bomb the cities, take away all the architecture and the technology that we had. Just when you look at that 6-hour video, man, the URnon or whatever his name, the Lost History of Flat Earth. That's a brilliant video, man.
Yeah. When you talk about contemporary war, though, you've got to take into consideration the fact that in the last century, there's less wars going on now than there has been for a very, very long time.
It's perpetual war going on.
Oh yeah, but there's less wars going on actually. Less of the world is at war now than
of course they are. They're at war with themselves due to the policies and fake laws that are brought into by the government who are controlling everybody's minds through the education system and the industry.
Right now, the war is on the mind.
Yeah, of course. I was talking about sorry, I'll be more specific. I was talking about military war.
Yeah, you'll get your history. So do you believe, like, all the wars that you've been told, that they've all been armed and financed through the Rothschilds and their counterparts? Every war you've ever heard of, every side of every war, they're all proxy wars amongst each other. And you could say the Rothschilds look like the major money, but there's loads of people, the Medicis and Rockefellers and God knows who else. But whoever's the front man, that's obviously just the person who's allowed to be called that. There'll be somebody else. We're never going to know the real truth. No chance.
No, I agree that could be the case for contemporary, the past 2 centuries. That's definitely potentially the case, yeah.
So why do you not accept what you experience, bro? You experience the same thing as me. You can make the observations of the Earth just like what people are doing. There's a lot of people done a lot more stuff in here than me. But the long-range observations destroy the geometric horizon repeatedly. There's loads of black swans, if you've seen the black swan argument before.
Yeah.
So what's your answer for that? Do you just claim refraction like everybody else in denial?
I don't know. I don't know what I can't tell you how I don't know how you go about measuring refraction anyway. That if there is such a thing as refraction of the atmosphere at that distance, that's what I'm saying. It's inconclusive as far as I'm concerned.
See, if you take a look in the live stream voice text, I was looking for that before, I never hit search on it, but all ancient civilizations knew that we were at the centre of everything, and the 88 constellations that have been the same for thousands of years, since they were fucking spoken about and named, they're still the same, and they rotate in concentric circles, bro, like they always have done. We're not barreling in multiple vectors at millions of combined miles per hour through a vacuum. That's not happening, mate. You experience a flat, stationary Earth. You see water finding equilibrium and laying flat. Wherever water is, it's trying to lay flat. And then it'll find the lowest point it could find, and the surface will remain flat till energy is put into it, waves, wind, tides, whatever. But we're not moving. And there's no, and that's, as I said, 71% is claimed to be the percentage of the surface area of this ball that we live on that's got no convexity, even for 127,000 feet, the Felix Baumgartner jump. And you can see they're mucking about with the CGI bullshit as well. I mean, you can literally see the convexity flip from convex to flat to concave when Felix Baumgartner's falling through so-called space.
That's because they're using panoramic or fisheye lenses to get a bigger view, aren't they?
Exactly. So how come the inside camera that had a rectilinear lens in the door of the cabin that he got when that opened, when it slid open, the horizon was perfectly horizontal, just like in the name Horizon. It's there for a reason, man. And it's fucking it's at eye level. So no matter how high we can supposedly go, according to these clowns, that the horizon's at eye level, and it constantly or appears to rise as you're gaining altitude. As you extend in elevation, you increase the angle of view that you're getting to see, and that's basically it. We can't measure any convexity, and that's probably why they use fisheye lenses in the ISS, because they can't go high enough to show a curve. Even their maths, they say that you should within the Earth's atmosphere, you shouldn't see the curvature anyway, because the Earth's too big. So you could stamp your feet and claim that if you want, and claim refraction, or what kind of refraction is it? It's like, because there's like 6 of them or some shit. I'm ignorant to that subject as well.
You definitely can't see curvature in a commercial airplane.
That's only 40,000 feet at the very maximum, like 127,000 feet. Felix, I'll show you a GIF in the live stream.
Yeah, sure. I appreciate that, because I'm just saying that's beyond that. Who's got a colloquial observation of the world above a commercial airline?
They're less than half the height Felix supposedly went to. If you take a look in live stream voice text just now, you see that GIF.
I'm not convinced that he could see the curvature of the Earth when he went up there.
No, he couldn't.
And the dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon.
Good man.
What's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface.
Take a look at the gap on the live stream voice
text. Look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
That's a pancake. It's flatter than a pancake, supposedly.
Yeah, that guy that's quoted in that article. That's a renowned.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, the world's astrophysicist.
So he's conceded.
He's all over the world. He's in movies. He's an actor.
Yeah, I know, but he's asserting it.
Well.
He's asserting it's flat at that height, isn't he?
Right. So why did Felix Baumgartner, when he landed, give an interview saying, I don't know if it was an impromptu interview or not, and you'll not find it on YouTube anymore, but he literally attacked the guy, and bolted like a scaredy cat.
Yeah, possibly.
He knows that he never saw any curvature, man.
But he's the idiot, isn't he? Not Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No, but so why did he say it?
I don't know.
Why did he say saw curvature? And now they blindly say the world's foremost astrophysicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's telling you that he never saw a curve. And it says on his, if you go and look at him on, I'm not sure what that is, fuck, what's it called, man? Sorry, I've been smoking. Losing my train of thought. But anyway, man, but have you, so I take it, what's your name, bro? Sorry, I'm not looking at my tablet.
As a C.
Man?
Pazak, Pazasi. Everyone calls me Paz. Yeah, just Paz if you want to.
Paz, yeah.
Paz. So how do you think that it's possible for most of the Earth's surface to be water seeking equilibrium, as every water you've ever met does? Apart from raindrops that have got surface tension, or you can get meniscus on water if the water you can build up in a cup basically and then injecting it to it, you'll get some surface tension on there. But bodies of water seek their level and lay flat, obviously. It's shown by the reflection of the sun or the moon at night over the water surface. If that's convex in the slightest, it would reflect and refract away. So we wouldn't see that flat surface, man. That's probably the best proof that you've got visually that the Earth is not what they say it is. Then at night you've got the constellations. There's 88 of them. There's loads of mythology and stories and myths and legends and shit all about it, man. And because that's before everybody was in the house watching TVs or devices. They obviously had the night sky to attend with, possibly loads of free energy extraction around us. So.
Yeah. I mean,
they knew.
I agree. I can't. Like for just how you're brainwashed. You can't feel the Earth spinning. You can't feel you can't see the oceans.
What do you mean? You must be able to feel it because there's constant change in velocity on two different ways. The elliptical orbit at the two pinch points in the ellipse, it has to slow down and speed up. So that's differences in velocity there, as well as constantly turning to the centre. Like if you're constantly turning a circle, that's constant velocity change.
Well, so I agree with what you're saying, but
how can that be possible? How can we be moving? Everything directly measures flat and stationary, bro.
Hang on. Let me just say, that's true. If you've got an extremely eccentric ellipse, then that's the case. You're right. It would accelerate up and down.
Eccentric.
Yeah, one that's quite squashed. If you've got a squashed ellipse, then you're right. If what they're saying is true, you'd speed up twice and slow down twice in a cycle.
Right.
And
turning, I can give you a citation from physics classroom that says turning constantly is acceleration change, velocity.
Absolutely. But the point is, there's 2 points I've got to make. Again, what they say is that even though the Earth's orbit is elliptical, its maximum distance is 91 million miles from this.
Who measured that?
No, I'm just telling you what they say. Yeah.
Yeah, but who measured it and proved it? So all the information you can literally throw out the window, bro. Unless you're going to directly measure the Earth yourself, or trust in people like ourselves in the server. A lot of the people in here have done a lot of stuff, a lot of long-range observations. I'll give you the wiki page if you want it. Sure. Would you look at that?
Yeah, of course. I'm looking at it all the time. But what I'm saying is that what they're saying, then it's disingenuous to suggest they're coming up with a squashed orbit model, because that's not what they're saying is the truth.
No.
They say that the Earth's orbit varies between 91 and 93 million miles, so it's virtually circular.
Bro, do we feel velocity change?
The velocity change if you're traveling hang on.
Two different velocity changes, the ellipse as well as the turning. If you take a look in Livestream, we'll show you a citation.
Yeah, okay, go on then. But the point, what I'm trying to do is pick apart their model, right? But, the ellipse we're talking about that they're proposing has got a 91 to 93 ratio between the minimum and maximum axis. So
who said that?
What I'm trying to say, you can't say that their model is wrong because there'd be a massive eccentric ellipse changes in velocity, because the model they're proposing isn't a squashed ellipse. It's virtually a circle.
No, it's not. You just said virtually. That's dishonest of you to say that, bro. I've had loads of people add that to it's not. You can't say virtually if it's not like literally then it's just a pie in the sky statement. So you can just say, "Oh, yeah, just say that." That doesn't work like that, man. We're talking about what's verifiable in nature and repeatable, not what fucking somebody said sometime in the past fucking Jesuit careers.
Exactly, but if you change speed from 91 miles an hour to 93 miles an hour over 3 months... Pardon?
Oh, did you look in Livestream? Again, man, if you know
Which one is it? The elliptical orbit? I'll look at that now. Let me look at that now then.
No, I'll
be back in a sec. Hang on.
The turning is something turning in a circle is changing velocity constantly, man. And you've also got the ellipse, the change in that velocity. So combine them together, and it's going to multiply them. I don't know how many times. So we're not moving, bro. The constellations show you. It's just Polaris alone that shows you.
You're right on track, Panto. You are Panto, aren't you?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I knew you were. From the eyes, believe it or not.
I've not been on live VC for a while, bro. I do check-ins, man. If I see check-ins, I'll do them, man. But sometimes I don't like the vibe of the live stream, man. Especially that's why I came on, because there's no reason to get into subjects that are divisive. I'm not even going to mention the words, but saying specific words. And not even that. Helio could lose his channel. That's the main thing. If they discuss it or if they accept it as like fucking against, like bashing a certain gender or a certain anything, man. Racism, even if it's just a joke, man.
Mm-hmm.
So just stick to flat earth. Always try the go-to response if somebody takes it off to something like that. Just say it politely. You know what I mean? Get back to flat earth. If they're going to kick us, they're going to kick us for proving that the earth's not a spinning ball. That's the only reason they're going to kick us.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. And I'd take that as a pat on the back because they will eventually do it, I imagine.
Now, so we took, I don't know, some of us took apart this thing as far as perihelion and, well, anyway, the difference in speed. So aphelion and perihelion, yeah. So I did my own calculations. You guys can check yourself. It turned out to be 270 feet plus or minus. That would be actual distance of 270 feet that acceleration could be going back and forth that much distance per second. 270 feet per second. And they try to say that you wouldn't feel that being jerked back and forth.
Insanity, bro.
Hilarious.
Right, I'm trying to connect on my Bluetooth headset. Well, I don't know if it's coming through all right or not. Hey, Morvis, how you doing, brother? Long time no speak.
Hey, dude.
How you doing, my man?
Yeah. Sweet. I'm fretboard cutting jig right now for my scroll saw.
Wait, what? Doing what again? What's that?
Making a fretboard cutting jig for my scroll saw.
Right
I saw the little guitar things, man, in the mod room, man. They're cool as fuck. I forgot to comment, bro, but they looked smart as fuck. I take it you're doing that all yourself, putting them on those boards.
Yeah, I was cutting it by hand, but man, it takes like 20 minutes to cut one by hand.
I scalloped my own fretboard on my Strat, $100 Fender license neck. I scalloped it myself. It's still good. Turned out great.
Oh, right. Well, I've been making cigar box guitars.
Really cool stuff.
Hey, post a couple of them in the live stream, Marvis, because they look cool as fuck.
Let's see here.
You could say X one to me.
He's gonna buy this one here. I'm throwing up.
When are you gonna send me one? I'll take one of them. Fucking right. Love to learn on a thing like that, man. See, because I've not played for like, I don't know, I've had my guitar, the machine head broken. I've had it broken on the two guitars for fucking, I don't know, about a year. So I've just never picked up the guitar since the machine heads got snapped.
Yeah.
They're pretty cheap online still.
I wouldn't be able to do it myself.
What kind of guitar?
No, the guy says to me, if I take it down and I pay for a string, because it's the bottom string and the machine head that came off, he says if I go down and pay for the string and the machine head, he'll just fit it for me while I'm there. Just for free,
just order the machine head yourself.
And take it down to them, then I'd have to negotiate a price. I don't know what would work out cheaper. Either asking them.
Just go online and buy it on Amazon or something like that.
I know, but I can't do it, man. I'm not able to fit it. It's a completely different part for what I'm getting. I'm not skilled with guitars, fixing machines.
I see. What kind of guitar is it?
I've got a Carlton. That's quite a shit, big acoustic. Well, I'm not saying shit. It's actually all right. And the other one's a Wesley.
Oh, all right.
It's like a semi-acoustic. It's got the wee amp, the wee equalizer at the side of it, and the jack. But I've not had you'll use it in electric manner.
I'm looking up your guitar varieties. I'm not familiar. So Carlton and West.
Tell you exactly which number or whatever it is inside it. It's not a brilliant guitar, but it's not a shit guitar. It's made in fucking Korea. But it's a WF450N model. WF450N made in Korea. Man, see when I came into fucking onto the live stream, man, I fucking was meant to come up and like tidy this room because I've just moved room at a different place, and I've had to put all this shit, and I've got like bags everywhere, stuff all over the bed. I've just been standing fucking talking on the tablet. Never done a single thing. So, is there anybody newcomers that want to talk about Flat Earth or want to ask a question at least? Feel free. The floor is yours. No? Not a soul.
Hello.
Hello.
Where's the age, Panto?
We're crypto.
Which one? I would say we're standing on the only edge we could possibly ever know about. That's what my answer to that question is.
When you get to the shore, which you're on the edge. Yeah.
Of glory.
It's pretty amazing when you think about it, man.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty profound. You're on every time you're on a shore. Which way could you fall? Towards the ocean or towards the water, right?
I'll see you new people. Looks like all globe deniers. You crazy people. Go ahead, crypto or whoever.
Globe deniers?
Oh, crypto. How you doing, brother?
Okay, so looking at their orbit metrics for the Earth, according to what they're saying, it's equivalent to a 2,314 kilometer differential in the orbit every hour. So they're saying that according to their model, they're saying 5 million kilometers every 3 months.
Figure out how much that is in feet per second, please.
It's a lot. It's a fucking lot.
Do you know what's really funny when they talk about the motions of the Earth? They say, "Oh, and you wouldn't feel it." Is that they've already assumed that the motion is happening without proving it, and that's the sleight of hand they play on you. They say, "Oh, you wouldn't feel it." They haven't proved that it's there in the first place. So whether I would feel it or not actually doesn't matter until you've proved it's there.
Yes, but what they're trying to do, in the defense, what they're trying to suggest is that from the physics you wouldn't feel it, but that's not necessarily saying it's because they're certain you can't feel it. Doesn't mean it's happening, but they're just saying that, aren't they?
Oh no, but some of them do. Some of them do that. They go, "Oh, well, clearly it's happening, and clearly you're not clever enough to understand that you just can't feel it." Loads of them do that.
So what physics? So what physics?
Well, let crypto finish.
I'm sorry.
They're just being disingenuous if they say you should be able to feel it. You clearly you can't. They don't know that, do they?
Yeah, of course. They have absolutely no idea that it is happening in the first place, and that's really what needs evidencing. Not whether you wouldn't feel it, and therefore we can suggest that it is happening because you can't feel it. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, see, when I look at those figures there for the orbital differential being 2,314 kilometers an hour, that's difficult to work out how you would feel that.
Faster than a rail gun.
Sure, but the
3 times faster.
The orbital differential you wouldn't. I don't think you would feel, but the orbital differential. That's the orbital differential. I don't understand that.
Did you prove that it was happening in the first place, though?
No, I'm not proving it. But I'm saying what they're saying, and I'm saying that's what how it
Don't be
manifests
devil's
itself.
advocate, bro. Play the game honest. Just say what you think. To begin with, you were arguing like a glober, and I had to say to you because you were being a bit obtuse or obnoxious, but you seem to chill out. Now you're playing devil's advocate rather than that.
Well, I'm saying I don't see how you. I'm not being devil's advocate. I'm saying I don't
kinda.
see how. I'm just saying I don't see how you could see that differential of 2,000 kilometers an hour. I don't see how you couldn't feel that. That's not being devil's advocate. That's making an assertion.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Yeah, I mean,
can-
I don't know. I don't know is the answer. Sorry, Panty, go on.
No, you're all right, brother. It's good to hear you, Crypto.
Good to hear you, man. You haven't been around for ages.
Nah, I'm always on text, or I'm on YouTube, or I'm fucking someplace spreading fucking links. Probably.
Sweet. Yeah, keep on trucking, man.
Drop the Bluetooth headset. Does this actually sound alright? Because this is a new headset that I got.
Sounds good, man. Yeah, you sound really clear. It's good, yeah.
Perfect, man. I'm not even having to hold the wire at my mouth, unlike the last one. I take it, will it be quite loud if I talk there?
Yeah, you are,
yeah.
Well, it sounds, it's not louder, it's just distorted.
Right, though. So is there any newcomers in the server who would like to ask a question, at least?
I mean, Pazza's fairly new. Aren't you, Pazza?
Yeah, I'm pretty new.
I got questions for
and like I say, I'm coming here, and I've said numerous times I can't personally observe anything they're proposing, and I'm just trying to pick it apart. It's not the model we're told, the heliocentric model.
Yeah, I mean, Pazza, I don't know if you've actually spoken with Pazza, but from what I understand, Pazza, he believes he's on a globe, but he's starting to realise that the evidence is not really there.
No, exactly, and I'm trying, but what I am going to do is I have to say to myself, well, what are they proposing, and what does that actually mean? And like I said, I just said to you that 2,314 kilometers per hour differential in the orbit. I've got no idea how you wouldn't feel that. That sounds fucking stupid to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's the orbit differential. Now the spinning differential, when you're going 1,000 miles an hour on the equator, yeah. That's not so clear, because then hear me out. I'll tell you why. Yeah, if you're in a car, or if you're imagine you're on a salt plane somewhere, yeah, and you're traveling at 1,000 miles an hour, yeah. At the radius, this way, what they're proposing is that you're changing direction at a rate of 360 degrees in 24 hours, right? That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
So that's 15 degrees an hour. So that's 1/4 degree every minute. Would you, if you were going along at 1,000 miles an hour, would you feel 1/4 degree deviation per minute? Would you actually feel that? Would you actually be aware of that?
I would think.
I mean, 1,000 miles an hour is hilariously fast. Like,
impossible for a human to be that fast and not have some kind of issues.
1/4 degree a minute. I mean, that's like. I'm just. Do you understand? I'm playing devil's advocate to what they're saying. 1/4 degree a minute. That's a very slow drift off of your line. Would you really be aware of a?
But if you translate it to out at the surface, not at the center, not at the axle, but out on the surface, you have to do that part. You're not in the center.
Yes.
How many vectors do you think you're moving in? Like, there's at least 4 separate vectors or motions that this supposed ball Earth is doing, spinning, as well as the tilt and the wobble, and then orbiting the sun. The sun's also orbiting its own part of the galaxy, and that's traveling at 500,000 miles per hour. I mean, it's like insane.
But do you understand? I've just literally looked at the orbit itself and said that doesn't make any sense. But the actual
you're talking about the spin. Yeah.
The sport spin, and actually, what you've done by saying it's 1,000 miles an hour, you've already taken into consideration the radius. That's what the radius manifests itself as a linear speed. Yeah, so the radius is irrelevant. The radius is actually taken into consideration when you're talking about going along 1,000 miles an hour. What you're proposing is tangentially, any point on the equator, you're going 1,000 miles an hour in a straight line momentarily. Yeah.
Depends where you are on the supposed
circular.
globe.
Like
But he's talking about the equator. Yes, that is correct. Carry on.
And what I'm saying is, momentarily, you're traveling in a tangential straight line by their model at 1,000 miles an hour. And what I've just added is, what I've just injected into that equation is the fact that you are going 360 degrees around us. You're being kicked off that 360 degrees in 24 hours. Yeah. So what I'm saying, and all I'm doing is distilling it down to the fact that that's a quarter of a degree a minute, which is like how much? So it's fraction of a degree a second. And all I'm asking, I'm begging the question: would you feel that kind of deviation even at 1,000 miles an hour? And that's an observation that needs to be made. I'm not so sure about that, but the orbit is fucking batshit. You know, that 2,000 kilometers an hour. That's batshit.
See, your vestibular system in your ear will pick up detect the slightest motion. Those hairs, the silica inside your ear, and all the pressurized systems inside it tells instantly. Literally, sound changes the air pressure, the geometric pressure, the ball pressure in your ear. Literally.
Yeah, but I guarantee you, okay, right? If I put you in a box, okay, with no light in it, or at least no external stimuli, in other words, it's sealed, and you've got a light in there, you've got a book, and I rotate you at a quarter of a degree per hour.
Well, you're not moving at 1,000 miles an hour, are you? Jesus Christ,
you're missing the point again.
Like that.
You're talking about the axle. We're at the outside surface of a little bit, a wheel. Think of it as a wheel. You're on the outside of a sphere.
There's two velocity changes, bro. There's a spin. There's a constantly turning, and there's the spin, and a tilt and a wobble, as well as the sun. The sun's dragging everything like a comet through its path in the Milky Way. I used to believe it took like 1.5 million years for the sun to do one orbit on its arm of the Milky Way. All this is just pie in the sky nonsense. There's plenty of maths and there's plenty of cartoons, but besides that, you've not got much at all, man.
No, but what I'm saying is that I know I'm conceding that. I've already conceded that the orbit differential.
Welcome to being a flat earther.
But the daily rotation of the Earth, you wouldn't feel. I don't think.
What's the point?
On its own, I mean, on its own, literally, who cares? Like,
exactly.
I just think it doesn't matter.
Fuck's sake.
No, I'm being generous to the model because I don't think you'd feel that. But
why?
That too, because I've said that you're traveling at 1,000
miles an hour. Why be generous to a model? Think of everything as bullshit until you've proved otherwise. That's the best way to run your fucking life through this flat Earth revelation. Just try and prove what you can prove. And if there's no anything else that's been verified by any cunt, why would you accept it? Just because consensus or media, movies, it's all part, even cartoons. The fucking Jetsons, man, they were programming everybody to believe their fucking fantasy, man. Well, Disney was involved in it all. Even if you look in the inside of the ISS, when they're usually standing throwing food or water about an international space station, and you can literally see wires hanging off these people, hairspray holding the hair blocks together. It's like completely ridiculous. They get 60 odd million a day and they can't even make a decent movie. Huh?
Yeah.
I do wonder, like, how many globe earthers get fucked over by Nigerian email scams. Because they're just like, because the flat earth is like, where is the evidence that you are a Nigerian prince? Where is the evidence that you actually do have £7 million that you're going to put in my bank account once I give you my bank details?
I can answer that. I can answer that. There is a demographic. If you look at this is just an aside, yeah. But if you're interested, I can tell you what I've read about this. Okay, yeah. If you look at all the scam emails that like I'm a Nigerian prince or you've won £1 million on the whatever lottery, yeah, they're always pretty much got grammatical errors in them. Yeah.
Right.
And that people think, oh, look at them, look at how piss poor that is. Look at how much effort went into that. But they're engineered so that they're not interested in the people who could, the sort of people who've got the mental capacity to notice those, be maybe suspicious by those grammatical errors or the absurdity of it. They're not interested in, you're a waste of time. Yeah, they're interested in the mentally infirm, the senile, the aged, people who are. They are. That's what
people that
people they.
People that are
people
relatively well clicked on, bro. They're fooled by the TV shows. They go along with it. It reinforces their their education that they've had. So they're no. You don't have to be a fucking like an Albert Einstein, even though he wasn't what it is. But you don't have to be an Einstein to know what the Earth is, man. It's fucking simple. It's obviously not moving.
Panto, he's talking about specifically the scam emails that I was talking about.
That's what I'm talking
so that's
about.
what he was talking about. But yeah, but what Panto's saying is that what's really interesting is to link the two together. It is interesting because the scam emails are obviously targeting mentally deficient people, and that's why they're written in that way. They're getting rid of the clever people, but clever people are actually fooled by what I call complexity bias. They think that things can't be simple. Therefore, they must be complicated to be true. This is just complexity bias. There's no reason to actually think that.
That's called.
Yeah,
it's
I'm not
ego.
arguing with that at all. I'm not arguing with that point at all. That's a coherent point to make. Complexity bias definitely exists. Yeah.
Yeah.
But all I was saying was that those scammers are interested in people who are desperate, mentally unhinged, or mentally displaced at a time.
Some people are just fucking a bit silly. They think that people out there are telling the truth in general, and they get suckered in by the theatrical tale of the fucking prince, and he's got a village, and he's all the pictures, and there's links in that there to back it up, man. So as long as they do it right and lure people, kind-hearted people, they can do anything, basically, man.
Exactly, but I've got no proof. I mean, the bulk of people just accept the heliocentric model as it's told them without even thinking about it. So all I'm saying is it's very difficult.
Star Trek confirms it.
Exactly. All I'm saying is when it comes to correlating that with things like scam emails, because there's so many people who are in that position, it's difficult to correlate any. It's difficult to correlate any facts because the people who advocate, who pull apart the heliocentric model and are in these kind of communities, they spend a lot of time thinking about this. They're very switched on. They're very suspicious.
Bro, you mustn't be in here very often. The ridiculous arguments that come out from globe earthers, man. On the meme bot, there's like 300 separate images of people saying ridiculous stuff, man.
Honestly. I know, but you guys have all done your homework. You've got your.
Yeah, nobody from the globe has ever got an argument that nobody's heard before and has a simple explanation that's verifiable in reality.
And I'm listening to what you guys are saying, and I'm understanding that. Okay.
You're in a school, bro. This place is a vat. It's like a vat of fucking information and research and education. And you'll see the thing is, as soon as you learn what the heliocentric model actually claims, that's when you can discredit it for being absolutely fucking insane, batshit crazy.
But I would totally assert that the majority of the people in here are not going to go caught out by scam email on the basis of the fact that you're naturally suspicious. You're naturally suspicious of things, and you have critical evaluation skills that say, "Well, prove you're a Nigerian prince, or prove that's a lottery win in somewhere else before you actually engage in it." Yeah. Now, that in itself, because there's so many people who are in the contrary position to you, it's difficult to work out whether they're in their contrary position because most people are in that situation, or it's because they're advent, believers in the heliocentric model. Because most people won't vociferously defend the heliocentric model. They just don't think about it. They're just told it and they just go with it.
It's just why would they lie?
Let's be clear, 80-90% of the people aren't going to come onto this forum and ask you questions, and 80-90% of them aren't going to argue with you. And the people who come in here and say you're all idiots are twats because they can't prove that you're twats, you're idiots. So making it blind as coming on here and being abusive to you lot makes them stupid, twats, basically.
I get people here all the time, man. My original invite for Discord's got over 1,600 hits. So that's how many people, just through my videos and sharing links all over the place. Plus, I've had other accounts. They banned my YouTube, my Discord account. I'm on my third account because I don't troll anybody. I'm not abusive to anybody. When I'm on shift in here, I patrol the lobby with a few compadres. But I don't let people get trolled, but they just keep banning my accounts. I'm on like 84, 9 for YouTube. Why suppress? All I'm doing is sharing information. Why would I be suppressed and have accounts banned for nothing? Literally.
And I made that observation recently that listening in like I have over the past month or so to what you guys are actually saying and what you actually and listening to other people coming in. Frankly, I don't know why you put up with people coming in. You know,
why?
I've come in and I haven't been abusive to anybody, and I will continue. I get heated in discussion things, but I'm not going to make assertions.
It's a symptom of the delusion. That's all it is, bro. It's that everybody's got the right at least to hear us. Like, if they're not going to, like, if they come in and they start talking shit, bang, put them in cog this, try and get them into VC at some point, either then or at some point later, and try and get them back to the server. Once you confront an honest, at least reasonable guy, again, they'll stop. They'll realise that this isn't a troll. The Flat Earth Society put out absolute bogus information and ridiculous tweets when they're on Twitter. They write like crazy shit, man.
It's a parody, isn't it? The Flat Earth Society. It's a parody.
Yeah, but they're not clear that that's the case. It's not like Monty Python where you know it's a parody, right? And you know that the Ministry of Funny Hawks doesn't really exist. Right.
Exactly.
The Flat Earth Society is both a parody and also acting as a serious organization, and that's why they're actually deceptive and very serious.
Exactly. Then they put a tweet saying the Flat Earth Society is popular all over the globe or something like that.
It's nonsense. They're obviously globe. Well, they might even be aware that the Earth's flat, but they don't want you and everyone else to have that knowledge. I just wanted to point something out. Do you remember there was a guy who came on yesterday called Solid Snake, who was another English guy?
No,
and he had. You were there at the time, Pazza, because I was talking to him, and then you came in the conversation.
Okay.
Do you remember I was talking about? He was talking about how thick we were, and I was just like, I guarantee I'm better educated than you. That guy.
I can briefly remember something abusive. Yeah.
But this is the kind of thing they come in and assume we're all idiots, and then when they realise, oh, actually, this guy's really well educated, he either assumes that I'm lying about it, or he just doesn't want to talk about his own education. Now, I know from his voice he's about 17, so there's no way he has a degree, right? Which isn't a problem, but it's like it shatters his illusion that we're all retarded, right? The fact that I've got that I'm quite well educated, and to be honest, the fact that I'm educated doesn't make my arguments correct. But I wanted to shatter the illusion that he had that we're all stupid and uneducated.
I didn't come in thinking that, because actually, since I've been in here, I've seen reasonably, logistically, and also everything here is coherent, robust. There's nothing to suggest you're all delusional or you're stupid. I would if.
Are you stupid though? Do you think you're moving in multiple different directions right now? Do you think that? That's all you can ask yourself. Is the Earth flat and stationary in reality, bro? And if it's a yes or no question, most people dodge it if they're globe earthers. But if you ask yourself that, man, like, do you experience a flat stationary Earth, bro?
Yes, we do.
Welcome to the flat Earth, brother. That means man. That's the start of a journey, man. It keeps you awake at night.
If you speak to anybody who believes the heliocentric model, who is honest with you, that's what they experience too, on a personal level.
Of course, everyone does.
That's what they experience.
Like when I was, of course, everyone does. Like when I was first getting into the flat Earth, it wasn't actually the curvature arguments that convinced me. It was motion. I was just like, well, motion seems so intrinsic. Maybe intrinsic is the wrong word. So obvious when it's so obvious when you're moving, right? Curvature can be scale and all the rest, and I guess you could say that motion is scale as well. But no, I mean, whenever you move, it's obvious. And the idea that you're moving all these ridiculous speeds and you can't feel it is a very, very tall order to prove. And I just realised that there was no proof. And that was when I was like, well, it must be stationary. And if it's stationary, then it can't be orbiting the sun. Therefore, it can't be a planet. It really is that simple.
Yeah. I mean, with respect, from my perspective, with respect to, what you're talking about, the speeds, is that I'm of the opinion, and I've yet to see any evidence to the contrary, that if you're in a system whereby you're moving at constant velocity and you have no stimuli that indicates you're moving, like rumbling or a perspective of something moving by you, because you can see that because your speed, you are unable to tell what speed you're doing. In other words, you can't feel speed. You can only feel acceleration and
Velocity
deceleration.
change.
Yeah, but that's I mean, that's if you're going. I mean, that's actually purely theoretical, and in that theory, it still has to be linear speed, right? So, first of all, find me someone who can go 1,000 miles an hour in a straight line and not feel it. That will never happen, right? So it's theoretical that you can't feel it.
Wow, if you were if you were on a maglev train doing 1,000 miles an hour next to you on the table,
you would feel it.
Well, I'd be interested to know.
Hang on.
I don't know. No, but I'm not making the claim that you wouldn't. What I'm saying is, find me the person who can go that speed and not feel it. That's all I'm asking for.
I get you. I get what you're saying, but I'm of the opinion that if you're on a maglev train doing 1,000 miles an hour in a very controlled environment, okay, right, there is a glass of wine in front of you, okay, yeah, right, you could in theory have the wine with a perfectly level flat meniscus, which would infer from physics that the wine is not under any forces or influences in the plane of its surface. Yeah, that would suggest that there's no energies affecting the wine in any direction in the horizontal plane.
That'd be interesting to see, wouldn't it?
But if I'm in a car and I'm holding a glass of water and the car brakes, the water tilts forward, and if it accelerates, it tilts backwards. And if I go around a corner, it tilts to the opposite side. Yeah, that's because the water in that vessel is pushed out its level equilibrium by the force we're talking about. It's acceleration, deceleration, centripetal. I assert, I can't prove, but I assert that if you were going on a perfectly frictionless system like a maglev train at 600 miles an hour or 500 miles or 1,000 miles an hour, if such a thing exists, you could have a perfectly still glass of wine. Now, in that environment, if you didn't have windows, yeah, and you've got no rumbling under your seat your pants type stuff, yeah, would you know whether you were doing 1,000 miles an hour or 10?
I think so.
And I want to pick apart their model, but I'm looking at that kind of situation thinking, would you actually speed? I don't think speed without external or external stimuli is detectable. Acceleration and deceleration you can feel, yeah, and you can look at
the car. You're in an enclosed system as well, man.
No, but you've got windows all around you. You can see the whole world moving around you in your
mind.
See
it, but your pressure. The pressure differential is extreme from what's blasting through. If you stuck your head out the window, trust me,
of course,
you're encased. Your air pressure is maintained just now.
Yeah,
plus their system requires acceleration and deceleration.
And turning, changing velocity when it turns as well, bro. That's two different fucking ways of.
This is what I came back to earlier on. If you were going 1,000 miles an hour in this system whereby you couldn't feel the speed, and the track was slowly moving a quarter of a degree every minute, would you feel the force being thrown to the side? I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that.
It'd be interesting to test. It needs to be tested.
That orbital differential. That orbital differential of 2,314 kilometers an hour, which happens
we're talking about different vectors. Different directions.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but the vector in the orbit is absurd as far as I can see on paper.
It's ludicrous.
Yeah,
it's
ludicrous. But the one and the speeds, one in the any amount of change, the speeds would make that amount of change, also compounded.
Plus the different vector. That different vector is going to multiply both the fucking speeds.
But you understand what I'm saying? One vector is like the supposed spin of the Earth, and that I'm not so sure about. But the orbital vector, I've just said there, that's crazy batshit stuff. So
I get you. I'm with you. I'm totally with you. I don't really understand why we're still discussing this. I think what you said is fair. I think other assertions that you've made would need to be evidenced, and so we can just move on.
I'm just picking apart their model one axiom at a time. That's what I'm doing.
Sure, and I'm happy with that.
Because I
think for them seems to be the 15-degree rotation of the gyro and all the pendulum stuff that makes it seem like there's some kind of rotation going on.
Just because the TV said so, man. But Bob never said what they think they said. Bob never said that. According
Well,
to
no,
Bob.
but if there's other gyros that show there's some kind of rotation going on, we have to figure out if that is going on. What is it that's rotating? If it's the ether, or if it's the stars, or if it's the what?
Exactly.
Bro, I think your vestibular system in your ear is probably more likely to pick up the slightest motion before a ring laser or a fiber optic gyro.
Yeah, you would think.
Inside your fucking heads. What? Your fucking head's a fucking computer. Literally.
The resolution, the resolution of your, as far as I've read on this, the resolution of the the system in your head for detecting rotational differentials.
Of course, you pick up other people's heart. The heart picks up other people's heart and syncs. If you're sitting in conversation, you just went to your families. Your energy will sync in your brain waves, as well as the general collective energy surrounding you, man. You are electric.
Well, if there is something rotating at 15 degrees and it's not the Earth, which we pretty much know that's not it, then we're talking about maybe the as above, so below, with the stars actually affecting some kind of electromagnetic.
I totally agree. Kind of totally agree.
Vortex force
but 15 degrees an hour in a system where that's 15 degrees an hour is you wouldn't detect 15 degrees an hour with your system in your head.
You keep saying that shit, bro.
If the Earth was moving, you'd think you would. But if it's just a magnetic field or some kind of a vortex energy that could be what they're hiding. This could be the biggest clue, in fact, because if we could tap into that and use it to our benefit, that might be what they really don't want.
If let's put it this way, here's an experiment. Okay, you could do, right. I'm not saying we could do it, but imagine if we built a box, right, with a chair in it, right, and a lamp, and I gave you a selection of books or a DVD player, and I popped you in that room, and there's no windows, and I shut it, and I asked you to spend an hour in there. And I rotated you 15 degrees, and you didn't know where I was going 15 degrees to your left or 15 degrees to your right over an hour, Would you be able to accurately predict before you open the door and look at the outside world whether you'd gone to your left or your right? 15 degrees in an hour.
It depends on the scale. That all depends on the scale.
And plus, you've got multiple vectors. There's not just the spin. There's the sun's dragging us, as well as the fact we are spinning and going around the sun. And the sun's and the entire galaxy is supposedly blown away from an explosion to the Great Attractor, or whatever the fuck the Great Attractor is.
And I'm not being disingenuous to that, because the moment you move from the vector of the Earth's alleged spin to the Earth's orbit, I've already looked at that and said 2,000 kilometers an hour. That seems fucking crazy batshit. I don't understand that. But all I'm doing is picking apart the Earth's spin as it allegedly is, and this is what I'm saying. I don't genuinely think that you'd. And I'm being sincere. I don't think you'd notice that necessarily, but this orbital change and the solar system moving around the Milky Way, that's all crazy batshit stuff as far as I can see right now. I'll have to look into it a bit more, but that just makes that's just absurd.
I've been waiting to say this for a while. Can I just cut in? Because you've actually got a false equivalency. So if I was in the center of a room and you rotated me 15 degrees an hour, that would be the equivalent of being in the core of the Earth and being spun in the core, right?
Yeah.
But we're not being told that we're in the core of the Earth. We're told that we're on the surface of a ball. So that would be the equivalent of you rotating me from a point that was 4,000 miles away, right? And now I'm going left or right at the end of a 4,000 mile swing or whatever.
Yeah. That's 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, isn't it?
But what I'm saying is, if you were at the end of, say, a merry-go-round, right, that was 4,000 miles radius, do you think you would feel that being rotated 15 degrees an hour?
No.
Really? You don't think you'd feel that?
No, you wouldn't. I'll tell you why. Because there's two.
Come on.
And listen, break it down into two. There's two separate vectors. There's the rotational vector and there's the linear velocity vector, isn't there?
Constant velocity change.
Circular vector is constant velocity and vector change.
Yeah, exactly. So
you would feel it because that's what your vestibular system picks up, by the way.
If you were, let's put it this way, We're in the desert, right?
No,
Hear me
that's
out.
not.
Hear me out.
That's just the way it is, bro. You could show me how the vestibular system is being tampered with somehow or being diminished somehow by something. Please do show that. Other than that, whatever you're saying is bogus about it.
You know, we'll beg to differ, but I think that you could be on a maglev train doing 1,000 miles an hour in a straight line and not be able to feel that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Look
then,
at the
and then
video of the driver and of
then,
passenger. Yeah, you haven't done. Please.
Okay. I'm saying
I think he's trying to say. I don't think you're not arguing for the ball. You're just saying that at least they have the 1,000 miles an hour possibly being something you couldn't feel if it were completely smooth in one linear direction and blah blah blah.
That's what I'm saying.
But,
you started off with a positive claim for the globe.
Take into account they figured this out so that they could convince the people, that the mathematicians, to think this is possible, and it's all reverse engineered to make it seem like this is, at the very least somehow mathematically possible to put all the vectors into one and use that way of reducing it to seem like it's all just one smooth motion.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying the whole thing. All the other vectors are crazy, but that vector, actually, I'm not so convinced about.
Well, you keep going to a red herring, which is measuring at the center. We're not at the actual. You're ignoring. So therefore, you're ignoring the part about if you're on the outside of a wheel at a certain diameter, that's a distance traveled on a sphere per time.
Yes. But,
period.
I totally agree. But if you're traveling 1,000 miles an hour in a straight line, yeah, and you turn a certain amount, 15 degrees an hour, that's equivalent. That's equivalent to being at a certain radius because
where on a sphere are you traveling in a straight line?
It's constant acceleration.
Yes, exactly. On the equator, you're traveling momentarily in a linear velocity of 1,000 miles an hour.
No, you're not traveling in a straight line, a sphere at any time at all, ever.
Momentarily.
They scale it so it makes it seem like it could be almost unnoticeable.
Okay. As I said, momentarily, at any given moment on the equator, you're traveling 1,000 miles an hour linearly.
No.
Momentarily.
No, you're not.
Never.
Are you listening? Are you listening to Sonny? You're not. How can you go in a straight line on a ball at any given point? It's not possible, man. Like
now I want a citation right now. Once again.
Okay.
For a straight line on a ball. I want to see someone that measured a straight line on a spherical surface. Go.
And how?
No, I'm not saying that.
More than one.
You just did say it. What do you mean you're not saying that? You just did say it. Yes.
More than one citation.
Yes. Hold on. Yes, you did say it.
Right. Okay. Let me just be clear. When you're on the equator of the Earth, when you're on the equator, your rotational.
Don't say it again, man. No, don't say it again. That shit is dumb. Okay. Like what you're saying is dumb. So either A, fix what the fuck you're saying, or move on. You cannot.
He's not. I don't think he's a baller though. He's just trying to somehow give them the 1,000 miles an hour. Somehow could not be.
No, there's no justification for that. We're not listening to
Hold on, it's so simple. It's so simple. It's about a straight line or a curved line. That's all it's about. So, how do you have a straight line on a curved surface?
Hey guys, I just put something in the live stream voice text that I don't want you to miss. Since I just put it in there, I put a couple GIFs that I made, and this is a scenario dealing with this subject, and I wondered if anyone give their opinion on that. I'm talking about this F-35B plane that can fly 1,200 miles per hour, and I've presented this to a couple ballers, and it's funny the reactions you get because the idea is that this plane can outfly the spin of the Earth. And it's going to conserve its 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. And it could fly to any other place at 1,200 miles per hour and have 40,000 pounds of thrust while it hovers. Then could this plane get to a point where it's going faster than the Earth or slower than the Earth or whatever, but the Earth would be moving independently? It could just stick a camera out the window and show the Earth moving independently of the plane. Should be easy, right? It's never been done.
Right?
No, it could be done though, right? Easily. Should be done with a regular plane.
Yeah,
We should
yeah,
always see the
yeah.
Earth moving independently of the plane if it's true. There's a
Well, you can
Coriolis.
see video of you can see video of aircraft landing, and clearly the runway's not moving.
Exactly.
Well, it turns out there's a magic speed.
Right. Mm-hmm. You're always going to be in this illusion that the Earth is stationary, no matter how fast you go, no matter what latitude lines you fly over. But then you have to somehow correct for this Coriolis, but you could never see the Coriolis. It's such double talk. And every time I present this to a baller, they're like, "No, you probably wouldn't be able to fly fast enough to ever see the Earth spin." No. You're talking about a plane that can fly faster than the spin of the Earth. And you can't get to a point where you're seeing the Earth spin with this thing? No, come on. You just see him go into panic mode that this even be a proposition that could be done. And
Well, yeah, I mean, but all of the basic needs of the globe Earth are based on the assertion that they exist in the first place. It's like, and then when you ask for evidence, they tell you, "Oh, well, you wouldn't see evidence for it." Okay, then. Well, if I wouldn't see evidence for it, there's no reason to believe it, is there? But they find that weird. They're just like, what do you mean?
Ring laser
What do you
gyro
mean?
is showing
What do you
rotation.
mean?
That's all
No
you need.
evidence. Yeah, what do you mean? No evidence means that you shouldn't believe it. Yeah, that's how it works. If you've got no evidence, I have no reason to believe you. And they find that a very strange way of seeing the world. I don't know why.
Well, no, man, the Discovery documentaries, bro. What's it? Give them a break.
It's delusional global mind control. Mind control is what we're witnessing. Yes, that's it.
It's just cartoons.
And if they really believe it, why wouldn't they be into something that would prove it? Why wouldn't they be trying to find ways to prove it themselves if they really believe it? You know, instead of denying a scenario.
How would they prove it though? How would they prove it?
They would use this plane that I'm talking about to get to a point where their conserved momentum wouldn't match the Earth's speed because the plane got there and hovered with 40,000 pounds of thrust and saw the Earth moving just like it supposedly does.
Yeah, I mean, you can get in a plane.
Talking about the difference to speed, the difference of the speed of the plane compared to the Earth. The Earth's moving at 1,000 miles per hour. You should be able to get rid of the conservation of momentum eventually, or outrun it so that you can see the Earth moving separately.
All you got to do is use a drone. Lou Natick already did it. We have the video.
They don't go high enough, man. That's the convenient thing for the globe. The mathematics dictate you're not going to be able to see it from any altitude anyway. Even if you feel like the
moon and the stars. But the moon and the stars in the video are moving in sequence, and the Earth is not, and the drone is stationary. No Earth movement. But the moon and the stars are moving in sequence with each other, but the Earth is not moving.
As they have for centuries, millennia.
Do you understand that they're not going to take any countenance from that video in their model? They're not going to entertain that for a second.
How does that break the model, Sonny? Explain that with the sun and with the moon and the sun.
Because if the drone is in the inertial reference frame, right? Tell me if I get this part wrong. That means it's stationary in space above Earth, and it's not moving at all in any direction. Zero velocity in any direction. And the moon and the planet or whatever we're seeing in there, the stars, several of them, the moon and the stars moving in sequence with each other across the sky, and the Earth at the same time not moving at all.
Yeah, but
boom, it's over.
I get what you're saying, but in their model, and this is the argument they'll make.
What do you mean in their model? Their model says the Earth is spinning.
Okay.
Yeah, but they'll say the drone is spinning with the Earth.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, in their model, they have a model, whether you agree with it or not. That's what they assert. Yeah, they will say that the drone is in the same inertial reference frame as the surface below it. That's what they'll say.
Yeah. I'll go with crypto. If something's presented with no proof, then I can disregard it. Right, firsthand. So that's what I choose to do because it's stupid.
But to break their model, to break their model, I thought this plane that can fly 1,200 miles per hour could get out of the conserved momentum area into an area that it's not in sync with the Earth and prove this.
The Selenian eclipse within the model breaks it wide open, man. There's no way.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's tons of things that break it.
Yeah,
I think that's the best, man. Honestly, like that and water, like it's the layman's fucking obvious, right in your face. Go to the ocean, look at it, look at the sun or the moon at night's reflection of the water surface, because it's a level surface. If it was convex, you wouldn't see it.
But I think this is the key in these conversations, yeah. And I think this is where it's
simple as possible.
Hey guys, Matthew Learns is here and he's unmuted. Matthew, what do you think about the scenario I put in the live stream voice text with the plane? Would that work
He
to
has
break
been
the model?
speaking the truth the whole time. I think he's doing well.
Who?
And nothing but the truth.
Okay, can you look at the gifs that I put in there with the F-35B? Would that be able to get to a latitude where the conservation of momentum wouldn't keep it so in sync with the Earth that it seems like the Earth is stationary? Is that possible with this plane?
It is possible because the atmosphere is moving along with the ground about the same speed as the wind.
No,
you're begging the question.
Let him continue. Let him continue. You said it would be possible, though, right? It would be possible.
You guys live in Narnia, man.
Yeah, it's possible for those. I mean, they do.
Stop the over talking, boys.
Planes fly to different latitudes all the time. So yes, it's possible.
So you're saying that the plane can actually see the Earth spinning independently of the plane outside the window?
Oh, no, it's not independent. It's about the same speed as the atmosphere it's flying in.
Well, if you say about, then it's a difference. There's a difference.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's wind usually.
What about changes of speed going from different north or south latitudes? Changing difference in speed because you're on a different size circular
Do you
path.
see the scenario I put there, Matthew, with the plane that can fly 1,200 miles per hour? This plane should be able to fly to a latitude where it's not in sync with the Earth, and it would see the Earth moving east or west to east underneath it sideways.
Yeah, but as it flies to a different latitude, the wind changes with with about the same speed as the ground underneath it. So
you're saying this plane that can fly 1,200 miles per hour could never get to a point where it sees the Earth moving independently of the plane, because the wind would automatically magically stop it to be in sync with the Earth, so that it can never seem like the Earth's moving ever.
So in other words, the Earth is not spinning. What would be the problem anyway? All their people that manufacture aircraft say they're flying their aircraft, and all their technology is based on a flat and stationary Earth. There's not even a claim.
Not only that, but if Coriolis is real, that means that the Earth is moving under the plane, right?
It should be.
Isn't that what Coriolis is, Matthew?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you guys just have a misunderstanding about the way wind works
the way wind works.
Regardless if the wind is the atmosphere and if it all goes in one direction. Besides that argument, if that
what
is
is our
true, if this plane,
Matthew?
if this plane has 40,000 pounds of thrust, how can it not get to a place where the Earth is moving independently of the plane? If it can go 1,200
Matthew,
miles
did you hold on? I want to make sure I got this right, Matthew. Did you just say we have a misunderstanding?
Yeah,
about
that's
how
what
air
I'm
works?
stopping him at right there.
Right,
Could you please tell us what our misunderstanding is?
Oh,
of the
this
wind?
ought to be good.
Please tell us.
Yeah, you seem to strawman the globe argument that the
When?
air and the Earth underneath it.
Who, where, and when? Who, where, and when did that?
But by the nature of the question you asked about
Who, where, and when? Where did someone do that? Show me one instance, please.
I can't. Sorry.
So you're talking out of your ass again? Oh, okay.
Real simple question to start with. Does the Earth move independently of a plane flying in the opposite direction or any angle like this plane could at 1,200 miles per hour? Is the Earth moving independently of the plane ever?
Yes, they're in different reference frames.
Okay, so then the Earth would be able to be seen moving west to east underneath the plane, and it could be proven.
Yeah, I mean it's
okay. Well, that's all you need to do is go in a plane when you're flying against the spin of the Earth. Stick a camera out the window, and you should be able to see the Earth rotating underneath the plane independently of the plane's motion. Right?
That's right. Uh-huh.
So why is it that we never see the Earth moving independently of the plane's motion?
Because the plane flies in the atmosphere, and the atmosphere moves about the same as the Earth underneath it.
Well, even if it's about, you're saying there's a difference.
Yeah, there's a little bit of difference. It's called wind.
The Earth, yeah, well, regardless, I'm talking about the Earth's surface. You should be able to film the Earth's surface moving independently of the plane's movement from out the window, right?
Right. Uh-huh.
Even if, right, you should. And why can't we ever do that? Why has it never been done? Why does the Earth always seem stationary no matter how fast you fly, no matter which direction?
Because you're flying in
multiple directions. So where's the Coriolis effect then if the atmosphere moves?
Where's the Coriolis? The Earth never seems to move in an opposite or different speed or different direction.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah,
he's a flat earther.
Yeah, you guys are basically.
He's agreeing that it's not moving.
It's not straw manning. It's trying to break the model in your mind so that you see. Well, wait a minute. We would see the Earth move.
He's agreeing with us that the Earth is not moving. He just is agreeing with us.
No, he's saying the Earth is moving, and you should be able to see.
He's saying it is and it isn't. So I'm going to go with the part about it isn't because it isn't.
Yeah, the Earth is moving, and the air is moving the same above it.
It's empirically, it's not moving. Yeah. What about crosswinds? Northwest, south, and east crosswinds.
Yeah, hence about.
Explain that.
Hey, Matthew, why would we see the clouds move at all if they were moving with the spin of the Earth? Oops.
Seems like you have the misunderstanding about winds, bro.
Yeah, no, because winds make the atmosphere move a little bit different than the ground underneath it.
Different directions at the same time.
Clearly, that's what we observe. That's not. It doesn't explain a globe Earth, dude.
But if you take a look at it, I was a bit late, but
if this plane could fly 1,200 miles per hour and it starts at the 1,000 miles per hour, it conserves the 1,000 miles per hour. Now, if it gets to another latitude, it's going to be moving faster with its conserved momentum than the Earth rotates, right?
I thought they had to show it rotates in the first place.
It loses some of that momentum due to the wind.
Well, sure.
Hey, Matthew.
You lose the momentum, Matthew.
The Coriolis is not
forced. It's not going to be a plane like this with 40,000 pounds of thrust is not going to be so completely forced to go with this magic atmosphere velcroed to the Earth so that it can never see the Earth moving independently of its direction.
But it's just a visual thing. There's no expectation of feeling something. It's not actually anything
I want to get it simpler for the audience. I'm sorry.
Simpler, sure, go ahead.
Well, take a look at Livestream voice text and you'll see that the Coriolis is not actually something happening. It's Earth that's supposedly moving. But we don't register it. That's what we've been talking about.
But no, the Coriolis effect.
That's not registered.
The Earth is moving independently of the plane in the air. That's what Coriolis is. It's not just an apparent third-person perspective. It is an actual difference in the speed of the Earth with the speed of the plane that would knock it off course if it didn't correct for it automatically the way they claim, which it never does, and it never has put in a manual. Even if it didn't matter much, they would at least put it in the manual so that if a pilot ever needed to know why he's off course, then he would know that he didn't correct for Coriolis. It would just be noted, at least, you would think.
Can I have just a quick question? Just a quick question, Matthew, really quickly. Why don't pilots account for Coriolis or Earth spin?
Oh, because it's so tiny that it doesn't make a difference, and
so then it doesn't exist. If it's negligible, then it doesn't exist.
A negligible is different than.
Oh, you prove it.
No, because listen, if you're flying, it's a very precise. Hold on. If you're flying, it's a very precise maneuver. Okay, it's not. Nothing's negligible. Nothing's negligible when you're flying, my friend. Okay, it's very precise.
That's false. There are plenty of negligible effects.
No, sir. You got to take everything into account. Everything about your environment, you have to take into account. Okay, when you're flying.
There was even a little difference. You think they would at least note that there is a little difference between the speed of the Earth and the speed of the plane.
Not only that, I mean, I've talked to countless pilots that are in my family about it. We discuss how it's weird that they don't have to account for anything rotating underneath them. They treat it as stationary and level. Why is that, man? I'm just curious.
Okay, can I
so
say
does
something?
NASA, bro. NASA.
I just want to know that.
10 PDFs of NASA saying the exact same thing.
Or my family's lying to me. One of the two.
They don't understand either.
I'm not saying.
Oh, they don't understand. Are you a pilot, Matt?
No, I've never been a pilot.
Okay.
He's not a ship's captain either. It turns out Matthew's not a ship's captain either or a navigator.
But
no, he already fell down the stairs.
Don't you think with this plane being able to fly 1,200 miles per hour and resist 40,000 pounds of thrust, that it could easily get to a point where the Earth is moving completely independently, 100 miles miles per hour different than the plane's direction and speed? That
No,
we should be
because
able
it's
to just
flying
put
in the air. It
right,
depends
but
on
the
the
air
air.
is always going to, even with the 40,000 pounds of thrust and the 1,200 miles per hour, this plane could never get to a spot where it could show the Earth moving. Is that what you're saying? Because the air would force it to be in sync with the Earth, so that the Earth would seem as though it's never actually moving.
Exactly.
Do you know how ridiculous that sounds? Even with this plane's capability,
It's not moving, which means it's moving.
It could never break the Coriolis effect and make the apparent motion of the Earth apparent.
I'm sorry that the truth sounds ridiculous to you, but yes.
Well, it's not. Well, you're saying it so confidently, as if this plane, even with all its capabilities, could never break that illusion of a stationary Earth.
That's right. That's right. Pazza, you were going to say something. I want to hear what you say.
Yeah. One thing I will say, okay, again, I've got no input on that particular conversation because I've not really studied it. Okay, right, but there's a couple of there's a little while someone posted the flight dynamics summary page, yeah, and it was basically it's a scientific thesis or a proposition being made in an academic realm. Okay, now one thing I will say, guys, is it's disingenuous to show that like it is. I'll tell you why. Because I deal with electronics quite a lot, yeah, and I deal with a lot of computing systems, okay, and they have the same framework in which they make dissertations and propositions and these kind of papers. And the section about if I'm dealing with a microchip and they will have a section where they say making assumptions, and they will say the assumptions are there's no temperature differential around the surface of the chip, there's no current fluctuation caused by the power supply, there's no external noise caused by ultraviolet lights or any electromagnetic forces which destroy the chip. And then they go on in the paper to discuss the equations based upon those assumptions. Yeah, they're not saying in this paper that the Earth is flat, or it's a non-rotating Earth in this case, or the aircraft has a constant mass because it burns fuel, or the aircraft has a rigid body because it flexes. They're not saying the aircraft is symmetric because one wing might be slightly built a different way than the other wing, and they have to continue. Then these assumptions here are only there to simplify the dissertation that follows. So you're not doing this. Whoever puts this up as proof that NASA think the Earth is flat is being disingenuous to themselves.
NASA, no, that's not what we're saying, bro. They themselves are saying that all their calculations and their equations and their maths and their models for
in this paper,
modeling the Earth.
Yeah, so why are you talking to us about it? Talk to them about it.
See, if you go into Google, bro, go into Google and type NASA.gov flat Earth document, and you'll get a link to NASA.gov with their flat Earth. There's over 10 of them if you take a look in the PDF room. You're not listening because you went to interrupt me before I finished speaking.
Go on, yeah, sorry. Yeah, go on.
I'm just saying there's 10. I've put a paste in the PDF room. Put hashtag PDF room. You'll get 10 documents from NASA.gov that you can download, or you can just find the document on I think it's nasa.nts. That's where you need to go.
I know.
You'll get the exact same stuff. So it's not that we're saying they're saying the Earth's flat. They're saying everything they do, everything they prepare, build, engineer, model mathematically, and whatever, they're assuming the Earth's not moving, which it's not, which nothing can register.
With all due respect, that's not what they're saying. That's not what they're saying. They're saying within the realms of this particular paper, the equations they use don't counter in what they. I'm not saying they're telling what they're saying is true. But I'm saying they're distilling the paper down.
They're saying it. They're saying we've got this bullshit model, but we don't know. We can't prove it. But that's about it. That's what they tell you. We can't prove this.
They do with the flight simulator, saying it's more simple to make the program be a stationary plane because this Coriolis would be so negligible. It's just more simple with the maths and stuff not to include it, even though there is a difference. We decided not to include it to simplify it, and then put the pilots in the air with a different situation than they would be flying in the simulator with.
Exactly. This line here where they say there is a flat Earth, that's not an admission on their part. That's them saying that within the scope of this paper, they're taking
disinformation, bro.
Pardon?
It's disinformation. We say, look, we'll smack you in the face and tell you this is what we prepare for, and we can't register any motion. The constellations don't register any motion. Polaris itself destroys the heliocentric model. Eclipses are destroyed. Destroy the model, both of them. The Selenium, the supposed impossible eclipse, because it literally cannot happen in your model.
I'm saying you guys have got loads of ammunition, okay, right? But this kind of thing, where you show them saying making assumptions as a flat Earth is not strong ammunition.
Hey, hey Matthew, look at the GIF that I'm just putting in the live stream voice text right now. Okay, so it shows the plane flying over the Earth spinning, right? So what's wrong with this GIF right here and the way that they're describing the Coriolis report? You see the plane's flying into one heading, and the Earth's moving west to east underneath the plane. So we should be able to see that out the plane window. What's wrong with this GIF?
Folks, was that a newcomer asking a question?
No,
Did I just hear the
somebody hot micing? So the plane would be pushed to the right by the atmosphere as it flew north because it's flying in the atmosphere, so it would sort of track.
Right, but even though planes aren't made to be, but see the sideways thing is the problem because planes don't really get that kind of push to the side that you would think it would get. I mean, they're not designed to move that way.
No, that's nonsensical. No, you could stop it real quick. That's nonsensical. That would mean that the plane has angular velocity.
Boom.
Oops. So your bullshit ends right there.
Destroyed.
It's over right there. We could just stop. You're out of your damn mind, Matthew.
No, it's just because there's the air is moving with the Earth.
No, it's not
the same.
No, it's not.
Yeah, there's wind, but it's
even if
it
was, that would give the plane angular velocity. That would mean the atmosphere is turning with the Earth. You're done. See how stupid it is?
Atmosphere turns with the Earth.
No, it doesn't.
The same thing. Oops. Welcome to Globe Earth.
Yeah, oops. Yeah, it does. You're fucking done.
Oh, sorry, I used the.
It doesn't. The atmosphere doesn't turn with the atmosphere.
No, I realize only QE is allowed to use that kind of rhetoric.
That's right. Yeah, it's pure contempt for utter bullshittery. You're done. You have no. Go ahead. Give me a coherent response back.
There is no response that you would consider coherent.
No, everyone else. You don't have to convince me. You don't have to convince me. You got to convince everyone sitting in here and the people listening on live stream. Don't worry about me. You're trying to convince the people out there because that's who I'm appealing to, and we're all laughing at you. So tell us how the plane has angular velocity, Matthew. Do you even know what angular velocity or angular momentum is?
Yes, when New Perspective posted that GIF, we were talking about why the plane is moving to the left and right, not so much why it's curving over a globe.
Yeah.
Those are separate questions.
Yeah, it's called the Coriolis effect.
And the answer is that the plane is flying in the medium of the atmosphere.
Yeah, and
so it follows generally the speed of the atmosphere.
I'm sorry, no, it doesn't.
Why?
That's fucking cockamamie horse shit baloney. It would have angular velocity then.
Hey guys, can I input something?
I don't know what you.
I'm not doing very well here.
If you're able to
argue against that.
What can you input greater than that?
So I'm a flat earther. So I think what he's saying is he's just got the conserved momentum.
No, he's
so
not.
At the start it would. He's not.
Conserve what momentum?
Because you know how you throw a ball up on the train.
Momentum.
Because
momentum.
You know how you throw a ball. Yeah, I know.
Okay, listen up, folks.
In there,
Mr. Flat Earther, listen up. There's a couple types of momentum conservation. Which one are you talking about? Yeah, that's what I thought. Why don't you stay out of the discussion for right now?
So.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, you didn't let me finish my point. My point was his momentum would run out, and then you would see the Earth spinning.
What momentum? Somebody muted him?
Yeah, because he wasn't even in the conversation. Yeah, I muted his ass. Okay, continue, please.
Yeah, he's not talking about, Matthew, you're not talking about the conservation of momentum, are you?
No, but
of course not.
GIF shows the plane just going straight north without
that's what it would do.
Any movement to the right.
Yeah, that's what it would do, because if it did have movement to the right and went along with the fairy tale atmosphere paradox, then it would have angular velocity. You're finished.
Sideways velocity.
To play devil's advocate in their model, if a helicopter took off over Johannesburg or New York and just hovered in the air, it would go with the landmass, wouldn't it? That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
what
helicopter's an easier example. That's right.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Exactly. So it would have angular velocity or
Only
angular
because
momentum.
Only because they're saying it would be carried along by the air and the earth.
No, that's not good. Yeah, that's right. It's a cockamamie horse shit, but then we could just follow it along. I'll pull an Anthony Riley and just beg the question with you. And then we can just talk about angular momentum, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
is that what you want to talk about, Matthew? You sure you're ready for this? It's going to go even worse than a couple seconds ago.
Okay, so angular momentum determines how much something is spinning, right? How fast it's spinning.
But angular momentum, yeah, there's a couple types. Do you know the types? And subtypes.
I only know of angular momentum.
Yeah, that's
what you're talking about.
So there's angular momentum. You got two types and then two subtypes beneath those two types. You need to watch my show more often. It'll prevent you from stepping into a fucking hornet's nest.
Apparently so.
Could you summarize those quickly? Just a matter of interest.
Yeah, there's two types of angular momentum: that's spin and orbital angular momentum, and then two subtypes underneath that: point objects and extended objects.
Okay.
Units of measure all boil down to angular velocity. That is degrees. It's mainly radians per unit time or revolutions per unit time.
That's the SI units they use, isn't it?
Yeah. Or angular velocity.
Yeah.
As soon as I say angular velocity or radius or radians, it's all fucking over. Spin. Now, does the helicopter have spin, angular momentum, or angular orbital? Look, Ma, what about the hot air balloon? Look, Ma, the hot air balloon's spinning about its rotation axis. This is nonsensical buffoonery, people. They're taking advantage of your ignorance if you don't understand these concepts, flat earthers. This is a joke. It's a joke when you put it down in the actual terms and phrases. It's over. It's over quick. See, but they're taking advantage of you because they know, they're treating you like a dumbass. Right? They're posting some terms, angular momentum and stuff. They don't know what they are. They barely know the units of measure. They don't know the types. Right? Point objects are like you have a ball on a string and you're swinging a string above your head, right? That's a point object. Right? That's the angular momentum is the radius or the radians, the radius, the distance from you. The radius, the distance from the top of your hand where you're spinning that ball or whatever object you're spinning. That's the distance away from the hand to the center of the ball times linear momentum. Right? And then you got extended objects. That's the whole object rotating, like the fairy tale spinning Baltard. Right? That's a whole object rotating about its axis. So which one's the helicopter?
Well, the helicopter's on the. Yeah, I agree. I think you're.
Yeah.
When you say angular momentum, you mean sideways momentum, right, Huey?
Well, in the context of the Earth is what they're saying, isn't it? In east-west or whatever,
Yeah, it would be that way. Yes.
Yeah. If it's going north to south, then the plane would be moving sideways at a speed that it's not designed to take.
Yeah, it would have angular velocity. It would have to be.
Yeah.
No, but you do. You this is the thing that gets me. Yeah, you guys have got tons of killer arguments, okay, right? But this one, you're not going to convince anybody in that model of, to the contrary. And I think this is one that's which is contentious. Yeah.
No, it's not. I just
the plane that I put in there. 1,200 miles per hour.
Wait a second. Wait a damn second. What?
But you understand that they are completely in their model. They're completely happy with their helicopter on the ground, yeah, having the same angular momentum as the Earth itself, yeah.
That's what it would have. The angular momentum on the helicopter on the ground would have the angular momentum of that which it's attached to.
Okay. Now, if there's no wind, okay, right, they would argue that the entire air mass around the helicopter, up until the higher levels of the altitude with no wind, is moving with the Earth, wouldn't they?
No, yeah, they would contend that, but they'd be on drugs.
But this is the point. This is the point. You have to, if you're going to attack these people, you have to contend with what they say and then pick that apart.
Yeah, I did.
No.
That's why I gave the scenario.
I just did.
That's why I understand it. Why I gave the scenario of the 1,200 mile per hour moving plane with its 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance. Wouldn't you think that would be able to break their thinking about it and say, yeah, this plane should be able to get to a spot where it's not in sync with the Earth so much so that the Earth seems stationary, and they can't even admit that.
Well, it wouldn't matter if we had wind anyway. Good point, Drace. What's up with the wind anyway?
I'm saying that this is the point, and with the plane going at high speeds, you're adding extra layers which are more difficult. I can't understand why that.
I'm not adding that. I'm not adding that. But you took away wind. What the wind has about as much to do with this as the color of the tail rotor.
Well, I said there was no wind in the. If you imagine the helicopter on the plane with no wind.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Then they are. I agree with you, yeah, but they are asserting.
No, I'm saying it's irrelevant, and there is no such as no wind at higher. You're also violating the first law.
I said there's no wind.
You're also. I'm going to shut you up. They're also violating the first law of thermodynamics, because as the helicopter or hot air balloon gets higher, that would mean this is ridiculousness, compounded on ridiculousness. However,
it's have to accelerate to keep up with the Earth. Surely.
Yeah, because it's going around a larger radius.
Yeah.
So that's the first law of thermodynamics violation.
How much would it have to accelerate?
Doesn't matter.
2 miles. The answer is 2 miles an hour. To go from
it doesn't matter if it's 0.00000000001 miles an hour. It's a first law of thermodynamics violation.
And wind couldn't.
Wind couldn't. Listen, now wind's blowing. I thought wind was blowing with your fairy tale Earth.
Arse wind.
Or was that not blowing? No wind was blowing. The wind just stopped blowing. Imagine that.
I just personally think when you go after those who are in the heliocentric mind frame, the stuff where you talk about the observation of the curve on the surface are wholly robust. When you do all these diagrams of the plane going north like it is, that's not going to convince anybody to come across.
Oh yeah, it is. They have to be able to fog a mirror though, Pazzi, and then they'll be all right.
That's
if they believe, listen to what I'm saying. If they believe that the entire atmosphere is in the same momentum framework as the surface,
they're fucking lost their minds.
I know, but listen. Let me hear me out. Yeah? If they believe that.
No, stop. I'll go back to the first law. I mean, so Matthew, where is it getting the energy from to accelerate?
From the wind.
How is the wind different from the atmosphere, Matthew? Or is there no difference? And why does wind go in all directions?
Wind is just a description of the difference of the speed between the atmosphere and the ground beneath it.
That's not what he asked you.
How is it that wind goes in all directions if the wind is only going with the Earth rotation?
It's not. No one says it is. No one says
all relative directions.
No one.
So it wouldn't be the reason that it would be keeping the plane or helicopter in sync with the Earth, then, would it?
No, not at all. Not at all. And they're not arguing that either. They're not arguing that.
Yes, he is.
It seems to be exactly what he's arguing.
No. What they're suggesting, like here's what they suggest.
No, you don't have to tell us, Pazzi. We already know. We've been here more than
the wind the wind is irrelevant because the wind is localized differentials in the position of the atmosphere.
But still the atmosphere. The paradox. Wind is still the atmosphere paradox.
I know. But what they're suggesting,
don't talk about them separately.
What they're talking about in their model is the entire atmosphere as a whole moving with the surface. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, but you can't have it. That's fucking. You're batshit insane, man.
Yeah, but that's the point. You got to argue with them. If you can
No, we
break that
don't.
down.
No, we don't.
Okay. Sure.
Why?
Okay.
Are you kidding me?
I think what he's trying to do is play the devil's advocate so that we could force them to admit that it doesn't work.
First of all,
yes, that's exactly what I'm doing.
First of all, you're treating the paradox atmosphere as a single entity when it's not. It's an anisotropic, inhomogeneous mixture of gases. That's number one. Number two. Yeah, see, that's a big fucking problem right there. Number two, gas molecules aren't attached to themselves, let alone to any solid objects. Gas molecules move freely and highly randomly at very high speeds. So there's no layers, there's no blankets, there's no columns. It's an anisotropic, inhomogeneous mixture of gases that are going every which way.
And they'll agree with you on that. They'll agree with you on that.
It's over.
I totally agree with you on that.
Yeah, and it's not. They're not bonded to themselves, so it's all over right there.
All I'm saying to you is they'll agree with everything you just said.
No, they won't. They can't.
They will. They will. They will agree with that.
They can't agree with that and have the atmosphere spin with the Earth.
That's exactly the description they give, though. Do you understand?
No, it's a paradox.
Okay.
God,
dude. Then we got the jet stream that moves 250 miles faster than the Earth. So they say it's moving 1,200 miles, 1,250 an hour. So it's staying in lockstep with the spin of the Earth, but then going 250 miles per hour faster. Yeah. So if that's the case, then you could fly a plane into that, move faster than the Earth, and then mess up all of the equations so that they can't say that this plane or whatever you're using to get into that speed would be moving the same as the Earth's spin. And you could then stick your camera out the window at any point and show the Earth spinning independently of the movement of the plane or helicopter or whatever. You should be able to do that with a regular plane, but especially the one that I put in there.
Oh, by the way, you wouldn't have any Coriolis effect if that were true, if the paradox atmosphere was spinning with the Earth, number one.
Right.
Number two, everything would be one reference frame. The non-rotating, the rotating spinning reference frame, and then you couldn't apply any of Newton's laws to that, by the way.
They won't agree with that, but that's what I'm saying. They won't agree with that.
I don't care what they
agree with. What does Matthew say about that? Matthew, what do you say about that?
Well, I would say the wind can be at different levels or different speeds at different levels, and it's all kind of like different reference frames.
They're not different reference frames.
So then why would the plane always see the Earth as stationary relative to its speed and direction?
You're missing my point, man.
Yeah, it's because the difference between the reference frame of the atmosphere and the reference frame of the Earth is not that much.
Oh, they're different though, and they're different. So you have an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame, correct?
Right.
You would have to because you wouldn't be able to. That's not according to Hillbilly Blue Balls. That's a matter of fact not correct. And if you say the atmosphere spins with the Earth, that's one reference frame. That's a rotating.
That's exactly what they're saying.
Reference frame.
That's what they're saying. They're saying the whole atmosphere as a whole.
I know they are. But they can't. Then they can't apply any of Newton's laws to it, especially the laws, the conservation laws, because they're all derived essentially from Newton's laws, right? Can I get an amen?
They won't agree with that, no.
Hold on. This isn't a case of agree or disagree situation here. See, we deal with objectivity, empirical. Mm-hmm. Agree and disagree is for favorite color threads and whose favorite color threads and cake decorating threads, not this thread.
This particular discussion, though, you understand, is not empirical. You don't.
Yes,
if you're looking at, if you're looking at, we're pulling apart their model. They're not pulling apart our observed reality. They're pulling apart their model.
They don't have a model.
Well, they have a model. they clearly have a model.
Well, they can claim anything they want. They can claim fairy wings on fucking octopuses, but that's not, in fact, the case.
I'll rephrase that for semantics. They claim they have a model.
No, that's not semantics. What is defined? What is
a model is always a claim. A model is always a claim. Yeah?
No, it's not.
It's not a real thing. Okay.
Oh, it's not. Model's not a real thing. Good.
I know. It's a claim of what the reality is, isn't it?
No, that's not a scientific model.
I'm not going to argue the semantics of what a model is, because a model is not.
He's trying. But I think what he's trying to do, not to say that there is a model, but I think what he's trying to do is get to a point where we can force them to show that it doesn't work, even if we give them all of their conservation of momentum and everything.
That's exactly what I want to do. Which is why earlier on I was looking at the Earth's orbit and saying that 2,000 miles an hour. How does that work? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah. So the only way if you're going to you can sit here and you can say, this is what I observe. And I understand that. And I listen to so much what you say about what you measure and what you observe. And it's dawning on me there's an absolute robustness in it, okay? But these animations and these GIFs and these documents are going out and dismantling their model. Yeah, that's what this is doing. Yeah, this is you're looking at their spinning Earth and you're dissecting it, right? So if you want to kill them, get them to admit everything that they.
Why would you say that?
Pardon?
Why would you say you want to kill them?
Well, this is the thing. This is the exercise that has to be taken on. If you do this, if you take this apart properly in their realm,
it does get taken apart 24/7, bro.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't get taken apart because
yes, it does.
It does.
I do it.
I do it all day.
I know.
What are you talking about, bro? I've been here for years. This place, the model gets destroyed every day, all day, if the correct people are in the room.
Well, this is the problem. It's not about who's in the room because
Who says there's a problem?
The problem's with the globe. It's not. It's not in reality, and it breaks multiple natural laws. So until all these problems are fixed, you've not got a model. It can't be tested or repeated in any experimentation or measurements. It's all contradictory. The eclipses, both of them, lunar and solar, destroy the model.
Sure, I get what you're saying, and I'm not being disingenuous to you because since I've been in here, it's been an eye opener for me because when you talk about the observations you make of the world from a personal perspective, there's no arguing with it. There's absolutely no arguing with it. Can you measure the curve on the surface? No, you fucking can't. Yeah. Does everything you see on the surface allude to the concept of a planar Earth, or whatever you want to call the thing underneath us? Yeah, it absolutely does. Yeah.
Would you say you're a flat earther then, Matthew?
No, I would say I'm confused. That's what I say.
That's basically a flat earther. It's not able to say it yet because there is a period where you couldn't just come out of it. It's hard to say. It's a psychological type thing. Once you break, as soon as you start questioning critical thought, look into it. Don't just believe shit that you read. Look at it from every angle you can and see what you can prove. And there's not fucking much.
Of course, but the same way, it's analogous to being. Well, let's put it this way: in my mind, and I might be wrong. Yeah, you're a Christian or you're agnostic of some level, then you're an atheist. Yeah,
and atheism's a religion.
No. Okay.
That's a faith-based system, man.
I know, but what I'm saying to you is, okay, right? Is that there's it just the breaking it down. Atheism is a denial of some system. It's not necessarily advocating another system. It just denies another one. Yeah, that's basically what it does.
Yeah, agnosticism, being an agnostic, that's what I thought it was. But there's no problem with being I'm a deist as far as I'm concerned. There is a creation.
Yeah.
This place that we live, so that needs a creator. I don't know what kind of form it takes.
I'm not talking about anti-theism. Anti-theism is by definition a belief system because you're asserting. You're not saying that's a knowledge. You're saying there is no God. Yeah, and atheists don't necessarily say there is no. Exactly, but atheists
creation's all around you, man. Everywhere you look, there's obvious creation. Whether you look to the microscopic or macroscopic level.
Yeah.
Look at mathematics. It's like weaving all in. Basically, the language speaks to you if you're good at maths. It's literally it reflects your entire reality.
Yeah.
Gothmog, he's your man for complex fucking mathematics, man. Jesus. He's like insane. He's like Rain Man. I've seen him about for a while. Anybody seen Gothmog?
Yeah,
Take that
he's
to know.
over in 7-Eleven, mate.
How are you doing, Jock?
I know bad, Jock. How's it going in that? No?
Good man. All right in that, no. All that.
Aye, pure great flat earth in that, no?
Oh, I cannot saying that, bro.
890. It sounded like you said 890. 890.
Good evening, everyone. How are you all on this marvellous flat earth tonight? What's all this denial I'm hearing, Pazza? What's all this denial from you, Pazza? You're a trained man. You know what a flat earth is. Why are you sticking for the globe side so much, sir?
I think it's because
standing on a fence.
Pardon?
You're standing on the fence.
The reason is that the reason I kind of what I'm doing is I'm basically pulling it apart bit by bit, yeah. So, and that's largely because I work in a scientific community.
Doing what?
I work in a scientific community.
What doing what? Like kind of scientific work?
I work in electronics research, and I work with equipment that gets. I work in equipment that goes into orbit.
But it's no science, though, is it? Science is establishing cause and effect relationships, man, through experiments. You need to follow the method, or you're not doing science. Like engineering and technology, they maybe call it applied science, but science is establishing cause and effect.
Yeah, but if the applied science I'm working on is supposedly putting satellites in space, I've got a vested interest.
It's putting you in a natural violation. It's literally putting you inside a vacuum.
Can you actually show? Can you verify that they're going to a place that you mentioned in orbit? How would you verify that?
How do you verify the fact that it can't even exist due to laws, natural laws that is breaking? Until you verify that.
But you asked me, with all due respect, you asked me why I'm sitting on the fence. Yeah, it's because
I just said you were on the fence.
I know, yeah, but why am I not? Dropping one with the other? It's because I'm in that community. Yeah, do you understand? Yeah. So
I do, Pazza. Yeah, it was me that I know our Scottish accents are the same, but it was me that asked why you had a vested. Well, I felt you had a vested interest in the globe. Therefore, I felt you were employed in the industry of the globe, and that what you said makes sense because you said electronics, and that's what I thought it was. I can see why you're hesitant because you have a vested interest, although it's not yours, it's your employment. Yeah, but I can see why you're tearing it apart section by section now. I understand that. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, and again, I'm not curbing the issue because there are a lot of people who, the vast majority of people, right, but just take the heliocentric model and everything they're told about space and and everything. It's in the back of their mind because it doesn't affect them day to day. Yeah, it doesn't affect their reality day to day.
Depends on the day. It does, mate. It makes you notice stuff and realise. It makes you come into all these different awakenings, so far along the net. See, when you find out about it, it sort of hits you in stages. Like after months and months, then after a year or 2 or even 3 years, the first finding out about it, it's literally an emotional sort of journey as well, man. You come to these conclusions and it blows your fucking mind.
I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing how it manifestly affects you when you are free of whatever you may be, indoctrinated to believe. I'm talking about people who aren't in that position. Yeah, most people by and large don't care. It doesn't affect them on a day-to-day basis.
That's because they've got the globe-tinted glasses on, bro. See, because they think they're insignificant and they're just on a rock, just a floating amoeba that could be killed at any other minute by another rock from the sky, or terrorism, or wars, or God knows what stuff they're actually putting into the system. But nothing can prove that you're moving. Nothing can prove there's any convexity. So what else have you got? All these constellations have been the same for thousands of years, man. You've got no observation or measurement.
I can see that your mind's going in overdrive compared to most people.
What? Yeah? Mate, I'm 7 years into almost the flat Earth game, man. So
I know. I can see how you're thinking
about
it.
Overdrive. I've already thought about it years ago, man.
I know, and when you speak to me, I can hear the passion that comes from you having invested all your efforts to think about this. Yeah, but the point I'm making, yeah, is your enthusiasm and your passion and your understanding, notwithstanding, the vast majority of people don't think about it on a day-to-day basis. It doesn't involve their lives. They get on with their, they go to their solicitors, they go to their office. Yeah. Now, for me, that's not quite the same. There's not
They
quite the
don't
same.
notice it. That's why they feel in that manner. They ignore it because their subconscious mind's allowed them to ignore it because it's an easier thing just to go along with consensus. You have to if you're at school or if you're going into the job sector after school or college or whatever, man.
Yeah.
So obviously it'll affect you.
Going back to what I was saying about my personal hesitancy is because I don't fit directly in that category. I fit in a different category, which has had a mindset of thinking about the heliocentric and the scientific model for a long time. So it's not quite so easy for me to just jump from one to the other. Do you know what I'm saying?
Don't take your time, man. That's all you can be advised. Weigh up stuff like from different directions.
That's why I'm here and I'm listening. Despite what you may think tonight, I've spent most of my time in the last couple of weeks listening rather than talking. You know, and
I've not been on for a while, man.
I'm suitably impressed by the passion here and the effort that goes into thinking about this and to working it through and the empiricism of the measurements and made and
I'm sorry. You know why I think we have the passion, Pausa? Honestly, my opinion is that because we have actual reality backing us. I don't have to worry about reality does, but I wanted to say something to you actually, that I applaud you for sticking around as long as you have. I know it probably hasn't been easy, but you've probably heard enough information already at this point that it should have some kind of effect of a chink in your armor, possibly a little bit, that it may be enough to knock that paradigm paralysis that we all have had here off kilter and go boom. Because it sounds like to me that's what's about to happen. That once this information piles up so much, there's no refuting it. Like, where do I go with that? Like for me, it's been 4 years, 4-year anniversary. Yeah. So, right.
Yeah. I get that, and I'm not. It's not just chinks. There are big gaps appearing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, I've always been a very. I hate to use the phrase conspiratorial because it's used as a tar brush nowadays. Yeah. But there's definitely a mindset where you evaluate things and you're more inclined to pick them apart than just say, yeah, that's fine. I take that as read. You know.
How about we think of it like I started thinking of it differently. It's not that, it's more like curiosity. If you've always been somebody that's been curious and asked questions, how does this work? Why does this happen? What's going on here? And you kept questioning, then those are the people who seem to, this group has discovered things about our reality that there was no refuting anymore. And I don't know. Maybe I think maybe the key is, if you do some of your own observations, you have to see this for yourself. You just take the curve chart, Earth curve chart or Earth curve calculator, figure in your height and a height of a known distance at a distance, a height of an object. Look across a lagoon or a bay or some place where you can see across the other side. Zoom into the shoreline there.
I've seen the videos.
Yeah. Once you do that yourself, look, I can go around water all day. I can look across the harbor, like 26 miles to some of these islands. And I'm not at sea level, a little bit above, but still that says that's about 300, 400 feet of drop. And I've seen videos and pictures of people zooming into those islands, and you can see boats right before the shoreline. The shoreline is further out and higher up, and you can see the entire shoreline and the boat's hull.
So I got a question for you guys. Yeah,
Where's the lagoon?
No, the question I had was I'm on the fringe of a community of people who work in GPS. Yeah,
ground positioning systems.
Yeah, and ostensibly, I know people who worked on the satellites and stuff like that. Yeah. Now, there's no argument that. Let's just take this at face value. Okay, there's no argument these people are working on these satellites. Yeah. So they're going somewhere, or they're being sent somewhere.
Doesn't mean they're working on something. That doesn't mean they're going anywhere.
No. Listen,
it doesn't mean it's in space. It could be a lower Earth orbit, man.
That's
Drones,
exactly
balloons, satellites, like all these things are floating in the air. Why would they put something all the way out in space? At least if it's within the atmosphere, they're able to get to it and fix it and repair. So obviously, it's just a network of stuff in the air, in the ground.
Yeah. But what I was saying was, what I just said was, they are working on something. They don't necessarily go anywhere, right? If that's the case, they're not. They're being pushed somewhere in a hangar, or they're just being dismantled somewhere else. Because if they're not going up into space, they're going somewhere else. Yeah, right. So the question that I often ask myself is, how many people are working in earnest in these industries, but aren't part of some understanding that that's not the reality, that they're going to space, and what proportion are deceiving, rather than being deluded in that industry?
Deceiving. Yeah, no, you're asking the wrong question. They're not deceiving. The people that are making the satellites, basically, those aren't NASA guys. Those are subcontractors, right?
Yeah, that's the community I know about.
The CEOs of these companies, and whether they're private or whatever, they're only concerned with the bottom dollar. They're trying to impress their shareholders. As long as they're getting paid, they don't give a shit, right? Yeah. They're sending this stuff out on the train. They could care less. Now, do they think that they're doing something good for the, all of humanity? I'm sure they are. I'm sure there's a lot of good people that work there, skilled people. But that has nothing to do with the damn argument.
No, the point I was making was it doesn't reinforce any particular argument, but what it does, it begs the question: how many people are actually in on it, so to speak? In that industry,
doesn't have to be many.
No, it doesn't. Does it really?
Nope. All the subcontractors, they don't even have to know. The CEOs of those companies don't have to know. At the tops, they could care less. They're just pleasing their shareholders. Even the highest levels of, even the lower to mid levels of NASA, they wouldn't have to know.
No,
I would venture to guess that the top guy and some top guys know.
Yeah, sure. It's a pretty tragic realization, isn't it? Really.
Yeah. They're definitely not going to a second law of thermodynamics violation. Either the second law of thermodynamics is false or somebody's lying.
Wait there. Second law of thermodynamics.
That is the hinge pin. Hey, Crack, how's it going?
How's it going, brother? Good.
You like
What's
that
up,
one?
brother? Yeah, I like that one because it's like, yeah. So, which one is it, dude? It's either the second law of thermodynamics is a lie, or
what are you doing, Crack?
Oh, but wait there. How you doing, brother? You good? But wait there, we have so many examples, don't we, of the second law of thermodynamics? Oh, it's Panto. Sorry, I thought that was old, dude. Yes, brother. I was it, bro.
Hey, bro. Brother.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say it should have been a quick hello because I was supposed to old dude recently, but yeah, I was like, oh no, it's Panto. I better make sure. Yeah, I'm good. I'm all good, brother.
I've been on for a
nice
while.
to hear you on it. Yeah, no, it's nice to hear your voice, brother. Yeah, man.
I had to come in and stop dodgy conversation. Me and old dude were sitting in the car having a joint, and then
guys, go get a room.
Yeah, go get a room, man.
Yeah, there's many rooms in this server. Go ahead.
Listen,
you join and I'll take it.
Yeah, go get another room. All right. So, Paz, either the second law of thermodynamics is false or somebody's lying.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah, that's what it boils down to. When all the dust settles, you could just prosecution rest right there.
I'd like to have a look at that in more detail.
Well, the only detail you really need to know is this, right?
Yeah.
Can you track higher to lower pressure movement? So, like, again, remember I spoke to you the other day, right? And I said, I give you the example of a room and another room, yeah? Right?
Yeah.
Both rooms are pretty much airtight rooms, yeah? So they're like an airlock almost, yeah? And we have a airlock door between the two rooms, right? Okay? and they're both resting at 14.7 psi, right? Yeah. I then close the airlock door between the two rooms, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And I close it basically 3/4 of the way, right? So that it's pretty much fully closed. And I start to heat up one room, right? Okay.
Yeah.
The room that I heat up, right? Okay, is starting to what? The gas molecules inside are starting to get a little bit more excited.
Yeah.
They're bouncing around a bit more, right? Okay. Yeah. They're gonna start to do what? They're gonna start to seek to fill the room that's next door a little bit, right? Even though they're at the same pressure, right? So let's say we close the door now. We fully close it, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Then we vacate all of the air out of the room next door to the room that I'm heating up, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And this is so that you could have a physical feeling of entropy, not just you tracking it with any instruments. Yeah. So we now close the airlock. We heat up the room that's got the air in it, right? We empty the room out on the other side. We take all of that air out, right? What do you think you're going to feel when you open up that door eventually? So you've got the room that's basically vacated almost of all air. You've got the room that's been heated up to, let's say, like 29 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
What are you going to feel when you open up that door to the room that's not been cooled down per se by any instrumentation, like it has been cooled down similar to the way a fridge works, for instance, right? You've vacated all the air out of it, right? You've effectively turned that room into a lower pressure point, right? What are you going to physically feel?
My intuition tells me that the air pressure would equalize across the two rooms.
Right, and you would physically feel it as well, wouldn't you, with your own senses? You'd feel that air rushing from the hot room, the hot air rushing into the cool room, right? You might feel
to be fair,
even
if you didn't heat the air in that room, it'd rush in, wouldn't it?
Right, so that to you, yeah, of course it would. But I'm saying I'm heating the air for a reason, so you feel the differential in heat. I'm saying that to yourself is your senses telling you that the second law of thermodynamics exists. That's the case. Well and done. That's one piece of evidence. That's it. Done.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'll take that on board.
Right. So the point is space doesn't exist, because remember the dichotomy that was set up, which isn't a false one, is either space is real or the second law of it's either the second law of thermodynamics is a lie and space is real, or space is fake and the second law of thermodynamics exists. I've just given you a perfect way to show yourself the second law of thermodynamics does exist.
Are you saying that because there's no containment, you can't have the...
Well, it's a vacuum. How can a vacuum envelop a pressurized bubble of fucking gas without any separation between the systems to hold them? Pressure is the energy exerted on the walls of a container. So
I know what you're saying. But their argument would be that when you say there's no containment, their argument, their counter argument, what define containment exactly? And
they can't prove gravity either. There's two versions of gravity, Newtonian and Einsteinian, and neither can be proven. It's just maths.
That's what they're doing.
Pazza. Let me show you something. So, okay, let them have their gravity a moment. Right, they've got it. Gravity's their container. Right? No, I'm just saying. You say they're going to say gravity. I say fine. Here's your gravity. Have it. Right. So then, if gases are affected by gravity, then what else is going to affect those gases? Or maybe the moon skating along the top layer of the atmosphere. Right? Maybe that in conjunction to proximity to those gas molecules. I can't remember the exact numbers, but if those gases are affected by gravity, its gravitational vector would start to pull on those gases, right? Which would create a disequilibrious harmonious state on the upper layer of the atmosphere, meaning gravity itself would start to be the thing that would cause the holes in the container. Then we would have all the other vectors of gravity from all of the different celestial bodies, right? That cause the Earth. So we're talking about something that has enough gravity to create the Earth to rotate around it, the sun. Wouldn't that then have an effect on those gases? that would then poke a single hole in the container. We know it takes only one hole. We need an equilibrious state on the upper layer of the atmosphere. We need an equilibrious static state for this to be the form of containment, gravity, right? Then you have another problem, which is this. We've got high pressure down here at the bottom of the Earth, right, on the ground level, right? So how do we get pressure read via barometer? It's an inward vector of gas. Gases don't have an inward vector, do they, inherently, though? So what you would need to then show would be on the upper layer of the atmosphere, right, this pressing against the walls of the container, you would need to show a doubling back effect, right? Meaning they would first have to hit on this wall of gravity, then somehow they would have to be able to leave the gravitational force, pull toward the gravitational vector of the center of the Earth, right? And create a vector inwardly at ground level, right? We don't see that. What do we have? We have a gas pressure gradient with lower pressure up there, right?
Yeah, of course.
Low pressure. Right, so we don't have a doubling back effect. We don't have gases hitting off this wall of gravity and then doubling back to create an inward vector down here. We don't see that. We don't measure that. So even if we was to give them gravity, they have several different problems.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. What you just said, I have to get more detail. Well, I've not. You've got an understanding of it, and I haven't. So that's why I said maybe, because I've got to investigate that on my own.
Well, you know yourself that the gas pressure gradient, right? Yeah, you know there's a gradient in their model,
and they'll make the argument that goes up until eventually it's so the further you go up, the nearer it gets to a vacuum, and nearer.
But how do they prove it is a vacuum? Like, where's the evidence for this?
Well, they don't. I think they're extrapolating, aren't they? That's what they're doing.
Bullshit.
Well, no. It comes back to a conversation I had earlier on with someone in here. Is that they will make a strong case for a correlation, which is not the same as proving it. I grant you that much. But quite often in the scientific community, they'll use a correlation as the basis for an assertion, won't they? I'm not saying that's right, but that's what they'll do.
But the issue is show me the strong case of correlation here.
Well,
because I would put it to you, right, that they don't even have a strong case of correlation, because what they have is a claim of gases being kept right in by the center of mass of Earth, which is again superseded.
That's them coming up with. That's them asserting a cause. The correlation is the higher you go, the thinner the air gets. That's the correlation I'm talking about here. Yeah.
Yeah, but then again, like I said, remember, right? This has to work within the confines of other things that they've laid out to be factual too, right?
Yeah.
Such as the second law of thermodynamics, such as the way gas pressure is defined, right? So when you say they have a good correlationary argument, right? Or a good correlationary supposition or presupposition even, right? So what they're doing, right, is they might have a narrative that sells to the average audience that doesn't understand the other factors that go into this. But they're scientists, so they understand the other factors. So thus their narrative would be classed as fallacious and a lie by their own merit, because they know themselves the different variables involved, right? So they know how gas pressure is defined. So for them to have a strong correlationary argument, that would be them ignoring all the other things that would take place and would take part in involving in this narrative that they've created, i.e. the way the gas laws work, i.e. the way the second law of thermodynamics exists, right? Like all of these different things and these factors effectively would inculcate their narrative as they draw it out and render it completely bumble, right? They would know this. So then that would leave them in the position of being what? People that are drawing out narratives, knowing that their narrative is false. So they would be classed as liars.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I do get what you're saying there. I get what you're trying to say, but like it doesn't hold weight with someone like me who understands the other variables. No, and so I can't imagine that they've tricked themselves into believing that it holds weight in their own minds, knowing these other variables. This is why science is like I've noticed, like I was saying this to people the other day, I've noticed this massive trend, right, inside of the realm of science. So we have Michio Kaku, right, who's like the leading theoretical space physicist. Yeah,
That's not
right.
science, man.
I know, but again, remember,
yeah, but you said in science.
I was gonna get to that. That's the point. That was the leading trend.
Then you said
that was the leading trend.
Then you said he's a theoretical physicist. So that's a contradiction.
I know it is. Let me just explain all of that. I was going to do all of
work,
that.
Man.
Yeah. Anyway, so we have this guy, right? Yeah. Do you know how he got into Harvard?
No, I know his books are fantastical.
Right, so apparently he created a 22 miles of copper wire, right? He created a particle collider, and apparently he created antimatter doing so. Bear in mind, he came from a poor family, right? From a very, very poor family, and somehow in his shed, he managed to get 22 miles of copper wire using copper wire and steel, and he created a particle smasher, right? Okay?
Yeah.
Right. So this is a very hands-on type of thing that he's doing, right? But he's still going toward the mystical, the antimatter, right? Antimatter. Right?
Think about it. I've seen some of his books. They're fantastic. They're fantastical. They're not actually.
Why did he end up becoming what he is now? So he got into Harvard on a scholarship based upon that work, right? And somehow he ends up coming out of the back of this involved in a field that's the complete opposite to what he was doing before. So he went from practical work using his hands, and then somehow he comes out as someone that is doing what he's doing now, right? And then this is a trend as well. Remember, we have Bill Nye, the so-called science guy, who doesn't even have a science degree, right? Yeah? He was the one that taught people that boats went over the curve, right?
Yeah.
And then they say the Earth was an enclosed system and we're not been able to leave it. He blatantly said it.
He did say it, yeah. But the point is think about it. We have a scientist, so-called, right? So-called scientist teaching us that boats go over the curve. This isn't even a science, question. It's not even anything to do with science, right? This is to do with geometry, right? So we should have had a completely different type of person teaching us about it. But I'm just saying, isn't it funny how we have opposite types of people teaching us and showing us the opposite things, right?
Yeah.
It's what I'm trying to get at is Michio Kaku is an actor, and the same with Bill Nye, the science guy. They're both actors. That's really what they majored in, is acting.
Yeah. And you want to know what proves that, Crack? Is you go to Hollywood and there are all the astronauts have actor stars on the sidewalk, like all the famous actors. The astronauts are on the sidewalk with stars, actor stars. Why would that be? They're all actors.
Are you saying that Neil Armstrong's got a star on the Hollywood Boulevard?
Yes, it's exactly what I'm saying.
Really?
Yes,
he does.
Yes, he does.
Mind you, if they give one to Donald Trump and Bill Clinton and those sort of people as well.
They were in movies though.
Right?
Yeah,
they were in movies.
Your politics aside, Donald Trump's a pretty shit actor.
Well,
Well, he did have that reality show. He was on TV, so maybe that's why he has a star. But the astronauts.
He's been in many films as well.
OJ's on there, but he was in Capricorn 1, I suppose, wasn't he? So you've got to forgive him that much.
OJ was on there, but does he have a glove on?
Was it a glove shaped rather than a star
shape?
Yeah. That would be imagine the controversy that would cause.
That would have been funny, like if they put his star right underneath Michael Jackson's star, and then you had Michael Jackson's star there with the glove above it, right? And they just did it just to be piss takers.
Yeah, a lot of them get vandalized, don't they? Those stars. Oh yeah, there it is.
There's the Neil Armstrong star right there for you. And
what is the fucking? See, I've never been to that part of the world, but what is the fucking point in that?
Because they're making movies, dude. They're not going to space. They're making movies.
That's so disingenuous to do it.
Yeah, like, so look, if you look at it, right, he not only has a star, right, he also has a square, right?
Yeah.
Which is, I find that quite hilarious, right? So his name's inside of a square with a circle in the middle, right? If you put that star, right, in that square and circle,
Yeah,
I'm just saying it's quite funny what you get, right?
Do they all look like that though? Just plain.
I'm just saying it's quite funny if you was to put his
Why has he got a star? Why the fuck's
Why
he
has he
got a
got
star?
why has he got a square and a circle on as well, right? Like, this is like another, and like I said, if you put that circle, that star, right, inside that circle and square, you put them together.
What's that symbol in the middle? It's like a TV with antenna, is it?
It is indeed. Yep, it is.
The fuck is that all about?
It was actually an award for broadcast. It's not an actor's award. That's how they got around it. It was because it was a broadcast of media. That's how they got it through.
Oh, okay. Because allegedly
it's
an award for having the alleged biggest, largest worldwide audience on TV at one point. I take it, is it?
There you go.
Okay. Look at Trump's. Bless him. I don't know why he bothered, frankly. Look how much grief he gets.
Well, you do realise that I believe Trump's probably going to try and create some form of a dynasty in America type thing. You know, he made sure to put his son and his daughter up on the stage enough, right? You know, and if Biden fails hard enough, right, there's some form of a law, isn't there, Godrocking, to do with an impeached president, right? If there's if someone is attempted to be impeached, before the last election or whatever, they get the opportunity to potentially step up onto the podium. So it's sort of been me and Witz have both been saying this for a long time, that we think Trump's going to come back as basically like a hero figure, right? Like, he's going to come back as the hero, right? It's just a potential. It's just a potential.
Correct. Are you on?
Not right now.
I think you might be. I got up. We were talking about the second law, and now you're on what you think.
Someone posted Trump in
future.
Well, someone started posting. That's where the conversation went. So yeah,
sounds like you're being whipped around by every wind of doctrine to me.
It's just memes, isn't it? It's just memes.
That's lack of discipline. You're like the trout in the stream, right?
Well, it depends what you see this as.
I wasn't done yet. I wasn't done yet. So you got this male trout in the stream. That's you. He's the king of the stream, and he's swinging around, and he catches this hot other Sally trout. Right? He catches it. Yeah, that's right. Starts swimming over to hot Sally. Right? But out of the corner of his eye, he sees a glimmer. Right? Just a flash of light, and he can't keep himself from it. So he whisked himself away from Sally the hot trout, and before you know it, he's got a mouth full of treble hooks.
So now we're on to, just to let everyone know, we're on to talking about trout. Just to be clear.
I'm quite enjoying it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, I am too. I'm just saying, you know. But yeah, the reason is because, again, dude, like, QE, the conversation, right? I feel like with this guy, where are you standing in terms of, like, because obviously we've told you a lot of information, right? Because I spoke to you the first night you came in here, I think, right?
Yeah.
And you know, you're extremely cordial, and you know, you're great to talk to, a great conversationalist, but like, what other research have you done since, really? Because we've given you sort of the basic bare bones and way beyond the minimum, right?
Yeah, of course.
Of stuff that you would need, for instance, right?
I'm being worn down, I have to say. You I'm a hard nub.
I'm not alluding to saying that, like, I'm trying to convert you. What I'm trying to get at is that we're giving you the tools needed effectively in order for you to go, wait a minute, this helio set, because I don't want you to go, I'm a flat earther. What I want you to say, and what I want you to sort of be like and go away from this from, it's more like, wait a minute, what they're telling me about the globe, right?
It's
complete fucking bullshit.
Yeah, I'm doing it already.
Right.
I was going to stop you in your conversation before. It was probably a little while ago because I go take care of something. But you did mention two things that I wanted to stop you. Well, three things. One, you said scientific model. The other thing you said that it's empirical, that because we measure it. So, do you know what a scientific model is? We'll get to empirical in a second.
Well, sorry. What I meant by the scientific model, the science community generates models, whether it be geometric or conceptual. That's what I meant by that, and I didn't mean the scientific.
Hold on a second, guys. Let me take this. Now you just introduced another term, scientific community. Where do you have an address or a phone number for that?
No, but you know what I mean by that.
No, I don't.
Intensive.
Okay.
So
the peer-reviewed.
No, that's not peer review. Has nothing to do with what is peer review.
Peer review is when they put theses into a pool of people who evaluate them. So they have a community of people who who go through these papers for them.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
That's what they do.
Nope. That's not peer review. Peer review is when the publishing houses, the big guys, they have what they call referees in specific subject areas that are subject matter experts, and they sit there and they wait for people to put their papers in. Doesn't have to be a thesis, but they put their papers in, and then these reviewers sit there with a highlighter and coffee and go there and highlight things that are wrong with it. Then they send it to the editor. The editor usually hovers over them, right? So that's usually Politburo stuff. That's subjective for the most part. Peer review has nothing to do with the scientific method whatsoever.
No, but I didn't say that. But I'm saying in this, I'm talking from a point. It may not be the same in like theoretical physics or whatever, but in the electronics community,
that's technology.
Electronics research. Electronics research is a science.
No, it's not. It's not.
You already said that.
Hey, space is fake. I got this. Appreciate that.
It's an open forum.
Yeah. So, electronics, that's not natural science. You're using science. That's an equivocation fallacy, right? You're just saying science. Science means knowledge. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about natural science, physics, chemistry, biochemistry, genetics, parts of biology. Well, it's parts of chemistry, by the way. That's natural science. So when you say science, I hear natural science. And electronics is definitely not natural science. That's technology.
Electronics is not natural science.
That's correct.
It deals with what can be measured, though, doesn't it?
No, measurement has nothing to do with the science. Do you know what the scientific method is?
What the proposition, hypothesis, method, evaluation, investigation, the applying variables into a proposition to work out the potential for the opportunity for a conclusion, that kind of thing.
Now, observe natural phenomena. There's basically 3 steps. All the other stuff are flowers around it, but you can't get around these 3 steps. Observation of phenomena. That's where you get your dependent variable. Second step is the hypothesis. You must have a hypothesis to be in natural science, period. So the hypothesis constitutes the dependent variable you got from step 1, and then incorporates your supposed cause. That's the independent variable. So the hypothesis is an independent dependent variable relationship. It's a cause and effect relationship. Then you go to test that hypothesis, and that's an experiment. And the only thing that gets added are control or constant variables. That's essentially the scientific method right there. Because you can't have science without experiment. And you can't have an experiment without a hypothesis. You can't have a hypothesis without the observed natural phenomena.
They tend to, in the field I work in, they tend to slap a conclusion on the end where they don't necessarily make an assertion, but they put, it gives them scope for putting any tenet in against unforeseen variables or or observational inaccuracies on this and the like.
You're missing the first step. Can you give me a hypothesis on electronics?
A hypothesis?
Don't give me a hypothesis. Give me the observed natural phenomena. First step.
What, in the field of electronics?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the typical example is which I've been dealing with recently, is the effects of electromagnetic pulse radiation from fluorescent lighting on capacitive touch sensors using mobile phone displays. Where do I see what in nature?
What you just said was the effect with the dependent variable.
Well, the effect I see in nature is, well, I say I'm talking about the paper I've read. Yeah, there is a observed efficiency differential in the way that capacitive touch screens work on phones.
Where do we get capacitor touch screens and phones in nature?
What do you mean by nature? You talk about things that occur without any technology?
That's correct. That's where your problem lies.
Right. Okay. And then we're talking at cross purposes because.
Yep. You're talking about technology, right? There's nothing wrong with that. It's just not science. You're talking more or less engineering, right? Correct? Yes?
Okay. Well, I'll take what you're saying as read.
Yes, because that's more or less engineering, and engineering is not science.
You'd have a lot of people who beg to differ with that.
Really? That's not. Here we go again. Agree and disagree. See, the moment you say that's trigger words for me, because that's not the business that we're in. I told you before. If you want to agree or disagree, you need to go over to whose favorite color is the best and the cake decorating forums and whose favorite running back for your fantasy football team. That's agree, disagree. We're not in that business. We're into empirical. We're going to get to that term here.
I'll take that back.
Just relax. I'm pretty concise, so just relax. Listen to what I'm telling you. Okay? So, what you just stated, that's not natural science. That's not physics. That's not chemistry. That's not biochemistry. That's not genetics. That is engineering, and engineering is not science. And I don't know who would disagree with me, because you in Livestream? I mean, it's self-evident right off the bat. You can't formulate a valid scientific hypothesis. Let's take a look at this. 46 minutes after the hour. Are you there?
Who, me?
Yes.
I'm listening to you.
46 minutes after the hour in Livestream. Am I in the wrong text chat? Yep. 1 second. It
happens.
All right. 47 minutes after the hour. You see where I'm at here?
I don't think he's in the live stream.
You need to get in the live stream, man, because this is supporting what the statements that we say.
You check your ads, Sonny just added you, Pazza. Your mentions.
Yeah. I can see the live stream. Is it with all the memes and stuff in it? Yeah.
Yeah. Scroll down to the bottom, very bottom. You'll see me, Quantum Eraser.
Okay. Yeah.
47 minutes after the hour. Remember, you said you'd have people that would disagree with me about engineering not being science? Really? This is from Henry Petrosky, professor of engineering and history at Duke University. This is the title of the paper. Engineering is not science, and confusing the two keeps us from solving the problems of the world. From Boston University College of Engineering. Title of the paper. Engineering is not science. Who's going to disagree with me now?
You missed out the College of Engineering one. That one's the best because it's from the College of Engineering, John Kim one.
Yeah,
that's the one I'm looking at now.
See the title of that one? Engineering is not science.
So I don't know what to tell you. I don't even have to provide citation. All I had to do was do what I did with you, take you through and ask you what the observed natural phenomena is. The key word is natural. You have to observe this in nature. That's what we're talking about. Right?
Okay.
Not man-made stuff. Now, I'm not saying the man-made stuff, I'm not saying that that's not important. I'm just saying that's not natural science. Follow?
Yeah. What's the definition of natural science then in that case?
Natural science is based on physics, chemistry, parts of chemistry, by the way. A lot of that is synthetic. Biochemistry, genetics, parts of biology.
Yeah, but
it's a systematic study of the characteristics and nature of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment. That's what natural science is.
Okay.
So, like, just to so effectively, you're more likely to get an experiment from a duck than in engineering.
Yeah, you can't form a valid scientific hypothesis because it's all about cause and effect. Right? And if your effect is man-made, then what's the cause every time?
Man-made.
Yep. Did you notice, Pazzo, earlier when I stated Michio Kaku's field, and the Q was very quick to be like, well, he's not a scientist. Obviously, I know that, right? You know, that would have been part of my point. But you know how he was quick to say he's not a scientist, right? So we're talking about a theoretical astrophysicist, right? Yeah. Why would that be? Because you try and apply that to that framework, right? You can't, can you? Right? This is the same when we talk about anything to do with celestial bodies. This is why we say you can't science that, my friend. Yeah. How are you gonna draw up an experiment, right? That involves a celestial body such as the moon. How are you going to manipulate something?
Before this is over, hold on a second. Before this is over, I had one more statement because he said empirical. At 50 minutes after the hour, empirical entails a systematic approach to epistemology that uses observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable experimentation. Empirical evidence is observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable.
That's definitely the case in the papers that I read about in the field of touch sensors. Definitely.
Yeah. So do you see measurement in here?
In where? Sorry.
In the definitions I gave them empirical.
Sorry, what was the definition again you gave for empirical?
Empirical, systematic approach to epistemology that uses observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable experimentation to understand how nature commonly behaves.
Yeah, but surely if you're looking at phenomena, you must be quantifying them in some way. Is that right?
No, sometimes, but it's more indirect. Let's say I have an effect, right?
There's no explicit quantification in any of that, because that would allude to measurement in some form, wouldn't it, surely?
Nope. Like I said, it's secondary. Let me give you an example. Let's say I observe. What could we observe? What's my usual go-to? It could be pretty much anything. Let's say, what is that? Scurvy.
Scurvy,
right? That's a natural observed phenomenon. Let's just use scurvy, right?
Yeah.
So scurvy has types of effects, poor wound healing, bleeding gums, sores, sort of arthritic conditions, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I really don't need to. You could quantify those if you wanted. If you wanted to make a convention to quantify the symptoms, that's fine. That doesn't have to do with the hypothesis, though. That's the effect. So what is the cause of scurvy? Right? Now that we know it.
Go ahead. It's a deficiency in something.
Yeah. It's vitamin C, isn't it? I believe it is. predominantly.
Yes, the deficiency of vitamin C. So the hypothesis, your independent variable would be vitamin C. You'd eventually get there. I'm just, I'm not going through every single possible independent variable. So we already got to the end. So now we're going to test vitamin C. So vitamin C is the independent variable. The effect is, or the lack of vitamin C, the effect is scurvy. Now, can I quantify those effects? I could possibly do that, but it's secondary or tertiary to the hypothesis. As long as I'm getting the effect, I'm good. So the hypothesis is either yes or no, or black or white. It can only be one of the choices.
Maybe so, but the strength of your hypothesis would be borne out by the magnitude of the experiment.
Strength of the hypothesis
to do with it.
Well, if you make a hypothesis that scurvy is caused by lack of vitamin C, and then you go on to show that just 51% to 49% who don't have vitamin C have scurvy, that's not a strong.
No, that's 100%.
Okay. I'll beg to differ on that. That's not how engineering works.
Differ on that.
If you make a hypothesis and show me that 51% of the time that's true and 49% of the time that's not true.
Dude, it's not 49%, it's 100%. You're just pulling that out your ass.
No, sorry. I was talking about a scenario.
No,
where
not a hypothetical. No, a hypothetical and a hypothesis is a different thing.
You misinterpreted what I was saying.
No, you did. It's 100%.
What is 100%?
Well, before you just argue,
causes scurvy.
Yeah, that's right. So
that's not what I'm saying. I wasn't talking about scurvy.
What are you talking about?
I said that you make a hypothesis, and the statement I made was the strength of the hypothesis is borne out in the magnitude differential there is in the observation.
It has nothing to do with magnitude. It's either yes or no, black or white. Yeah, it does.
Okay. I'll leave that there. Because I can't. I'm not
because you're dead.
Okay.
Either the independent variable causes the effect or it doesn't. Period.
Do you understand that the independent variable?
No, I do understand.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'm not going to argue with that.
What were you going to say about the independent? If it does what?
Independent variable can either make a vast difference in the outcome, or it can make a
wrong. It's either the cause of the effect.
Okay, sure. I'm not going to go there with anything.
What controls the independent variable?
That's a bad word, by the way.
What controls the independent variable? What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
What manipulates it?
Yeah, better.
I don't understand the nature of the question. If you make a hypothesis,
what is it that? Wait, no. Because if you don't understand the question, so we'll go back to the question instead of you going into a little bit of a rant on something else. So what manipulates the independent variable? What is it that manipulates it? It's a very simplistic question, but it's quite hard to answer. I know it's hard for you to answer.
In the realm of the experiment, you're manipulating the variable.
Correct.
Yeah.
But he's not talking about that. He's talking magnitude, which has nothing to do with it. Let me give you some hypotheses. Let's test these out. These are valid. Oh, by the way, Baltards, I've been doing this for 5 years. They can never give me a hypothesis regarding anything. Not a viable one. I have yet to have one person do it. So here's 4 of them. So, heat will cause water to boil at 212 degrees Fahrenheit, 100 degrees Celsius at 1 atmosphere of pressure, 14.7 psi. So basically sea level. So it's a yes or no, black or white, 1 or 0. The null hypothesis is heat will not cause. So it's yes or no, black or white, 1 or 0.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yep.
That's the strong hypothesis.
Yep. Number 2, given otherwise healthy type 1 diabetes patients, the lack of insulin, similar to vitamin C, which we'll be getting down to, but I digress. Given otherwise healthy type 1 diabetes patients, the lack of insulin on board will lead to diabetic ketoacidosis.
That's a strong hypothesis as well. Not as strong as the first one, but it's strong all the same.
They're equally strong. Number 3.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
Oh, yes,
not at all.
If the witch, yes, they are. Oh, yes, they are. If the witch path information,
elaborate on that? Or just gonna
they're all equal strength. It's either viable or not viable. There's no degree here.
I beg to differ, but carry on.
You can beg to differ all you want, but you can't.
Of course. I know I can. That's the way
Number
it works.
3, if the witch path information is known or can be known, then we will observe wave function collapse, i.e. no interference, matter existing.
Another strong one.
Number 4, you already heard.
What's that, the scurvy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not so strong as the other ones.
Oh, right. So you're talking about magnitude of a hypothesis here. It's either true or false, right? A hypothesis is either true or not.
Yes or no?
Right? It's either a yes or a no. So when you start to add the idea of a magnitude in there, you start to add the idea of a tapered scale of. And are you trying to state that, for instance, let's say we have a more complex illness, for instance, where the illness, let's say, would be caused where vitamin C would be one of the crucial parts that would be needed to be introduced into the person for them to regain health. And then also you would need to, let's say, remove parts of their plasma from their blood, for instance.
Possibly, yeah.
But then that would be included, wouldn't it, in the original hypothesis, right? So you would have...
If it's included in the hypothesis, it's a strong hypothesis.
But the point is, the hypothesis is either yes, true, or false, right? Right? So it's either true or it's false. This is why we're saying there is no magnitude to the hypothesis. Like this idea that... So, like, with scurvy, for instance, right? It's just simply true that that is the cause, deficiency of vitamin C. So therefore, the hypothesis, I get what you're trying to say is that there could be other factors included in other things, which would make it so that they would effectively would have more than one thing that would cause the effect for it to be cured, for instance, right? But then we're not talking about things like that. We're talking about these exact examples here, right? So like where you say, let's say the second example given, right? Given otherwise a healthy type 1, right? Diabetes patients, right? Lack of insulin, right? It would basically lead to diabetic. You get the point. If you beg to differ on that, then it would be sort of, how would I put it? It would be something that this would have to be true. That you yourself right now would have an exact example to mind that shows that hypothesis isn't true or has a different magnitude based upon what you're saying. So what else do you have that would what do you have to change the magnitude of that as a yes or no?
Okay, so let me just go back. The example about the water at a known temperature and known pressure in a known environment, okay, yeah? And the hypothesis that it boils at 212 point blah 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 degrees Fahrenheit, 100 degrees centigrade, yeah? Right. That's pretty much a binary system. If you apply enough energy to get it the temperature, it will boil, and then you remove it and it will condense or stop boiling, yeah? So that's a very strong hypothesis.
He's not saying... No, he's saying specifically heat will cause it to boil.
Yes, exactly.
Yes or no?
Yeah, we get that, but I get that. That wasn't really what I took issue with. It was on the second point.
No, that's what he said. Well,
you're roboting.
It's not like a strongly disagree, strongly agree.
The evaluation of the variable is the amount of heat you apply in that situation, and there isn't much scope for deviation.
But do you notice how you've gone to the thing that you can explain and understand instead of sticking to the one that I asked you to stick to, which is the one where you said there was a different magnitude on the hypothesis?
If you were measuring the effects of vitamin C, the causality, the correlation between vitamin C and scurvy, yeah. You'd be looking at humans. You'd be looking at humans, and you'd be looking at the experiments where you give some humans vitamin C and you don't give other humans vitamin C. Yeah. And
right. So your point. Yeah.
The point what you would find is there would be a band of people that don't get vitamin C and don't get scurvy, and a band of people who
incorrect.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, incorrect.
But it doesn't change the hypothesis as being true, which is that scurvy is caused by lack of vitamin C, right? And it doesn't change the fact that you could cure it with vitamin C. Whether or not someone has the wherewithal within their body.
That's not what is meant. That's not what is meant when you say the strength of a hypothesis. If a hypothesis is that the scurvy and these other factors are the factors that cause scurvy, then you would use that as your framework. If you take one variable and you assert that is the absolute cause of something else, and it's not the only variable, that's not a strong hypothesis.
Yeah, this one is strong.
Do I think that if I stop taking vitamin C, I'll get scurvy? More likely, pretty much more likely, yes, I will. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I believe that if someone's got scurvy and you give vitamin C, you'll cure them? More likely, pretty much all the time, yes, you will. Yeah. However, there are other factors, and that's what I mean when I say. Well, I'm
like
not
what? That's why I was.
I'm not proposing.
But then you can't state that it's a less strong hypothesis than the first. If you don't know the reason as to why you're suggesting it's less strong.
No, but
do you get what I'm trying to say?
Do you understand if you take 1,000 people and you slowly reduce all their vitamin C intake, they'll all get scurvy different.
No, I didn't say that's not my hypothesis. That's a straw man. I said eliminate vitamin C intake.
Yeah, okay, all right. Maybe in that situation that is true, but there are strong and weak hypotheses. This is the point. Yeah?
No, they're not.
Okay.
Did the vitamin C cure every single case of scurvy? Yes.
Yeah.
No,
Why?
it didn't.
Yeah, it did.
There are
Why?
people with scurvy who were given lots of vitamin C who carried on dying.
Really? Let's go ahead.
Show us that, please.
All right, boys, I'm out. This has gone into Narnia land. I'm out.
That has.
Sure.
Once again.
It's really not. If you look at the hypothesis and you understand what collagen is made up of, vitamin C is a cofactor. It's a coenzyme for collagen formation. Without vitamin C, you can't get there. That's the base. That first part of that statement. That's why I put collagen integrity.
Having citrus fruit on long voyages didn't eliminate everybody not dying of scurvy.
I'm sorry. Show me one case where people didn't get vitamin C, or people got vitamin C and still remained scurvious.
I think that's the case.
Well, that's fine. Show me a case. I really don't care what you think.
Can you show us the case study where that is the case?
Yeah, I'll have to dig it up. I'm pretty certain it was a problem. It was an ongoing problem.
Yeah, that's been eliminated, by the way.
When people get scurvy, vitamin C doesn't necessarily drag them out of scurvy.
What?
Who gets what?
What? Say that again.
I read somewhere that when some of the voyages when they had scurvy and then they got supplies of vitamin C, it didn't stop scurvy in some of the sailors. Once they had it, they were in trouble and they reacted.
It could. Yeah, it's not what my hypothesis says. They could have been too far gone and died when it was too late. That's not my hypothesis.
Yeah, maybe it's not a good example, but there are definitely weak and there is definitely a terminology for weak and strong hypotheses.
No, there's not.
Okay.
They're either viable. Hypotheses are either viable or not. Period.
I think you're mixing up the technological world once again because you do have magnitudes of variations, such as about electronics, about a vacuum tube, right? You have power coming in, it goes to positive the plate, cathode negative. You introduce a grid voltage, and by varying the grid voltage, you increase the electron flow through the vacuum space, which actually they move in the reverse direction from your positive and negative. They are flying towards the plate. So, see, there's things you can check. You can go, okay, well, what's the capacitance of this capacitor? Basically, like in a circuit, like you can do tests. There's magnitudes of difference in technology. So I would not mix the two up between technology and natural science.
Maybe that's the case. Maybe that's from falling over.
Sorry about that, Pazza C, but Degas, man, you've graduated, man. You're on it.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Paz. Go ahead.
I don't know. Maybe that's the gap is that in engineering you have the notion that a lot of the time you're not dealing with you're dealing with complex systems. So when someone asserts that some variable affects the system, the experimentation or the evaluation.
There is no experimentation in engineering.
Okay.
Not scientific experiments. Now, you may do quasi experiments in engineering, but engineering is not science, man. We already went over that.
Yeah, I mean, experimentation is not, as a method, is not exclusive to natural science.
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay.
Unless you're going to call it a test. Now, if you call it a test in engineering, I have no problem with that. But experimentation is exclusive to natural science.
What's the difference between a test and an experiment then?
Say again?
In your
cause and effect, bro.
I couldn't hear you. Somebody was talking.
So what's the difference between an experiment and a test as far as you see?
In natural science, nothing. But once you come out of natural science, you can test different things. Like I can go and take a test, right? I had a lot of tests at university. Those are sort of quasi-experiments.
Mm-hmm. You can test apparatus.
You can test like tensile strength and things like that. Those aren't actual scientific experiments. Experiments are exclusive. There are 3 constituent parts to a scientific experiment. Do you know what they are?
There's the variable for starters. There has to be a variable.
Exactly. There must be variables in it. So you got that right. So what are the 3 constituent parts of a scientific experiment? That's the question.
Well, you've got your premise or your environment which you're testing, haven't you?
I'll stick with the variables, man. You're right on it.
I presume surely you'd only be testing a variable at a given time, wouldn't you? Is that what you were suggesting?
The 3 constituent parts, you said they must be variables, and you were right on point. You just got to state what the variables are. I already told you a couple times.
I wasn't listening. Sorry. You have to
It's right there.
There's a lot coming in. You know what I mean? There's a lot coming in.
Yeah, I got you.
You had it before. You did. Yeah.
Here we go. I posted them. Some I could go on and
Drace
on.
posted it. Actually, Drace posted it right here.
Did he?
It's set at 10 minutes after the hour.
Oh, he posted a couple of them. So at 9:11. Yeah. Oh goodness gracious! At 11 minutes after the hour.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So every experiment, independent control. You got it. I don't need to go through all these, right?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
I'm not into rubbing it in.
No. In the context in which I'd work, the control variable is the environment, i.e., the sensor, the equipment, whatever. Yeah.
It's what you keep constant.
Yeah.
Is that also the same thing as the null?
Yeah.
Variable. That's the controlled variable.
No.
Okay.
No. What I mean is it's the part of what I would engineer, what you call an engineering test, which is immutable. It's the you'd have the kit, and you'd have a power supply or whatever, and you'd have bits and pieces, and you possibly create a thermal or an electromagnetic environment, a sandbox. So that'll be your control variable. Your dependent is what you're investigating for change,
right?
In response to what you're investigating is change in response to the independent variable.
Yeah, the change causes the effect. Yeah.
Manipulation.
Well, there's another nuance here. Okay, let me give you the nuance. So, in the scientific method leads to scientific theories, right? So, let's say you have the scientific theory of plant growth. So, now there are a number of causes for plant growth, right? You have sunlight, you have water, you have nutrients, pH of the soil. We could go through a couple more, but you get the picture, right?
Yeah.
Right? So what you have to do to come up with plant growth theory, you have to change each of those independent variables and keep the other ones constant. Each one will have its own hypothesis. Like sunlight will cause plants to grow. Of course, you're going to keep all the other ones constant. That is, water, nutrients, pH. You follow?
Yeah, of course.
Then the next hypothesis will be, instead of sunlight, it'll be water. So you keep sunlight, nutrients, and the other things constant and just change that one. Follow?
Yeah. Yeah.
Then you keep on going. You have like a series of hypotheses that have been confirmed. Then there is plant growth theory. Good?
Okay. And in the case here, the dependent variable is your measurement, or you're ascertaining whether the plant is surviving or thriving, effectively.
Yeah, plant
your
growth.
Observation.
Yep, plant growth is the dependent variable.
Yeah.
And a lot of things, different things cause that, obviously, right?
Yeah.
So that's how a lot of people get confused with that. Well, they say, well, there's different causes for different things. Well, yes and no. However, if there are multiple causes for a single effect, which is possible, I already gave you one, plant growth, then each one has to be isolated by itself. Each independent variable or cause has to be isolated, and then at the end, you have a scientific theory, plant growth. Follow?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I'm sure you got it. Good. Yep. It's a nuance that I thought I'd bring up, because a lot of baltards, not you, a lot of baltards, they have this Elmer Fudd sophistry winging around in between the funhouse mirrors between their ears, and they think they got a gotcha, but they actually don't. They're fucking numpties. So I just solve it with that.
To grant them some grace, yeah. Most people only deal with the outline concept of an experiment or a test, or the physics behind where the planet is or whatever when they're 16, and then they go on to their lives where they're too busy paying their mortgage or arguing with their spouse to worry about it anymore. So,
now remember, I got another nuance for you. This is going to shock you, because I talked about it previously, and I didn't stress it. But hypotheses and experiments are purely cause and effect moieties. So they answer how, why questions. So let me ask you this question. Is the Earth flat or a sphere available for scientific inquiry?
Good question.
Now, let me give it to you before you screw it up. Remember I said cause and effect, how, why questions. The scientific method does not deal with what is questions. Now, is the Earth flat or a sphere a what is question, or a how, why, cause and effect question? Listen to the words. Don't be thinking of a response. Listen to what I'm going to tell you. The scientific method only deals with how, why, cause and effect. It does not deal with what is questions. Here's the question. Is the Earth flat or a sphere? Is that available for scientific inquiry?
No. Well,
you got it. I knew if I said it twice, you'd get it. Because I started off with is, right?
Yeah.
That's the key. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just trying to.
No. I'd never give it that level of thought, to be honest with you.
No, because you've been pretty cool about it. I've slammed you a couple times and you took it well, so that's why I'm going light on.
And in listening to what you said, that's because in my work vernacular, experiment and test are totally interposable.
Sure, it would be. Yep, it would be, right? Because, but we're into the nuances here, and semantics are very important. The definition of terms.
Yeah, I grant you that. I grant you that wholeheartedly and 100%, and with an honest heart. You've been completely fair with me in that respect.
Yeah, we have to do it that way, man. It's called the Socratic method. People always say, but it's semantics. No, everything is semantics.
I don't think you get the opportunity to get to that level with most people coming there to confront you, though, do you?
You're right. No, because they fly off the handle before that part gets adjudicated.
Sure.
Yep, you're right. So you're pretty sharp in that aspect. You've just been misguided on what natural science is, but that's not all that, how would I say, unusual. So I'll give you some grace.
It's not unconventional, is it? By definition.
No, you deserve some grace, so I gave it to you.
Yeah, like I say, it's all about listening.
It is all about listening. People are not good listeners, right? Because most people have modus operandi. They got a mission to complete, and they will not listen to you. They will already have their rebuttal before they listen to your actual point or question. I'm not like that, because I'll sit back and listen to every single word that comes out of that mouth.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it.
People get pissed, right? They get pissed at me for it.
Yeah, I understand that.
Sure.
I don't even think most people will appreciate what you're doing in that respect.
No, they don't. They don't like me.
No.
Even
no one likes
people
me.
on my own side, they don't like me.
But then again, most people don't like to be told they're wrong, do they?
Nope. I'll bet the bottom dollar that half the people in here can't stand me. Flat earthers like.
Well, there you go.
I already know that.
It's no skin off your nose, is that I can tell.
No, because that's not my business. I'm not into being liked. That's not my business here.
I actually do like you, you freaking ruffian.
He's lying. He's lying.
That's true. I like him, man. I do like him, but that's all.
That's some bullshit.
It is not, man.
Yeah,
no, dude. You make me laugh so much. I think you're the best comedian of the century. I do, bro. Listen. I'm a fan. I don't care what you think about it. I'm a fan. I've always liked what you put out and taught, and I've learned so much, like you said, about the Socratic method. So I'm freaking grateful. So yeah, there's that.
I just want to say one thing. I'm very grateful as well, and he's called me a numpty clown twice, and he was correct those 2 times, and I corrected those 2 times. So it was very valuable to me.
Right. Just as a matter of interest, I've got to go. It's 3:00 where I am in the morning.
Oh gosh.
Exactly.
Wow.
I've got work tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm normally night owl, but this is ridiculous. But I'm enjoying it. We're in the conversation. One last thing before I go: do you guys get anything or embrace or how can I put this? Do you engage with any of the conventions for this kind of thing, or do you just see them as?
I don't.
Do you think they do you any? They do the do you do your community? Not community. The word I'm looking for. Do your?
No, that's good. No, you're okay. Go ahead.
Do they think do any favors? Because they're kind of like always on the news as like a wah kind of thing, you know. I mean, they're kind of used to they're used for derision. What I think quite a lot.
Yeah, that's a problem because we're talking about 2 different things. We're talking about the people. I don't go to the conventions myself. I'm not a traveler anymore. I'm getting older. But you're talking about 2 different things. Number one, what's actually going on at the convention, and then what's reported that's going on at the convention. Those are 2 different.
Yeah, I can imagine that is different. Yeah, obviously.
Yep.
Are they constructive in your opinion of the conventions?
I think some of the speakers are probably very constructive. I hate to walk around the line of ambiguity. I like to get hyper specific. That's just how I am. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yep. So I can't say yes or no.
Well, thanks for your time.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, not a problem, Paz. See, I'll remember you.
Yeah. Oh, I'm in here quite often listening, but sometimes I listen and I can't, in the car, whatever, and I can't engage. But I always listen to what's going on. I'm actually getting to almost getting a feel for when I do pop in, I can hear you talking to someone who's just popped in. You know, I can see the pattern.
Right.
Of people's
next time
behavior.
you come in, we'll deal with. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Go on.
Oh, next time you come in, we'll get with the flat Earth proofs. How about that?
Yeah, fair enough.
Good.
I'd like to hear it.
Later, Pausa.
Okay, take it easy, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna
Later,
get
man.
about 25 minutes sleep before work.
Yeah, but you're only 19. Shit.
No. I apologize for muting you earlier.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I got heated earlier on. Sadly, I'm not 19. I'm 53, so that's not helping.
You're 53.
You're still young.
Yeah, I'm 53. Yeah.
That's why I like you, because you're older.
You guys are like almost the same age.
Shut up, Sonny.
Yeah. Don't talk to your seniors that way.
I bet I'm grayer though. I see you later, guys. Okay.
Later.
See you later, guys.
It's the QE and Sunny fight. Stand by for the round one. Ding, ding, ding. I'm just kidding.
Oh, you get mule kicked. It's your.
I know, dude. Listen. Yeah. I don't know. You know what? QE's good. I think a QE roast sometimes is fun. Like, honestly, I said wrench sometime in a conversation. Out of nowhere, QE comes in. Out of nowhere. What's a wrench? You know, it's stuff like that. It keeps me on my toes. I'm like, I really need to think about what I'm saying here. Or just shut up. Yeah.
Sure. Take it easy, fellas.
Yeah, take it easy, guy. We'll catch you next time. Flip side.
Bye-bye.
Yep. Really sucking up, Sonny.
Oh, shut up, bro. It's all good. Don't make this weird.
Yeah, right. That's a good one. I do like that from Wicked. That is a good one. Don't make this weird, man. Yeah, Shirley. Yeah. How's he doing? Has he stopped in? I have kind of been around for a few.
You know, I haven't seen him in a couple days. I've been on here almost every day. A couple times a day.
Next time you see him, tell him I said, yo, man.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah, I've been commenting on his videos. I don't know if I don't get any notifications, and I'm not tracking down the videos I make comments on.
Darn those notifications. I can't stand them. Get rid of them now. I'm tired of it.
I just got a notification. Witsit is live in Oklahoma City.
Man, he's moving fast. Wow.
Yeah, that boy gets around, man.
He's all the way back across, nearly.
Yeah.
Jeez.
What is he testing, the federal building?
I don't know.
I should click on him before I leave. Maybe I should try a new tactic and get people to pay me to leave.
Yeah, so it's all your guys' fault. So I wake up this morning, the first thing I'm thinking about is a right triangle. I'm like, what about that bottom horizontal right there? Yeah, like, how do they make that equal? How could they have a equal altitude, circle of equal altitude on a curve surface?
Oh, you haven't seen my new presentation. All right, we're going to have to get people to stop texting. Right, hold on a second. Let me get my act together here.
Okay, everybody hold off from texting. Just a second. Don't hit that enter button. Hold a second.
You're gonna like this one. It's not that long and it's not that difficult, but you're gonna like it a lot, I think. All right, let's see what's going on here. Did they stop?
We played the go ahead. We played the Brenda greatest thing we had for recently. We played that on the live stream. Yeah, I played it the other day. But it's a long one, so I kind of had to stop it before it was completely over. It was just
that wasn't that long. Did you play the Rumpus?
It was 14 minutes, but it seemed like forever for some reason, man.
Oh, damn.
Discord is
all right,
okay.
Here we go. So just hold off until I tell you. All right, let me see what I got here.
Did you put that tenor.com there?
1 second.
You put that little kid getting hit in the head?
Yes, I did. That has a very important point. You're going to like this. I'm going to tell you. Just hold off. Did I already put that one in? No, that's good. Good.
Oh,
okay. 1 second.
All right.
All right.
Wait, everybody.
So hold off, guys. Hold off. Hold off.
Wait
hold off.
for it.
It's almost done.
Wait, a horizontal line. Wait a minute. What? A horizontal line? Sorry.
And then last one.
It's like my favorite topic now. Uh-oh.
There you go. Okay. So let's go back up. Yeah. Uh-oh. So let's go back up here. I love the simple things. It looks complicated, but it's not. So elevation angles, right? Angle of elevation. If you look at this diagram, you see what I highlighted there? You see that horizontal line? B.
Mm-hmm.
So I always stress this, right? When people come in and talk about topics, always have them define what the hell they're talking about and not that what they think it is, what it actually is. So you get a number of definitions and then that irons it out. So we're talking about elevation angles. Angle of elevation, this is from Math is Fun. The upwards angle from the horizontal to a line of sight from the observer to some point of interest, just like the diagram shows. The next one is from Merriam-Webster. Angle of elevation. The angle formed by the line of sight and the horizontal plane for an object above, well, what? The horizontal. See how many horizontals? We got one sentence. It's almost getting redundant. From radartutorial.eu, elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in vertical plane. So, conclusion. Oh, we're not there. Varsity Tutors, one left. Sorry about that. The term angle of elevation denotes the angle from the horizontal upward to an object. An observer's line of sight would be above the horizontal, right? So I'm thinking there, well, what does a sextant measure? Well, elevation angles, right? From NASA, you got to love that. A sextant is a tool for measuring the altitude angle, that's just elevation angle, of a star above, they even state it, the horizon, right? From Britannica.com, in the hands of a practiced observer, the modern sextant can be used to measure elevation angles with an accuracy of 10 seconds of arc. That is close enough to determine a ship's north-south position within a few hundred meters. And then finally, Princeton Astronomy. All the observer does now is to use a sextant to measure the angle of altitude. That's the elevation angle. H of the noon sun with respect to what? Well, the horizon. And to record the exact time of measurement. Let me ask you a question. Can you measure an elevation angle with the adjacent horizontal line side not being horizontal?
Uh-oh.
Yep. You can't because it's in the definition. That adjacent or horizontal line, B, that's the adjacent side, must be horizontal.
And what was really blaring about that is that NASA admitted they're using, to determine horizontal, they're using the horizon. Why would they do that?
Yeah. Yep. So the moral of the story, ladies and gentlemen, I just killed the whole entire heliocentric ball-tart spinning space monkey religion with elevation angles. That's how easy it is.
Murderer.
Say again?
You're a murderer.
I'm sorry, but yeah. Yeah, it's over right here just with simple elevation angles. I don't have to go any further. Of course, I could.
If something can be destroyed with reality, then it deserves to be destroyed with reality.
Yeah. This is simple. I love the simple ones. Like I said, it looks complicated, but it's actually not. You need that horizontal baseline, the adjacent side. If you're into trig, the adjacent horizontal line B, that's got to be straight, flat, horizontal. Got to be, or you're not getting theta. That's why it has it in all definitions. Is a sphere, is that line that you're measuring the elevation angle horizontal or curved? It's curved. That means you're not getting an elevation angle. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution rests.
Mm-hmm. That should be brought into a court of law, actually.
Uh-oh. That's it. Thanks for your ear. Have a nice day. I'll be in the air all week. Yeah, where's Bob's whore? You're right.
Murderer. It's not the Globe Terminator for nothing.
That's it. It was simple as that. Doesn't get simpler, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, I can do that about 25 times with the sextant. I just use elevation angles because you can't get around it. I could have went triangulation, but that would have been too complicated for most people. So I just use elevation angles.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's over. Have a nice day. Any questions on that?
No, but even doing coastal navigation, you do triangulation on points, you know, known points. They could be like radio wave beacons, things like that also. But get your directions and you triangulate yourself. Use your dead reckoning information and you get angles. Well, how could you do that with 3 different points on a sphere and be in the location? It can't be done. But the sextant takes it to another level. Yeah, that's it.
Sextant kills the globe.
Mm-hmm.
Here, check this one out.
Can almost put all the other citations to rest after the sextant, except for the gas pressure ones. The Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law, the Charles, what is it?
Did you see where's Bob Aruni's whore?
Yeah. Oh, that's too funny,
Look at
man.
Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy, a.k.a. Bob Aruni. He doesn't even know what a circle is.
Wow, they can't answer that question.
Here, I'll give you proof of it if you don't believe me. There you go. 1 second.
Like that's earlier. Paz is saying that you're moving linearly in a straight line. Momentarily in a straight line, you're moving on a sphere. No, you're not.
Hey, Sunday, if you want to play that, we'll confirm that Bob doesn't know what a circle is. It's only 1 minute, 42 seconds.
I wonder if I can just copy that. Let's see. Can I copy this link and let me see if I can just play this link. Okay, hold on. I'll just play it on my speaker.
Oh, answer one question for me, right? Is the circle 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional?
Excuse me?
Is the circle 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional?
A circle is a section of a sphere.
What the hell did you just say?
A circle is a section of a sphere.
Is the circle
A circle is just simply. I'm not here to define geometric terms.
Yeah, because you don't know them, because you're a fucking idiot.
Ryan, I'm not here to define geometric terms.
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. Yeah, that's right. You don't know geometry at all.
Is a circle a two-dimensional or a three-dimensional object?
You can have circles on both.
Are you high right now?
You can have circles on both. You can have circles on both. A circle is a section of a sphere. You can have circles on both.
Are you serious? Ba 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 Rooney.
Ba 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 Rooney.
Baba Rooney, you are so loony. Baba Rooney, you got me laughing and a rolling, smirking and a scoffing. Baba Rooney, Baba, Baba Rooney.
You are so dumb. Damn.
Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy, doesn't know what a fucking circle is, man.
Yeah, if you're not used to those, take it easy on yourself. Make sure, maybe ask your doctor if you're okay for listening to the empty clips.
Look at what Trace did. He put the whore inside the Black Swan. That is fucking hilarious. I might have to keep that. I got you. I got you, Trace. All right. Save images. Too funny.
Yeah, pretty cool. The change in weather's happening, isn't it? Okay, well, gas pressure. We'll talk about gas. Weather is related to the temperature inversions inside of the container. Have you had a colder influx of moving air in your area? That's lame.
The hell are you on about?
How's the freaking weather? You noticing the change in the season, right?
Yeah, it's coming up next week. We're down into the 30s.
I kind of miss that. I remember those trees changing colors. That was awesome. Really beautiful.
It's going to come hard and fast coming here next week.
I don't know if I could handle it. I guess I could with the right gear.
Where'd you go?
Man, with the right gear, all you need is your balls and your word. You feel me, dog?
There it is.
Yes, I know.
If that's all you have, you might need a spear. You might need a sharp stick or something. If that's all you got.
Well, they say the pen is mightier than sword, so we've got that going for us, right?
Hi, everybody.
Who's that?
Christy.
Hi, everybody.
Our Bible group came over because we heard about Rob Skiba.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah.
I was so sad to hear that.
Yeah, we're sorry to hear the news, guys.
Yeah, we don't see you guys in here that often anymore.
No, that's why we thought we'd come over and say g'day and just let you know that we're thinking of you all, or all of us in the community. And it's a sad time. And he was a wonderful man and showed a lot of information for people.
Yes, I know. I would spend hours in his Genesis series and different things. Yeah.
Well, I just pray that all the ramifications that are coming are gonna, more and more people will watch his videos and give an ear to the ideas of the flat earth, because we've all, I think, been persecuted over, called a conspiracy theorist and everything because of it.
Mm-hmm.
You're intelligent people, and I just praise God for all of you for using that good brain the Lord God gave you.
Yeah. Amen.
Rob,
Yep. Praise Jesus for all of you.
I met Rob well before Flat Earth, a couple years before Flat Earth. I was researching. I was talking about today on my show. I was researching Nimrod, Semiramis, and Tammuz, and I come across Rob. So I was pleasantly surprised when he came out for Flat Earth. I was like, yeah, he's got it. Yeah, so I put him right up there. I mean, he was out here towards the beginning. I put him right up there with Mark Sargent and Eric Dubay. Rob's tucked right in there.
Yeah, and then
one of the fathers.
In the Navy, you call that a plank owner, right? You're there when they laid the keel, so you watch.
He was real close and definitely in that arena. So that's what I categorize him as. Other people can put different categories, but that's where I got him.
I don't know. I really never thought I'd be living in a real life 1984 drama. But, oh well,
That's so funny. Oh, well, I bought this T-shirt that says 1994 wasn't an instruction manual, and I wear it to the shop all the time. That's all you got left in this country. You can't do anything anymore. You just get arrested. So I just get T-shirts now and wear them around.
Mm-hmm. Wild.
Yes, it is wild, especially in these parts. Crazy times.
Yeah, sorry to hear that. I know it's torturous to hear all of that. It's bad enough here.
Yeah. It's pretty wild times, but we've got the Spirit of God living in us, so we can be bright and shine through these dark times and look forward to getting through it, running the race and finishing at the end. As Rob Skibar run his race and finished, and now will be, I believe, with the Lord. I really firmly believe that. Until we will all be together again and given those glorified bodies that are talked about.
Yeah,
then we
maybe
can see the flatters up there.
I'm really glad. I'm really glad you brought that up because, for me, honestly, Rob is, so he's not with us anymore. But I bet you he can see what this place looks like finally.
Yeah.
I bet you he was like, I fucking knew it.
Truth
I knew it. I
told him. Truth prevails. Truth prevails. What were you going to say?
He's just hot micing.
Oh, you're lighting up, but nothing's coming out. Okay.
Oh, I muted myself, so I guess I didn't do it quick enough.
If Rob's not there, I got big worries.
Yeah.
And shut up, turn up.
Exactly.
Hey,
well said.
What are our chances if he didn't make it?
Yeah, he may have a better view. He may have a better view of Earth now. He probably's got the answers now.
He already had the answers.
Yeah, I know, but he might be able to actually observe it.
There's no way that Rob is not up there with the Lord looking down on this beautiful creation.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way in hell he went to the other place. I won't believe it.
Nope. I agree 100%.
You guys ought to do some sort of a contributory, video of him, or just kind of emphasize the videos this week or something. Something cool like
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, we should do a remembrance compilation.
Because I think everyone, I can't speak for everyone. I think a lot of people that I've seen so far has mentioned it, but you're right. Maybe get together. I think that's a great idea. I really do.
Yeah, I think 20 would be great. And yeah.
Who's gonna organize that?
Come on.
Who's good with that kind of thing? Producing movies, videos. Who's good at that?
Somebody in here has to be
Maybe
good.
put it up in your mod chat and see if one of the mods is good at it or something.
Okay.
I'm sure it'll organically morph together. People will work it out.
We'd have to get together, but a lot of us, it's hard to get together.
Yep.
I wouldn't mind sponsoring it. Like I said, Rob, I found Rob before Flat Earth, so I never spoke to the gentleman. I did comment. I was a little critical of him on a couple subjects, but that doesn't take away anything from the substance of the man. So I wouldn't mind doing it. So
I think you do a good job, Quantum.
I have a YouTube channel, so if somebody can organize something, I'm over there on Betty Cert. You know where I'm at. I mean, if you want to organize something, I have no problem with it. Just give me some early warning.
Fire a warning shot.
Turnup's not allowed to be there.
Pew.
Maybe somebody could make an announcement and say to everybody, if you have a favorite Rob Skiba video, and you want to make a clip of your favorite part or something like that, maybe it could be a compilation of things that he said that, he was very precise anyway, so it would be, I don't know, just highlighting things that he did. I think it would be really cool.
Well, I got a Tuesday live show, so that gives you plenty of time. What's today? Thursday? Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So Tuesday at 2 p.m. Central. If you guys want to put something together, I have the channel.
That's a good idea.
Isn't it?
Maybe we could make a room, the hashtag channel part, for people to put them in there.
Yeah, couldn't we do a bot too? We could play clips of videos or something. Do you have a bot in your server there too?
A bot. I'm going to need some help with the administrative part of that. I'm just offering the channel, dude.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Gotcha.
I got the channel, so.
Mm-hmm.
Turnup, you're not invited, by the way.
Say hi to Nathan also.
Hey, does anybody know anything else other than what the fucking news and shit is telling you about this fucking Shatner bullshit?
Nice F-bombs. That's one of the reasons why you're not invited.
I can't help that shit. I can't help it. They just come out.
Yeah. That's a good idea. You're right. I don't think there's a lot of people that got all the information. Everyone's getting bits and pieces at this point, but that's only me looking in from the outside.
Okay, so did he or did he not go? Because I've read several different articles saying that he went to almost low Earth orbit, and some that say that he was in low Earth orbit.
Oh, you're talking about Shatner?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm talking about Skiba, dude. That's another reason why you're not coming.
The most pressing thing on my mind is not William Shatner going to imaginary freaking space fairyland.
It's on mine.
Turnip has poor transitions, man. He just turns into that's why he doesn't turn up.
Maple syrup.
I thought he was saying that Rob Skiba only made it in the heaven that is like low to low Earth orbit.
And then he was turned away at low Earth orbit, right?
Yeah.
I don't buy it. I don't fucking buy it.
That's the best situation comedy.
What's that?
I said that's the best situation comedy ever. You guys
I'm telling you. Hopefully that's tape.
I'm certain he would laugh at that.
I have laughter.
Yeah.
It's
Sorry,
so
Rob. Forgive me, Rob.
Yep. The good thing about Rob, he would.
Yep, he would.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a great picture of him right there at 51 minutes after the hour with
Man, if I lived in Canada, I would have an endless supply of maple syrup, I swear.
What the hell? Talk about poor
Sorry about that. Never mind. This is not the maple syrup server. Yeah.
We gotta let the moose loose in the hoose.
Like I said, the offer still stands. I'll leave it open until late Monday for you guys to come up with something. So it's on you guys. So, get a point of contact, POC, and have them get in touch with me. I have no issue with it.
So for next Wednesday, you said?
Next Tuesday.
Tuesday. Well, see, we need... Okay, yeah. Okay, next Tuesday.
Yep. Tuesday at 2 p.m. U.S. Central, 8 p.m. UK.
Got that, everybody? Your videographers out there? Anybody that could do that, help us out.
Going live.
Hello, can you hear me?
That was really faint, whoever said that.
I think it was Truth Healer.
Hey, is it working now?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, you're very clear. Welcome.
Well, good evening, everybody. I just had a quick question. Does anybody specialize in the field of geoengineering and could provide me with some useful links / information that they have to share?
There you go.
That would be a nope.
That
Okay,
was like
because I was
the most silent ever.
No, it's okay. I was just asking because, of course, a lot of useful information I've got was from this community. So I was just seeing if anybody had some resources relating to that issue. Yeah, I was
have you
questioning.
have you heard of Weather War 101 channel?
No, well, I was looking at the ones down below, like Read First, A through M, and all that stuff. But there was nothing there, so.
Yeah, you could go to YouTube and just do a search for Weather War 101 channel and look at they have
Right. Try stopthecrime.com.
Okay, because I was more interested in not really the weather effects, but the effects that it was having on the food supply. I'll kind of give you a little bit of a background. I was struggling with wanting to be fruitarian, which is basically, you just eat fruits and nuts and stuff like that. But for some reason, my guide, he was basically saying, no, don't do that. You're not allowed to do that. You know what I mean? And I was always seeking the answer for why. And then I kind of had this meetup with a guy today who was a carnivore, or he was on the carnivore diet. And he was basically explaining to me that, the things that he's researched show that the majority of the food supply is contaminated from quote unquote geoengineering. And then that's why he believes that carnivore is probably one of the healthiest diets out there right now. But that kind of confirmed my suspicions as why I wasn't able to eat fruit or go on a fruitarian diet from my guide. So I was just wondering if anybody has heard about this type of info before.
Well, a few's already spoke up and said they'd share something with you. There's also a health and nutrition channel in here. And the reason you won't find it in A through Z is, yeah, I mean, everyone knows that they're doing something and there's something going on. They don't deny it. They admit it. However, is that something that we can like demonstrate, repeat, and verify? So that's what you'll find in the A through Z channels. So maybe in the health and nutrition, you might find something posted. I don't know. There were a few that said they had something they could share with you. I'm sure there's many in here that could, but...
Yeah, so specifically food contamination because of geoengineering. Feel free to DM me. Thank you guys for your time and patience. I appreciate you.
There's one. Monsanto paid $10 million out for spraying toxic chemicals on Hawaiian crops.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about it. It was like, well, these animals have livers that are removing toxins from their body, right? And they're showing that they have the least concentration of these supposed GONG nanoparticles, which, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense, you know? But I've just been naturally gravitating towards eating meat and only like potatoes. And I don't even eat that many potatoes. There's just been a lot of chicken and a little bit of beef, not a lot of fish, and like no pork at all. And I was like, you know, if I had it my way, like I wouldn't eat this way, right? I never wanted to eat like this, but for some reason, my guide was like, yeah, you don't want to eat like fruits and nuts and stuff. And I was like, okay, but I didn't find out why until I had this conversation with a friend of mine today. Now, I guess like the best way to do it is if you could grow like your produce and stuff indoors. You don't have to worry about the nanoparticles as much. But I mean, I have extremely limited living space right now, and it probably could be done, but also I'm working with very limited funds at the moment, so.
Hey, everyone's flat. My South African friend. I'm not sure if he can come to the mic. I just eat whatever, to be honest. I hate to admit it, but I just eat whatever I want. I don't really care. But I've been crunching vitamins like they're going out of fashion lately. I'm on the D's, I'm on the C's. I've got the fish oil. It's just all happening.
Really? You know what I do instead? I go out and cut me a whole big bunch of goldenrod, and I make a big, huge tea with some fresh allspice right off of a tree. And today
Yeah, I'm just not into that.
I found a passion fruit, and so the passion flowers, put that all in my tea with cinnamon and black pepper.
We just juiced 3 kilos of oranges today with this awesome juicer. But you need for one glass of orange juice, you need like 1 kilo of oranges.
Yeah, isn't that wild?
Isn't that wild?
So you need like 10 of them or something.
I'm going to buy a box of oranges at the farm.
Now what I do, I have a quince tree I found, so I just do that. So I even just a bunch of them, like 4 of them or something, I let them sit for 3 or 4 days to get nice and soft, and then I eat them. So I just have a constant supply of fresh fruit. I don't even buy fruit from the store because I eat all quince, like whenever, and I just stuff my face with it, and it's so good.
Well, I stuff my face with chocolates and stuff like that, so that's why I crunch vitamins. Because I have a terrible diet. Ice cream, chips, burgers.
Well,
you
I do
name it,
some of
I'm
that
eating it.
when I can afford it. I do some of that, but honestly, I can afford to eat like that, especially right now when things get lean at the end of the month for me. I go on like a freaking, I don't know. I go on a starvation diet, I guess, because I don't have enough food.
Hold on, Sonny. So you're on you have a allotted amount of money, and then so you binge it the first part of the month, and then you.
No, it's nothing like
Well,
that.
okay, I was just wondering. It's kind of sounded like that's what you were saying.
No, the reason being, I barely have enough at the beginning of the month. It doesn't make it through the whole month. That's the problem.
Well, but she was talking about burgers and fries, and she's like, "Yeah," you were like, "You don't want to do that." I binge,
Pizza.
and then
I had a burger a couple weeks ago.
You, Sonny, I'm just fucking with you.
I know you are. That's okay. I had a burger a couple weeks ago. I haven't had a burger in like 3 years.
A burger. I love the way you say that.
Oh,
Burger.
fuck.
He had a burger.
Who doesn't love a burger, man? Holy shit! You haven't had
I love a burger.
in 3 years?
Yeah.
Oh, I eat burgers all the time.
I'm sorry. I fucking love burgers.
Me too.
Yeah, but listen, like I eat a lot of bacon. I love bacon and eggs. It's like my favorite.
Oh, yummy.
Ooh, yeah.
I don't mind some good old bacon and eggs myself.
Yeah, bacon's pretty expensive these days, but if you treat it right, you can make it last.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I love really good omelets. Like I love making like a super duper.
That'd be yummy.
4-egg omelet with real good cheddar cheese, and let's see, some good ingredients in there, like maybe bacon and avocado. And cheddar.
That's a big ass
cheddar.
Yeah,
cheddar.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. Yeah,
you want some cheddar? I love cheddar.
Cheddar. How about some jalapenos? Yeah, put some jalapenos.
Oh yeah,
in there.
put some jalapeno slices. Yes, what's up, man? That sounds like a good omelet.
Yeah.
I actually just jumped in because I heard Becky, and I haven't heard her in a while. Hey, Becky, how you
Helio.
doing?
Lovely to hear your voice, mate.
Oh man, Becky, man, it's been so long.
I know. We were over in another channel, and we thought we'd come over and say hello and just let everyone know that we're so sorry to hear about what happened with Rob Geber, and just let everyone know that we were thinking of them, and so we thought we'd pop in.
Yeah, it's really sad.
It is.
We're gonna miss him, but he's got so much content out there.
He does.
He his influence on everyone will never die because there's so much content that he's put out. So yeah,
absolutely. He really did well with the time that he had on this earth. And being a Christian, I believe firmly that he is now with the Lord. So that is what we are all in our Christian race wanting to do, is to finish this race and be with him and be reunited with him and get to, well, I never met him. So one day I believe that I will meet him. And yeah, that's
Hey, I met him. I got a picture.
comfort.
I got a picture for
Oh, nice. Lovely, Helio. You're quite the social butterfly, aren't you, mate?
This is me and Robin Blaze. This is me and Robin Blaze in my home,
awesome.
where I live. That's me and Robin
that's
Blaze.
so cute. That's lovely. That is such a beautiful
we
photo.
had dinner in that restaurant, and me and Rob and Blaze and his wife. We were sitting right there with him. Yeah, it was a good time.
I think if I saw Helio coming down the alley and I didn't know the person, I think I would definitely go the other way.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to admit,
I'd be like,
I'm a gentle giant, right? You know, basically.
Is Helio that big bald guy right there?
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
Yeah, that's an awesome photo.
Yeah, it's Blaze in the middle and then Rob on the left. Yeah.
Sorry to hear he passed.
Yeah,
that's sad. That's sad. Yeah, he was about to start. I mean, he was working on his Seed series. He was going to he already had a deal with a production studio to make his Seed series. You know, which is a fictional TV series. And it's like, dude, I was looking so forward to that. You know, and I'm.
He'll be in my faith and in Rob's faith. He's in a much better place right now. He's in the ultimate place. So we just wanted to tell everyone that we're thinking of them, and that Rob was Christian. We're Christian. We believe that he is now with the Lord. He's very much alive, and it's only his earthly body that's died. What a beautiful photo! Thanks for sharing that with us, Helio.
Yeah, that's Blaze
lovely.
in the middle. Blaze,
I know, she's just so cute.
Yeah,
she's so beautiful.
Awesome. She's awesome.
She's awesome. Yeah. You guys are awesome. Oh my God, it is pouring with rain here. Like, I've got to go shut the back door. I'll be back.
Yeah, it's supposed to storm here tonight.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
So, what's up? So I heard the bad news.
Yeah. Yeah, we lost a flat Earth legend yesterday.
Yeah. Well, I only came in to, express my condolences and to whoever. I didn't know him. I've never talked to him, but he was a good guy from what everybody said. And if you guys wanted, at least the people that knew him, want to do something, I don't know, on the server, I don't know, we can't exactly fly flags at half staff or whatever, but I'm open to anything.
QE said he would open the server up on Tuesday afternoon.
What does that mean?
That we could do something. I don't know exactly what, but we could do something on that server. That we could do something on his server.
Oh.
And we all.
You cut out, dude. Or maybe I cut out.
No, Indio's good. I think it was like old dude.
Yeah, we all got in the boat with Rob this morning and went for a wee trip across the bay and saw a city that's really there. It's not a mirage, mate. But what we realised was we could have played it in the cinema and we could have all been there too. So maybe if we start doing something like that regular, I'd be up for something like that. If anybody wanted to shout, let's all go and sit with Rob for a while.
That's a good idea. And what QE was talking about earlier was he was hoping we could help put together some kind of memory video for Rob, like talking about maybe his flat Earth contributions or something. And he was just opening up his his platform and YouTube channel for posting it. We would have to like contribute though.
I think this morning we played a lot of some Rob Skiba's. There was a Rob Skiba video that was played on the channel this morning. To it for a while. But
Well,
yeah, I mean,
this is just my personal opinion. Is that we should do something that honors his work. I mean,
yeah,
you know, like whatever. I don't know he was up to lately, but you mentioned something, Helio. He was doing a seed series.
Oh yeah, man! I was looking so forward to that. I mean, it's just like it's not.
Well,
going
we
to
could
happen
do like
now.
a chronology of his work and like present some of the stuff he's done, or just like what he's been doing lately. And
Well, that's just like at that meetup he was talking. This is getting started, you know. And then I was following his channel, and then there was this. Let me see if I can find the video. He was talking about how he's presented it to different production companies and stuff like that. There was an initial it was like a pilot, but it wasn't like the whole series with actors and everything. It was like screenshots of artist renditions and shit of how he the story. Let me see if I can find it.
Well, the only reason I mention it because I know Rob. He started doing less flatter stuff and more evangelism.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's his heart, That's where he was.
That's what I mean. Like, I mean, I think that's what we should. We can do some of the flatter stuff, but I think what we should focus on, like, because that's what if you really want to honor something, take what he thought was important in life. Right.
I'll tell you what, though.
Carry the ball a little further. You know what I mean?
That meetup, he did that conference in where I live in Fayetteville. He actually did that conference, and the main focus of that conference was his. I mean, there was the dome ideology thing. I mean, when we had that meetup, there was so many people from the conference that came to that restaurant. We filled that restaurant up. There was like 70, 80 people there. So, and the people from the conference were there. We had a freaking table with, Rob was doing. I mean, it wasn't just Seed Series he was promoting. He had. That's not the only thing he was working on.
That's what I mean. Listen, that's what I mean. Whatever he was working on, think about it like passing the baton, and we're going to take the baton, we're going to carry it a little bit further, and maybe give it some publicity, so people on their own can say, "Hey, this was important to him. This is what he was working on. Maybe I'll look into it, on my own."
Yeah. Yeah, and Blaze probably has a lot more info than I do because she's been in contact with Sheila, and stuff. So, yeah.
Well, like I said, carry the ball a little bit further. Matriculate the ball up the field, as they say.
That's what's up. Yep.
That's a football analogy for all you
for
all you foreigners, man. It's an American football analogy from Vince Lombardi.
What's up? Inches.
So I just want to say what Rob believes and what I believe is that it says in the scriptures, we are confident, I say, and willing rather to be absent from the body and to be present with the Lord. And I hope that someone out there actually gets comfort from those words because they are meant to bring comfort because we do believe in eternal life. So, and that's what Rob Skiba believed in. I know that because I used to share a lot of his content back in the early days. And hi, Indio.
Hi, how are you, Becky? How have you been?
Hanging in there in dystopia Australia. Yeah, doing okay. Getting whipped by the government, but doing okay. How are you?
You, whatever y'all are doing down there, you're doing it wrong.
Down there? Where's down?
South of here, that's all I know.
South is. I'm just fucking with you.
Don't you start, Helio. No, just kidding.
And they're jackboot thugging you guys.
Yeah, they are.
Oh yeah, shooting and everything. It's crazy. It's even illegal to go to the hairdressers right now for someone like me. So I got to watch myself. Like they've
So
made
you
it
have to cut
all.
your own hair, Becky? You have to cut your own hair?
No, I'm going to the hairdressers.
Oh, so they're
Yeah.
defying.
I will be defying them. I will be defying their system because their system
Well,
is
I'm talking about the
disgusting.
hairdresser. They have to actually keep their business open for you to actually go in their shop.
Well, it's segregation here now in my state. So if you haven't done something they want you to do, you're not allowed into all these shops or these services, right? So I didn't do what they wanted me to do. So I'm supposed to be not going into, get this, I can go into the mall, I can go to the bottle shop in the mall and buy some beer, but I can't go 2 doors up into the shop that sells ladies' clothing. I'm not allowed to buy clothes, but I'm allowed to buy beer. I'm not allowed to get my hair done, but I'm allowed to go to the hardware.
Wait, is that a mask
They did the
thing
same
or
thing here.
a vaccine thing?
They shut
No,
down
it's not.
churches, right? But you can go right next to the church to the liquor store.
Yeah, exactly. It's a medical intervention thing here. That's all I'll say on the issue. But yeah, they punished those that didn't do what they asked of them.
The jab.
Yes, we were punished. Well, we're being punished and segregated. They've made a 2-tier society here now. So you've got one class of people that are allowed to go to the pub, and the other class are only allowed to go into the bottle shop, pick their booze up, and walk out. Same with restaurants. I'm allowed to order a. I'm allowed to order a pizza, but I'm not allowed to sit down and eat it there. I have to take it away.
How contradictory is that? Take the jab for your health so that you can go get shit-faced.
Yeah, nothing makes sense. That's right. Nothing makes sense. And so I can't go to a health shop, but I can go to the bottle shop. Well, maybe I can go to a health shop. I don't know. I don't know what I can and can't do because I haven't really been going out that much. But yeah,
I blame you because I mean it looks pretty scary from what we've seen over here.
Yeah, it is pretty scary actually. And I did go to one of the protests in early July here. Sorry, in towards the end of July here, and it was in Sydney. And it was the very first one that I'd been to, and they didn't expect it to happen, so they didn't have anything set in place. So there was about minimum 50,000 of us we all showed up in Sydney. And it was amazing. And then we were villainized on the television and called all sorts of names and treated like lepers. And then we all sort of retreated, and then it all happened down in Victoria, and we all saw them get shot. They got shot. They got attacked by the police. So that's what's happening here. So I mean, even I've seen videos of women here, like not far from my house, being tackled to the ground by the riot squad for walking in the park with 3 other ladies, I think it was. So, some of these police have turned brutal and they just attack people. So, yeah, I don't usually go out much.
What is their mindset? I mean, and it's not only happening in Australia, it's happening in different European countries too. What is the mindset of these police? It's like, well, you won't take the jab, you don't get the mask, then we're just going to tackle you and freaking attack you. It's just weird. What the?
It must be evil. I would say it looks like evil to me that people would want to do that.
Yeah. So you have people that join the force for all the wrong reasons, and some of them do join it just for power and to dominate.
They follow orders.
Well, I think a lot of them, I think it depends, like, if they're evil or not. And I think there's a lot of evil police out there that have just been given full reign to do whatever they pretty much want in the name of health.
It may appear that way, but I mean, just think about yourself as an individual or whatever. I mean, I guess I would never be a cop, but I mean, just kind of like you have hundreds of police that will just like march down the street and bowl over innocent people because they don't want to get the jab or participate in any type of social thing. I mean, just like, hey, they're not even attacking them. They're just like, it's like we're protesting, general protest, general protest. There's no weapons involved or anything. And cops will just like have their shields and shit and just bowl them over, and it's like, what, at a certain point, what the fuck are we supposed to do? If they're going to do that.
It shouldn't be allowed, and it shouldn't be that the task force that they used down in Victoria that everyone saw, those black-dressed people, they're for terrorists. They're not even supposed to be used on the general public. They're supposed to be used to protect the general public. So that government down there in Victoria, they, I believe, are acting in a criminal manner and need to be held accountable for what they've allowed happen down there. It was horrible. I can't believe it. I can't believe that happened in my country. And I can't believe I can't even go down there right now. I'm not even allowed. Like at one stage, I wasn't even allowed 10 kilometers from my house. Actually, I'm probably still not allowed 10 kilometers from my house, but I don't care.
Yeah. It's like, what's the difference between allowed? It's like, who told me I can't do this?
Yeah, well, that's right. And let them try. I mean, I'm happy to go into the courtrooms and give them a mouthful. Like, I don't care anymore. It's so crazy.
Well, I've seen where they, like, if you want to travel, across state borders there in Australia, but you have to wait in freaking traffic for, a couple of hours. Just like most people are going to run out of gas waiting to fucking cross the border, It's
You can't
crazy.
even cross the border. In many of these states right now, people like me from New South Wales, we're not even permitted to cross the border. There's nothing we can do unless we are like some kind of high priority emergency worker. There's no way in hell they're going to let me into somewhere like Western Australia. And if you look at the conditions when they will let me enter, they've got this thing called a G2G, right? Which is some kind of pass that you need to get into Western Australia.
Well, that sounds like good to go.
Hang on, I've just got to finish this. No, you're right. This app, they require you, get this, Helio, to download the G2G app, and then this app will call you at any time, and you must respond where you are, take a picture of yourself so that they can guarantee that you are in the location you're prescribed to be in. And if you do not respond after so many attempts of this call, the police will show up and look for you. It's like something out of Black Mirror. I know.
Wow,
Tell me about it.
Man, that's some
This is
fucking
crazy.
insane.
I'm living here. I'm stuck in New South Wales at the moment, wanting to get over there, but there's no way in hell I'm even going to, in the end, I'm going to throw my smartphone and go back to my push-button phone, which is not smart, so it doesn't have the capability to have an app, because I won't subscribe to that reality or that society. I just won't.
Yeah,
I can't.
I'd throw my phone away first.
Yeah, exactly. I will throw my phone away first before I will ever allow the government to download that kind of app. And if I have to sit in this house for the rest of my life, well, so be it, because I'm not participating in that. That is just beyond something that I'm willing to even participate in. But it's real. It's happening. Can you believe it?
It's hard to believe. That's, oh my gosh.
I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it and I didn't know it for myself. Like, it's just insane.
Makes me want to go out and buy a gun. Several, maybe.
Yeah, well, you can't do that here. They've already taken that ability away from us also.
I saw there was a major protest in Italy yesterday. So the Italians are starting to be no, you can't fucking do this. There's like thousands and thousands of people marching down the streets. One of the major cities in Italy. I mean, I just saw it passively on Facebook. But, people are saying, you know what? It's like they absorbed it a little bit, yes, a little bit last year, but it seems like they're trying to ramp it up, and people are just not freaking cool with it. It's like, you want to do this again, what you did to us last year? I mean, and most of us were just like, yeah, this is how they're going to try to implement the New World Order, which, to be honest, I didn't even actually picture it this way. I didn't think they could get away with it that easy. Something so stupid as the C word, C19 or whatever, since we're voting. But it's just like, bro. I just really, I knew that they had control of our minds, that way. But something like what's happened the past couple of years, I never pictured it that way. And so, I guess they kind of fooled us on that front. All the truthers, they kind of, freaking hit us hard with that one, because we've been fighting this shit for years, and then freaking they hit us hard with that one, man. It was like, oh shit, now we have this happening.
I just put the link in there. That's the Western Australian government. Click on that, right? You've got 5-minute window when they notify you to take a picture of yourself to upload your location. And I'm not even kidding. This is real. This is really happening in my country, guys. It's so scary.
The G2G Now app is a tool that helps WA. What's WA? Western Australian?
Yes, Western Australia.
Police protect the community by conducting remote, virtual, in-app checks on people in quarantine. The app uses facial verification technology and phone location data to ensure people in quarantine remain at their registered address throughout their quarantine period. When users receive a push notification to check in, they have a 5-minute window to take a photo of themselves. The app then matches the image and location with the person's registered details to ensure compliance with their quarantine direction.
That's like something out of Black Mirror, and it's happening.
Man, trash all your phones.
Human slavery.
Get a flip phone.
Completely human slavery.
I'm one step ahead of you guys. I've already got a non-smart phone that I only stopped using. Get it? Last October, November, or it might have been early 2021, I only stopped using it, right? So it's just this old school phone with a battery that lasts 9 days, push button, no computer, no ability at all to do anything like that. And I'll upload a picture of it in Livestream. It's hysterical. Sorry, guys.
This is even crazier. I mean, look at this. Is G2G now compulsory? Now, this is from the is it? It says, what's wa.gov? Is that Wales, New South Wales?
Western Australian government.
Oh, Western Australia. All right, check this one out. Is G2G now compulsory? If you're traveling from a high-risk jurisdiction and are over the age of 16, you're required to use the G2G Now app while in self-quarantine. If you're in quarantine, it's not self-quarantine. But anyway, if you have a valid reason for not using the app, you may apply to an authorized officer to consider an exemption from this requirement. Call 13 COVID, blah, I got a number for you to call, and state that you cannot use the app. If granted, you will be subject to physical checking by police. If you're traveling from a low risk or medium risk jurisdiction, G2G is now voluntary. However, you are encouraged to use the app as it frees up police resources that would otherwise be used to perform physical checks on people in quarantine. Holy shit! That's insane.
Yeah, that's some scary shit.
And everybody has to have that if you want to cross the border. That's the condition. Even if they let you in, which they won't let me in, but when they want to let me in, if I want to cross that border, I have to have that app. And I don't think I'm willing to do that.
Wow.
Unless they abolish that later altogether, I will never be able to go there again.
So based on no science is how they're doing this. No science.
Dude, I think Australia is the what's it called? Like the I can't even think of the word. Sorry. It's like the ground base for whatever. I don't know why they're doing this to you guys, Becky, but this is the base for how they could implement this in other countries. Is what I'm saying.
So we're
They're
kind of
not
like
able to do this shit in America. I promise you that.
we're kind of like the testing ground, and if they can get it to go ahead here,
sure.
so all I can suggest is you guys resist. Futile resistance is required. Otherwise, they'll be coming for you with these G2G passes too. So yeah, make it known that you do not and will not comply to this crap.
I mean, they have like, this is a Q&A. The one that you shared said, it's like, I already read the compulsory thing. What if I'm sleeping, showering, gardening when I receive a check-in request and don't respond? Oh, G2G is now designed to make people's lives easier, not harder. If you miss your check-in window, you'll be sent a second check-in request shortly after the first one. If you miss the second request, the app will prompt you to give a reason. Police will then determine what further action, if any, is required, such as follow-up calls or a physical check-in. So they might even come to your fucking door if you don't.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
And if they don't deem your reason for not responding and they're just in a bad mood, they might decide to throw you in jail for the night and book you for non-compliance.
There's no way to get a trap door, so when they walk in, they go down into a pit.
That would be fun.
It's just like some freaking
disappear
some
the
Nazi
car and all.
This is some Nazi
And then it would
shit,
also
right?
monitor everyone who you're around too. So even if they could use that to try to scare you into that you don't want to get anyone else in trouble. Now over here to do that, they would need to really something big is going to have to happen within the next 6 months or whatever for them to do that. But they can do it. They could do it. All they got to do is all these people that believe it and are complying now and are the the people policing the people. You know who I'm talking about too, the Karens and the Darrens, I guess.
Yeah.
But all they have to do is just create more of them by scaring the bejesus out of people.
Here's another paragraph. If you consistently fail to comply with check-in requests without a good reason, you may have committed an offense under the Emergency Management Act, which can result in fines of up to $50,000 and imprisonment.
I look for a major false flag coming, or
You're already in imprisonment.
They've just
they're just saying they're going to switch the location if you do something else.
They've literally killed.
Check on your phone every once in a while.
They've literally killed the international tourism for Australia probably for the next, 50 years. Who's going to want to come here? No one.
Yeah, really. Same thing with here, actually. Who's going to want to come here? I wouldn't.
Shit, this is way worse than what we have on here. This is
way
insane.
worse. Yeah, you're right. Because I think people would have a freaking fit.
Are they trying to enforce this, Becky? Are they trying to enforce this actually over there with the G2G thing?
Well, right now, if you're if they let you in there, you must comply and have that app, or you can't come in at all. Just point blank. Sorry,
if you want to travel to different jurisdictions,
because
I mean, from what I'm reading here, I mean, they want to keep you where you are, even inside the jurisdictions.
Yeah, that's right. So what that is if you want to come into their state, you have to participate in that for 14 days and do exactly as they say before you can move freely in their state. But Boofy wanted to say something really quick.
I was just going to say, even without all this nonsense going on, nobody in their right mind would want to go to Australia because 90% of what's outside your door can kill you.
Well, they're the least of our worries now, mate.
It'd be funny if it wasn't so goddamn sad,
I know, it's terrible. I feel like I want to flee the country myself. I want to get out, but I can't get out because I haven't done you know what, so I'll never be able to get out. I'm stuck here forever.
Spider traps.
That's actually the only place that I've ever wanted to go where I would have to cross the waters to get there is Australia.
It's like Becky wants to live in.
I mean, not now, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I want to go there too. I mean, it's just like we can't go and Becky can't leave. You know, it's
That's
like
a drag.
It's kind of like California. Look how beautiful, and they destroy it with liberalism. They take the most beautiful places and.
Yeah, it's
they're gonna destroy it. They're gonna destroy it completely, and then they're just gonna ban people from going on the nature part.
Oh yeah, that's the next big thing coming. They're going to introduce that to us, and we all know what that is, CC. And then that'll be the next thing why they've locked us all down, because we're too carbon orientated, or whatever they're going to say.
Carbony.
Carbony. Yeah. You're breathing too much.
You got to think wide about carbony footprint.
Carbonians.
Yeah, that's right.
Carbonians. That's a good one.
We are the counters from the Carbonian.
Yeah, so that's what's happening over here. It's terrifying. I'm stuck in my state. I'm not even allowed out of my state, really. And if things don't change, I mean, they keep saying on the TV, this is the new world order.
That's better than it was like a year ago. You were talking about you couldn't even leave your freaking house like a year ago, right? So.
Oh, I'm still not supposed to be leaving my house, actually. I'm still classed as being under lockdown, but I'm so over it.
Becky, I got a question.
Yeah.
I heard this, and since you live there, I was wondering if you had any direct information about it, that if you're not juiced up and you're walking about, they can just fine you $1,000. Is that correct?
If I'm not juiced up and I go into a retail store that sells dresses, for example, and they catch me in there, they can fine me $1,000. Yeah, that's true.
But what if you're just walking about, like you're not?
No, I'm allowed to walk about. I'm allowed to walk in public still, like public pathways. I'm allowed to walk into supermarkets, things like that. But anything, any kind of private retail business that has specific items that might not be classed as critical, they'll fine me if they catch me in there.
Yeah, I mean, in that article you posted, here we go. I have to attend a COVID clinic for testing on my 12th day of quarantine. What happens if police check on me while I'm not at home? Attending a COVID clinic for testing required under direction applicable to you is considered a valid reason to leave your quarantine address. You must attend and return from the clinic or testing facility using the most direct route. If you are requested to check in while you're at the testing facility or traveling to or from there, simply check in as normal. When prompted, you can explain why you are not at your registered location in the text box provided. That's on the G2G app. This is a fucking...
it's crazy, isn't it? So that's if you want to gain
public.
That's if you want to gain access to Western Australia, which I really do want to gain access to Western Australia. My best friend's there. But at this stage, while that's in play, I don't think I can participate. I think I'm going to have to stay over here. How can I do that? Be part of that Black Mirror style invasion of privacy where I have to produce photographs of myself within 5 minutes every time they deem necessary. And we keep reading on, it says, how come my partner gets... If you keep reading on, it says stuff like, why am I getting notified, or, why am I getting more notifications than my partner, and all this stuff? Like, so they can just ramp it up for some people and make them report twice as much as others. And how do they establish who to do that to? It's just weird. It's just really weird, and it's a total invasion of people's privacy. And I'm a grown adult, and if I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do something. Just because there might be one adult in 100 that's going to break the law and go out and do something doesn't mean that I should be, Black Mirror surveilled. I mean, it's insane.
Yeah, it's like there's not as much opportunity to go ahead and say "fuck you," in Australia as there is in America, because
they don't even treat They don't even treat pedophiles like that in my country. In my country, they protect the pedophiles. You can't know their names. You can't know where they live.
Here too,
If you go to jail, you're in a protective wing away from the general population. They put more emphasis, dollars, and laws into protecting pedophiles than protecting regular people. Like, and then they're deeming people like me unsafe. Like, I'm unsafe, but a double jabbed pedophile is safer than me.
They
Like,
started
hello?
protecting pedophiles after the ADL formed, pretty much. So
Yeah,
they
they're
really
mad.
started protecting them.
They're just mad. That's why they're doing all of this. They got
Yeah,
mad. They're like, we're gonna do it now. We're gonna push this back like 10 years earlier.
These are power brokers. They're power brokers, and they're working in conjunction with governments, and most of them are necessarily connected to the pharmaceutical companies, of course. That's where the money is, right? But it's not really about the money because they have all the money in the world, right? Because money's not a real thing. They already have all the money. They don't need any more money. It's just power. Yeah. It's power and influence. It's a freaking. It's like if they can convince you to be scared to breathe. I mean, what the fuck? Is the end of. I mean, it's like I can't do anything but breathe. What the fuck? Now I'm just scared to breathe. What the hell is going
so
on
weird.
here?
The people that are covering their face, they look and act like they're, I hate to say it, subhuman.
Scared to breathe. They're scared to breathe.
No, it's not only that. Their whole perception is being changed. They're moving. Their actions looks different than a normal human being.
Yeah, sure, and that's how they can tell who's compliant or not.
I'm talking about the advanced stages of this Dunning-Kruger
psychosis,
Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, it's a psychosis. Yeah. I'm gonna say for the record, don't be scared to breathe. I mean, you think that virus can't go through that dumbass mask?
That's ridiculous. What do you think? What do you think is expelling more viruses or anything, bacteria or any kind of thing like that? Your exhalation or your flatulence? Tell me that.
You can still smell a fart even if you have the mask on.
There you go. So if you can smell it.
Did that there motherfucker really say flatulence?
So if you can smell the fart,
that motherfucker did, didn't he? Why is Africa? Hey, has African American texted any of you other guys?
No,
well, he just texted me, calling me a bitch.
He's got a heart on for you, Mike.
No, they always do, man. Don't they know how whoop their ass in real life? I ain't the one, motherfucker. I'm the cracker. The Peckerwood.
So I hate to bring this up again.
The head dipshit in charge.
We gotta push for the ass. We gotta push for the ass mask. Because if more stuff's coming out of the ass, and you need the ass there. So your pets need a pet ass mask also.
Helio, you should have hung out last night. Me and Cyrus.
It was late for me. I was actually late to work this morning.
I ain't mad at you. I just wanted to tell you what.
I know.
I wanted to tell you what me and Cyrus did, and you might have wanted to get it on video, but we stomped.
I wanted to, but I knew it was late. But I got a little bit frustrated.
We stomped them dudes.
I imagine you do. Are they going to come back?
It'll look good on. Yeah, it'll look good on us if you videotape any one of us debating it. They're real basic in their FE arguments.
Well, sure. I mean, but did you just like after I left? Did you like say?
There was like.
Did you? But do they actually still want to talk to us? That's what I'm basically asking.
Yeah, there was 15 of them. They kept gish galloping, and every time they bumped to a new sentence, I'd cover it. And then there'd be silence until somebody else said, well, what about this? And I said, I normally don't let you guys jump from point to point to point to point. But I'm going to go ahead and let you do that so you know we're not idiots.
We should actually, keep in contact with some of the mods over there and admins, and set up a formal
I do
conversation. Yeah, cool. And I'll be glad to host it. It doesn't matter if it's on their server or over here. We can make it happen. And that's what I was trying to set up. And to be honest, when I left, it was really late for me. So that's why
I'm friends with that Firehawk dude. He should be sending you a friend's request too, because he knows you're the. I told him, you're cool. He's cool, dude. He's all right, but I also
okay. That's the guy that jumped in here, right?
Him, yeah, he's the one that came here and took us there. I also told him if I did any live stream debating, you would be running my live stream because my content is yours. You know what I mean? I really feel that way.
To be honest, if they host it and they want us to come over there, I'll live stream from there.
Yeah,
and they can put it up on their YouTube
I'd
channel.
like some videos that are named Battle Mod and Roger Crush Globers, so we can get the motherfuckers coming in here calling us out by name. Battle Mod, Roger, and Clapbo, where you bitches at?
To be honest, if it wasn't so late, I probably could have made that happen last night.
You could have. And bro, we do this on server mute me. Hey man, he called me a bitch because I wasn't here to unmute him. Dog, I was downstairs cooking, bitch. I don't live by my PC, you punk motherfucker. You dumb motherfucker. I'd unmute you, but you went ahead and called me a bitch, dumbass. Fucking, it was only 14 minutes ago, you impatient motherfucker.
Oh, shit, man.
He said, well, I think he was asking if I was going to unmute him. Then he says, bitch, at 9 p.m. Fuck, I was watching a movie. I said, my motherfucker. He said, yeah, nigga, sup? Sup? You want to unmute? Stop calling me a bitch.
This is why I said, I told you, Mike. Me and you remind me of the Hodge twins when we get.
Yeah.
That should be in the TOS. Don't be treating Michael don't be calling Michael a bitch. It's not gonna be tolerated.
Well, I mean, it's not. You're not gonna hurt my motherfucking feelings,
Oh, you can call. You can call Helio a bitch, but not Battle Mod.
It's not even gonna happen. It's like you're gonna make. Even if you try to insult me, you're just gonna make yourself.
Yeah, I'm nobody's bitch. I know that. You wouldn't say if I met most of these people. I'm not the biggest spy, but I look like a hardened character. And face to face, a lot of people don't have the heart to talk to me like, "Hey, bitch."
Yeah, only new people try to insult us and stuff, and that actually makes me laugh. So it's
they forget they're just talking to people.
Yeah, that's true.
People that know who we are won't insult us like that, So.
Right. I'm a hood motherfucker. What?
What?
Right, and I'm good at basketball. White boys can jump, and I got a jumper, bitch, you can't fuck with. I'll put it in your eye.
Can you dunk?
No, but I can jump up and grab the rim, and at 49, I can still hit 8 out of 10 from half court.
Oh yeah, I mean I can shoot a little bit, but I've never been able. I can't even touch the goddamn rim. I've never been able to do it. I've never been a jumper.
I'm 6 foot. I bet I could still hit the rim.
You ever dunk?
Right.
I can grab the net at 45 at 5'5".
No, I can't dunk. I'm only 6 foot.
I'm only
5'5". I think I've touched the rim a couple of times. I just don't have the legs for jumping.
I don't know. I can't grab it, but I can definitely touch it.
I can still shoot though. I can still shoot pretty good though.
I would manhandle your little ass on the court, Troop Prevails, Jordy.
You probably would. I know you
would.
But,
and listen, just so I could put hands all over you, little cute ass. I'd knock you down just so I could help you up.
You don't know if my ass is cute. You've never seen my ass.
I seen your picture. You're cute than a motherfucker. Don't lie.
She is cute.
I'm digging it.
She's acting like she ain't, but yeah, she's a pretty,
cute.
pretty woman.
How old are
down
you,
the
Truth? Hold
street.
up. How old are you?
Thanks for the compliment, but you still didn't see my ass.
You're my age, but whatever age you are, you look
Seen her
damn.
ass, and I'm pretty sure that
I ain't
she
seen her
hasn't posted-
ass.
Yeah,
Her ass is behind her, but I seen the front and it's looking good.
I think she's still Kentucky
I don't
Fine.
care what age it is. That shit's still hot to me.
She's a pretty woman.
But
Battlemod keeps rumpusing my one line. She's still Kentucky Fine.
Oh yeah.
Oh, don't let me fuck with your one-liner, bro. She is finger licking good. Damn right.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit!
Crush going on in FE here.
Oh my god!
Truth be Veil's got multiple crush going on.
I didn't tell you. I identify as a lesbian, Truth.
Nice.
I'm
Well,
sure
if-
you do.
I got a couple laughs. Yes, I'm a carpet muncher. I'm a male in a female's body, and I love other women.
Carpet muncher.
Wait,
But
I
only-
said that wrong. Wait a minute, I got that back.
But only if you like that sort of thing.
I'm a female lesbian in a man's body. If you're digging it, if you ain't, then I'm just fucking around.
Regular.
Because I'm strictly chickly. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, but Truth Veils has it all the way around. She's intelligent, cogent, freaking, has
Kinda
everything going. She
spicy.
got some good looks and
A
shit.
little
It's like,
spicy.
yeah,
Yeah, a little spicy. I like
she
that
do
part.
she do it right.
Oh my gosh! Can I bottle some of this love when I need it later?
It's
like a lot of it.
It's
Thanks,
on the
guys.
live stream. It's on the live stream. Yeah, we love you, Truth Veils.
I give you
You
some
spend a
love.
lot
You
of
can
time
take to
here
bed
helping.
with your ass. Shit.
Yeah, you help us
and
all
cook you
out.
dinner when I'm done.
I know what Battlemod's talking about. He's talking about
Seriously,
some hay time activities.
Hey.
Okay, guys, my
Show
face is like
show
5
you
shades
right.
red right now. So
She's blushing. She's blushing so hard right now.
I ain't writing no checks this ass can't cash. That's all I know. I put in some work, shit.
Anyway.
Yes, I'm frustrated. Yes, it's lonely on the farm. Yes, it is.
Who's not frustrated right now?
At least I'm honest. Shit. I don't know. COVID made it even harder to get unfrustrated. Shit. The STDs ain't the only damn thing you got to worry about. Is the bitch coughing? Oh, you coughing, bitch. Next.
What it's like with the hard press last year, right? With the lockdown thing, without using the C word, the lockdown thing, starting to open up concerts again. I was just like, oh, I have a feeling they're really going to press hard.
Yeah, they're not
again.
going to let you go to concerts or anything. Yeah, dance clubs.
They're going to
bars.
press hard again.
Oh, well,
if they
so
get the-
what
if
are we
they-
going to do? What are we going to do then?
if they get our bodies monitored,
well,
like
me and the
you'll
right
have
girl
to get
can-
permission. You'll have to get permission from
We
them
do
to
it.
even have sex.
Oh no, hell I will. We
If
can
they
run
chip,
off.
if they chip everyone's body, if they get
There
everybody's
ain't nobody
body
chipping
monitored,
this, nigga. You ain't getting no downloads on what the D's doing. Fuck you. I'll be off in the shade
and
tree.
and really, do they even have to do that? Like they
Dibble
can,
off them
like,
baby blue jeans
monitor-
and do what I please.
they can monitor like body reactions and shit through
I said, oh yeah,
the Wi-Fi.
life
and shit, I
goes
reckon.
on. Long
Not
as
if you
the
don't get the
fear
jab.
of COVID is gone.
COVID is gone.
And whatever,
Oh yeah.
California.
I said life goes on. Fuck that COVID. I'm living on. I rock on.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's like they just have a, you know what, like a water heater, have a little release valve when the pressure gets high.
I don't know, but we can turn the temp up. That's all I know. Something
Yeah,
like, so
hey,
let's turn
Michael,
up the heat till we fry.
Hey, Michael, the only people that can turn the heat up is us.
Oh, that's right, because I'm like a propane torch. Yeah,
Because if everyone just freaking complies, that's
oh my
warm.
god, this motherfucker talking mad shit. Get your ass in BC. I want to talk to you. Straight bitch, silence me,
shit, I
freedom
thought you were
ass
talking to
nigga.
me.
Keep me on the silver mute, cause we know you're a bitch. I ain't mute this motherfucker. Who muted this motherfucker? African American is mad than a motherfucker. If you muted him, he said you a straight ass silencing me bitch.
I don't know, but isn't his PFP where him sucking on a titty or something?
Wait, are you talking about a guy named African American? Is that
Or what is that? Is that just my mind?
I don't know. That
Going
does
there
look
or
like a
what?
set of 33Ds. I don't know.
Hey,
But I
Michael,
got it.
hold on, Michael. You're talking about someone that nobody knows what you're talking about. So
No,
I know.
Truth knows what I'm talking about. She looking at his pic where he's sucking on a titty. Yeah, it's a 33D.
Well, I saw him server muted, so I knew that he couldn't, and I couldn't make out for sure what his PFP was.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing his post. That's what I'm saying.
He was in the live stream.
No, he's talking to me in DMs.
Oh, hey, Battle Mod.
Okay,
hey, Battle
well,
Mod,
that
I'm about
helps
to
me
DM
out.
you
That's
right
what I
now,
was
dog.
asking.
Everybody, I prefer women sliding my DM with nice photos, but hey, you can't always get what you want.
You can't always get
Hey, what was
you
that Mellencamp?
But
Wait,
if
what
you
was that
try sometimes,
Mellencamp? Wait, Battlemod, what was that Mellencamp song you sang just a second ago? What was that song?
I don't know. Shit.
Life goes on.
There he
Life
is.
goes on.
Oh,
There
let me
he is.
tell you
Tell
about
me what his
Thanks,
PFP
Jack
is.
and Diane. Two American kids growing up in the heartland. Jack ain't gonna be a football star. Diane debutante backseat of Jackie's car. Said, oh yeah, life goes on. Long after the thrill of living is gone. Oh yeah, they said life goes on. Long after the thrill of living is gone. Mike rocks on.
The dude that is in the chat now, Michael, African American.
Oh, is he? Hold on. Little ditty about Jack and Diane. Two American kids done best they can.
Surely do the best they can. Most people do.
Where you at, my motherfucker? Hey, African American, yo. Tell a crack of that shit with your voice. Don't type it. Say it with some bass, dog. I ain't the motherfucker that muted your not free ass, nigga. But you my man, so I unmuted you. Come on with it. Hit me with it.
No. You know what? No homo. I like you. Cause I'm not.
I ain't get mad. I'm just,
No homo. I like that profile picture.
Yeah, I take it with stride, brother.
Nah. I like you. You're funny as fuck. Like for what was it? A whole month. I could not say anything, and I could just hear you. Now you're the best out of everyone in here.
Well, you should have started this conversation a minute ago. I always repeat I'm the nicest one in here on mute anybody. That jive you was dropping, I was digging it. I was picking up what you was putting down, my motherfucker, and I just thought you had some flavor, so I'd let you in it.
Nah, you know how it is, man. Once you go in, you have to go full. You lay.
Oh yeah, yeah, I know. You had your foot in the door. You had to keep going with it. You got to be real with the shit.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm not even American. I'm not even American. I'm British. So.
I figured you were British.
I knew that as soon as I remember you were the last time you were talking. So was when we was in the lobby together. I wonder who did mute you.
Wait. I got a real question here, mate. How are you African American?
He's not. He just said it. He's fucking. I'm British, mate. What the fuck? You missed it. Are we in the same BC?
Missed it.
Are we
I wouldn't miss.
Are we in the
I wouldn't
same
miss
fucking
anything you
BC?
said, bro.
Ask
Hey,
him if he
I'm
wants
just
a pot
saying.
of tea.
Yeah.
Hey.
I'm just saying, what is the linguistics in what you are? Truly. As a race.
You're a funny motherfucker. I only identify a woman if it's going to give me another woman.
British.
Hey, Belmont, do you know Free Ride?
From London.
No, no.
Free ride.
Let's Can we let African American
Yeah.
finish his freaking?
Sorry about that.
I think we already cleared that up. He's not African.
Okay,
No,
well, let him. Hold on, he's trying to explain this, but nobody. You guys are talking about songs and shit while he's trying to explain himself. Go ahead, African American.
No. I want to know what is freehold, free ride. What is that?
Free ride.
Oh, so
the mountain is high, the valley is low, and you're
like,
confused about which way to go.
There you go.
So I flew in to give you a hand and lead you into the promised land. Come on and take a free ride. Free ride. Come on and take it by my side. Come on and take it free ride.
Hold on. So, African American, obviously, this is not your first time here, right? Yeah, I mean,
is African your first name and American is your last name?
I mean, if you want me to be it, yeah, go on.
Wait, what do you want? Hold on. What do you
Mr.
want
American?
to
He said it depends on how you like it.
I mean, we have a guy. There's a guy that's a member here. He has a song called "Most Fucking Americans Don't Like Flat Earthers."
They don't like Mexican flat earthers.
All right, so African American, what? How did you find your way here? And state your purpose.
With some bass in your voice, son.
So somehow I found
Where the
myself here.
Oh, there it is. Who tagging me in the mods?
No, go ahead. Go ahead, African American. Yeah, how did you find your way here? And
So what I found myself here
Good
is
call,
basically
Brad.
around vaccines and stuff. That's how I found myself here, and losing freedoms and stuff like that. And I just started learning about this other stuff, and at the start, obviously, I was a bit, apprehensive, but you guys were a bit too aggressive, and you just like silenced me. So
Oh, we aggressive, motherfucker. Show you right.
yeah, we're a little aggressive, but if you have
I'm
any
a lot.
questions, like you said, you found your way here because you were looking. I'm pretty sure. I think you were wrong about your stuff. I mean, it's funny. It was like people when we asked that first question, "How did you find your way here?" It was like, well, they won't even like 50% of the time they won't even say, "Well, I was looking up flat Earth." And I know the flat Earth. I can tell he was looking up flat Earth. But he was talking about
admin mods. Damn it, speak up. I don't see it.
If you want me to be
motherfucker.
100% fucking.
Well, hey, I mean, I'm being honest with you, bro. I mean,
Okay.
How did you find the server?
What do I?
I was fucking.
Yeah, man, motherfucker, man.
Oh,
How do you
there
find
it
a
is.
server, man?
My motherfucker.
Motherfucker, what you fucking saying, dog?
Wow.
That's exactly what the fuck I'm saying,
This
motherfucker.
is
You digging it?
out of hand.
Is there any way we can clean this up a little bit? Like,
It's
for
out of
real?
hand.
I think
Clean up on
we
aisle
get it.
12.
We gotta
Clean
get it
up on
straight.
Every
Are
time
you
you talk,
really
every
American?
time you talk, I just want to get my foot in the
Everybody
door so
get
you
it out of your
can't shut
system.
it on.
All
Everybody
right,
talk.
see, I told you he wasn't looking for the vaccine. He was looking
Everybody
for flat
talk at
Earth.
the same time. Everybody talk when Helio's talking.
Clean up on aisle 12. Anyway, so now I
What's an aisle
called him
12?
out. I
Is
called him out
wait.
and said he
Mama
wasn't
Hold on, wait.
looking for a
You can't
vaccine.
just
Couldn't
throw out
find it.
aisle
He
12.
was looking for flat Earth.
I think this is an invitation to be
Once I
quiet.
was 7 years old. It was
know
a big
I
world,
know
but
it's an
we
aisle
thought we
12,
were
boys.
bigger.
Aisle
Pushing each
12
other
has
to
some
the
bourbon.
limits. We were learning clicker. By 11, smoking herb and drinking burning liquor. Never rich, so we were out to make that steady figure. Once I was 11 years old. My daddy told me, go get yourself a wife or you'll be lonely. Once I was 11 years old. I always had that dream like my daddy before me. So I started writing songs and started writing stories. Something about that glory just always seemed to bore me. 'Cause only those I really love will ever really know me. Once I was 20 years old, my story
Can
got
we
told.
ask our guest if he thinks the Earth is a globe?
Why don't you go ahead and do that? I'll just listen.
Google or Discord. I looked for flat Earth, and that's how I found myself here. Or somebody from another Discord server, sent me the link. I mean, just be honest, man. I mean, we can tell when people are lying.
Yeah, let's see what he says.
Oh, wait, damn it! That's you talking. You're already taken. Be quiet. Let some other girl talk. Yeah, I'm just joking.
Me?
Is Earth American or is it African? That's what
I'm
we
just
really want to
picking
know.
on you, hon. Damn it! Let's not rumpus. Miss gets it. She's
Let
feeling.
Mrs. Shut up,
She's
Belmont.
ready to debate. Damn it, Sonny! Don't rumpus her, and I'll shut up too.
Is it African or is it American? Is that what is the Earth? We need to answer this question.
Dig this here. That there motherfucker ain't neither. All right.
This motherfucker ain't nothing.
That motherfucker
shit.
ain't neither
Hello?
African nor American.
Hi, yes, we're trying to
Wait,
communicate with
what
you.
just happened?
What is with you guys? I'm muting people.
Mrs. Witchett is trying to get it and bust this motherfucker's ass.
Okay, wait,
Will you let her?
please, guys. Can we salvage this?
I'm
This
trying,
was
hon.
pretty
I'm
risky.
trying to.
Stop. Can you please just all I ask?
I put the reins on the horse. Just grab the reins and run with it.
No, like just mute me, please. Just don't do that, please.
Bro.
That's all I ask. Like, I don't say much. I barely join. I
We're
come
trying
like
to
once
ask
a
you a
month.
question.
Yeah. Answer the question. Is Earth American or is it African?
It's Earth American.
Oh my god.
African. What?
No, ignore him.
Okay, everybody
think
stop.
the
Let
Earth-
Mrs. ask this question. Everybody
I had
else.
this question like
I
a million years
swear, if you
ago.
rumpus her again, I'm going to demote you down to
It's
BC
hopeless.
verified, and I'm
It's
muting your ass.
hopeless.
No, it ain't. Give me a second, hon. I got this.
I already muted witchcraft. Witchcraft.
Quit rumpusing my motherfucker,
Yeah,
please.
witchcraft has dude tatas in his phone.
like
It's
it was just
questionable.
a shot of.
Oh, you referee, you can demote his ass. He beneath you.
No, I just want to ask our guest.
I gave you the okay. Just tell him Battle I told you to do it.
God damn. Okay, let's go.
Okay.
What's the question?
What shape do you think the Earth is?
Well, I mean, I've been reading up. Like you guys put me on mute for like 7 mute for like 2 months. I've just been going around, and I didn't join this place because of like flat eartherness. I joined this place. Someone, I need to go back on my like messages and try to find who it is. But in any case, I think you can find it anyway. I joined because of the vaccines and stuff, and I found some other stuff, and I was just looking at everything, and it makes sense to me. And I was like, okay, that actually makes sense.
Could you answer the question? That's all nice and everything, but could you answer the question that Mrs. actually asked you, please? Thanks.
I mean, it is great. I wish she spoke to me instead of you speaking up. Like, I'm pretty sure she can speak up, right?
Yeah, but I'm a referee, so there's that. So
Yeah,
could you
and he's
answer her
just-
question?
Everyone can talk, but we
Just what
just
I
can't
want.
really talk about the V word here, so that's why we're kind of moving on. Look at it.
Are we gonna get a response, dog?
Oh shit, my bad.
No,
I
it's
won't bring up I won't bring up any ever again. But
Well,
yeah,
if you do, just be very, very discreet. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, all right, fine. I mean, is it discreet if I say I haven't had my shots? But in any case, yeah, no, I started looking into this stuff, and I'm still like halfway through it. There's so much out there. There's just so much different things out there, and you have to be like a mathematician to understand this shit, and it's just so crazy. And stuff just stopped making sense to me when I just started reading this stuff. So that's where I'm at. Honestly, if I'm speaking, that's where I'm at.
So, do you think it's still most likely a globe?
No, I
No.
mean at the very least, when I'm looking at it, maybe a curved plane. I don't know. It's I mean I have to. There's so much information out there. I still have to look into all this stuff. The worst part is I'm an engineer, so all these equations I can actually never fucking realize what they're talking about, and it takes so long to like really like go like, hang on, they said that. Can I work this out? And yeah. So no, it doesn't make sense for a globe. No, it doesn't.
Okay, that's good. Well, you're on the right path. What would you say was like I don't know, just give us one thing that really like stood out to you that made you realize, this can't be a ball.
Oh no,
Anything simple?
that was very early on. It was about the trajectory of like they love saying like ships going down. You see the mast, the boat, the mast, and everything. Like so that's the first thing, and I saw that in real life because I live close to. I mean, I live in London, so I just went to like to the fucking beach to watch the shit, and shit didn't make sense. So yeah, that's where it started. So yeah, I mean, it started early on, but it's just so difficult to find what you're looking for. I mean, if I'm being honest with you, I know you guys are gonna hate it. I'm sorry, you're gonna mute me again, but I'm just lost in the woods.
I agree. Oh well, can we answer? Is it American or is it African?
Neither.
Dude, I'm gonna mute you.
Oh man, not again, bro.
I'm fucking British. I'm neither.
Do you feel good getting that out, Witchcraft? Like,
That
do you feel
was
better?
pretty funny though, but you still could be muted.
I'm sorry. Like I haven't been here for a month. I mean, should I mute and stay that way? Like
No,
never talk.
No.
No, like be honest. Really, like
No, just trying to
I
keep
want to have
the.
I want to have one conversation a month at least.
Well, we were trying to have a conversation, and you kind of butted in to Mrs. Conversation.
I mean, yeah, once a month, right? Fucking. I don't know. I'll just go on mute until you guys make that decision. You let me know. Give me permission and all that.
I mean, no. Those are
I
very good questions. And like, if I tell you my history is me first year, like 6 months anyway. When I went to university, what I tried to study was like sociology. Sociology is what I tried to study. I switched to engineering because fuck sociology. Let's be honest. But yeah, no, it still interests me, like how people act within a group. That still interests me a lot as well. So it interests me, like flat earthers and what I'm going into right now and what it connects to and everything else. That interests me as well. I mean, you guys probably are more aware than me.
Well, you admit it's flat, so you're right. I mean, like you're on the right track.
Okay, but I mean, what it connects to, like what are the kind of sociological groups you guys are attached to? What is it called? Alt rights and all that other kind of anti-vax and all that other kind of stuff. You guys are like bunched into like
empiricist.
So I mean. Wait, studying sociology actually makes sense, but yeah, I mean, yeah. So I don't know. I don't want to piss anyone off. I don't want to be like put on mute again. So I just want to be nice.
Well, this is the thing. It's like once you can prove that the government, now not just like some dude at the post office, I'm talking like top tier government, are actively deceiving people, then anything that comes from the government, any branch whatsoever, should be questioned. So that's why you'll see a lot of people in here also question the medical industry, the food and agricultural industry. You know what I'm saying? They'll question politics in general because you can't trust anything that these people say anymore. And I mean, but but the thing is, like, people will just use it to try to attack us. But really, these points don't really matter. What matters is if you have any evidence about the Earth.
I don't know about that one. I mean,
so wait. Let's. So, if I am against the medical industry, does that have any impact on what the shape of the Earth is?
no, but
Of course not.
In sociological form, it's basically you build a net. Like you have you guys, okay? You have other guys everywhere else. You have people that share your views in everywhere else. You build a net, just spanning, like, I don't know, like imagine your whole fucking bedroom wall just spanning all these different bubbles, and the people you share with and whatever. And there's more people there than the other side. You can draw a line, and you can say these people are, subject A, and you can say the other people on the other side of this line are subject B. So that's how it works. So you guys, I mean, us, we're like bunched up with anti-vaxxers, flat earth. I mean, we're flat earthers anyway, but anti-government, anything else that goes on, anti-medical, whatever you said. So that's how it goes. So that's what I was studying for, like, I don't know, 8 months, 10 months before I actually switched degrees. But yeah, that's how it works.
I think it's all about truth or lies.
I know, but at the very least, I love data, and I love.
It's not about anti-government. It's about question government, which you should do. I served 12 years in service to my government, and I know firsthand that they lie and they're full of shit. That's why I got. Listen, this is why I got Gulf War syndrome, because they said, take this vaccine, it'll protect you against gas and chemical agents, and there won't be no side effects. But I actually get a paycheck because they lied about that, and the side effect is called Gulf War syndrome.
Me too, brother.
You know what I'm talking about, hon.
Same.
I think
governments lie from my perspective, and that's an absolute reality.
Yeah, I think that
question
this
government
is the thing.
Isn't
Hold on.
anti-government.
Hey, Battlemod, I just want to add on to that and say that has anybody heard of the saying that there's no such thing as a dumb question?
Well, obviously we've all heard that.
Well, if we've all heard that, then why can't we question the government?
We can, and it doesn't mean you're anti-government. It means you own the government, you know that, and you're making sure you're critiquing them because that's your job. There's no such thing as anti-government. The government is ours. We're the bosses. We the people own America, and we enacted a government to secure our rights. And when they become destructive of that mean, it's our duty, not just our right, to remove said government and put new government in place that's not tyrannical and will secure the ends for which they are produced, the protection of our civil liberties and our rights.
Now, let me ask the whole room.
There's no such thing.
What would the government do without you? What would the government do without your neighbors? What would the government do without us?
Since they get their authority from the governed, they wouldn't do anything because they wouldn't have no authority. But authority is an illusion. People need to understand that. Authority is an illusion. You can't be anti any establishment, but you can question establishments. You can't be anti-establishment if you're questioning their means, their purpose, and their reasoning. That's not anti any establishment. Banking, credit bureaus, housing codes. You can't be anti any of them, but you can have questions about it, and to question it doesn't make you anti. You're not the opposite of we need code. You're just saying, why is this a code? Or you're not You're not saying we don't need government, so you're not anti-government, but you are asking the question, why would my government do this? So it's asinine to try and tell an intelligent person questioning the government that works for him that he's anti-government, because that shit will just I'll mop that shit up off the floor with your face.
Hey, you know what? I want to know if anybody in here is suicidal. And if they're not, I bet the government can prove you wrong. And then if you've got some dirt on them, they'll definitely
you're
prove you
saying
wrong.
I'll be made to see as suicidal so that they can just keep
Anybody
on doing
can.
whatever? Yeah, no.
Well, anybody with
even a
ear to that.
suicidal subject who's, if you're worried about that, you can only hold me for a week or 3 days for evaluation legally. After that, you're fucked. You're gonna have to answer my question. And when you're chained, this is why they attack veterans, combat veterans, because I'm a trained threat.
Yeah,
One man can make a difference.
Any kind of veteran,
From where I stand. Plus, we're intelligent. We pay astute attention to detail, and we don't miss a thing. And we never give up. And we got awesome memories.
And here's the thing. This is why I brought it up, is because even though you've served your country and you've made it so they can do whatever they can do.
I'll ridicule. I'm suicidal. The very premise I'm suicidal because they got questions about the process of a government that works for me. I will ridicule.
Yeah, so they question their government in a court of law, make you look like a bad guy, even though the government made you do it. It was direct orders.
You don't need to be in a court of law to question your government.
Yeah.
No offense, but you can openly do that from any public platform and be heard by the people, because you don't take your grievances against your government to your government. You take it to the other peoples, because we, the peoples, the government works for us. We're their bosses.
Yeah.
It's not the other way around. And you idiots that think it is the other way around, you're ignorant, and ignorance and freedom can't exist hand in hand. And your ignorance keeps the rest of us from being free too. No offense, but it does.
And I want to say to anybody who might listen to this that they might be doing some good by helping out the live stream, YouTube, the Discord, but also think about everybody around you. Treat everybody like you want to be treated, and let's get something off the ground.
No, you should treat each other like what we are. We are all living beings and co-owners of this nation state.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've all got our own inherent God-given rights, and it doesn't matter where you come from.
I'm talking about your rights within the social agreement we call a constitution and legal bounds. You don't have to. You don't have to consider yourself a part of a social agreement that creates a city state, or a fiction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, and Richcraft, you're talking about sounds like a personal moral code, which is fine.
It does.
We all have that. We all
Thank you.
need to have that. But yeah, it's just a different context, and you guys are on topic anyway. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying for the specific room, like people, brothers like us. I'm saying for anybody that might be listening that might need to hear it. And like I'm saying, like there's options for us. We're not hopeless. We've got options. We can buy our own city. You know what I mean? Like
as long as we still wake up and we're still breathing in the morning, yeah,
I can break it down. I can preach
everybody
it from the corner or from my damn toilet seat if that's where I have to take my platform.
Yeah, and we all know how to dig into the ground, get ourselves a well, we get ourselves irrigated, have ourselves some food, and you know everybody in between you and me, Battle Mod, we can all be involved.
We're all co-equal as living beings in a civil arrangement that creates a city state or a fiction, a legal fiction, We're real. We're real people. We owe no allegiance to legal fictions.
And even if we consider ourselves a fiction, there is still
I'm not a fiction.
realistic.
I'm a real person.
Yeah, well, that even if you weren't, even if you weren't
you
that
should
way,
point
you said
out what you are. If you consider yourself a fiction, then you're a citizen or a human. See, God didn't create humans. God created men and women. I'm a man, a real man.
Yeah, but at the same
not a
time,
person, not a citizen, not a human. No, whoever creates it owns it and rules it over it. Our city-state created the definition and label human, citizen, persons, peoples. It's not we the people, but it's men and women who rule over this social compact. That's the point you should take away from this. We are men and women. Our creator did not create peoples, nations, or states. He created man and woman. Men and woman rule. We all have dominion here. Mankind was given dominion over this environment, and it was built for us. We're symbionts, this environment. And man, real men, who speak for themselves and don't elect others to speak for them. I need no motherfucker to speak for me.
I agree. And we should not have people that speak for us. There should be no such power.
We shouldn't. We shouldn't have people that tell us they're the boss when we are either. Your job is to secure my rights in a peaceful state. If you can't do that, then you can be replaced, motherfucker. Because it's all just fiction anyway, just like authority. That's why authority is an illusion, because the authority is based on a legal fiction. Is fiction not illusion? Is authority real? No. Authority isn't something you can have over me, but it is something that through free will I can give to you, or I can take away. Tell a real man, in defense of his life, when you die, that he owes you allegiance to your authority. Accept my authority. No.
You know, Mike, I'm so glad I came in here, bro. I came in the live stream. I knew you were here, bro. I knew you'd be rocking the mic. And
I'm high and I'm lonely, so I'm feeling talkative, women. I'm not talking to the guys right now.
yeah,
I'm talking to real women.
He's not going to answer my DMs.
Man was created for woman and woman for man in a perfect godly union.
He won't answer my DMs, but go ahead, ladies. Get that.
Oh no, I did.
Reply.
When you heard me laugh, I giggled. That was me answering your. It was funny. Your DM.
I know. I heard it. I heard the VC
You want the
reply.
witch? Well, I'll tell you what. Put a spell on me and make me yours.
You'll see me in the DMs later. Trust me. You're that boy.
Hey, babe, here I am, just a man on the scene. I can give you what you want, but you got to come home with me. I've got some good old loving, it's got some more in store. And when I get to go in this deal, I'll go on 4 hours or more. Hey, pretty baby, I want loving.
All right, so hey man, just want to let you know, dude. I always got you in my heart, bro. As a homie, you hear me, dude? Are you listening to me? You drunk as hell, bro.
I'm not drunk, no.
It's just Helio. Okay, I got you. So, bro, I swear to God, I got you in my heart at all times. I think about y'all. Everybody in this
thinking
Discord,
you got
even
a
though I'm
buzz
not here.
because that's when you normally want to be heard. You're like, fuck it, you guys always talk. It's my turn. Right?
Well, come on, man. I mean,
well, I'm saying you do.
I just want to say, bro. I'm just trying to say
your chance.
I'm just trying to say, bro. You know, I always keep you guys in my heart. I'm fucking
Some
thinking
good
about
old
you guys,
loving, and I
especially
got
you.
some more soul.
Yeah, I
And when I get to throwing it on you, you have to come back for more.
I got your profile picture in my mind. You know what I mean?
Girls and things come by the dozen. That ain't nothing but drugstore loving. Hey, little thing, let me light your candle, cause I'm so hard to handle now. Gets around. Action speaks louder than words, and I'm a man of great experience. I know you got another man, but I can love you better than him. Take my hand, don't be afraid, I'm gonna prove every word I say. I'm advertising love for free, so you can place your ad with me. Boys will come along, dime by a dozen. That ain't nothing but 10-cent loving. Hey, little thing, let me light your candle, cause my mom so hard to handle now. Gets around. I seen this girl sing that, mix it with some Janis Joplin on The Voice, and I think she was like 11 or 12, and fuck, it was like Janis Joplin possessed the little girl when she opened her mouth. That little girl was jamming. And one of the judges said something like that. It's almost like you're possessed, and that's something else inside you, and it's not you singing. They said that. And literally, there's singers who say they go into a trance and they let something else take over when they sing. You've heard that? That satanic Hollywood shit? You've heard that, right? Why the hell is it so quiet now? Did I bore everybody?
I know what you're talking about. I've heard it before. There's compilations on it.
Yeah, I just saw it. I just found it peculiar that there was a reference to that and a young girl on The View, as if this 12, 13-year-old girl was being possessed by a singing spirit.
Yep.
Which we would call a siren, right?
Yep.
Lure you in with a beautiful voice and then lead you to your death? Or the beautiful music?
Mm-hmm.
Sirens. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Who was saying karaoke night? Well, are we asking for another karaoke night? What night is it? Hey, it is Friday. How was ladies' night tonight? Is that why we got so many women in here? It was ladies' night? Shit, I didn't work so hard this week. I didn't even know it was Friday. Shit.
No, it's Thursday, bro.
I mean, unless you were speaking, we wouldn't know it was ladies' night.
It's been Thursday all day.
Yeah, it's 12 a.m. Thursday night. I'm with you, Sonny. All right. Well, like I said, man, so in 4 days I got like 30. I got like 64 hours in 4 days.
Wow,
Had a
that's
few
a lot of work, man. That's a tough week.
Heavy, yeah, hard work too. I had a few people that have been not feeling good this week, and I don't want them at work making other people sick, so I got to cover their.
Are you 49 yet?
I am. I'll be 50
yeah.
in April of next year.
Give it another.
50!
Give it another 10 years, bro, and see how you're doing.
Hey, come on, let me show you what I can do with 5-0, though, baby.
Born on 420.
5-0 on the block. I'll whoop a motherfucker ass, or I'll put a woman to sleep for a long time, deep sleep.
My nigga right here born on 420.
I'm talking about wearing that.
What you talking about, bro?
I'm talking about wearing that ass out.
This nigga right here,
Let him
motherfucker.
keep going. Keep going, Battlemon. Keep going.
Wear that ass out. Sonny wants to hear it. Look, he's feeling the same way as me.
Motherfucker, I'm talking about this nigga right here.
It's like I'm 49, but I ain't got no little blue pill, and I don't need it. By God,
I was just trying to help
about your
witchcraft.
fucking age, bro.
I was
If
just
you're
trying to help
picking up,
witchcraft. I was trying to help witchcraft out by telling you, yo, let Battle go for a while because you can't get a word in. Just let him finish up a little bit. Okay.
This nigga ain't gonna finish that shit. He can't finish it.
it's never ending. I could go deep in that rabbit hole.
When were you born,
Deep.
Mike? What day?
And yes, that's another innuendo.
In the window.
Oh, motherfucker.
Innuendo, deep in the hole, rabbit hole.
Watch out, they're coming in the window.
I swear to God, dude.
Lock the door.
This
Wait
is
a
why
minute,
Helio
lock the
takes smoke
window.
breaks.
The night of the living dead, the zombies are coming in the window. That was a zombie innuendo.
She said what? She said, is he drunk? No, Mike's just high. Mike's not
I'm
drunk.
just saying, if you can get Helio to take a smoke break, you've got it going on.
That's a blunt and a Percocet. I ain't gonna lie, my back hurting today. I took a Percocet.
Oh, don't get hooked on that stuff.
So, no, it's the first one I took in a month, but I get 4 a day every month. I get 120 a month, but this month I've only ate one.
Well, that's good for you. Yeah, this OG Keef.
I normally don't eat them.
Say it.
I stack. Yeah, normally the weed just, I get so stoned I forget I'm sore, but some days I'm happy I got them.
Don't tell me you're forgetting that you're sore, dude. Nobody forgets that they hurt.
No, I just don't focus on it. You get so high, you don't forget, but you're just not focused on the fact. But goddamn, my back hurts.
I was
you
so
just
high.
get so high you can.
I couldn't even say curse.
You can giggle. You
What
can
you mean, bro?
giggle.
How do you go from being able to from not being able to move without feeling direct extreme pain to being like, oh, I forget I have direct extreme pain, completely throbbing on
Well,
my
it
balls.
starts in the spring when I plant that good shit in the back 40.
There you go.
I'm just saying,
then it
bro,
works off into a puff pass, but damn it, there ain't nobody here to pass to. So puff, eat some munchies, puff, pop a pill, and shit. There ain't nothing
I'm
going
saying,
on but
I see dude
thing,
right
baby.
here, Dr. LA 0206. Right now, I bet dude can be like, oh, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much it hurt? I'd be like, motherfucker, that shit's 6, nigga. Fuck you mean? And I smoked that blunt, bro. What's the chart? You gonna tell me I don't know what the chart is anymore?
I know.
No, it's just you're not focused on it. Your thoughts drift off of the pain.
Hey, wait, Mike, you just puff past to yourself. He's like puff pass. Oh, here it comes around again.
Yeah, well, I puff up, I sit it down, then I pick it back up, and I go ear.
Yeah, that seems like a terrible shame. It really does.
Oh no.
I mean, it should be
sharing is caring, but if there's nobody there, might as well puff.
My
past
neighbor's a heavy drinker, and he's like 70, and he's got like 6 40-year-old women that always hang out at his house. I just wandered over there and gave him a couple.
Does he give them free liquor? Is that why they hang out?
He does. That's why I was helping him out, because he's a player and I like him. So I took like 6 bottles of open liquor over there, and I smoked the blunt with them. And his girls were so stoned, he was smiling. He was like, "Yeah, Mike got him so high." He's like, "Oh, that old man's a pervert. He's imagining how much advantage he can take of them now that they're real high, and there's plenty of liquor to drink." He's like, "Yeah, Mike, thanks."
Wow.
He's a good old boy though. He's like 70, dude. I'm amazed he still does it, and he don't have a bottle of blue pills in his medicine cabinet either. He's like, I just eat a lot of garlic, Mike. And I'm like, yup. Yup. That's what Grandma told me.
My liver, my kidneys are fine. Just eat shitloads of garlic. My breath is horrible, but my kidneys are fine.
Yeah, he's a good old boy. I give him some Gentleman Jack, some Jack, a little bit of this
I
cheap
can't
scotch.
say that. I can't say that in the live stream.
And
I'm sorry.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Can't you say? I mean,
maybe
give us
that's good. You
give us a
didn't
hint.
say it then.
Give us a hint.
I smell
of what
sex
you
and
All right. Are you gonna put?
candy, yeah.
All right.
Who's that
So,
lounging
Okay, wait a minute.
goddamn,
Hold
Mike,
on,
I'm trying to fucking do something here, boy.
in my
I'm doing a thing,
chair?
G.
Hold on.
Who's
Battle
that
Mod.
On the song
casting
all of a sudden.
TV is stares
Oh.
in my
Kate
direction?
never could. Go ahead and say it.
Mama, this
Just beat
surely
around the
is a
bush a little bit.
dream.
Vagina garlic. Okay, I said it.
I said beat around the bush. You went right to the bush.
I knew he was going to say it.
I'm trying to beat around the bush, but this motherfucker here, right here, now motherfucker, he.
Oh no, you gotta blurt it out to get it in over me. Goddammit! I smell sex. I smell sex.
Just go ahead and say it.
He said Virginia garlic, right? Virginia.
Virginia garlic. No, that's not what he said. But,
I know.
okay.
I know.
I don't even know what that means, though.
So-
what are you talking about? I guess it could, be a cleansing factor, but I don't know.
No, it was Virginia garlic. He was right.
That's right. Yeah. I like garlic. I like garlic on a lot of things, but I don't think I'd like garlic in that area.
You don't know what vagina garlic is?
Oh yeah, well I guess I'm in the dark on that one.
Bacterial vaginosis.
Okay.
I thought garlic was antibacterial.
Doesn't sound like a good thing.
So by another name, it's vaginal yeast.
That's the yeast of your problems, okay?
Abnormal.
That's the yeast of your problems. I like that one.
Abnormal. Yeah,
Stay tuned for
garlic.
the gynecological hour with Dr. Battlemod.
So smegma and vaginal garlic go together.
It's the smegma gynecological hour with Dr. Battlemod.
Duck butter.
Battle mod for lead mod. Let's
That's
go.
not funny, but why am I laughing? I don't know.
No, hold on. Jokes are funny for a reason. Don't apologize for laughing.
I still didn't get.
Okay.
I got to be honest. I still didn't get old man's abortion joke. I still didn't get that.
Wait a minute. I'm not sure.
That's a punchline. I didn't get the abortion.
Yeah.
I still didn't get his joke though. Fuck, I can't even remember it.
I don't get it either.
Fuck, I can't even understand him.
I know.
Dude, I don't know. I remember it, but I don't want to repeat it. That's
Yeah, he was so drunk last night. He was talking slow, and I understood every word he said clearly. I was thinking, am I in an opposite world?
So wait a minute. Old dude gets drunk and he talks clearly?
Yeah, I guess at a certain point, I don't know. Maybe he got drunk and then he quit drinking and he smoothed out from it.
God forbid the time that we don't get jokes anymore.
Actually, I don't think he's been drinking that much, or he's just focusing more on being understandable. Because I've actually been able to understand old dude for a long time pretty clearly. Even when he's buzzed, I think he's getting better at making it to where Americans can understand what the fuck he's saying.
Yeah.
Yes,
Hey, you know something that isn't fair? Scottish women all got that sexy voice, but they might not be sexy, but it's just the accent. It's like a fake out. That ain't fair.
Yeah, until they start screaming and hollering in their true tongue, and you're like, "Holy fuck, what was I thinking?"
Gaelic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hang around downtown by myself,
and I got too much to do with a disco cherry pie. I smell cigars. Sing it.
I don't actually know the lyrics.
I like sex and candy.
Hang around.
I don't know it. I'm not
Here
gonna
we go.
attempt it.
Hanging around down by myself, and I had so much time to sit and think about myself, and there she was, like a double cherry pie. Yeah, there she was, like a disco superfly. I smell sex and can they hear her? Who's that lounging in my chair? Who's that casting devious stares in my direction? Mama, this surely is a dream.
This is insane. I mean, if you listen to Michael long enough, how the fuck do you keep all these lyrics in your mind? I mean, I'm a singer and a huge fan
I just
of rock and
gotta
roll.
start from the beginning.
Where?
If we start in the middle,
you
I'll
don't
get
get them all
lost.
perfect, but for the most part, once you get flowing, you remember every single lyric,
Hanging
of every
around.
song.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
got to use the
insane to me,
fucking.
man.
In
The reason
platform
why,
double suede, yeah, there she was.
the reason why, man,
Like
is
a
because
disco
you have to listen to the
lemonade.
fucking stereo and the radio. You can't listen to a CD player on them fucking equipment.
No, I mean, I remember a lot of lyrics, but Michael knows.
I really like the
most
Sex
of the
and
lyrics
Candy
to
song.
almost every song. I mean, it's just like
songs I
you
like.
get him going, he'll freaking sing. He'll
Hey,
sing all the lyrics to every song. It's just like, how do you remember every single lyric? And it's just freaking, it's crazy.
Well, I could give you a taste of where it started.
Well, where did it start?
Genesis 2, King James Version. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the hosts of them.
So you memorize Bible
and on
first,
the
and
seventh day, God ended.
then you
God
memorize the
ended
rock
his
and roll
work.
Bible. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
and on the seventh day, God ended his work, which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day for all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day and called it sanctified, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. Thus are the generations of the heavens of the earth when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew, for the Lord had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground, but there went up a mist from earth. That's evaporation, and this is scientific, and watered the whole face of the ground, which is the rain cycle, and God created science to of the ecosystem.
You said before, Michael, you were raised as Seventh-day Adventist. Is
Yeah.
that from your parents' teaching?
And I like this
They were
verse. This
Seventh-day
is one of my favorite verses. Genesis 2, verse 7. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground the Lord God and out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree, that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. Yeah, and the tree of life also was in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. It's I haven't done this for a while, so it's hard to keep it
No,
going.
it's cool. Yeah, but yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, Genesis 1 is kind of like it's a prequel to Genesis chapter 2, and then the whole
And
Bible
you know
is
how I
after
memorize
that.
these.
Yeah,
I memorize these. Like I've told you, I got a music that plays in my mind all the time, just a rhythm. You could call it the rhythm of life. And I kind of make these into a song or a rap or, just about. So
that's good stuff.
That's where I built my memory up, was memorizing the Bible, because my grandma said, I want the kid to be real smart and have a good memory. So he loves candy. So I'm after the kid all the candy he loves, or whatchamacallit bar, or two, for every verse that
Might
he
as well
doeth.
make the candy
He
the word of
doeth.
God, right?
He doeth remember, and therefore the word of that God, and the Lord that God shall be inscribed in the heart of the boy.
There you go, bro.
Grandma
That's what's
loves
up.
you.
Yeah, Grandma. Yeah, she did, and
She
Grandma went.
did. She loves
Hey,
you.
and guess what? When it's applied, it works, right?
My grandma was diabetic and she was blind, so she couldn't read the Bible, and she taught me the first book, verse at a time.
Wait.
And then when I memorized all the
Blind people
verses,
can read. What are you talking about? She taught. If you taught you, she
she can
taught
read
you.
Braille, yes, but Grandma didn't like to read Braille. So she wanted me to memorize the book so I could recite it from memory, chapter by chapter, verse by verse, line
So
by line.
she didn't. She didn't use Braille. So she memorized it and taught you to memorize it.
She wasn't always blind, so she memorized that book before I was ever born.
Okay, cool.
And she
Wow, down
wanted
in
me
my
to do it too because she knew my grandma knew she had an awesome memory, a picture perfect memory.
me.
If you can,
That's pretty cool.
once you get good at verses, you can admit a verse to 30-word verse to memory just by reading it.
Well, I'll tell you what. I've been exposed to different teachings and everything over the
Yeah.
years. I mean, I was raised Catholic. I mean,
So
you know my story, whatever. But
yeah,
yeah, I don't have a lot of
used to-
verses memorized. You know, quote
I
by
used to
quote and
read a
everything.
verse twice, then look away from the book and try to repeat it. If I
Yeah,
couldn't repeat
if
it in
someone quotes
full,
a verse,
I'd do it again.
I pretty much know where it is in the Bible. I don't have it all like down, but like when you started quoting the second chapter of Genesis, I was like, yeah, that's the second chapter. Yeah, I knew that when you started saying
Yeah. Yeah, because in the second, you know this, that in the second chapter of Genesis, God formed man in the Garden of Eden and
yeah, man,
created.
it's like
Right, so you know chronologically where you are in the Bible by the topic.
And on
Right.
the evening of the sixth day, God created Adam out of the dust of the earth and breathed the breath of life into Adam.
oh, which
So
person is
what?
that? I mean,
Can you tell me what this is? Have ye suffered so many things in vain, if it be yet in vain? He therefore that ministereth to you the Spirit, and worketh miracles among you, doeth he it by the works of the law, or by the hearing of faith? Even as Abram believed God, and it was accounted to him for righteousness. Know
That's
ye
in the
therefore that which faith are of, the same are the children of Abram. Do you know
that's
what
in the
book that's from?
yeah, that's from the book of Romans.
Galatians
Oh,
3.
Galatians. I was close, I guess.
Yeah, Galatians 3 covers the faith of Abram as it's
Dude,
applied to
that's my two
you
favorite books,
for
Galatians and
believing in the
Romans.
Abrahamic religion. Yeah, Galatians I like, Paul. You know.
Yeah, Galatians and Romans are my two favorite books. I mean,
But
you know,
that
as
no
far as like
man
Christianity
is
goes, I mean,
justified by
that's
the law in the sight of God. It is evident, for the just shall live by faith. But faith, what you got to understand there, faith will lead you to follow your Lord's
Hey,
law.
you know what I really hate? I hate during the Supreme Court thing, whatever bullshit at the beginning of the year, and they
Yeah.
prayed to Brahman.
Oh,
which is
yeah.
supposed to be because you can't there's no pronunciation of a is silent, the aleph is silent, so it wouldn't be
Abraham.
Abram, it wouldn't be Abraham, it wouldn't be Abram, it would
well,
be
it's
Brahman.
Abraham.
Yeah, but it's
yeah, it's
Abraham.
Yeah,
Abraham
but that's
or
ancestor worship. That's necromancy. You know what I mean?
What,
That's not
Abraham
our
or
God.
Braham?
or it's
Which
well, I mean,
one?
it's
Brahman.
it would be
Well,
Ibrahim.
who's Ham?
Exactly.
Yeah. So
Well, who is Ham? You know who Ham is in the Bible, right?
Yep, it's the progenitor of Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar, otherwise known as Nebuchadnezzar, the Great Hunter.
Oh shit! I was about to say something. It would be very, very bad. I'm not.
Ham was the one that did the sex act.
Ham is the second son of Noah and the father of Cush, bro. No offense, but.
Well, sure. I mean, do we have any direct history of that? No.
Yeah, but it's even in the lineage as you go back in time.
So Ham's people, but
what lineage? Do you have any direct lineage? I mean, how can you call that?
Hamites, yes, Hamites.
Right. Well, can you have to use a lot of
Hamites?
If you put any faith in Flavorus Josephus, you know the Hamites are the people who populated Africa.
Yep. And the Cushites are the Ethiopians.
And the adjoining parts of Asia. So
you can use a lot of, and you don't even have to cough to say it. You know, you have to go.
It's
Hamites.
Ham's brothers were Japheth and Shem.
K-H-A-M.
I'm being facetious, but
Ham, Shem, and Japheth. You're trying to sound like a
Yes, I'm familiar with the standard story, but I just don't buy the entire story. Just like I don't buy, the modern story of space and all that kind of shit.
Who knows what the curse of Ham is?
I don't know what the curse of Ham is, but I know the curse of the descendants, to where the descendants will be ruled over by his two brothers because of.
So Ham saw the nakedness of his
uncovered
father.
The nakedness of his father and bragged about it.
Yeah, I seen Dad naked.
Hey, well, who's cursed, Noah or Ham? I mean,
actually, it was Canaan. It wasn't even him. It was his son Canaan that was cursed.
Canaan, yeah.
The curse of the line
Noah
of Cain
Canaan
is they are to be slaves.
Yes. So Noah cursed the Canaanites when the Hamanites had sinned. So you can look at it as nations or an actual person. But the Canaanites were cursed.
Well, it's like, who committed the sin? The one that saw his father committing sin?
Ham, listen, Ham committed the sin. He looked on and adorned his father's nakedness. And
he witnessed his father committing a sin.
No, just being naked is not a sin. A sin is the lust at your drunken father's naked body and brag about
adultery and all that kind of shit.
So Noah cursed Ham as God would by his first generation.
Holy shit! Okay. Dad's got a small weenie. That's probably what it was. Think about it.
It may or may not be this way, but I mean,
that could have been.
To me, it's all symbolic, and you should take it that way. And really,
no, he's right. He could have cursed. He could have cursed his own father by saying, "Dad got a pinky dinky." I seen him drunken and sleeping last night with his little pinky winky.
No. He's got a little winky.
Nobody wants to see their father having sex.
My son would have said, "My dad, I seen him sleeping, and his thing looked like a baby's arm holding an apple."
I know you're gonna say that, motherfucker.
All right, so anyway,
a big red delicious.
As far as the story goes, the story goes, yes, I mean, it's like Ham gets the blame, right? But everyone else.
See, here's the thing. You know the Ashkenazi.
Everyone but Ham in that scenario is justified. Come on, man.
You know the Ashkenazi.
No.
The Ashkenazi come from the Ashkenaz. It's the sons of Ashkenaz, right? The descendants, the race of Ashkenaz, and Ashkenaz was the son of Japheth.
That comes later.
No, this comes up at the splitting of nations after the flood.
According to the legend preserved by the Babylonian Talmud, God cursed Ham because he broke a prohibition of sex aboard the ark and was smitten in his skin. According to another, Noah cursed him because he castrated his father. And being Noah, so some say that Ham castrated Noah for being drunk and naked. Yeah, a lot. And I only know this because my grandmother pushed me to do Bible studies that were based on the Seventh-day Adventist doctrine.
Which is Talmudic in nature. Yes, I know. I was
It
raised
is
Seventh Adventist as well.
Yeah, it was Talmudic and Toradic, yes. Old Testament.
Are they
Even the
wrong?
amazing,
I mean,
still have an amazing
where
Facts
else would
Prophecy
you
Study
look?
Bible.
Well,
And right at the
nobody
very
really
beginning, it
knows.
says teachings and subtext taken from the Talmudic traditions.
Yes,
So I'm just
the
like, what?
Torah is from Talmudic traditions. Most people don't know that, but
Well, the Talmud's supposed to be an oral Torah, right? But there is no oral Torah because oral
listen,
things that are oral.
Ham's descendants was put in slavery, so we know Ham did something.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm saying
Ham did a hell of a
like,
sin to get his whole, his whole generation under his first sin. His first son cursed, but not all his other sons.
it's not like, where some nations out there, they have storytellers, ones that keep the word, and they have to repeat the word verbatim over and over and over again just to get qualified to carry on the sacred word of the history.
Do they actually have to repeat it?
Yes.
Yeah, Native Americans are like that. To be an Ojibwe keeper of the oral history, you have to display that you can memorize it word for word and repeat it as been said for multiple generations. Otherwise,
multiple generations. How do you know? How can you confirm?
It gets
verbally
passed
that it
from
was
generation to generation.
Okay,
So
you could actually confirm, like with true
4
history,
generations can
quote
exist.
unquote true history. How can you confirm that it's the
True
same?
history is the history of your people, not the history of the winner.
Sure, and that's kind of my point. But how can you confirm that these guys were actually passing down the same story that was happening at the same time?
Generally, they were women keepers of history in Ojibwe. Men make history and women keep it.
We're talking about the Jews.
Mother taught daughter, who taught daughter. Grandmother critiqued granddaughter.
Mike,
as
we
if
were talking about the Jews. Now you're talking about the Ojibwe.
Oh well,
that
the
might be a
Jews.
different.
Listen,
You don't get it, man.
Listen. Ojibwe is the tribe of Jib. So Jews are the tribe of Judah. It's a tribal.
Jib or
The natives are.
They write in
They're all
Proto-Hebrew.
tribes of Judah, and a tribe is a nation or a part of a nation. So the 12 tribes of Judah make up the nation of the Jews.
Well, it's not the 12 tribes of Judah.
You got to understand that it's a tribal. Yes, exactly. I was
which
waiting
just
for it.
means descendants of Jacob, right? So Jew is just one of the 12 tribes.
Well, it's a tribal
and everybody says 10 tribes. But
No,
a lot
I'm
of
saying the
people don't
passing of
realize
the history is a
Benjamin
tribal
stayed.
ritual that you can only perform if you've done it. The person who learned it before you, who's gonna listen?
The
What
Levites
greater
don't even know.
verification is there is that the person that taught you learned from the person before them, and they verify that they learned it from that person. So a daughter can get it from a mom who got it from a grandmom, and the daughter that got it from mom knows the grandmom and could even exist at a time where great grandma still known it. And it's recorded that these people in that time would have been great and great grandma still alive to all verified at the same fucking time. Because Adam lived to see his own children die before him. You gotta put it in chronological order. The firstborn
I asked
were watching.
triggering questions, so you guys.
Adam was watching like his 50th kids die because life was getting shorter with each descendant from the original son of God, which was Adam. And that's displayed in the genealogy: God, Adam, Seth.
Oh, on that point, Michael, and and you guys are.
That's why he's our
correct
Father in heaven.
as you can be, on these points. when people come in with all the bullshit on flat Earth, it's just like,
yeah, I'd like to point
they're
out
just like, we just found out the Earth is a globe.
none of the genealogy is
They
part
have
of a doctrine.
nothing. They have
or an
nothing. And
epistemology. None of that's part of a doctrine or epistemology. That's the known
what's the
generation.
thing? They have their new religion. They just have a newborn religion that they're trying to follow, and that's why they get destroyed every single time. They don't have any really true history of Earth.
New priests, new religions, the mystery. They're learning the mystery teachings, which are the teachings of thought and Hermes or priests.
And once we start showing them that they just believe in their new religion,
evolution is their God.
They get scared as shit.
A lot of people want to say science is their God, but the truth is, it all stems from evolution. In Hermetic principles, all things evolve from one vibration to another. From one frequency, they evolve through frequencies from the lowest to the highest.
Yeah, the only evidence they have to base their religious spherical
from the
religion
highest
on
to the lowest. That which was highest will soon be the lowest. Yes.
The only evidence that they can base their spiritual religion on is just like it's only come about.
I'm surprised you're the only one that could correlate that, damsel.
I guess I'm not being heard.
I have a little more understanding than some people on this stuff.
On the Hermetic principles, they're written from right to left, but they're written from left to right. You read it from right to left, you write it from left to right. It's backwards. It's the left hand of power and right hand of authority, right? You write it with power and read it with authority.
Exactly.
And the authority is the same as the tribal keeping of the history. It's established as by those who taught it to you and learned it before you and passed it on. That's
what Helio's dealing with is that he's been taught over and over, and this is part of the indoctrination is that people play telephone. They can't keep things straight, and nobody keeps their history and all these things, and that's really hard to overcome with a culture that does do that and does keep their history and that can preserve it. They don't want you to believe that can even happen. That's part of this game.
Yeah, but they have such a shallow idea of history that they can't really conceive that what they're being presented with is something they can consider, even absent of religion.
It's not a religion when you're talking about generations.
Yeah, generations. Yeah, generations is history. But in modern times, people that quote unquote follow science, they're just like following science, right? But they don't really have any science to follow because it's just a very shallow view of history, or it's an exaggerated view of like fucking geology and all that kind of shit.
Well, yeah, it's made up.
They think they know the age of Earth, but they've just been told a story about this.
It is. It's evolution again, just like Mike is saying. It comes all the way down to that Big Bang starting of evolution. It's just that. It's all the turning everything on its head. The other religion,
right? And just like me, yeah, you're exactly right. So me and Mike were talking about the same day. We're talking about the